Chapter 1 God Level Sign in System. I never imagined I'd time traveled? Sitting in the classroom, Galmu looked around blankly at everything. He is not from this world, he came from Earth. Before transmigrating, he was a third-rate online novelist. After transmigrating, he became a student. Based on the memories he had just merged with, Galmu clearly learned everything about the student, as well as what kind of world he had transmigrated to. This world is almost identical to the Earth before Galmu's transmigration. But after 1999, a huge change occurred on this planet. Starting in 1999, this Earth began to evolve towards a path of spiritual revival and global high-level martial arts. I transmigrated into the body of a good-for-nothing. This was the most frustrating part for Yao Mu. As a web novelist, he'd read quite a few trash-to-goodness stories. But the protagonists in those novels weren't born trash. They were all born geniuses, but became trash for various reasons. However, the person Galmu transmigrated into was born a good-for-nothing. The college entrance exam is in 3 days? Galmu never expected that he would have to take the college entrance examination after transmigrating. In this world, the college entrance examination is divided into liberal arts and martial arts. As for humanities, it's exactly the same as Earth before Galmu's time travel. But it's different for martial arts students. Spiritual energy is reviving, and martial artists are revered. Those who can enter university through martial arts have a much higher chance of becoming martial artists in the future. Once you become a martial artist, you can not only change your own destiny, but also the destiny of your entire family. Wow, the idea that the college entrance exam can change your destiny is the same everywhere. Galmu sighed and worried at the same time. Born a useless person, it's incredibly difficult for him to rise up and become a martial artist without any special advantages. In the test a few days ago, his strength was only 120 kilograms, barely exceeding the threshold of an ordinary person. Even if he really got the cheat code now, 3 days wouldn't necessarily change his fate. Ding! God level sign in system in progress. Ding! Successfully bound to the God level sign in system. Ding! Because the host's talent has been detected as useless, the reward for each sign-in is 100. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Lengya Base City No. 1 Middle School to check in. The mechanical voice echoing in his mind jolted Gao Muban's somewhat dejected spirits. System. Just when Gao Mu was about to accept this cruel reality, the system suddenly appeared. The emergence of this system signifies that Gao Mu's path to a comeback is about to begin. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, body tempering fruit 100 inch. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the school practice room to check in. The reward of 100 body tempering fruits made Gao Mu overjoyed. A talent that seems useless is actually quite appealing. Looking at the 100 body tempering fruits in his backpack, Gao Mu chuckled. It should be noted that although the body tempering fruit is the most common exotic fruit, its price of 100,000 per fruit makes it unaffordable for ordinary families. For ordinary families like Gao Mu's, the combined income of the parents is less than 100,000 yuan a year. One fruit is worth 100,000, so 100 fruits would be 10 million. Why don't we sell these body tempering fruits for money? The temptation of 10 million was incredibly alluring to Gao Mu, an ordinary person both before and after his transmigration. Strength is the only true measure of success. Gao Mu suppressed his impulse and thought to himself. Once I have the strength, 10 million will be nothing. Gao Mu, resisting the temptation, glanced left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he took out a body tempering fruit from his backpack and threw it into his mouth. The exotic fruit entered his mouth and immediately turned into a liquid, flowing into Gao Mu's body. A surge of heat began to coursing through Gao Mu's body. Soon, Gao Mu felt that he was somewhat different. Has your strength increased? Gao Mu clenched his fist. One more. Gao Mu furtively tossed another body tempering fruit into his mouth. In just 1 hour, Gao Mu ate all the exotic fruits worth 10 million. The taste isn't very good. While the exotic fruit can enhance one's strength, its taste is truly unappetizing. I wonder how far my power has grown. God level sign in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 1,120 kilograms. Realm, bronze 1 star. Skills, none. Check-in location, practice room of No. 1 Middle School. The system interface that suddenly appeared made Gao Mu's eyes widen. I'd become a martial artist? Gao Mu raised his hand and slapped himself. A crisp slap rang out, and everyone else in the classroom cast strange glances at Gao Mu. It hurts. Gao Mu ignored the stares of those around him. Once he was sure he wasn't dreaming, he was overjoyed. Martial artists are revered beings in this world. With a world population of 70 billion, only 1 in 100,000 has the opportunity to become a martial artist. In other words, Gao Mu now surpasses 99% of the world's population. An 18-year-old bronze warrior, I think I'm probably the best of my age in Langya Bay City right now. Gao Mu was overjoyed. The system's generous sign-in rewards began to stir Gao Mu's interest. If the first sign-in reward is this generous, then the rewards later on will be even better. He was already thinking about going to the practice room to sign in after school. Time ticked by, and before we knew it, it was time to leave school. Gao Mu picked up his school bag, which he had prepared in advance, and rushed out of the classroom first. The practice room is located behind the school. The door to the practice room was locked, probably because school had let out. Grandpa, Grandpa. Gao Mu had sharp eyes. He found the security guard in charge of the training room. Could you open the door to the training room for me? I forgot something inside. No. The old man's expression was very serious, as if he were dealing with a business matter. I'm a security guard with very strong principles. After school? The old man stopped speaking before he could finish. He clearly saw Gao Mu stuff several hundred yuan bills into his pocket. Cough, cough. The old man coughed as he looked around. After finding no one around, he said sternly to Gao Mu, take your things and leave quickly, understand? Lock the door when you leave. Don't worry, Grandpa, I absolutely won't let anyone find out. Gao Mu said, giving the old man a knowing look. The old man nodded and then opened the door to the practice room. After confirming that the old man had left, Gao Mu turned around and walked towards the testing device. As he walked, he thought to himself, signing in. Chapter 2 Thunder Fist in Shadow Step. Ding! Sign in successful, reward, basic fist techniques 100 inch. Ding! Due to excessive and useless skill rewards, the following reward is hereby given, Thunder Fist Mastery. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the branch of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy to check in. In this world, skills are divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, master, minor mastery, and major mastery. To master a skill, it takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years to over 10 years. Some skills, even if mastered over a lifetime, may never be mastered. But Gao Mu achieved something that others could not reach even after 10 years of hard work, or even a lifetime of effort, with just one sign-in. This system is really awesome. Gao Mu did not use the new skill immediately. He sat in front of the testing device, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the Thunderclap Fist. Thunderclap Fist is an exclusive fist technique of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Once this boxing technique is mastered, both the speed and power of the punches will be greatly enhanced. After contemplating for a while, Gao Mu slowly opened his eyes. Drink! He steadied himself, shouted, and punched the testing device. 1,680 kilograms. Numbers popped up on the testing instrument. Upon seeing this number, Gao Mu gasped. That Thunder Fist is terrifying. Gao Mu's original strength is 1,120 kilograms, and with the Thunder Fist, he can deliver 1,680 kilograms. In other words, this fully mastered Thunder Fist increased Gao Mu's punching power by 50%. This 50% increase was terrifying to Gao Mu. After a slight hesitation, he punched the testing device again. He did not use the Thunder Fist in this punch. 1,120 kilograms. The power unleashed this time was exactly the same as the power displayed on the system interface. Awesome! Gao Mu roared in a low voice. It took him less than a day to go from being a useless person to a bronze warrior. Anyone would feel incredibly satisfied if this happened to them. After testing his strength and new skills, Gao Mu walked out of the training room with satisfaction, making sure to lock the door before leaving. St. Capital Garden, a certain building. As the principal of the first middle school, it's not surprising that Shin Jun can afford a house here. After all, he himself is a martial artist. He had just returned home and was about to wash his hands and eat when his phone rang. He frowned when he saw the caller ID. As soon as the call connected, he started scolding, "Have I told you a million times that you shouldn't call me after I'm off work?" The person who called was the vice principal of the first middle school. This vice principal, who is imposing in front of ordinary people, can only be scolded by Shin Jun. After Shin finished training, the vice principal cautiously said, "Someone was using a strength testing device in the training room just now." Before the vice principal could finish speaking, Shinjun interrupted him with great dissatisfaction. "Didn't I say that no one is allowed in the practice room after school? Do you know how expensive that strength testing machine is? What if someone breaks it?" Shinjun, who holds a high position, is truly a master at reprimanding people. The vice principal, clearly aware of Shinjun's character, quickly added after he finished speaking, "The third strength testing device gave my office 2 data points. The first is 1,680 kilograms, and the second is 1,120 kilograms. Shinjun's words of reprimand were already on the tip of his tongue, but after hearing the vice principal's words, he swallowed them all back down. His eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The vice dean finally spoke with confidence. "I've checked carefully, there's no mistake. Wait for me, I'm going back to school right now." Shinjun, who usually doesn't want to go back to school after get off work, went straight to the school without stopping. As both the principal and a martial artist, he understood better than anyone what those 2 numbers represented. "Son, how was your class today?" In an old neighborhood in Langya-based city, Gao's mother chatted with Gao Mu with a loving expression. Before transmigrating, Gao Mu was the kind of person who didn't earn much and was always very busy with work. "Sometimes, I don't even see my parents for a whole year." Gao Mu felt a warm glow inside as he was shown concern for someone again. "It's alright." Gao Mu wolfed down his food like a starving ghost. "Same as before. Eat slowly, you should eat properly." Gao's father scolded, but the love in his eyes was no less than that in Gao's mother's. "I'm finished eating." After Gao Mu finished eating 5 bowls of rice and all the vegetables, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. "Are you full? If not, have another bowl." For parents, no matter how much their child eats, it's never too much. "I'm full." Gao Mu rubbed his already tight belly and nodded frantically. His parents cleaned up the mess, while Gao Mu left home under some pretext. The previous 2 sign-in rewards hit Gao Mu's sweet spot, making him unable to stop. What he needs to do now is go to the new check-in location to check in. A branch of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy? The Extreme Martial Arts Academy is open to people from all over the planet. Gao Mu was not worried that he would not be able to enter the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As one of the world's top martial arts schools, even the branches of the Yakudo Martial Arts School are decorated in a very luxurious style. Standing at the entrance of the branch library, Gao Mu felt a sense of shame and inferiority. Upon entering, Gao Mu's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Check in. While the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was indeed impressive, Gao Mu did not forget the purpose of his trip. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, basic footwork 100-inch. Ding. Since most skill rewards are unintentional, this reward is Shadow Step Mastery. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please go to the branch director's office to check in. The first 2 hints filled Gao Mu with joy. But the last sound was like a bucket of cold water, poured directly over Gao Mu's head. The branch manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is a big shot in Langya City. Even the top official of the base city would show deference to this big shot. Gao Mu genuinely had no idea how he could get into this big shot's office. Don't daydream. Just as Gao Mu was deep in thought, a slightly disgruntled voice sounded from behind. If you really have to daydream, don't do it here. Gao Mu quickly snapped out of his daze and apologized to the other person, saying, "I'm sorry." After clearing the way, Gao Mu's brain began to frantically make choices. Got it. Gao Mu had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea. He looked in the direction of the reception area and walked quickly over. "Hello, I'd like to take the martial arts test," Gao Mu said confidently to the receptionist as he walked to the counter. Chapter 3: The Invitation from the Yakuza Martial Arts School. The young woman, who was working diligently with her head down, looked up when she heard someone speaking. When she saw Gao Mu's young face, she was completely stunned. "Excuse me." She gathered her thoughts and asked, "You just said you wanted to take the martial arts test?" "That's right." Gao Mu nodded confidently. "How old are you?" the young woman asked, somewhat surprised. Gao Mu asked curiously, "Does the martial arts test also consider age?" No, the young woman quickly waved her hand and explained. "You look too young. I only asked your age out of curiosity." 18 years old. Since they asked, Gao Mu had to answer. "A great stock," the young woman blurted out, then quickly realized her mistake, her cheeks flushing. As if remembering something, she reached into her drawer, pulled something out, and handed it to Gao Mu. Let's be friends. Gao Mu looked at the Jispin 001 in the young lady's hand with an embarrassed expression. Miss, aren't you being a little too direct? The young woman quickly looked at her hands, and when she saw what was in them, her face turned bright red. She meant to take Wrigley's spearmint gum, but she accidentally took the wrong one, Jispin. The young woman covered her face and fled in panic, and soon another young woman took her place. You want to take the martial arts test? This young lady was much more reserved than the previous one. Gao Mu nodded. Wait a moment, I'll contact the instructor for you right away. The young woman picked up the phone and started making the call. Soon, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Gao Mu. Come with me. The middle-aged man said to Gao Mu. Gao Mu nodded and followed behind the middle-aged man. You have the strength of 1,000 kilograms? The most basic standard for a martial artist is to have 1,000 kilograms of strength. Gao Mu nodded again. When the middle-aged man saw Gao Mu nod, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had seen many martial arts tests over the years, but this was the first time he had encountered one for someone Gao Mu's age. An 18-year-old bronze warrior is certainly intimidating, but Gao Mu hasn't even been tested yet. He's encountered quite a few blunders during his tests over the past few years. Therefore, he didn't take Gao Mu's test seriously. In a testing room on the second floor of the Jaido Martial Arts School branch. Punch 3 times with each fist, left and right, at this machine. Do not use any skills. The middle-aged man pointed to a strength testing device and said to Gao Mu. Good. As Gao Mu spoke, he walked toward the testing device. 1,120 kilograms. 1,100 kilograms. 1,024 kilograms. This is the power of Gao Mu's 3 right punches. In fact, the middle-aged man's eyes had already widened when he threw the first punch. After Gao Mu finished throwing all 3 punches, the middle-aged man felt his breathing become somewhat rapid. Left hand also needs to punch 3 times. Perhaps due to excitement, the middle-aged man stammered a bit. 1,007. 1,002. 1,001. Although Gao Mu's left fist was not as powerful as his right fist, it still managed to land a number exceeding 4 digits. He swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and said to Gao Mu in a trembling voice, Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. The middle-aged man left the testing room after saying this. Stepping out of the testing room, he took a deep breath and rushed to the branch director's office without stopping. Perhaps due to the overwhelming shock, the middle-aged man forgot the rules and barged into the curator's office without knocking. Lu Tianping, the branch director, was leisurely sipping kung fu tea. Seeing his subordinate suddenly barge in, Lu Tianping frowned and shouted, What kind of behavior is this, all this panic? It was only at this point that the middle-aged person realized what was happening. He didn't even have time to apologize at this moment, and loudly said to Lu Tianping, I just took a martial arts test and I'm a bronze 1-star martial artist. You're so unsophisticated, Lu Tianping said, looking at his subordinate with great displeasure. A bronze level 1-star martial artist like you is behaving improperly. I think you don't want your salary this month. No. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand and explained. This bronze level 1-star martial artist seems to be a high school student, and his age should not exceed 20 years old. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping, who was drinking tea, suddenly stood up. Lu Tianping, who is usually known for his composure and calmness, could no longer remain calm. He strode over to the middle-aged man, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him excitedly, saying, Take me to see him quickly. For Lu Tianping, the branch director, bronze-level 1-star martial artists are not uncommon. However, a bronze-level 1-star martial artist who is only 20 years old is extremely rare. Since he embarked on the path of martial arts, he has only heard of it once or twice. There was even one who was from the same period as him. The protagonists of both of these cases are now well-known figures in their respective fields. The middle-aged man nodded and led Lu Tianping toward the testing room. Inside the testing room, Gao Mu was idly playing with his phone. What's going on? Gao Mu glanced at the door and complained. The efficiency of this extreme martial arts academy is just too low. Gao Mu had just finished venting his frustrations when the door was opened. The middle-aged man returned, accompanied by another middle-aged man of similar age. Let me introduce you, the middle-aged man said, spreading his hands as he introduced Gao Mu. This is Lu Tianping, the head of our Extreme Martial Arts Academy branch. Upon hearing that the man was Lu Tianping, Gao Mu quickly stood up. Gao Mu still needs to show respect to a big shot like Lu Tianping. What's your name? Lu Tianping didn't put on any airs of superiority, but instead asked Gao Mu as if they were having a casual chat. How old are you this year? How many people are in your family? My name is Gao Mu, I'm 18 years old, and there are 3 people in my family. Lu Tianping's interrogation-like questions left Gao Mu speechless, but since Lu was a powerful figure, Gao Mu answered truthfully. 18 years old. Other information was unimportant to Lu Tianping, his age was the most important thing. When Lu Tianping heard Gao Mu say he was 18, his eyes widened in shock. It was as if an old pervert had seen a woman wearing white stockings. Young man, Lu Tianping wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, asking Gao Mu like a creepy uncle holding a lollipop, are you interested in joining our extreme martial arts academy? Lu Tianping's sudden invitation left the middle-aged people around him dumbfounded. He went through countless hardships and spent 3 years to successfully join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. But the young man in front of them did nothing. He only took some simple tests, and yet he received Lu Tianping's invitation. Chapter 4 Pagoda. Not really interested. Gao Mu refused without hesitation. He now has a system, and the rewards are so generous, there's absolutely no need for him to be subservient to anyone. Gao Mu's refusal broke Lu Tianping's defenses. It's important to know that Yakudo Martial Arts School is one of the world's top martial arts schools. Martial arts schools of this caliber recruit new members every year. Last year, they only had 20 people, but they received tens of thousands of applications. Among these tens of thousands of people, there are many geniuses. Do you know what joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy means? Lu Tianping asked, somewhat unwilling. I think there's probably no one in the world who doesn't know this. The training environment includes instruction from instructors and guidance from renowned figures. This is why many people want to join the Yakuza Martial Arts School. Gao Mu, however, had no reason to join the Extreme Martial Arts School. Cultivation environment? For someone with his talent being considered a waste, even the best cultivation environment holds no appeal for him. Instructors? No matter how skilled these instructors are, they can't possibly take someone as talented as Gao Mu to the next level. Celebrity guidance? Gao Mu's talent is terrible. Even the world's #1 expert would be helpless against him. If that's the case, then why did Gao Mu join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Since you know that, why don't you join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Lu Tianping asked, puzzled. Not interested. Gao Mu said, pursing his lips. If it weren't for the need to go to the branch of the Yakuza Martial Arts School to sign in, Gao Mu wouldn't even have come here. Never mind. Lu Tianping was quite open-minded. After pondering for a moment, he said to Gao Mu, since you are not willing to join, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy will not force you. Disappointed, Lu Tianping turned and was about to walk out of the training room. Master Lu. Although Gao Mu wasn't interested in joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he was interested in seeing Lu Tianping's office. If it's alright, may I take a look at your office? Lu Tianping paused slightly, then nodded and said, no problem. Lu Tianping felt very sorry that Gao Mu did not join the Extreme Martial Arts School. But Gao Mu was a genius after all, and his request wasn't unreasonable. In order to avoid antagonizing Gao Mu, Lu Tianping nodded and agreed to Gao Mu's request. Check in. Upon entering Lu Tianping's office, Gao Mu immediately signed in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, basic swordsmanship 100-inch. Ding. Since most skill-based rewards are unintentional, this reward is Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery. Ding. A new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Langia Pagoda to check in. The reward for the Azure Lotus Sword Technique was not too unexpected for Yao Mu. However, what surprised him was that the next place to check in was the Langia Pagoda. After saying goodbye to Lu Tianping, he left the Extreme Martial Arts School and headed to the floating pagoda. The Futu Pagoda is located in the central square of Langia Bay City. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary pagoda that is very inconspicuous. But Gao Mu knew very well that this pagoda was definitely not as ordinary as it looked. Should we give it a try? Standing at the foot of the pagoda, Gao Mu hesitated. There are many ways to achieve success and fame on this earth. The simplest and quickest way is to climb the pagoda of immortals. The higher the level you pass through, the stronger your combat power. Check in. After hesitating for a long time, Gao Mu still chose to sign in. Ding. Sign-in failed. Please proceed to the inside of the floating pagoda to sign in. The system notification made Gao Mu frown slightly. This is forcing me to climb the tower. He hesitated for a moment at the tower entrance, then slowly walked into the tower. The moment you enter the tower, the world changes. Before him stretched a vast grassland. Directly in front of him was a huge transparent screen. Please enter your name. A synthesized voice rang out in the sky. Gao Mu hesitated for a moment, then typed in 4 characters, "White horse is not a horse." Input successful, please begin the challenge. After Gao Mu typed those 4 characters, the transparent screen disappeared. The next second, he saw a group of strange beasts, like wild boars, rushing towards him. Facing so many strange beasts for the first time, Gao Mu felt somewhat flustered. But he did not forget the important mission he had come here for. Ding! Sign-in successful, reward, 100 copies of the character secret, one of the 9 secrets. Ding! Since most skill-based rewards are useless, hereby award, mastery of the all-character secret. Ding! A new check-in location has been updated. Please go to your home to check in. The reward from the secret of the character left Gao Mu dumbfounded. As one of the 9 secrets enshrouding the heavens, the all secret is undoubtedly the most popular. Because it has a rather overpowered attribute, which is to increase its own strength tenfold. Then let's give it a good try and see if it's really that powerful. Gao Mu's lips curled up as he looked at a wild boar that had already charged in front of him. Gao Mu recognized it at a glance. It was a bronze beast, the steel-toothed boar. Activate the secret of the character. Gao Mu pointed to the sky and shouted in a very childish and dramatic way. A powerful force surged into his body at that moment. I feel full of energy now. As he spoke, he swung his fist at the first steel-toothed split boar that charged at him. With a single punch, the steel-toothed cracked boar was shattered into pieces by Gao Mu. That feels so good. Gao Mu roared and continued to throw punches. In just a few minutes, Gao Mu had wiped out all 100 steel-toothed cracked pigs. Ding! You have cleared the first level. Please proceed to the second level. The sound echoed in the space. Then, a flight of stairs appeared in front of Gao Mu. As you slowly ascend, the space shifts. This time, you will be facing 100 bronze level 2-star steel-toothed boars. Upon reaching the second floor, Gao Mu heard a notification sound. Bring it on! He stared ahead, his face full of excitement. Even 100 bronze level 2-star steel-toothed cracked boars are no match for Gao Mu. In just a few minutes, Gao Mu had smashed all the steel-toothed cracked pigs into pieces. With 10 times the power, Gao Mu now possesses strength comparable to a silver 1-star martial artist. These bronze beasts were no match for his attack. Third layer. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. Ninth floor. Unlike the previous floors, only one strange beast spawns on the 9th floor. A bronze 9-star lord beast? Like humans, mythical beasts also have major realm classifications and 9-star minor realm classifications. However, unlike humans, each star of mythical beasts is further divided into 3 categories: soldier, general, and lord. According to the book, among beasts of the same realm and star level, the lord is much stronger than the soldier. Seeing the enormous, tiger-like beast before him, Gao Mu charged forward without hesitation. Roar! The beast roared and charged towards Gao Mu. Chapter 5. Gao Mu was fired. The bronze-headed beast was no match for Gao Mu at all. With just one punch, Gao Mu shattered it. This won't work either. As Gao Mu spoke, he chose to leave the floating pagoda. He actually wanted to continue trying, but unfortunately, the time for the secret of all characters had already run out. Back in the real world, Gao Mu quickly left the area where the pagoda was located. Not long after Gao Mu left, the 3 of them suddenly appeared. You guys received the data too? Lu Tianping asked one of them. This person was none other than Xin Chongxin, the official representative and bigwig of Langia Base City. Xin Chongxin nodded, his expression serious, and said, to have passed the 9th level of the floating pagoda at the young age of 18 is more than just being a genius. The first 10 levels of the pagoda represent bronze stars 1-9. Passing the 9th level signifies that the challenger possesses the strength of a bronze star 9. Ordinary bronze 9-star martial artists are of course not worthy of the attention of big shots like them. However, if it is an 18-year-old bronze 9-star martial artist, then that's a different story. There are so many geniuses this year, Lu Tianping thought of Gao Mu at this moment. Old Lu. Niu Mang, the branch manager of the Tsangqiang Martial Arts Academy, looked at Lu Tianping with a strange expression after hearing his mutterings. Do you know something? Even if Lu Tianping did know something, he would never tell Niu Mang. Both the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Azure Sky Martial Arts School are among the world's top martial arts schools. These two martial arts schools have always maintained a relatively peaceful competitive relationship. However, because the two sides were really evenly matched, neither side gained an absolute advantage after years of competition. Ha! Lu Tianping ignored Niu Mang and sneered. Such a genius, I hope he stays in our China. After Shin Chongqing finished speaking, he turned and left. Niu Mang and Lu Tianping exchanged a glance and then left separately. Back at the martial arts school, Lu Tianping was restless. He had a feeling that the person who had passed through the 9-story pagoda was very likely Gao Mu. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the headquarters. After explaining the situation, headquarters told him to wait for news. Lu Tianping had thought that this news would take a long time to arrive. But he only waited less than 5 minutes before headquarters replied to him. Inspector Qi will personally come to Langya Base City to watch the martial arts test 1 week from now. Upon seeing the reply from headquarters, Lu Tianping gasped. Are you sure it's Inspector Qi who came in person? Lu Tianping asked, somewhat incredulous. Inspector Qi, whose real name is Qi Yunfeng, is one of the 8 inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Lu Tianping guessed that headquarters would take this matter seriously, but he didn't expect it to be taken this seriously. Yes. The voice on the other end of the phone was both serious and cold. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianping still couldn't quite accept this reality. He opened a drawer on his desk and took out a box of cigarettes that had been gathering dust for a long time. He lit a cigarette by the window and silently exhaled a smoke ring. Gao Mu returned home at night. Check in. He hadn't forgotten that his new place to check in was his home. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 heavenly fragrance fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Linshan Villa to check in. Heavenly fragrance fruit? A secluded villa by the mountain. Gao Mu had no idea what the heavenly fragrance fruit was. But he knew very well what the Linshan Villa was. This is a high-end residential area in Langya Bay City, and the residents are all prominent figures. This new check-in location is a bit of a hassle. As Gao Mu pondered this, he turned on his computer. He wanted to find out what the heavenly fragrance fruit he had just received from signing in was. Heavenly fragrance fruit, a rare fruit suitable for bronze warriors to consume. The amount of power gained varies depending on the individual's physique. After reading about the heavenly fragrance fruit, Gao Mu's lips curled into a crooked smile, instantly transforming into a smirking dragon king. He took the Tianxiang fruit out of his backpack and then put it in his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The Tianxiang fruit, worth over 1 million, was eaten by Gao Mu for nothing. I'm so full. Gao Mu rubbed his belly and slumped in front of the computer. Interface. He wanted to see how far his power had grown. God-level sign-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 21,364 kilograms. Realm, Silver 2 stars. Skills, Thunder Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Mastery. Check-in location, Linshan Villa. 100 heavenly fragrance fruits boosted his strength to 20,000 kilograms. His cultivation level also reached Silver 2 star. In a single day, Gao Mu went from an ordinary person to a Silver Level 2 martial artist. This gave Gao Mu a feeling of being in a different world. This feeling is just so amazing. Most importantly, he also obtained the incredible skill of the character. With this skill, Gao Mu can now fight even a Golden Realm martial artist. Lying in bed, Gao Mu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. As soon as Gao Mu arrived at school, he was called over by his stern-faced homeroom teacher. Did you use the school's practice room after school yesterday? Facing the stern homeroom teacher, Gao Mu couldn't help but feel nervous. Yes. He nodded. Come with me. The homeroom teacher said nothing more, then led Gao Mu to the principal's office with a gloomy expression. Along the way, the teacher complained. Didn't I tell you all that you shouldn't waste school resources after school? A student with your lack of talent should have been expelled. If I hadn't repeatedly stopped you, you wouldn't even have had the chance to take the college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher's incessant complaining made Gao Mu frown. Soon, the two arrived at the principal's office. The homeroom teacher went up and knocked on the door. Come in. The principal's slightly authoritative voice came from inside the door. The homeroom teacher pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by Gao Mu. Principal, the homeroom teacher said as she entered. I've brought Gao Mu with me. The principal nodded, then looked at Gao Mu. Did the principal call me here to give me some kind of reward? Or Gao Mu has already started daydreaming. The skill he displayed in the practice room yesterday was enough to impress the principal in front of him. Gao Mu, the principal stared at Gao Mu for a moment, then spoke. You're expelled. What? Gao Mu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. You heard me right. The principal, completely disregarding Gao Mu's feelings, launched into his usual bureaucratic jargon. After school hours, using school resources without the permission of a teacher is illegal. According to school rules, I have the right to expel you directly. But Gao Mu wanted to offer some explanation. Before he could speak, the principal's office door was knocked on again. Chapter 6. Lu Tao. Come in. The principal waved his hand, indicating that Gao Mu and his homeroom teacher could leave. At the same time, the office door opened, and a young man walked in. Lu Tao. Unlike Gao Mu, Lu Tao was a prominent figure at school. At less than 18 years old, his strength had already reached a terrifying 980 kilograms, just one step away from the martial artist realm. He is also the student in the school who is most likely to break through to the martial artist realm before the college entrance examination. Gao Mu and Lu Tao passed each other by, Lu Tao holding her head high and not even glancing at Gao Mu. Principal, here's the key to the practice room. Lu Tao, after entering the office, took a key from his pocket and placed it on the principal's desk, saying with a smile, Thank you so much for allowing me to train in the practice room during my free time. At this moment, Gao Mu had already left the office with the homeroom teacher. But he still heard what Lu Tao said. Gao Mu walked beside his homeroom teacher, saying with deep resentment, Why? But before he could finish speaking, his homeroom teacher frowned and interrupted him with a gesture. He's a genius, you're a good for nothing, it's that simple. Go pack your things, I don't want to see you at school anymore. The homeroom teacher's heartless attitude made Gao Mu feel very uncomfortable. The expulsion of Gao Mu did not cause any stir in the class. In the eyes of his classmates, Gao Mu's presence only lowered their average score. They were even happier when Gao Mu left. Standing at the school gate, Gao Mu, who had lived 2 lives, quickly adjusted his mindset. In this day and age, the college entrance examination is indeed a way out, but it is not the only way out. Having already reached the silver realm, he still has a bright future even without taking the college entrance examination. After figuring all this out, Gao Mu didn't rush home, but instead prepared to go to Linshan Villa to sign in. As a high-end residential area in Langia Bay City, getting in is not an easy task. Gao Mu lingered at the entrance of the residential area for a long time before finally finding an opportunity. Uncle Lee, Uncle Lee. Gao Mu waved to a small truck that was about to enter the residential area. The truck driver was slightly taken aback, but quickly recognized Gao Mu. What are you doing here? I want to go in. Gao Mu pointed to the Linshan Villa and whispered to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee smiled and nodded, saying, Then get in my car. Uncle Lee was Gao Mu's father's co-worker. Both of them worked for the same moving company. Sitting in Uncle Lee's car, Gao Mu entered the Linshan Villa without any problems. Don't wander off, Uncle Lee instructed Gao Mu after putting him down. The security in this neighborhood is extremely tight. Gao Mu nodded and then thanked Uncle Lee. After getting off the bus, Gao Mu chose to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, invincible divine skill. Ding. Since most skills are useless, the following reward is given, Invincible Vajra Divine Skill Mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Villa number 12 in Linshan Villa to check in. The new sign-in rewards made Gao Mu grin from ear to ear. Having lived 2 lives, he certainly knew very well what this indestructible Vajra Divine Skill was. With this skill, wouldn't we be invincible? This skill is a super skill that combines offense and defense. Villa number 12? After having his fun, Gao Mu didn't forget his new check-in location. Following the directions, he quickly found Villa number 12. Outside Villa number 12, a group of people were unloading things from a car and carrying them into the villa. One of them was Gao Mu's father. Just as Gao Mu was about to go up and greet his father, Lu Tao suddenly walked out of the villa. Old man, you're moving things too slowly, can you hurry up? Lu Tao walked up to Gao's father and gave him a good scolding. Mr. Gao lowered his head and did not refute, but simply sped up his moving. Seeing this scene, Gao Mu felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Bang! Just as Gao Mu was feeling heartbroken, the sound of something shattering suddenly rang out. Gao Mu looked in his father's direction and saw his father standing there blankly, looking as helpless as a child who had made a mistake. Smack! Lu Tao walked straight to Gao's father and slapped him across the face. He slapped Gao's father hard, knocking him to the ground. Are you fucking incompetent? Do you even know how much this thing costs? Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't afford to pay for it. Lu Tao angrily pointed at Gao's father's nose and cursed. Seeing this, Gao Mu's anger reached its peak. He moved with lightning speed, rushing straight towards Lu Tao. Smack! Lu Tao didn't even notice Gao Mu before he slapped her. You dare hit me? Realizing what had happened, Lu Tao stared at Gao Mu in shock. You piece of trash, you dare hit me. After Lu Tao realized what was happening, she immediately recognized Gao Mu. In school, if you want everyone to know you, you only have two paths to take. The first requirement is to be exceptionally outstanding, to the point that everyone looks up to them. The second point is that he is incredibly bad, so bad that everyone looks down on him. Lu Tao took the first path, while Gao Mu took the second path. Therefore, Lu Tao knew Gao Mu. Gao Mu ignored Lu Tao and instead helped his father, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet, asking with a worried expression, Dad, are you alright? When Mr. Gao saw his son, he shook his head and said, I'm fine. Then, as if remembering something, Mr. Gao stood up, bowed to Lu Tao, and apologized, Young Master Lu, I'm sorry, my son was ignorant, I hope you won't hold it against him. Ignorant? Lu Tao stared at Gao's father with a cold expression and said in a chilling voice. You hit me, and you think ignorant is enough? Gao Mu, supporting his father, looked coldly at Lu Tao, then what else do you want? Before Gao Mu could finish speaking, his father interrupted him. He looked at Lu Tao, bowing slightly, and said, as long as you, young Master Lu, ask for anything, we will agree to it. Upon hearing what Gao's father said, Lu Tao immediately stopped being angry. He looked the father and son over with interest, then smiled wickedly and said, crawl between my legs, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, neither you nor your son will leave Linshan Villa today. After saying this, Lu Tao looked at the father and son with a provocative gaze. Young Master Lu, Mr. Gao said, bowing slightly and forcing a smile. I'll handle this myself. As for my son, forget it. Lu Tao waved his hand and shook his head. No, if you're going to go, it should be the two of you, father and son, together. It's too boring if one of you does it alone. Judging from Lu Tao's expression, it seemed as if she had the Gao family father and son completely under her thumb. Chapter 7 The Extraordinary Silver Fruit, Snow Lotus Fruit. Son. Gao's father was willing to endure the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs for his son's sake, but he didn't want his son to suffer the same humiliation. But if they don't crawl between Lu Tao's legs today, given Lu Tao's current state, she definitely won't let them go. My family is a family of martial artists. Lu Tao noticed Gao's father's hesitation and threatened with a smile. You should also know what a family of martial artists represents, right? I know, Mr. Gao said with a wry smile. Martial artists have privileges in this world. As long as they don't break the law and kill people in the base city, even if they severely injure ordinary people, they can pay their way out. Dad. Gao Mu stepped in front of his father, smiling as he said, if you trust me, then I'll handle the rest. Looking at his son's broad arms, Mr. Gao was momentarily dazed. When I was little, you protected me. Now that I'm grown up, it's my turn to protect you, Gao Mu said softly without turning around. Ha ha ha. Gao Mu's deep affection was met with Lu Tao's fierce mockery. Are you trying to act all fatherly and sonly with me? Let me tell you, it's useless. He looked at Gao Mu with impatience, frowning, hurry up, my time is very precious. Gao Mu turned around and nodded to his father, then walked towards Lu Tao. You're talking way too much nonsense. As Gao Mu approached Lu Tao, he raised his hand and slapped her again. Gao Mu slapped Lu Tao hard, knocking out her teeth. The excruciating pain in her mouth caused Lu Tao to lose her mind. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Lu Tao, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, looked extremely ferocious. Where are they? Are they all dead? Get out here right now and kill this bastard. With a roar from Lu Tao, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared. If Gao Mu's guess is correct, this group of people should be Lu Tao's bodyguards. Gao Mu could tell that although this group of people were not martial artists, they were far superior to ordinary people. Get them. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The group of people were obedient and charged towards Gao Mu in unison. Gao Mu smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, I thought your people were that capable? I've discovered you don't have much skill, but you're quite good at bragging. Before Lu Tao could even finish speaking, her eyes widened in surprise. While he was speaking, Gao Mu had already taken care of all their bodyguards. How is this possible? Lu Tao was so shocked that his voice cracked. These bodyguards are not martial artists, but they all have a strength of over 950 kilograms and possess a wealth of combat experience. In a one-on-one situation, even Lu Tao might not be their match. But Gao Mu quickly dealt with this group of people, which Lu Tao found hard to accept at first. Not only Lu Tao couldn't accept it, but Gao's father was also somewhat unable to accept it for a while. Why don't you take over? Gao Mu, who had easily dealt with the bodyguards, turned his gaze to Lu Tao. Gao Mu's slightly disdainful look made Lu Tao very unhappy. But reason told him that he was no match for Gao Mu in a one-on-one fight. Brother Gao Mu, what are you doing here? Just as the two were facing off, Lu Tianping's slightly surprised voice rang out from not far away. Master Lu. Gao Mu turned around and bowed to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping is a big shot in Langya Base City, and such a big shot should be treated with the respect due to him. Seeing Gao Mu and Lu Tianping greet each other, Lu Tao's heart jumped. What are you doing here? Lu Tianping walked up to Gao Mu and chatted with him with a smile. Upon hearing this invitation, Lu Tao broke out in a cold sweat. In Chinese history, a family banquet was the highest form of hospitality. If the relationship was not particularly close, a meal at a restaurant would suffice. There's no need for that, Gao Mu shook his head and refused. Lu Tianping wasn't in a hurry and said with a smile, in that case, you must come to my house for dinner if you have the chance in the future. After Lu Tianping finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and turned to walk in one direction. Just before he left, he gave Lu Tao a meaningful look. That one glance almost scared Lu Tao so much she peed her pants. Can we go now? Gao Mu saw all of this and smiled at Lu Tao. Lu Tao nodded hurriedly, please, please. Just before leaving, Gao Mu remembered his true purpose for coming here. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, 100 snow lotus fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please check in outside the base city. Who is that Lu Tianping just now? On the way home, Gao's father asked Gao Mu with a puzzled look on his face. Ordinary people like Gao's father have no way of knowing Lu Tianping's level. Gao Mu smiled as he looked out the window and said, the branch manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. What? What did you say? Mr. Gao felt like he was hallucinating. The branch manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Gao Mu repeated helplessly. Mr. Gao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lu Tianping is a figure at the very top of Langya Base City. Ordinary people would never even meet him in their lifetime. How do you know someone at this level? Mr. Gao asked, puzzled. Because your son is a genius. Face is really not important to Gao Mu. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Gao's father did not ask any further questions. After returning home and having dinner, Gao Mu went straight to his room. He turned on his computer and skillfully typed in the 3 characters for Snow Lotus Fruit. Snow Lotus Fruit, a rare fruit suitable for consumption in the Silver Realm. The effects of consumption vary depending on individual constitution. Looking at the pure white, apple-like exotic fruit in his hand, Gao Mu hesitated. Each of these fruits costs around 10 million. 100 of them would be 1 billion. Gao Mu dared not think about it anymore. Sell it? Or eat it yourself? That's a question worth considering. What's the use of having a lot of money? In this world, strength is king. Having figured this out, Gao Mu began to feast. Gao Mu stuffed 100 snow lotus fruits into his mouth as if they were free. Cool. Eating 1 billion in an hour is more than just a pleasant experience. After consuming 100 snow lotus fruits, Gao Mu felt his strength increase significantly. Chapter 8 5 Elements Blood Coagulation Fruit. System. God Level Sign-in System. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 56,704 kilograms. Realm, Silver 5-star. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery. Check-in locations, outside the base city. Hiss. Silver Level 5, terrifyingly terrifying. Gao Mu believed that 100 Snow Lotus fruits would at most bring his strength to 30,000. But to his surprise, the actual effect far exceeded his expectations. An 18-year-old silver 5-star, if that gets out, it will definitely shock a lot of people. Gao Mu had already begun to imagine the look of shock on people's faces. Gao Mu, you're an adult now. You need to learn to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. Gao Mu slowly drifted off to sleep while filling a cup. The next morning, he got up very early. He had just gotten out of bed when he remembered that he had been expelled from school. Let's go outside the base city. After casually putting on some clothes, Gao Mu boarded a vehicle and headed to the outer city of the base. The base is divided into two parts, inside and outside. The outer city section resembles an ancient barbican. During wartime, it could be used to besiege and annihilate the enemy. In peacetime, it was used for entering and leaving the city and for trade. Buying bronze, silver, and exotic animal bones and hides, great prices. Anyone want to go out of the city to hunt strange beasts? They need to be at least at the bronze 5-star level. Does anyone need a map of the area outside the base city? The outer city was not large, but it was very lively. Gao Mu was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and exciting. Hey buddy, are you leaving the city? Just as Gao Mu was about to go to process the exit permit, a shifty-looking man approached him and said mysteriously, I have a very detailed map of the area outside the base city. Want a copy? What's the price? Since it was his first time leaving the city, Gao Mu would definitely need to buy a map. Not expensive. The other party glanced around and cautiously held up 3 fingers. Only 3,000 yuan. Are you robbing me? Gao Mu had done his research on the way here. On the official website of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a map of the area outside Langya Base City was only 500 yuan. This guy, on the other hand, multiplied his money 6-fold. You don't understand. The guy glanced around again, carefully opened his coat, and said to Gao Mu, my map is much better than theirs. This contains not only detailed information about each of the various exotic beast towns, but also some places where rare and exotic beasts frequently appear. Upon hearing the words rare and exotic animals, Gao Mu's eyes lit up. Rare and exotic beasts can be considered the outliers among exotic beasts. They may not be strong in combat, but their value far exceeds that of other beasts of the same level. There are many reasons. For example, the pale giant ape. The pale giant ape is a strange beast whose fur is a reflective pale white. This color is very popular among the wealthy. The pelt of a pale giant ape at the bronze realm is even more valuable than the entire body of a gold-level beast. One order, please, Gao Mu said. 3,000 yuan is a lot of money, but if you really encounter a rare and exotic beast, then it will definitely be worth it. In the end, Gao Mu spent 3,000 yuan to buy a map of the base outside the city. How did it go? Gao Mu had just left when a man approached the guy who sold him the map and asked, did that idiot get it yet? Of course. The map seller glanced at Gao Mu's retreating figure as if he were an idiot, then laughed triumphantly. You need to understand, there are more idiots than idiots in this world. He had no idea where these so-called rare and exotic animals roamed. The places he drew on the map were all just random scribbles. After a few simple registrations, Gao Mu left the base city. How desolate. The city and the area inside the base are like 2 different worlds. Outside the base city, all that can be seen are ruins, withered vines, and old trees. Gao Mu, who was leaving the city for the first time, felt more fear than curiosity. What if some strange beast suddenly jumps out? What if someone comes to kill me? After walking a few steps with trepidation, Gao Mu's emotions gradually calmed down. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 105 elements blood coagulation fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Ningyuan town to check in. After signing in, Gao Mu did not leave immediately, but instead took out his phone. He wanted to take advantage of the current signal to check the effects of the 5 elements blood clotting fruit. 5 elements blood closing fruit. The greatest benefit of this fruit is its ability to instantly stop bleeding. It can also heal minor wounds. This fruit is definitely an essential item for home and travel. Wow, it gave me wound medicine as soon as I left the city. This system is really powerful. After complaining about the system, Gao Mu spread out the map. He genuinely didn't understand why, with technology having advanced to such an extent, people would still use paper to make maps. Ningyuan town is a gathering place for bronze-level exotic beasts. If you're lucky, you might even discover rare and exotic beasts. Because the map Gao Mu just bought had a mark that said Ningyuan town might actually produce rare and exotic animals. The gathering place of bronze-level alien beasts is indeed not far from Langia Base City. If you travel at full speed, you can get there in half an hour. Galmu was not in a hurry to travel. After all, the area outside the base city was different from the area inside the city. Outside, it's not to say that strange beasts are everywhere, but it's pretty much like it. Adhering to the principle that caution is better than disaster, Galmu carefully observed his surroundings as he made his way along. Not long after he started walking, he encountered his first strange beast in the wild. This is a strange beast that looks very much like a wolf, with black fur all over its body. Mo Shadow Dog. Bronze-level beasts primarily attack with their claws and teeth. These are the glasses perched on Galmu's nose, reflecting the information he's receiving. His glasses are an essential gadget for everyone going into the wilderness. This contains information on all known mythical beasts. If Galmu hadn't had a little money, he might not have been able to afford these glasses. Since this is the first strange beast I've encountered, I must treat it well. Galmu stared intently at the Shadowhound not far away, getting into a fighting stance. At this moment, the Shadowhound spotted Galmu, bared its teeth, and showed them to Galmu. Its stark white teeth, coupled with the constant dripping of saliva from the corners of its mouth, made it look extremely frightening. Come on, Galmu waved to the Shadow Dog with a hint of provocation, suppressing his nervousness. Let me see what you're made of. Roar! The Shadowhound barked wildly and charged straight at Galmu. Chapter 9 Shin Laolu. At the floating pagoda, Galmu killed many strange beasts. However, the pagoda is, after all, a virtual world, and there are still some differences between it and the real world. As the Shadowhound drew closer, Galmu couldn't help but feel nervous. Indestructible Vajra Divine Skill. Just in case, Galmu activated his strongest defensive skill. In an instant, his exposed skin was covered with a layer of golden yellow. The Shadowhound's claws grazed Galmu's chest, but only managed to tear his outer clothing. If we can't break through their defenses, then things will be much simpler from here on out. As Galmu spoke, he threw a punch at the Shadow Dog. Bang! Galmu's punch landed on Mo Inkwan, sending the dog flying. The Shadowhound, which had been smashed to the ground, howled a few times before losing all signs of life. Galmu looked at his fist with an expression of disbelief. Wow, my fists are this powerful. That punch just now seemed to have given Galmu confidence. He raised his head high and headed toward Ningyuan town. Along the way, to avoid wasting time, Galmu avoided bronze beasts whenever possible. If he couldn't avoid them, he would attack them head-on. Soon, he arrived at Ningyuan town. Looking into the distance, Ningyuan town is now just ruins. But these ruins suggest that the town must have been quite prosperous in the past. Even now that Galmu has reached the silver 5-star level, he is not taking it lightly. Check in. Upon entering Ningyuan town, Galmu's first action was to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, white rainbow sword. Ding. Most equipment type weapons are unsuitable, special reward, white rainbow sword silver. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Qixia town to check in. The sign-in reward for the white rainbow sword brought a smile to Galmu's face. Because he was too poor, he did not buy any equipment when he left the city this time. Being unarmed in the wild always makes me feel a bit insecure. Now that we have weapons, we feel much safer. I just don't know where Qixia town is. Galmu unfolded the map and began searching on it. After searching for a long time, Galmu discovered that Qixia town was not on the map. Let's check it out properly on the way back. Since it's not on this map, it's very likely that Qixia town doesn't belong to Langia Base City. Check-in complete. Shall we head back to the base city? Galmu looked at the several strange beasts not far away and began to hesitate. Roar! Just as he was hesitating, a loud roar rang out. He first frowned slightly, then his eyes lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, the roar came from a tiger. Am I so lucky that I've encountered a rare and exotic beast? According to the map, there is a certain probability that the rare and exotic beast, the fiery tiger, will appear in Ningyuan town. This blazing tiger is the best among the bronze mythical beasts. It not only possesses formidable fighting power, but also fur that the wealthy covet. Galmu once saw a news report about a bronze-level sun tiger skin that sold for 1 million yuan. You should know that a beast of the same level, even if you include its skin and bones, would only cost a few tens of thousands of yuan. I'm rich. Galmu's eyes gleamed as he quickly moved towards the direction of the blazing tiger. Soon, he found the sun tiger among a group of strange beasts. As a tiger-like mythical beast, the sun tiger possesses formidable combat power. Most other mythical beasts of the same level are no match for it. Surrounded by numerous exotic beasts, the blazing tiger appeared even more majestic and extraordinary. Wearing his glasses, Galmu looked around at the strange beasts surrounding the blazing sun tiger and discovered that they were just a group of bronze-level beasts. Let's go! Galmu drew his white rainbow sword and charged toward the blazing sun tiger. His own cultivation level was already high, and when combined with the white rainbow sword and the azure lotus sword technique, he could truly kill anyone who stood in his way, and even beasts would be slain. In a short while, Galmu was the only remaining creature standing nearby. He looked down at the dying sun tiger lying on the ground and shook his head, saying, "I don't know if I'm lucky or you're unlucky." "It's unlucky, and you're unlucky too." A very arrogant voice rang out from behind Galmu. Galmu shook his head and turned to look behind him. Not far away, 3 men with smiles on their faces were slowly approaching. The leader of the 3 was a scarred man with a knife-like face. He carried a large knife on his shoulder, and his bare upper body was covered with various scars. "Boss, we're incredibly lucky. We actually encountered a dead sun tiger. TSK Tisk, 1 million. If we sell it, we'll be rich. We've been searching in the wild for so long, and we've finally found one." The 2 men behind Scarface had fire in their eyes, their greedy gazes were terrifying. "Will you go by yourself, or should I see you off?" Scarface stopped less than 5 meters away from Galmu, then slammed the large sword on his shoulder onto the ground. The broadsword fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Galmu squinted at the 3 of them without saying a word. In theory, the laws within the base city also apply outside the base city. However, due to a lack of oversight, the law is sometimes ineffective outside of the base city. As long as you don't go too far, regulators almost always turn a blind eye. "I hunted it." Galmu gripped the white rainbow sword in his hand and looked at the scarred man. "Boss." Just as Scarface was about to speak, someone next to him nudged him and pointed at Galmu's white rainbow sword. Silver-grade equipment, not cheap at all. Only after being reminded by his subordinates did Scarface notice the white rainbow sword in Galmu's hand. "That's right, today I, Shinlaolu, am destined to make a fortune." Upon hearing the name Shinlaolu, Galmu's expression suddenly became quite interesting. If he remembered correctly, this Shinlaolu was a notorious figure. He had reached the silver realm in cultivation, but he did not want to get rich by hunting exotic beasts. In his view, hunting strange beasts was nowhere near as easy and carefree as hunting martial artists. He and his 2 henchmen spent most of their time roaming the wilderness, earning money by hunting rare and exotic animals and warriors. Because of his considerable cultivation level and his exceptionally sharp intuition, the base city had repeatedly sent people to besiege him, but all their efforts had ultimately failed. In order to prevent him from continuing to harm the martial artists of the base city, Langya Base City offered a bounty of 10 million. A bounty of 10 million will be awarded if you bring his head to the city hall of the base city. Is that so? Galmu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Are you sure you're the one who'll make a fortune today, and not me? Chapter 10 was very rewarding. Galmu's gaze made Shinlaolu realize that something was amiss. "Brother, I'll go test its depth first." One of Shinlaolu's henchmen drew his sword and charged at Galmu. "Don't want." Shinlaolu tried to stop him, but it was too late. "My younger brother has already rushed up to Galmu. Act recklessly." Galmu sneered, then moved lightly to stand behind the other person. The white rainbow sword was drawn and held directly to his throat. Before the other party could even react, Bai Hongjian slashed his throat. The underling dropped his long sword and clutched his throat tightly. His eyes were wide with shock, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Blood kept seeping from his hands. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but found that he could no longer make a sound. Bang! Finally, he crashed to the ground, ending his sinful life. Seeing his underlings instantly killed by Galmu, Shinlaolu felt his soul tremble. Keep in mind that this junior also possesses the cultivation level of Silver 1 star. Even when facing experts of Silver 3 star or higher, he would have the ability to put up a fight. It was only at this moment that Shinlaolu truly realized what kind of being he had provoked. Your turn next. Galmu, who was killing someone for the first time, suppressed his disgust and turned his gaze to Shinlaolu. Withdraw. With a loud roar, Shinlaolu led another of his henchmen away at breakneck speed. But Galmu had no intention of letting him off so easily. Galmu strode forward and rushed ahead. My cultivation level is not as high as Shinlaolu's, so I'm much slower. As Gao Mu approached, he pierced his underling's chest with a single sword strike, delivering a fatal blow. Terrified, Shen Laolu didn't even look back at his underling's death. He just kept his head down and ran wildly in one direction. "We meet again." Gao Mu's ghostly voice rang in his ears. Shen Laolu trembled in fright and instinctively swung his knife at Gao Mu. Gao Mu flashed forward, hiding directly in Shen Laolu's blind spot. At the same time, his white rainbow sword was less than 3 centimeters away from Shen Laolu's throat. "Don't kill me!" Shen Laolu stopped and knelt down in front of Gao Mu. "Why?" Gao Mu looked at Shen Laolu with great interest. "I can give you money," Shen Laolu shouted, realizing that Gao Mu was willing to talk to him. "No matter how much money you want, I can give it to you." Shen Laolu knew very well that as long as he was alive, money and such were not important. "I don't like money." As Gao Mu spoke, he brandished the white rainbow sword. The sword flashed, and Shen Laolu died. Vomit. After killing Shen Laolu, Gao Mu finally couldn't hold back and vomited. After vomiting for nearly 10 minutes, Gao Mu was able to straighten up again. Suppressing his nausea, he began to clean up the battlefield. "This knife isn't high grade, it's probably bronze. The most valuable things here are Shen Laolu's head and the blazing tiger. A backpack is definitely necessary." After cleaning up the battlefield, Gao Mu briefly tallied up his gains. Including Shen Laolu's head, he estimated that he had amassed over 10 million coins from this trip into the wild. No wonder so many people want to become martial artists. It turns out that being a martial artist is so lucrative. As dusk approached, Gao Mu decided not to linger in the wilderness. The wilderness at night can be even more terrifying than during the day. The new check-in location wasn't on the map, so he planned to return to the base city to look for clues about it. Outside the base city, the vendor who had previously sold maps to Gao Mu approached them. "Hey buddy, how was the trip?" He approached Gao Mu at this moment purely to annoy him. Upon seeing the vendor, Gao Mu happily grasped his hand and said, "I still have to thank you a lot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met the blazing tiger." When it comes to being disgusting, Gao Mu is quite skilled. Upon hearing the words "scorching sun tiger," the vendor's face turned green. Ahem. He coughed awkwardly twice, then smiled and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Gao Mu. "Want me to introduce you to a buyer?" "No need." Seeing that he had disgusted the vendor, Gao Mu said with a smile, "I know someone." Gao Mu did not choose to trade in the outer city. He boarded a vehicle and went directly to the Yakudo Martial Arts School. "Oh, young friend Gao Mu, what brings you here?" Lu Tianping was delighted by Gao Mu's arrival. "Who is this kid? Why is Director Lu so happy to see him?" "I don't know him, but I'm sure he is not from the Yakuza dojo. When the top official of the base city came last time, Director Lu wasn't this enthusiastic." Lu Tianping's enthusiasm for Gao Mu left those around him dumbfounded. Gao Mu stammered. Lu Tianping was a shrewd man. Seeing Gao Mu hesitate, he simply waved his hand and said, "Come with me to my office. It's quiet there." Upon arriving at Lu Tianping's office, Lu Tianping personally brewed Gao Mu a cup of tea. You should know that even when the top official of the base city came last time, it was his secretary who brewed the tea. "Speak." Lu Tianping sat up straight and picked up a cup of tea. "What brings you here?" "I need your help with something." Gao Mu still maintained the proper manners. "What is this?" Lu Tianping raised his hand, gesturing for Gao Mu to display the item. Gao Mu opened his backpack and took out the blazing tiger skin and Shen Laolu's head. "Put." Lu Tianping spat out the tea he had just drunk. Having held a high position for many years, he hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time. "Did you kill Shen Laolu?" Lu Tianping didn't even bother to wipe his face. He stepped forward, grabbed Gao Mu's shoulder, and asked excitedly. Since Gao Mu came to find Lu Tianping, it proves that Gao Mu trusts him. He nodded. "He tried to steal my fiery tiger skin, so I killed him." Gao Mu spoke calmly, but to Lu Tianping, it sounded like a thunderclap. He suppressed his excitement and asked calmly, "Then do you know what level of cultivation Shen Laolu has?" Gao Mu shook his head, his face full of confusion. This kid, could he already be at the Silver Realm? Lu Tianping was startled by his own thought. "You want to deal with these things?" Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu calmly. Gao Mu nodded again. 15 million, the stuff is mine. Lu Tianping was generous, taking out his card to trade with Gao Mu. Gao Mu was slightly taken aback and said, "The value of these things is only around 13 million. You're offering 15 million, isn't that? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianping interrupted him. Stop dawdling and get the deal done. Chapter 11, A Bright Future. Inside a private training room at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Gao Mu held the white rainbow sword and swung it continuously. One by one, blue lotuses gathered and then dispersed. Call. After practicing for about 2 hours, Gao Mu finally stopped. Although the skill rewards for signing in are all at the highest level, you still need to practice diligently to use them effectively. These 2 hours allowed Gao Mu to gain a deeper understanding of the Azure Lotus sword technique. After briefly summarizing the situation, Gao Mu left the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. On his way home, Gao Mu was in a very happy mood. The huge sum of 15 million yuan lifted him out of poverty overnight. Once I have money, I must buy a nice house first. Having a house makes a home. This is ingrained in the DNA of the Chinese people. The second phase of the martial arts test starts in 3 days. We'll talk about signing in then. The new check-in location, Xixia Town, is the closest gathering place of exotic beasts to Langya Base City. The Extreme Path, the Azure Sky Martial Arts School, and the Base City have jointly developed this place into an exclusive venue for martial arts testing. Unless it's for a martial arts test, this place is not open to the public. Back home, Gao Mu's parents sat there with serious expressions. What's wrong? Gao Mu glanced at his father and asked with a smile. Why are you so serious? Gao Mu, stop grinning like that. Gao's mother stood up and pointed at Gao Mu. Were you expelled from school? This. Gao Mu was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond for a moment. What happened? Gao's father asked in a deep voice. Left with no other choice, Gao Mu recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. You've become a martial artist? Upon hearing that Gao Mu had become a martial artist, Gao's parents were overjoyed. Unlike other parents who hope their sons will become successful, Gao Mu's parents' greatest wish for him was simply a peaceful and smooth life. That's why his parents were so surprised and delighted that he became a martial artist. Sigh. After a long silence, Madame Gao sighed. Now that you've become a martial artist, you must be extra careful when you go into the wilderness. What's done is done, so Gao's mother could only let nature take its course. The somber atmosphere made Gao Mu feel very uncomfortable. Dad, Mom. To break the silence, Gao Mu took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. There's 15 million in this card. How much? Mr. Gao's eyes widened. It should be noted that Mr. Gao's monthly income is only a few thousand yuan. 15 million, that's what I earned today hunting strange beasts. There were some truths Gao Mu didn't intend to tell. Keep this money. After glancing indifferently at her son, Gao's mother got up and walked towards the bedroom. Before entering the bedroom, she turned back and said, use this money to buy some equipment. Your father and I don't earn much, but it's not time for us to spend your money. After glancing at the bank card, Gao's father nodded to Gao Mu, expressing the same attitude as Gao's mother. Back in his room, Gao Mu felt increasingly uneasy. Was it right or wrong for me to choose the path of a martial artist? As he pondered, drowsiness overcame Gao Mu, and he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Gao Mu got out of bed. His parents had already gone to work, and Gao Mu didn't plan to go to the wilderness today. Instead, he was going to the Yakuza martial arts school to continue his training. 3 days passed quickly. For the past 3 days, Gao Mu has been staying at the Jidao Martial Arts Academy, practicing all his skills. After practice, he has become very proficient in using various skills. We're leaving soon, why are you still practicing? Lu Tianping said to Gao Mu with a smile. Gao Mu glanced at the time, put on his clothes, and said with a smile, let's go. Langya Base City, Langya Square. A group of people were standing in the square, chatting in small groups. This group includes people of all ages. The largest group consists of middle-aged and young adults, while the smallest group consists of teenagers. Xin Chongxin's eyes lit up as he looked at the young people in the crowd. For the top official of this base city, these young people are all part of his political achievements. Gao Mu, what brings you here? Gao Mu was recognized by Lu Tao as soon as he arrived at the square. Upon seeing Lu Tao, Gao Mu frowned. What a small world, Lu Tao said, walking up to Gao Mu and whispering in his ear. I'm going to make you pay during the test. If nothing unexpected happens, you might not even be able to leave Xixia Town. After making her harsh remarks, Lu Tao went to chat with the others. While they were chatting, they would occasionally glance at Gao Mu, as if they were discussing him. All right, everyone, let's get ready to go. At that moment, someone shouted. Everyone walked together toward a bus. The bus stopped shortly after leaving the base city. Everyone got out of the car and looked at the high wall not far away. The team leader pointed to the high wall and said to everyone, inside there used to be Chixia town. Now, most of the strange beasts inside are bronze 1 star. Today, if you can kill more than 10 bronze level 1 beasts, then you will pass this test. After the team leader finished speaking, he led everyone to the foot of the high wall. Beneath the high wall, there is a small door that can only allow one person to pass through at a time. The team leader opened the door and gestured for everyone to go inside. After everyone had gone inside, he closed the door. Not far from the high wall, there is a small building. In the largest room of the small building, a group of people were standing and watching a large screen in front of them. At this moment, the door to the room opened, and Lu Tianping walked in with someone. This man was over 30 years old, dressed in white, and had a handsome and refined appearance. Inspector Qi. Inside the room, both Niu Meng from the Skydome Martial Arts School and Shin Chongxin, the top dog in the base city, bowed to this person. Inspector Qi nodded to everyone, then walked straight to the only seat in the room. After Inspector Qi sat down, everyone stood behind him with their hands at their sides. Old Lu, who do you think is the best this time? Inspector Qi asked Lu Tianping with a smile as he looked at the young man on the screen. Lu Tianping glanced at it, pointed at Gao Mu and said, I think Gao Mu is the best. Gao Mu? Upon hearing this name, both Niu Meng and Shin Chongxin frowned slightly. This was the first time they had ever heard this name. Inspector Qi. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fawning smile stepped forward and pointed at Lu Tao, saying, My son is also among those taking this test. Not bad, Inspector Qi replied indifferently. The middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed. Old Lu, your son is only 18, isn't he? Someone asked. If he can pass the martial arts test this time, he'll definitely have a bright future. Becoming a martial artist at 18 years old certainly indicates a promising future. In the past, Inspector Qi might have taken a look. But his target this time was an 18-year-old super genius at the bronze 9-star level. Chapter 12 Rules of the Wild. Inside the high walls, the people looked at each other in bewilderment. The situation here is unknown, so no one is in a hurry to take action. How about we team up, someone suggested. The rules do not prohibit people from forming teams. When someone makes a suggestion, someone else responds. Soon, some people formed a team. During this time, Gao Mu was invited by several people, but he declined them all. Show off. Let's see what you do later. Those rejected by Gao Mu left with resentment on their faces. Lu Tao, who was standing not far away, was very happy to see that Gao Mu had not formed a team. Once everyone had formed teams, they began their operation. Gao Mu waited until everyone had left before he began to act. He doesn't team up with others not because he's showing off, but because he feels it's unnecessary. 10 of them shouldn't be a problem. After all, these beasts were all bronze level 1-star beasts, and Gao Mu didn't even have the idea of taking out a weapon. He roamed within the high walls, hunting down one strange beast after another with great ease. 10 strange beasts were really no problem for him. Gao Mu, I didn't expect to meet you again. The 10th beast had been killed by Gao Mu when Lu Tao's voice rang out from not far away. Gao Mu glanced in Lu Tao's direction and shook his head, saying, To be honest, your tracking skills are really not good. Ha ha. Lu Tao didn't deny that he had followed Gao Mu. He looked at Gao Mu with a smile and said, Today, I think you'll apologize and beg for forgiveness, right? After all, we haven't settled the score for the slap you gave me before. If it weren't for Director Lu back then, you might not be alive today. The reason Lu Tao held back that day was entirely because of Lu Tianping. Good heavens, do you really think you're up to it again? Gao Mu stood up and faced Lu Tao directly. I know you're very capable, Lu Tao said to Gao Mu with a wave of his hand. That's why I've prepared a big gift for you. As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, everyone involved in the test rushed forward and surrounded Gao Mu. Inside the small building outside the high walls, everyone watched this scene with great interest. Inspector Qi, this is not right, Lu Tianping wanted to say something. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Tao's father interrupted him. What's wrong with that? This place is already in the wild. Since it's in the wild, then we should follow the rules of the wild. What are the rules in the wild? The rule in the wild is that the winner takes all. Lu Su is right. Inspector Qi nodded, glancing calmly at Lu Tianping. Since it's the wilderness, let us follow the rules for the wilderness. Lu Tianping was somewhat worried. The idea that Gao Mu possessed the strength of a bronze 9th star was merely Lu Tianping's conjecture. But if his strength is only bronze 1 star and not bronze 9 star, then he's likely to face dire consequences in this test. Lu Tianping opened his mouth as if to say something, but was stopped by a look from Inspector Qi. Looking into Inspector Qi's eyes, Lu Tianping seemed to understand something and shut his mouth. Gao Mu, who was surrounded, showed no sign of panic. So, what do you want to do? Gao Mu asked Lu Tao calmly. Lu Tao chuckled and said, simple, kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Of course, you can choose not to do so. But the consequence will be that I break your hands and legs, making it impossible for you to ever walk the path of a martial artist again. Gao Mu had heard about Lu Tao's ruthlessness. Back in school, he once crippled a person's hands and feet simply because the person glanced at him. Gao Mu still remembers what Lu Tao's father said to the victim's parents, I am a martial artist, and my son will be a martial artist in the future. It is your honor to break your arms and legs. Lu Tao's personality today is largely due to her family upbringing. Are you sure you want to go with him? Gao Mu ignored Lu Tao and looked at the others. Young Master Lu offered a price that we couldn't refuse, so we definitely have to go with him. Young man. This is the reality of society. If I were you, I would definitely choose to back down now. Youthful arrogance is understandable, but being too stubborn will not end well. These people naively believed that Gao Mu participated in the martial arts test with them because Gao Mu's cultivation level was the same as theirs. Therefore, they believed this was a great opportunity to make money. After all, everyone becomes a martial artist to make money. If anyone withdraws now, I can let bygones be bygones. These people had no grudge against Gao Mu, and Gao Mu couldn't bear to destroy them. You talk too much nonsense, Lu Tao shook his head, speaking with disdain. If you're scared, just admit defeat. Fine, since none of you are going to back down, then don't blame me for being impolite. As the saying goes, good advice is hard to persuade a damned ghost. Since they value money more than their lives, Gao Mu will grant their wish. Let's do it. Lu Tao waved his hand, signaling everyone to get started. The crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, all attacked Gao Mu at once. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. A golden sheen instantly covered Gao Mu's entire body. The fists and weapons of the crowd struck Gao Mu, producing a metallic clanging sound. Lu Tao, who had not yet made a move, felt a tremor in her heart upon seeing this scene. Could it be? An unpleasant feeling began to spread in his heart. Seeing that their attacks had no effect on Gao Mu, everyone felt a tightness in their chests. My turn! Gao Mu roared angrily. He swung his fist and punched the person closest to him. Bang! The punch sent the man flying. How is that possible? Gao Mu's punch exceeded Lu Tao's understanding of power. The group, who were experiencing their first real battle, already had the idea of running away in their minds. But now that they've already made their move, Gao Mu certainly won't let them off so easily. His punches are like dragons, capable of sending a person flying with a single blow. In less than a minute, all of these people were sent flying by Gao Mu. Seeing the miserable state of these people, Lu Tao trembled with fear. Your turn. After getting rid of the troublesome person, Gao Mu fixed his gaze on Lu Tao. Inspector Qi, this is not a good idea. Inside the small building, Lu Su shouted. What's wrong with that? This place is already in the wild. Since it's in the wild, then let us follow the rules of the wild. Lu Tianping repeated Lu Su's words verbatim. Lu Tianping is right. Inspector Qi also expressed his opinion at this moment. Seeing that no one was helping him, Lu Su looked to the others for help. But the others were glued to the big screen, pretending not to see Lu Su's pleading look. Chapter 13 An Unexpected Incident. Brother Gao Mu, please spare me. So many people were no match for Gao Mu, so she knew she couldn't be either. At that moment, Lu Tao chose to back down. Brother? Gao Mu grinned. Someone like me probably doesn't deserve to be your brother, does he? Of course you're worthy to be my brother, Lu Tao said, then quickly shook his head. It's me who's unworthy to be your brother. Brother, you're my brother. I'll do anything you ask if you'll let me go. Thinking about the harsh words he had just said, Lu Tao felt deeply regretful. If he had known Gao Mu was so powerful, he would never have provoked him. Is it too late to say these things now? If begging and apologizing were enough, what would be the point of having strength? To Lu Tao's astonishment, Gao Mu stepped forward and punched him in the right arm. Ah! Lu Tao let out a scream. With that punch, Gao Mu broke his right arm. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. The intense pain caused cold sweat to bead on Lu Tao's forehead. He didn't resist, but instead continued to apologize to Gao Mu. Please, spare me. I'll give you money, okay? 1 million? No, 10 million. If you spare me, I'll give you 10 million. In order to avoid being crippled by Gao Mu, Lu Tao was going all out. Gao Mu, if you dare to touch my son again, I will wipe out your entire family. Just then, an angry voice rang out above Gao Mu's head. Gao Mu looked up and around, and finally found the source of the sound. That was a loudspeaker, and the sound came from inside it. He searched around again and finally found a camera. Originally, I only wanted to give your son a minor punishment as a warning. I hate being threatened the most. Since you've put it that way, it would be unfair to you if I didn't cripple your son. As he spoke, Gao Mu even gave the camera the middle finger. Looking at Gao Mu on the camera, Lu Su comforted himself, he wouldn't dare. How dare he? Lu Su suddenly shouted. In the footage, Gao Mu walks up to Lu Tao with a smile and casually breaks both of his arms. The intense pain caused Lu Tao to faint. I'm going to kill him. Lu Su shouted. Those around him looked at Lu Su with schadenfreude. Killing is forbidden in the base city, Inspector Chi's calm voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Su instantly calmed down. Inside the high walls, Gao Mu looked at Lu Tao, who had already fainted, shook his head, and mocked, I thought you were so great, but I didn't expect you to be so incompetent. He glanced defiantly in the direction of the camera, then walked toward the entrance. Warning! Warning! A crack has appeared in the east wall. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! A crack has appeared in the east wall. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! A crack has appeared in the east wall. Everyone, evacuate immediately. A piercing warning rang out from inside the high walls. Before Gao Mu could even react, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Inside the small building, Inspector Chi frowned as he looked at the screen and asked, what happened? Staff frantically switched between cameras to check the situation. The eastern wall has cracked, and a silver-level alien beast has entered. One of the staff members said. Everyone present was taken aback upon hearing this. For them, a silver-level beast could be dealt with one hand. But for the people inside the high walls, a silver-level alien beast is a disaster. I'm coming right now. Whether it's Gao Mu or the other testers, they are all valuable assets to Shin Chongqing. He now has to get these people out of the high walls before the silver beasts start their massacre. I'm going too. Lu Tianping didn't care about the others, but he had to ensure Gao Mu's safety. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Just as everyone was preparing to go to the rescue, Lu Su started screaming in a morbid manner. You dare cripple my son? Let's see if you live or die today. Lu Su's sickly appearance made Inspector Chi frown deeply. If I remember correctly, your son is in there too. I think he's still unconscious. I don't know Gao Mu's personality, but the others would definitely not mind sending your son to the Silver Beast to buy them time to escape. Lu Tianping's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Su's head. Yes, he shouted. I'm going to save my son too. Without waiting for anyone else to react, Lu Su rushed straight out of the small building. Inspector Chi said to Lu Tianping, protect Gao Mu well, and don't worry about the others. Lu Tianping was not too surprised by Inspector Chi's indifference. After all, the world of martial artists is far more brutal than the world of ordinary people. Lu Tianping nodded and rushed out of the small building. Soon, only Inspector Chi remained in the entire building. He stroked his chin, looked at Gao Mu on the big screen, and murmured softly, I hope you can give me a little surprise. As everyone rushed toward the high wall, Gao Mu also encountered the silver beast. A tiger? Gao Mu wasn't wearing the glasses that could identify strange beasts, so he could only recognize that the beast was a tiger. The tiger's fur was entirely snow white, but there were also some black spots mixed in with the white. Even with all four limbs on the ground, it is much taller than an adult human. When it pounces, I'll slide right under it. If all goes well, my knife will cut through its belly and its intestines will spill out. Before either side had made any move, Gao Mu had already imagined how the tiger would die. But the tiger clearly doesn't intend to play by the rules. Roar! It roared and charged at Gao Mu on all fours. Where's the promised diving tackle? Where's the promised sliding tackle? Gao Mu clenched his fists as he complained. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Since the tiger's strength is unknown, Gao Mu can only use his strongest defensive skills. The tiger was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Gao Mu. It brandished its sharp claws and lunged at Gao Mu. Gao Mu dodged the tiger's claw with ease. This young man is quite something. Whether it was the Vajra indestructible divine skill or the shadow concealing step, both surprised Inspector Chi. Seeing that its attack had missed, the tiger seemed a little angry. After roaring at Gao Mu, it attacked him again. This time, Gao Mu did not choose to dodge, but instead swung his fist at the tiger's claws. Chapter 14 Peerless Prodigy. The golden fist collided with the tiger's claw, and the tiger was knocked back several steps. That's it? After one punch, Gao Mu had a clear understanding of the tiger's strength. He stepped forward, rushed to the tiger's front, and punched the tiger's head. The tiger, in pain, kept retreating. Gao Mu pressed his advantage, delivering brutal blows. After a dozen or so punches, the tiger collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. Seeing that the tiger was not completely dead, Gao Mu rode on its back and began hammering its head repeatedly. Only after the tiger was completely dead did Gao Mu flip over and jump off its body. How is that possible? Lu Tianping, who was the first to arrive, was shocked by what he saw. The others also looked at Gao Mu as if he were a monster. Brother Gao Mu, join our Sky Martial Arts Academy. As long as you join us, we will grant you any request you may make. Niu Meng was the first to realize this, and he was also the first to extend an olive branch to Gao Mu. Brother Gao Mu, Lu Tianping said, a bit late, as long as you join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, we will definitely do our best to train you. Brother Gao Mu. Shin Chongxin reacted quickly, without even thinking, and said directly, as long as you join our Hanwei Guard, you can immediately become the top leader of Langya Bay City. Gao Mu hadn't even caught his breath when they started to daze him with their olive branches. Lu Su, standing at the back of the crowd, remained silent. He was well aware of the beast's strength, and therefore he also understood what Gao Mu's ability to kill it meant. Although he is arrogant and violent, it doesn't mean he's brainless. If he dares to speak recklessly at this moment, everyone present would not hesitate to join forces and kill him. Gao Mu said, sitting on the ground, looking at everyone with a completely bewildered expression, could you guys let me rest for a bit? Of course. Lu Tianping stepped forward first and said to Gao Mu, let us go rest at our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, since you go there often. Let us go to our Sky Dome Martial Arts Academy. Niu Meng said, following closely behind. Our Sky Dome Martial Arts Academy has the most comfortable restroom. Let us go to my office. I recently bought a new massage chair, it's very comfortable, Shin Chongxin said. With these three bigwigs speaking up, no one else even had the courage to extend an olive branch. After all, there's no comparison between one's own small business and such a behemoth. Why don't you join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? At that moment, a light voice rang out. Inspector Chi arrived gracefully and said to Gao Mu, as long as you join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, your future will be limitless. And I assure you, at each stage, I will hire the best teachers to give you lessons. The world's top martial arts schools are different, they not only have money, but also people. What's the big deal? In his eagerness to recruit talent, Niu Meng no longer cared about Chi's status as an inspector. He stood tall and said with unwavering determination, as long as you join our Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy, you'll not only have the best teachers, but also the best resources. We will prepare the resources for you in advance for each stage. Once you reach a new stage, the resources will be delivered directly to you. Furthermore, we will provide you with the best cultivation environment. If you wish for your family members to cultivate as well, we will also provide them with the best cultivation resources. The conditions offered by Niu Meng are indeed very tempting. For talented martial artists, the resources required for cultivation are already enormous. However, for those without talent, the resources needed to cultivate may be 10 times, or even more, than those of talented individuals. In order to acquire Gao Mu, a super genius, the Sky Martial Arts Academy went all out. Logically speaking, someone of Niu Meng's level shouldn't be able to obtain such resources. But he's too clever for his own good. Upon seeing the tiger, he immediately contacted headquarters and explained the situation. Let me ask you something, Inspector Chi's light voice rang out again. What's your current cultivation level, Silver Star? Although Gao Mu did not know the identity of Inspector Chi, he could tell from the attitude of others towards him that this person must be extraordinary. He stood up and said with a very proper attitude, Silver 5 Star. These people all had some guesses about Gao Mu's cultivation level. But when he admitted it himself, I couldn't help but gasp. A silver rank 5, 18 years old, that's terrifying. Genius, no. Super genius, no. Unparalleled prodigy. Only the title of unparalleled prodigy is worthy of him. I thought it was already amazing that I broke through to bronze 3 at the age of 18. But compared to him, I'm just trash. Everyone stared at Gao Mu in shock. Even the usually composed Inspector Chi couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard the words silver 5-star. Join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Inspector Chi said after calming himself down. I will personally instruct you. There will be a head instructor every week, and a deputy head instructor every month. Every year, the head instructor will also personally instruct you for a few days. The head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is currently the #1 person on Earth. To be personally instructed by such a person is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Gao Mu didn't speak. Instead, he fell into thought. After thinking for a moment, he said, I need to think about it carefully and discuss it with my family. Gao Mu's polite refusal was beyond everyone's expectations. All right. Inspector Chi was not too surprised by Gao Mu's polite refusal. After all, a peerless prodigy who can achieve such cultivation at this age must have a rather calm mind. Inspector Chi overestimated Gao Mu. Gao Mu declined because his mind was currently in a state of confusion. Extreme Martial Arts School, Azure Sky Martial Arts School, and Regretful Mountain Guard, he really didn't know which side to join. If we're talking about conditions, the most tempting option is definitely the Extreme Martial Arts School. The unconditional support from the family members of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy also greatly tempted him. Hanyue had poor conditions, but Gao Mu, who had dreamed of being a soldier since childhood, most wanted to join Hanyue. There's something I still need to emphasize, Inspector Chi said, glancing around at everyone with a serious expression. Regardless of which side he ultimately joins, he's a talent of China. I don't want any accidents to happen to such a talent. While it's described as an emphasis, it's more of a warning. He was warning those with ulterior motives. Check in. Just a minute before leaving Qixia town, Gao Mu realized he hadn't checked in. Chapter 15 My cousin's college admission banquet. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, Spirit Void Fruit 100 inch. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Huaxing Hotel to check in. The new check-in location left Gao Mu with a somewhat complicated expression. Huaxing Hotel is one of the best hotels in Lengia Bay City. This hotel is extremely expensive. A single meal here can cost the equivalent of a year's income for an average family. Son. Gao Mu had just arrived home when his father appeared before him. Your cousin's college entrance celebration, do you want to attend? A graduation banquet? The college entrance exams are over? These past few days, Gao Mu has been so busy with signing in and martial arts assessments that he's completely forgotten about the college entrance exam. Yes, Mr. Gao nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes. Your cousin got into the Imperial Capital Research University. The Imperial Capital Research University? Gao Mu was somewhat surprised. The Imperial Capital Research University is the most prestigious research university in China. Most graduates of this university go on to work in the country's research institutions. Some ambitious individuals even choose to join the 2 major martial arts schools or the 4 major corporations. While the income of scientific research professionals may not be as high as that of martial artists, it is far greater than that of ordinary people. Not interested. Gao Mu really wasn't interested in these kinds of graduation celebrations. Having lived 2 lives, he knew very well that these graduation banquets were nothing more than a show of bragging and empty boasting. He'd be better off training at a martial arts school than wasting his free time. Since you're not interested, then I'll go with your mom. It's my first time going to a high-end hotel like the Huaxing Hotel, and I don't know if the food there will be any good. Mr. Gao muttered as he left. After hearing his father's mutterings, Gao Mu seemed to remember something and quickly called out to his father, I'll go with you. Seeing that Gao Mu had changed his mind, Gao's father teased, looks like you also want to see the world. Yes. Gao Mu rolled his eyes. With his current income, he could easily afford to eat at the Huaxing Hotel, let alone use it as his cafeteria. After tidying up briefly, Gao Mu went out with his parents. Gao's mother is still upset about Gao Mu becoming a martial artist. The family of 3 took a taxi to the Huaxing Hotel. As one of the best hotels in Lengia Bay City, the Huaxing Hotel's decor is truly exceptional. Whether viewed from the outside or the inside, it gives people a magnificent and resplendent feeling. Gao Mu, what are you doing here? As the family of three stepped into the Huaxing Hotel, they saw a group of people walking towards them. Seeing this group of people, Gao Mu felt a headache coming on. Inspector Qi, Master Lu, Master Niu, Mayor Shen. Gao Mu greeted each of them. What a coincidence! Inspector Qi greeted Gao Mu with a warm smile. Are you here for a meal? Inspector Qi treated Gao Mu like an elder would treat a younger member of the family. Yes. Gao Mu nodded and said, today is my cousin's college entrance celebration, so I've come to celebrate. Okay. Inspector Qi nodded and said to Lu Tianping beside him, ask for the room number later. I'll pay for Gao Mu's room. Yes. Lu Tianping nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the family of three continued on their way. Who were those people just now? Of the four people, Gao's father had only ever seen Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping of the Extreme Path branch, Niu Meng of the Azure Sky branch, Xin Chongxin, the top leader of the base city, and Inspector Qi of the Extreme Path headquarters. Gao Mu introduced several people to his parents. After hearing Gao Mu's introduction, Gao's father and mother were completely stunned. How do you know so many important people? In the eyes of ordinary people like them, these individuals are figures they can only aspire to but never reach. It's a long story, Gao Mu said after a moment's thought, before recounting what had happened during the day. You mean, the world's #1 person will personally guide you? Gao's mother's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Gao Mu raised an eyebrow, nodded, and said, is your son very capable? Amazing, truly amazing. Gao's father gave Gao Mu a thumbs up. Amazing my foot. Mrs. Gao said with a smile, her face full of pride. My biggest wish in this life is for you to be just an ordinary person. That's what she said, but the ever-upturned corners of Gao's mother's mouth betrayed her truest thoughts. They certainly didn't expect Gao Mu to achieve much. But once their son achieves great success, they will definitely be proud of him. The family chatted and laughed, and the displeasure that had been weighing on Gao's mother's heart gradually disappeared. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. A middle-aged woman greeted them happily as they pushed open the door to a luxurious private room. Why are you so late? Gao's mother smiled and said to her sister, I ran into a few acquaintances outside just now, so we exchanged a few pleasantries. Gao Mu stood behind his mother, looking around the private room. He knew almost everyone in the private room. There was one girl, however, whom he was meeting for the first time. Under the arrangement of his aunt, Gao Mu's family took their seats. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, their seats were positioned with their backs to the door of the private room. Cousin, Zhang Vida said with a smile, half-jokingly, looking at his cousin Gao Mu sitting by the door. I'll have to trouble you when it's time to serve the dishes. Don't mention it, we're all family. Gao Mu waved his hand with a smile, indicating that he didn't mind at all. The Huaxing Hotel served the food very quickly in less than 10 minutes, all sorts of dishes were laid out on the table. Let me offer you a drink. After all the dishes were served, Zhang Vida was the first to stand up. He acted like the host, raising his glass to everyone and saying, thank you all for coming to my graduation celebration. Everyone raised their glasses to offer their blessings to Zhang Vida. Vida. You're sure to have a bright future. When you become successful, don't forget about us, your relatives. I heard that both the Extreme Path and the Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy are interested in you. After you graduate, you'll definitely join one of these two academies, right? I heard that you were given a very generous scholarship. You don't have to pay for school, you're really amazing. Praise and flattery echoed throughout the room. But Gao Mu just kept his head down and ate his rice, ignoring his relatives. Son, Mr. Gao said, looking at his son who was focused on cooking, aren't you going to say a few words? Gao Mu, who was eating, looked up at his father and said, so many people have said it, one more word from me won't make a difference. It's not that Gao Mu is petty, but he really doesn't like to say flattering things. Gao Mu. Gao Mu wasn't going to speak, but someone wanted him to. Zhang Vida frowned as he looked at Gao Mu, who was focused on eating. Aren't you going to say something? Chapter 16 Trivial Matters. Linchan Villa, Lu Tao's home. Lu Tao's mother looked at her son lying on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Son, is it really true that I can no longer cultivate? Lu Su stood to the side, nodding with a gloomy expression. Are you a piece of trash? Lu Tao's mother yelled at Lu Su. You were right there, why didn't you stop it? How could Lu Su not want to stop it? After all, Lu Tao is his own son. The question is, can he stop it? Multiple parties have jointly stipulated that no non-participants are allowed to enter the martial arts assessment area. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed on the spot. All right. Already agitated, Lu Su waved his hand impatiently and yelled at his wife. Do you think I don't want to stop it? The martial arts assessment is something I can interfere with? Why are you yelling at me? Lu Su's wife was no pushover either. She roared at Lu Su, go ahead and yell at the person who bullied our son. Lu Su remained silent, head bowed. Are we just going to let this go like this? Lu Su's wife asked when he remained silent. Don't you plan to avenge our son? Lu Su shook his head, his voice low and deep. The person who hurt our son is a very powerful figure right now. If we act rashly against him, it could very well incur the wrath of the two major martial arts schools and the higher-ups. Lu Su didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. I don't care. The woman had given up thinking and continued to yell at Lu Su. If you don't avenge our son, then we're getting a divorce. Lu Su remained silent this time. His current status and achievements are largely due to his wife's family. If his wife divorces him, not only will his future be bleak, but his current position may also be at risk. He rubbed his throbbing temples and said to his wife, let me think about it. Since we can't touch him, then we'll touch his family. The woman said ruthlessly from the side. His wife's suggestion gave Lu Su a very good idea. He pondered for a moment and said, then let's follow this line of thought. In the dim light, Lu Su's eyes and expression were very gloomy. Inside a private room at Shenghua Hotel, Gao Mu put down his chopsticks, smiled at Jiang Vida, and said, that I'll stay here and congratulate my cousin on his bright future. Seeing that Gao Mu seemed sincere, Jiang Vida nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Gao Mu, I heard you didn't take the college entrance exam? Jiang Vida had just sat down when his father, who was also Gao Mu's uncle, sitting next to him, spoke up. Yes. Gao Mu put down the chopsticks he had just picked up. I was expelled from school a few days before the college entrance exam. That's quite a pity. While expressing his regret, his eyes were full of schadenfreude. You should have told me about this sooner. Besides, I know your school principal. If I had spoken to him, maybe he wouldn't have expelled you. Thank you, uncle. Gao Mu still maintained the proper courtesy. I have absolutely no regrets about not taking the college entrance examination. So what are your plans for the future? Uncle asked, feigning concern. Let us take the path of a martial artist. After all, I'm quite talented in martial arts, Gao Mu said honestly. However, sometimes, the truth is not necessarily believed. Cousin, if I remember correctly, you were among the least talented in martial arts at your school, right? My little cousin put down her chopsticks at this moment and spoke. This little cousin and Gao Mu didn't go to the same school, but she had a close friend who went to Gao Mu's school. So, while my younger cousin couldn't say she knew everything about Gao Mu's school, she definitely knew a good enough number of things. My martial arts talent is not bad. I just passed the martial artist assessment today and became a formal martial artist. Gao Mu did not refute his little cousin, but said very casually. The private room fell into absolute silence instantly. Everyone put down their chopsticks and cups, staring at Gao Mu in shock. Cousin, are you serious? Jiang Vida, as the main character, didn't want Gao Mu to steal his thunder. He looked Gao Mu straight in the eye and said very seriously, don't you dare brag for any reason. Gao Mu smiled and nodded, saying, I'm telling the truth. I don't believe you unless you can provide proof, Jiang Vida said, his voice cracking slightly. He was clearly the star of the show today. This banquet was clearly his own college entrance celebration. He didn't want to use Gao Mu's fame as a pretext for his own gain, nor did he want to be outshone by Gao Mu. There's no way to prove it. Speaking, Gao Mu should have been able to obtain a medal symbolizing his martial arts skills after passing the martial arts assessment. But today's martial arts assessment is strange in every way. So the bigwigs discussed it and decided to investigate thoroughly before issuing the martial arts medals. This is why Gao Mu did not receive the medal. If there's no way to prove it, then you're just bragging. Jiang Vida said, somewhat agitated. Seeing Jiang Vida's agitation, Gao Mu shook his head repeatedly. What do you mean by shaking your head? Did I say something wrong? Jiang Yingwei pressed on relentlessly. Gao Mu, however, was too lazy to argue with him. If you're right, then you're right. The two are not even on the same level now, and Gao Mu is too lazy to waste words with him. If it weren't for the fact that this was the new check-in location, he wouldn't have even come to Jiang Vida's college entrance celebration banquet. Alright, everyone, let's continue eating. Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Jiang Vita's father stood up and said. Everyone nodded and continued eating with their chopsticks. Gao Mu had just picked up his chopsticks and taken a couple of bites when the door to the private room was opened. Brother Jiang, I heard your son got into the Capital University of Science and Technology. Congratulations! Shin Jun, slightly tipsy, walked in from outside the door, holding a wine glass. Brother Shin, congratulations to you too. When Gao Mu turned around and saw Shin Jun, his brows furrowed slightly. Gao Mu? Shin Jun also saw Gao Mu in the private room at this moment. He was slightly taken aback, then said, his breath reeking of alcohol, what are you doing here? I remember you didn't take the college entrance exam. Brother Shin, Gao Mu is my sister's son, said Gao Mu's uncle. Oh, I see. Shin Jun looked at Gao Mu and said in a very relaxed tone. If I had known earlier that you knew my brother Jiang, I wouldn't have fired you. Gao Mu stared intently at the slightly tipsy Shin Jun, his eyes filled with rage. Being expelled means you cannot take the college entrance examination. In Shin Jun's words, such a momentous event, which could change a person's destiny, was as trivial as a minor matter. Chapter 17 Joining the Military. After saying a few casual words, Shin Jun went to drink and chat with Gao Mu's uncle. Seeing this, Gao Mu gritted his teeth in hatred. Just then, the door to the private room was opened again. A waiter looked up and came in, asking, excuse me, Mr. Gao Mu, is this the room? The waiter's appearance drew everyone's attention to him. That's me, Gao Mu stood up and said to the waiter. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Gao Mu's admission, the waiter waved his hand and said to the people behind him, Mr. Gao Mu is in this room. Then, the waiter opened the door to the private room. Cases of expensive liquor were carried into the room by a group of waiters. A 1982 Lafite. And 1973 Mutai. Wuliangye from 1997. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the boxes of liquor. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, wine made before 1999 has become extremely rare. A bottle of Wuliangye from 1997 could cost over 100,000 yuan. A bottle of 1982 Lafite can fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who sent it? Gao Mu remained relatively calm. Brother Gao Mu, this is a gift from me. At this moment, a rough voice rang out. Niu Meng strode in from outside, pointed at the several cases of wine, and asked Gao Mu, are you satisfied? Master Niu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Shin Jun suddenly jumped up from his seat and rushed to Niu Meng's side in 3 quick steps. Who are you? Although Shin Jun is the principal of the first middle school, he has absolutely no influence in front of a big shot like Niu Meng. Shin Jun didn't seem embarrassed at all, and introduced himself with a smile, I'm the principal of number 1 middle school. Oh, Niu Meng replied perfunctorily, then continued smiling at Gao Mu, Brother Gao Mu, are you satisfied with these? Before Gao Mu could speak, Shin Jun interjected, Master Niu, you two know each other? Aren't you annoying? Niu Meng was very annoyed by Shin Jun's interruption. He glared at Shin Jun and said, if you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. Niu Meng's fierceness terrified Shin Jun, who broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you very much, Master Niu. You've gone to so much trouble, Gao Mu said to Niu Meng with a smile. Old Niu, you're usually so honest and kind, why are you pulling this trick on me? At this moment, Shin Chongxin also walked in from outside the door. He wasn't as wealthy as Niu Meng, he just walked in carrying a tray. On the plate were several red notebooks. These are properties in all the upscale residential areas of Langya Bay City. They are all yours if you wish. Shin Chongxin walked up to Gao Mu and presented the plate to him, his meaning very clear. You two look honest and reliable, but I never expected you to pull such a sneaky trick on me. Lu Tianping's voice rang out at this moment. He came empty-handed, without offering any wine or carrying a tray. Have you thought it through, Brother Gao Mu? Do you want to join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Or do you want to join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Or do you want to join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Lu Tianping asked confidently. Gao Mu was also puzzled as to where his confidence came from. Everyone in the room recognized the 3 of them. Everyone present could understand what they were saying. But if you listen to all of these things together, they can't understand some of them. Gentlemen, isn't there some misunderstanding here? The fact that 3 top powers invited Gao Mu to join them shows that Gao Mu has the qualities that make them fight over him. In Shin Jun's memory, Gao Mu seemed to be just a good-for-nothing with very poor martial arts talent. You don't seem to have a say here, do you? They treated Gao Mu well because Gao Mu was a monstrous genius. But that doesn't mean they're nice to everyone. Lu Tianping's gaze made Shinjun immediately shut his mouth. Dad, Mom, who should I join? Gao Mu prepared to ask his parents this question. After a slight pause, Mr. Gao straightened his back and said, "It's up to you. You decide your own life." Gao's mother didn't speak, but looked at her son with a gratified expression. "I'll join whoever can bring him to utter ruin." Gao Mu caught the ping-pong ball his father threw to him and pointed at Shinjun. Shinjun was also stunned. He never expected Gao Mu to say such a thing. "Gao Mu, what do you want? Do you know who I am?" "I am." Before Shinjun could finish speaking, Lu Tianping slapped him across the face. "You've interrupted us time and time again. Do you really think I, Lu Tianping, am easy to bully?" Having been slapped, Shinjun dared not speak again and could only shake his head. "Did he offend you?" Shin Chongshin asked. Gao Mu recounted what had happened without hesitation. After Gao Mu finished speaking, everyone present stared wide-eyed. "You have quite the airs of an official." Shin Chongshin's aura suddenly intensified as he glared at Shinjun. "His school resources belong to the students, and you, the principal, are expelling students for this very reason." Shin Chongshin's gaze made Shinjun tremble. Shin Chongshin's next words terrified Shinjun even more. "Effective immediately, you will no longer serve as the principal of Langia Base City No. 1 Middle School, and will be permanently expelled from Langia Base City." Upon hearing this, Shinjun collapsed to the ground. He was pale and looked dazed. Everyone present knew what being permanently expelled from the base meant. "No! No!" Regaining his senses, Shinjun immediately knelt before Gao Mu, kowtowing repeatedly. "Spare me! Don't banish me!" Gao Mu stared coldly at Shinjun without saying a word. "Brother Gao Mu, are you satisfied?" Shin Chongshin asked Gao Mu with a smile. Gao Mu nodded. "Someone come here." With a wave of his hand, Shin Chongshin sent a group of people rushing into the room and dragging Shinjun away. "In that case, shouldn't Brother Gao Mu keep his promise?" Shin Chongshin looked at Gao Mu with some anticipation. Gao Mu nodded without hesitation and said, "From this day forward, I am a member of the military." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping and Niu Meng deflated like punctured balloons, their tempers instantly gone. "Congratulations, Lao Shun," Niu Meng said irritably. Compared to Niu Meng, Lu Tianping was much more magnanimous. "Congratulations, Lao Shun." After congratulating Lao Shun, he smiled and looked at Gao Mu, saying, "It is a pity that you did not join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, you are still a friend of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and also a friend of mine, Lu Tianping." Niu Meng and Lu Tianping left the private room one after the other. Jiang Vida stared blankly at everything. He finally understood why he didn't bother to prove himself to himself. "It turns out that my cousin has far surpassed me." Chapter 18 Regret for UA. Why did you ultimately choose the military? After learning about the conditions from all sides, Gao's father was very puzzled by Gao Mu's decision to join the military. To achieve great things. The two martial arts schools are indeed excellent, and their conditions are very attractive. But those so-called attractive conditions are only for other people. For someone like Gao Mu, who has a systematic approach, it really doesn't matter whether he has guidance from the so-called world's #1 expert. Why? Gao Mu's words made Gao's father sigh slightly. Jidao Martial Arts School, Lu Tianping's office. Upon learning that Gao Mu had chosen to join the military, Inspector Qi merely sighed in regret, without much emotional fluctuation. Gao Mu is indeed a genius, and he is certainly worthy of their pursuit. But Gao Mu is only a silver rank 5 at the moment. Although we didn't win Gao Mu's heart, you still deserve credit for this. Inspector Qi Wun-Ti blamed Lu Tianping for not getting Gao Mu. He stroked his chin and said to Lu Tianping, "I'm not entirely sure what the specific reward will be. But if you don't want to be the branch manager anymore, I can still help you." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was slightly taken aback, then quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Inspector Qi." "Thank you, Inspector Qi." Some martial artists become martial artists not only because of their strong martial arts talent, but also because they have an adventurous spirit. Lu Tianping, being a martial artist, was no exception. Being stationed in the base city as the head of the branch, a job that seems like a dream to outsiders, is actually a double-edged sword for Lu Tianping. He loves adventure, he loves dancing on the edge of a knife, he loves teetering on the edge of life and death. In his view, that was the life he wanted. The next morning, Gao Mu woke up from his sleep. Galmu's parents did not retire to enjoy their retirement just because he was now wealthy. Galmu, if you have time today, come to Hanwei. Galmu, who had just gotten up, received a call from Shin Chongshin. After hanging up the phone, Galmu tidied himself up a bit and then left home. On his way to Hanwei, he didn't forget to check in at the Huaxing Hotel. Too many things happened yesterday, and he forgot to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward received, Physical Enhancement Potion Type 100. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the Hanwei Guard's garrison to check in. The new sign-in reward made Galmu's expression quite interesting. He knew about this mixture. This is a super strong compound developed by Longshan Group, one of the 4 major groups. Although this elixir does not provide strength like the exotic fruit, it can improve a person's physical strength. Because of its limited supply, the price of one piece has already reached 20 million on the black market. If one costs 20 million, then 100 of them would be 2 billion. That's an instant takeoff. Galmu was overjoyed. To be honest, he had no intention of making a move. This stuff is an extremely rare and highly sought-after item. Moreover, it has absolutely no side effects. If Galmu were to use all 100 of these weapons himself, and combine them with the Vajra indestructible divine skill, his physical body would reach an extremely terrifying level. Arrive. The taxi stopped about 200 meters from the Hanwei garrison. We're not there yet. Galmu said to his master, pointing to the gate of the camp. I don't want to die, master waved his hand at Galmu. That's the territory of the Hanyu Guard up ahead. Those people are all lunatics. Galmu had no intention of making things difficult for his master any further. He nodded, paid the money, and got out of the car. As soon as Galmu got out of the car, the driver drove away as if fleeing. Is this place really that scary? Galmu grumbled as he headed toward the camp. When they were less than 5 meters from the gate of the garrison, a voice rang out from nearby, the Hanwei Guard garrison is ahead. Please do not proceed any further. Galmu looked towards the gate and shouted, I'm here to report for duty. Check in? The gate slowly opened, and a group of 4 or 5 people walked out. You're Galmu? The middle-aged man leading the group looked Galmu up and down, his brows furrowing slightly. Galmu nodded. It's not working very well. When did our Hanwei Guard become a detention center? Judging from this kid's appearance, he probably got in through connections. It's likely that Shin Chongshin didn't tell them Galmu's true cultivation level, otherwise they wouldn't have had this attitude. I heard you're a child prodigy? The middle-aged man continued to scrutinize Galmu. A prodigy? I wouldn't call myself that. I just say I work a little harder than others, Galmu said modestly. Guangtao, go and try him out. The middle-aged man took a step back. A young man much older than Galmu stepped forward with a grin and said to those around him, wouldn't it be bullying him if I tested him? Bullying me? I wouldn't say that. Since they were going to give Galmu a hard time, Galmu certainly couldn't back down now. You might not actually be my match. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was slightly taken aback. Goodness, are all young people these days this arrogant? Galmu's arrogance displeased the middle-aged man. The others in the group also frowned at Galmu's arrogance. Kid, you've really angered me. As Guangtao spoke, he took a step forward, exuding confidence. Galmu shook his head slightly and took a step forward. Seeing that Galmu showed no fear, Guangtao smiled and said with great interest, since you've come to report to Hanwei Guard, I'll teach you the first lesson of Hanwei Guard for free. Newcomers must always respect the elders. Guangtao shouted, charging straight at Galmu. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Galmu may not have many other qualities, but he is exceptionally cautious. Seeing Galmu's body covered in a golden glow, the others all showed curiosity. Guangtao had already rushed up to Galmu. Galmu didn't bother to pretend and threw a punch directly. Bang! Galmu's fist landed directly on Guangtao's body. As expected, Guangtao was sent flying backward by Galmu's punch. He also spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Upon landing, he immediately lost consciousness. That's it? Galmu shook his fist, his face full of disdain. The middle-aged man's face had turned extremely ugly. I'll go and have a look at him. Another person jumped out from behind the middle-aged man and rushed towards Galmu. But his result was similar to Guangtao's. It seems you truly are a prodigy. The middle-aged man told the people behind him to calm down, then said to Gao Mu, "Since you're so strong, then I'll have a go at you." Chapter 19, I'm going to beat you up. The middle-aged man's abilities clearly far surpassed those of Guang Tao. He rushed up to Gao Mu and threw a punch at him. Whether it's movement speed or punching speed, he is much faster than Guang Tao. But in Gao Mu's eyes, he and Guang Tao were no different. Gao Mu suddenly exerted force with both legs, and in a flash, he appeared directly behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled when Gao Mu disappeared from his sight. By the time he realized what was happening, Gao Mu was already behind him. A show of force? That's such a low-level tactic. Gao Mu's voice rang out behind the middle-aged man. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he knew nothing more. Looking at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, Gao Mu shook his head and said, "Is that all you've got? I thought you were much more capable." The remaining few who hadn't attacked Gao Mu, while not exactly trembling with fear, dared not make any further moves. "Brother Gao Mu, welcome to Hanyue Guard." Just then, a person walked out of the gate. This man was tall and strong, with fists as big as a clay pot. "Who are you?" Gao Mu looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of wariness. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and introduced himself, "Liao Yang, trainee squad leader of Hanyue Guard." "Good heavens, you guys aren't treating me like a human being." Gao Mu blurted out. "I'm a young genius, after all. What's the meaning of sending a trainee squad leader like this?" Gao Mu was unaware of the ranks of the Hanyu guards, so he assumed that the trainee squad leader was of a very low rank. "Don't you know?" Liao Yang wasn't annoyed by Gao Mu's offense. He smiled at Gao Mu and explained, "The lowest level of the Hanyue Guard is only a squad leader, and the highest ranking officer is just a small captain." Gao Mu looked at Liao Yang speechlessly. "All right." He was too lazy to waste words with Liao Yang and asked, "Can I report for duty now?" "Not yet," Liao Yang said with a smile, waving his hand. "Unless you..." Before Liao Yang could finish speaking, Gao Mu charged straight towards Liao Yang. Liao Yang was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and said, "You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. Young people these days are really impatient." Liao Yang spoke and looked very relaxed. He didn't consider Gao Mu an opponent at all. The trainee squad leader is second only to the squad leader. In other words, his strength is second only to the squad leader here. Although his strength was not as good as the squad leader's, he had just crossed the threshold of gold and was a gold 1-star warrior. Liao Yang and Gao Mu clashed, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Even he didn't know Gao Mu's true strength. In his eyes, Gao Mu was nothing more than a bronze realm martial artist. After all, he was only 18 years old. But after the collision, Liao Yang realized he was wrong. The young man's true strength far exceeded his expectations. That's interesting. Gao Mu became interested when he saw that his attack had failed to defeat Liao Yang. "You are no match for me." After a few exchanges, Liao Yang spoke first. "Our rule is that as long as you can last 10 minutes against me, you can report for duty." Gao Mu, somewhat enraged, roared, "Damn it, 10 minutes. I'm going to beat you to a pulp today." The secret of all characters. The complete mastery of the all-secret technique can directly increase Gao Mu's strength tenfold. His original strength of 50,000 Jin was amplified to 500,000 Jin by the all-secret technique. In other words, he now possesses the strength of a gold 5-star. "Beat me up? You're still too green." Liao Yang wanted to mock Gao Mu's overestimation of his abilities. But Gao Mu's next punch caused his expression to change drastically. How is that possible? After being knocked back several steps by Gao Mu's punch, Liao Yang's face turned pale. The power that Gao Mu suddenly unleashed was something that even he couldn't withstand. What kind of monster is this? Liao Yang stared at Gao Mu in shock. "I surrender." Seeing Gao Mu charging towards him again, Liao Yang roared. Upon hearing Liao Yan's loud roar, Gao Mu stopped in his tracks. After all, they'll be seeing each other all the time, so Gao Mu can't make things too ugly. After dispelling the secret of the all-character and the Vajra indestructible divine skill, Gao Mu returned to being that seemingly harmless young man. "Come with me." Liao Yang was at a loss for words. Following behind Liao Yang, Gao Mu entered the Hanyue Guard's garrison. Is this the new guy? He doesn't look like a young genius at all. I don't think so either. I guess they're just here to gain prestige. What are these people thinking, coming to our Hanyue to gain prestige? Once inside the gate, Gao Mu became the subject of much discussion. Gao Mu didn't care at all about what others were saying. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gao Mu and Liao Yang arrived in front of a small building. Liao Yang was the first to enter the small building, followed closely by Gao Mu. Wow, your Hanyu guard is really rich. Looking at the luxurious interior of the small building, Gao Mu couldn't help but sigh. Liao Yang rolled his eyes at Gao Mu without saying a word, but thought to himself, does this kid really have no sense of belonging? The two walked in the small building for about a minute before finally stopping in front of a double-doored gate. Liao Yang gestured for Gao Mu to wait a moment, while he himself went forward and knocked on the door. Come in. A very authoritative voice came from inside the door. Liao Yang opened the gate and gestured for Gao Mu to go in. Aren't you going in? Gao Mu asked Liao Yang. Liao Yang shook his head. This is a huge office with an area of 500 square meters. As soon as Gao Mu entered, he saw the training area. Deep inside the office, there was a desk. Behind the desk, Gao Mu could clearly see a middle-aged man with a square face and a serious expression working. Are you Gao Mu? The middle-aged man looked up as he sensed Gao Mu's arrival. Upon first seeing the middle-aged man's eyes, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. With the eyes of an eagle and the gaze of a wolf. This is the only word in Gao Mu's vocabulary that resonates with middle-aged people. Yes, that's me. Gao Mu nodded. I've heard you're a child prodigy, the middle-aged man said, leaning back in his chair and scrutinizing Gao Mu with a critical eye. But I haven't seen anything that makes you different from others. If you can tell, then what's the point of my being different? Since the middle-aged man wanted to show off, Gao Mu would play along. Gao Mu's answer was somewhat unexpected for a middle-aged man. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I admire you, young man. As he spoke, he picked up a phone and ordered, take him to report for duty. Oh, and remember to assign him to a good squad. Chapter 20 Departure, Dear City. What? You want to put a complete newbie in my team? Lu Mo was very dissatisfied with this decision. Let me tell you, this kid is really something. Liao Yang and Lu Mo had a good relationship, so he whispered in his ear. I estimate that this kid's strength is at least silver 5-star or higher. What? Lu Mo stared at Liao Yang in shock, then exclaimed in delight. Are you serious? It said that when this kid took the martial arts test, Inspector Chi from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy came in person, Liao Yang said mysteriously. Lu Mo knew very well what the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was. Good brother. Lu Mo patted Liao Yang on the shoulder. Such a good talent, and you just gave him to me. If my team weren't already well-staffed, do you think I would have given it to you? One member of Lu Mo's team was seriously injured during a hunting trip. This left Lu Mo's team short one person. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mo burst into laughter. After a brief introduction, Gao Mu and Lu Mo became acquainted. This is Gao Mu, a new member of our team. Lu Mo began to introduce Gao Mu to the other members of the team. He's new here? What does it mean to put a new guy in our team? What about Lao Mo? Is Lao Mo retiring soon? I don't want him, he'll only drag our team down. The team members were somewhat resistant to Gao Mu joining them. Lu Mo frowned and said, this is a decision from above. Even if you don't accept it, you have to accept it. Seeing Lu Mo say this, the other members didn't dare to say anything more. Brother Gao Mu, Lu Mo patted Gao Mu on the shoulder and assured him, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll grow up quickly. Gao Mu had a good impression of Lu Mo's outgoing and friendly personality. I don't like this kid. The other members of the team gathered together, and a thin, handsome young man frowned as he spoke to the others. This person's name is Jiang Huai, and he is one of the more senior members of the team. I don't like it either, a strong-looking man said, frowning. Should we give him a little surprise? One of the members, with a pointed chin and monkey-like face, said with a wicked grin. Anyway, our team is going hunting in the wild tomorrow. Good idea. Jiang Huai said with a sinister look in his eyes. We don't need to be too ruthless, just make him back out on his own. This isn't a good idea, said a chubby, honest-looking young man in the team. If the higher-ups find out. Before the honest young man could finish speaking, Jiang Huai interrupted him with a frown. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, how will the higher-ups know? Lu Xiaoguang, if you dare to say anything out of line, I won't hesitate to make you feed the beasts in the wild, the member with the pointed mouth and monkey-like face threatened Lu Xiaoguang. I understand. Lu Xiaoguang could only nod in order to avoid feeding the strange beasts. Check in. After getting to know the team members, Gao Mu chose to sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, 100 boundless fruits. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Looming City to check in. The new sign-in rewards were generous, but they did not stir Gao Mu's emotions in the slightest. We're going hunting in Looming City tomorrow. Do you want to prepare in advance? Lu Mo handed Gao Mu some materials, reminding him. Where should we meet tomorrow? The Hanyue Guard does not practice military management, so its members do not have to stay at their posts all the time. Let's meet in the square at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Gao Mu nodded and left the Hanyue Guard's post. Back home, Gao Mu opened the documents Lu Mo had given him. According to the information, Looming City is a gathering place for silver-level alien beasts, and occasionally one can also encounter gold-level alien beasts. The danger level of this place is neither extremely high nor extremely low. After reviewing the information, Gao Mu extracted all the sign-in rewards from the past few days. With 200 exotic fruits and 100 vials of medicine, Gao Mu couldn't help but marvel at the system's wealth and power. Let's go together. Eat exotic fruits and drink concoctions. This stuff, worth billions, was quickly snapped up by Gao Mu. After letting out a satisfied burp, Gao Mu stood up and checked his own strength. Not quite gold level yet, but it shouldn't be far off. Since there was no strength testing equipment available, Gao Mu could only make a rough estimate. The next morning, Gao Mu, who had just woken up, headed to the square in the base city with his best weapons. Fortunately, he arrived early, so the other members of the team didn't have to wait too long. When we go into the wilderness today, as always, caution is paramount. Team leader Lu Mo addressed the team members. Our mission today is to hunt down more than 10 silver-level beasts and 1 gold-level beast. After giving instructions to his team members, Lu Mo began to tell them today's goals. Silver-grade beasts are manageable, but with a burden like this, wouldn't it be a bit difficult to get a gold-grade beast? Jiang Hui raised his hand and spoke up at this moment. Lu Mo looked at Jiang Hui and said, "Don't worry, Gao Mu won't hold us back. Captain, I really don't understand why you trust him so much." Hao Jian, with his pointed face and monkey-like features, was very dissatisfied with Lu Mo's trust in Gao Mu. Logically speaking, a trainee member is not qualified to go into the wild. Look at him, he doesn't even have a weapon. He'll just be a burden to us if he goes into the wild. The strong-looking Feng Yong also disliked Gao Mu. Lu Xiaoguang didn't say anything, he just stood there. Don't worry. As an outsider, he could understand his teammates' attitude towards him. My skills are pretty good, and I definitely won't hold everyone back. Oh. Jiang Hui wanted to say something more, but Lu Mo interrupted him by reaching out his hand. Lu Mo frowned and said to the team members with great dissatisfaction, "Stop talking and let's get going." As the only person who knew Gao Mu's strength, Lu Mo did not intend to convince his teammates to believe in Gao Mu. In the world of martial artists, words are utterly meaningless. Only absolute strength can convince people. Since the captain has said so, no one can say anything more. After checking their equipment, the group boarded their assigned vehicles and headed towards the city gate. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped at the city gate. After getting off the vehicle, the group left the base city through a designated passage. The group of people didn't even consider the bronze beasts in the wild worth their attention. The group would not waste any time on any bronze beasts that could be bypassed. Soon, the team arrived at a place not far from Looming City. After eliminating some bronze beasts, the group began to conserve their energy and prepare for entering Deer City. Chapter 21 One-on-one battle against the Silver Beast. Looming City, on the outskirts. The team proceeded cautiously, afraid of disturbing a large number of strange beasts and causing them to riot. As a gathering place for silver-level alien beasts, Looming City not only has a large number of silver-level alien beasts, but also quite a few gold-level alien beasts. Over there, Feng Yong said to Lu Mo, pointing to a lone silver-colored beast not far away. Shall we start with that beast? It was a bear-like beast with red fur all over its body. Thorn War Bear. Glasses quickly relayed the information about this bear-like beast to Gao Mu. Most of them are silver-level beasts, but there's a certain chance they can break through to gold. Once they break through the gold barrier, the color of their fur will change. Their weakness is in their abdomen. This is another advantage of the glasses, they can reveal the weaknesses of the beasts. I'll lure it over, Hao Jian said to the people around him, taking the bow and arrows off his back. We need to take care of it as quickly as possible. For a small team like theirs, the silver beasts were not scary. What truly worried them was that the prolonged battle would attract other strange beasts. Make it quick and decisive. Everyone, show us your best skills. After instructing the rest of the team, Luo Mo turned his gaze to Gao Mu and gave him a pep talk. For the first beast, you just need to observe. But you must see our teamwork very clearly. You won't have many chances to watch this, so cherish them. Gao Mu nodded, indicating that he understood. I really don't know why I brought him to the wilderness. And to such a dangerous gathering place of silver beasts. Jiang Huai muttered softly. Luo Mo heard Jiang Huai's mutterings, but he pretended not to hear them. Hao Jian, he commanded Hao Jian. Get ready to engage the monsters. Hao Jian glanced at Gao Mu with displeasure, then drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! Hao Jian's arrow struck the thorny warbear with perfect accuracy. The thorn bear's hide was very thick, but Hao Jian's arrow still pierced it. Roar! The thorn bear, in pain, let out a roar. Not good. Luo Mo's expression changed drastically. Quickly finish this and get out of here. He wasn't sure if the thorn warbear's roar would attract other strange beasts. The rest of the squad gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. The thorn warbear quickly located the despicable attacker. It swayed its massive body and charged rapidly toward the squad. Superior. Luo Mo made the first move. He charged directly at the thorn warbear, sword in hand. He raised his sword high and slashed directly at the thorn warbear. Although this strike didn't kill the thorn warbear instantly, it severely injured it. The wounded thorn bear had bloodshot eyes. Jiang Huai and Feng Yong also rushed forward at this moment. Jiang Huai's weapon was a long sword, while Feng Yong's weapon was two short axes. Although their attack power was not as strong as Luo Mo's, they still inflicted considerable damage on the thorn warbear. In less than 3 minutes, the three of them, with the help of Hao Jian and Lu Xiaoguang, took down the thorn warbear. Quickly clean up the battlefield. Luo Mo was in command. Jiang Huai and Feng Yong crouched down in perfect unison and began cutting the thorn warbear. Hao Jian and Lu Xiaoguang were responsible for standing guard and keeping watch. The cutting lasted for 3 minutes before Jiang Huai stood up first. Done. Luo Mo glanced at the warbear's corpse and nodded, saying, let's get out of here quickly. The roar and the smell of blood will definitely attract other beasts. As soon as Luo Mo finished speaking, the group began to move quickly in one direction. Along the way, they avoided many strange beasts. The team stopped in their tracks on an open field devoid of any strange beasts. Captain, I told you before, this guy is a burden. As soon as we stopped, Hao Jian started complaining. He pointed at Gao Mu, clearly dissatisfied. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have taken this long. That's right. Feng Yong echoed Hao Jian's words. People like that should live in the base city. I don't think he'll get any money from this hunt. Jiang Huai was definitely the smartest of the three. He did not express his dissatisfaction with Gao Mu, but instead tried to sow discord from another angle. What do you mean? This was Gao Mu's first time hunting strange beasts with the team, so he didn't understand Jiang Huai's meaning. Seeing Gao Mu's bewildered expression, Jiang Huai explained with a hint of sarcasm, when hunting exotic beasts in the wild, whoever puts in the most effort will receive the most generous reward. That thorn warbear we just saw was worth 1 million. Of that 1 million, the captain takes the lion's share, which is 50%. The remaining 50% will be split equally among the four of us. You don't get a share of it. Why? Gao Mu asked, somewhat indignant. Just because I didn't contribute? You're right. Jiang Huai smiled at Gao Mu and said, those who didn't put in the effort shouldn't get a share of the money. Alright, since you put it that way, then I want to join the battle against the next beast. Gao Mu could tell that Jiang Huai was targeting him. You can't join yet. To Gao Mu's surprise, Jiang Huai wouldn't let him join the next battle. You don't coordinate with us. Your joining won't help us, you might even hold us back. Of course, if you want to deal with a monster yourself, we don't mind. Jiang Huai spoke these words with a provocative tone. Since you've put it that way, I'd really be letting you down if I didn't take on a beast by myself. The hot-blooded Gao Mu was getting a little carried away. Seeing that Gao Mu had taken the bait, Jiang Huai smiled slightly and said, then I'd like to see just how capable you are. Isn't this ridiculous? Although Luo Mo knew Gao Mu's true cultivation level, he didn't believe Gao Mu was capable of fighting a silver-grade beast one-on-one. This is the wilderness. Captain. Before Luo Mo could finish speaking, Jiang Huai deliberately interrupted him. Since he wants to play the hero, let's just grant his wish. Luo Mo opened his mouth as if to say something, but Hao Jian interrupted him. Young people these days are so self-important. If we don't teach him a lesson today, who knows what he'll do in the future. Anyway, we're right there. Even if he's no match for the beast, we might still lend a hand. Luo Mo didn't finish speaking, but looked at Gao Mu with a questioning gaze. Gao Mu nodded subtly. What you say makes sense, Luo Mo said to Gao Mu, feigning agreement. In that case, why don't you give it a try? Seeing that Luo Mo agreed, Zhang Huai, Hao Jian, and Feng Yong smiled, as if their conspiracy had succeeded. Chapter 22 Using Arrows as Swords. I'll help you lure the beast, Hao Jian said, putting on a good act. Need not. Gao Mu waved his hand and drew an arrow directly from his quiver. I didn't bring any weapons, so I'll borrow them for now. Gao Mu planned to use the arrow as a sword. With his sword in hand, Gao Mu's aura surged. I wonder if I can defeat a silver 9-star beast right now. Gao Mu charged toward a strange beast not far away, sword in hand. Good heavens, there's no need to do something like this to get yourself killed. Blood armor werewolf, judging from its size, it should be a silver 9-star. Let's prepare ourselves. The three of them looked like they were watching a spectacle. Luo Mo silently gripped his weapon, ready to rush to Gao Mu's aid at any moment. After all, Liao Yang told him that Gao Mu was only a silver 5-star. The blood armor wolf gets its name from its thick, blood-red fur. In addition to its extremely powerful attack capabilities, it also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Ordinary beasts of the same level are no match for it. It would take 3 or 4 martial artists of the same level to kill it. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Gao Mu used his strongest skill. With the combination of the two skills, plus the combined technique he used before, his current defensive power can only be described as terrifying. While Gao Mu was on the move, the blood armor wolf also made its move. A hint of human-like disdain flashed in its eyes. Then, it exerted force with all 4 limbs and charged towards Gao Mu. Soon, Gao Mu and the blood armor werewolf clashed. Despite Hao Jian's questionable character, his arrows are far from being silver level. Although not as strong as a sword, it can still serve an offensive purpose. The arrow was swung, and it pierced the body of the blood armor werewolf. Her defenses were breached? Lu Xiaoguang was taken aback. The blood armor werewolf is a mythical beast renowned for its defensive capabilities. Gao Mu broke through his defenses with an arrow, which surprised Lu Xiaoguang. But what truly surprised Lu Xiaoguang was yet to come. After breaking through the blood armor werewolf's defenses, Gao Mu gained an understanding of the blood armor werewolf's defensive capabilities. Now that he had an understanding, Gao Mu would not waste any more time. He brandished the arrow in his hand. This strike pierced one of the blood armor werewolf's eyes. Gao Mu's attacks did not stop there. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. With the sword in hand, it danced like a blue lotus. Shadow Concealment Step. At this point, Gao Mu's defense, attack, and movement had all reached their peak. While the blood-armored wolf is indeed formidable, it is no longer a match for Gao Mu. After a few arrows, the blood-armored wolf collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Is this really the blood-armored wolf warrior? How did he do that? The blood-armored wolf is like paper in front of him. Everyone in the team, including Luo Mo, stared wide-eyed. Gao Mu's strength has exceeded their comprehension. Although Luo Mo was already a gold warrior, he still couldn't defeat the blood-armored werewolf in such a short time. All right. Gao Mu threw the arrow back into Hao Jian's quiver and walked towards the group. Brother, you're really amazing. Luo Mo gave Gao Mu a thumbs up. The attitudes of the other two, besides Zhang Huai, towards Gao Mu also changed. Hao Jian and Feng Yong disliked Gao Mu because they believed he would be a hindrance. But through this battle, Gao Mu had already conquered them. Although Gao Mu conquered the two of them, he did not conquer Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai disliked Gao Mu, and the initial reason was the same as that of Hao Jian and the others. But now, he doesn't like Gao Mu because Gao Mu stole his thunder. Now you know how powerful he is, right? Luo Mo said with a smile, seeing the team members' reactions. Everyone except those from Zhang Huai nodded in agreement. As for this beast, I'll take 40%. The rest we'll split equally. Gao Mu knew that the martial arts world was not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. Since he has already taken the initiative to show goodwill, others are happy to accept it. And so, Gao Mu was accepted by everyone in the team except Zhang Huai. The hunt continues. Gao Mu and his team's coordination was still lacking, but their overwhelming strength made up for it. Luo Mo was very happy during the break. Normally, it would take them at least a day to hunt down these 10 silver beasts. But today, it only took less than 5 hours to complete the hunting mission of 10 silver beasts. The time required was also reduced by 4 times. Such efficiency was bound to make Lumo, the team leader, happy. Our hunting mission is now down to the golden beast. The team members, who were initially happy, turned serious when they heard that they were going to hunt down a golden beast. They cooperated to hunt silver beasts, and even if a mistake occurred during their cooperation, they could make up for it with other reasons. Since they are capable of hunting golden beasts, they cannot afford to make any mistakes. Even if their team includes a gold-level martial artist. Take a good rest. Lumo's mood also became somewhat depressed. But a mission is a mission, and they have to complete it. After resting for about an hour, when everyone had recovered, Lumo was the first to stand up. The others followed Lumo and stood up. Galmu could tell that they were very nervous. Let's go. Lumo sighed softly and then led the way. The others looked around very cautiously. In the end, they chose a toad that was entirely golden and covered in bumps. Upon seeing the toad, Galmu felt a chill run down his spine. Why choose such a disgusting beast? Galmu asked Lumo helplessly. Lumo shrugged and said, I looked around, and this is the only one with a gold level rating. The mission is to hunt down golden beasts, but it doesn't specify which star level they are. Most small teams would choose a 1-star team. After all, compared to high-star monsters, 1-star monsters are relatively easier to hunt. All right. Since Lumo had already said so, Galmu had no choice but to suppress his unease and accept it. Brother Galmu, Hao Jian approached Galmu, his face full of smugness, and asked, You didn't bring a weapon, did you? Want me to lend you an arrow? As Hao Jian spoke, he took a quiver out of his quiver without even looking at it. Galmu's expression froze when he saw the arrow Hao Jian took out. Hao Jian was quite generous. The arrow he took out was actually of the highest grade, gold. Armor-piercing arrow, gold grade. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. If it weren't for Galmu's formidable combat prowess, Hao Jian wouldn't have been willing to take out the armor-piercing arrows. Hao Jian, let's begin. Lumo said to Hao Jian Dao. Hao Jian nodded, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the golden toad. Chapter 23. You're really a dog. Croak. The golden toad squeaked and hopped towards Galmu and the others. Seeing that it had escaped the sight of the other beasts, Galmu charged forward with his armor-piercing arrow. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Galmu, who valued his life, activated his survival skill as he charged forward. Seeing that Galmu had already rushed forward, the others did not hesitate any longer and followed suit. Whether the armor-piercing arrow truly possessed an armor-piercing effect or was due to some other reason, it actually pierced through the golden toad's defenses as it grazed its body. The blood, reddish-golden in color, almost sprayed onto Galmu. The others rushed up as well, unleashing a barrage of attacks with their weapons. However, apart from Lumo, no one else managed to break through the golden toad's defense. Seeing that he had failed to break through the golden toad's defense, Zhang Huai's expression turned somewhat grim. In the past, his expression would not have changed at all. After all, if he couldn't break through the golden toad's defenses, no one else could either. But things are different now. He is a child prodigy, and he has his own pride. He was unwilling to be outdone by Galmu. Even when he used his strongest skills, he still couldn't break through the defense. Just as Zhang Huai was struggling to break through the defense, Galmu's armor-piercing arrows had already left countless wounds on the golden toad's body. With Lumo's attacks added to the damage, the golden toad was now covered in wounds. Wow, with someone like that joining, the team's combat power has increased by more than one level. Lumo was very glad that he had Galmu join his team. The golden toad tried to fight back several times, but Galmu and Lumo easily thwarted its attacks. Just because the two of them could resolve it easily doesn't mean others can. Just as they were about to say goodbye to the golden toad, Feng Yong let out a scream. He was entangled by the golden toad's tongue, and his face began to turn pale. Cut off its tongue. Galmu roared. Lumo nodded and swung his battle sword at the golden toad's tongue. At this moment, the golden toad released Feng Yong and retracted its tongue. After being released, Feng Yong did not stand firmly upon landing and fell directly to the ground. Seeing his pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Galmu seemed to realize something. We need to finish this quickly. Feng Yong seems to be near death. Galmu shouted at Lumo. Lumo nodded and quickened his attack. But just as Galmu and Lumo were speeding up their attack, Zhang Huai chose to slack off at this moment. You fucking betrayed me, you fucking groveled me. You deserve to die. As a teammate, Jiang Huai did not show any sympathy for Feng Yong's plight. In fact, he was cursing Feng Yong in his heart. In fact, whether Jiang Huai participated in the battle or not had no impact on the outcome. Under the intense attacks of Gao Mu and Luo Mo, the golden toad quickly collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the golden toad, Gao Mu rushed to Feng Yong's side in one stride. He knelt down, examining Feng Yong's injuries. We must return to the base city immediately. Gao Mu's expression was very grave after examining Feng Yong's injuries. Feng Yong's injuries are very serious. If we don't hurry back, he may very well die. Feng Yong, who had fallen to the ground, was unconscious. He had no obvious wounds, and even his protective gear was not damaged. On the surface, Feng Yong appeared to be fine. However, the blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth indicated that he had very serious internal injuries. Even if we go back to the base city now, it won't make a difference. Jiang Huai stood aside, his eyes coldly pouring cold water on the situation. His body has no visible injuries, but his internal organs are severely damaged. If you move him now, it will be no different from indirectly killing him. Gao Mu didn't speak, but turned around and gave Jiang Huai a cold look. If you're not going to help, then get the hell out of here. Luo Mo's patience with Jiang Huai had reached its limit. He turned to look at Jiang Huai and roared angrily, "What do you mean by making sarcastic remarks?" Humph. Jiang Huai scoffed disdainfully, laughing mockingly. If I were you, I'd be finding a burial plot for Feng Yong right now. Damn it! Luo Mo roared in fury, standing up as if to fight Jiang Huai. Gao Mu then pulled Luo Mo back. He glanced coldly at Jiang Huai, then said to Luo Mo, "The most important thing now is to save people." Save him? I think you're dreaming. Unless you can produce the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit, a holy grail of emergency treatment, you can only watch Feng Yong die. After saying that, Jiang Huai found a place to sit down and said, "You guys take your time to save them, I need to rest." Everyone glared at Jiang Huai, wishing they could beat him to death. 5 elements blood coagulation fruit? Gao Mu felt that the name of this fruit was somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment and then activated his system. He actually saw the fruit in the backpack interface. Take it out and put it directly into my backpack. When Gao Mu left the base this time, he didn't bring any weapons, but he did bring the most important backpack for the wilderness. He took the backpack off his back, unzipped it, and took out the 5 elements blood clotting fruit. Everyone was stunned when they saw the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit. They never expected that Gao Mu would have such a thing in his backpack. Where did you come from? Luo Mo stared at the fruit, his mouth agape. I bought it. Gao Mu couldn't tell the truth, so he had to make it up. After all, we're going out into the wild, and these fruits are a necessity. After saying that, Gao Mu didn't wait for Luo Mo to continue speaking and directly stuffed the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit into Feng Yong's mouth. As an emergency remedy, the 5 elements blood clotting fruit is truly effective. As soon as he put the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit into Feng Yong's mouth, Feng Yong's eyelids began to twitch. What's wrong with me? 5 minutes later, Feng Yong opened his eyes. You were seriously injured by the golden toad's tongue. If it weren't for Gao Mu, you would very likely have died here. Seeing that Feng Yong was alright, Luo Mo happily explained. Brother. Feng Yong, still somewhat weak from his recent recovery, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gao Mu. I will never forget your life-saving grace. You shouldn't thank him. At this moment, Jiang Huai's voice rang out again. You should thank all of us. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Gao Mu. You used the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit to save people without anyone else's permission. Who gave you the courage and right? Gao Mu was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Gao Mu's patience with Jiang Huai had reached its limit. Chapter 24 is truly disgusting. Jiang Huai shrugged and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, this person is dishonest. Your 5 elements blood coagulation fruit definitely wasn't brought from the city. I suspect you picked it from the wild when we weren't looking. If he had any sense of shame, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Have you ever seen a rare fruit? Luo Mo stood up and glared at Jiang Huai. A rare fruit like the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit must be guarded by a strange beast. Gao Mu could not have secretly picked the exotic fruit without our notice. I don't care about any of that, Jiang Huai said calmly, shrugging his shoulders. Anyway, he used the exotic fruit without my permission, so he has to pay me. Gao Mu has seen plenty of shameless people, but he's never seen anyone like Jiang Huai before. You're really shameless, Lu Mo said angrily. Don't give me that nonsense. Jiang Huai didn't care about Lu Mo's anger at all. Either give me the money, or I'll take 80% of the profits from the golden beast. Gao Mu initially thought Jiang Huai was merely bad, but he never expected him to be so greedy. Get lost. Gao Mu, armor-piercing arrow in hand, charged towards Jiang Huai. If you dare utter another word here, I'll kill you. Good grief, trying to scare me? Jiang Huai wasn't afraid of Gao Mu's threat at all. He pointed at Gao Mu with a mocking expression and said, if you dare to kill me, I'll make sure you regret it. Brother Gao Mu. Lu Mo stepped forward at this moment and pulled Gao Mu aside. Even in the wilderness, you cannot kill your colleagues. Killing a colleague is one of the greatest sins in the Hanyue Guard. Are we just going to let this bastard piss us off here? Gao Mu really wanted to kill Jiang Huai. Let's be patient a little longer, Lu Mo said, glancing at Jiang Huai. Once we get back to the base, I'll apply for his transfer. Not only was Gao Mu frustrated, but Lu Mo was also frustrated. The frustrating thing is that even if they feel aggrieved, they can only endure it. Let's clean up the battlefield. Lu Mo waved his hand. That must be Gao Mu, right? In the distance, a pale-faced young man with a sickly smile observed Gao Mu not far away. Young master, a burly, rugged-looking man behind him asked, puzzled. You're not short of money, why take on this kind of bounty? You don't understand. The young man put down his binoculars and said to the burly man behind him. The reason I accepted this bounty is not for the money, but for my dream. A dream? The burly man was dumbfounded. That's right. The young man looked at the burly man and said very seriously. My dream since I was a child has been to become a bounty hunter. The burly man felt an urge to curse when he heard about the young man's dream. This young man is the son of a bigwig in the capital city. This guy's martial arts talent is undeniable, and since he's the only son of the powerful figure, the boss is taking great care of him. He did not disappoint his father, breaking through to the silver realm at the young age of 20. He told the big boss that he wanted to go and gain some experience. The big shot was easygoing and directly found 2 gold 9-star martial artists to be his bodyguards and accompany him on his training. When he arrived at Langya Base City, he happened to arrive just as an enraged Lu Su was issuing a bounty on the black market. Adhering to the principle that he had nothing better to do, he accepted the bounty directly. For him, money and such are not important, what matters is the hunting process. All right. After observing for a while, the young man said to the 2 bodyguards, there's a traitor in their group, and another one who's injured. Let's go up and wipe them all out. Although his own cultivation level was only silver 1 star, his 2 bodyguards were both gold 9 stars. In his view, with these 2 bodyguards protecting them, even if Gao Mu's team was fully staffed and without any traitors, they could easily defeat them. Oh no, retreat immediately. Just as everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Mo frowned and shouted. Trusting Lu Mo, no one asked any further questions and began the retreat according to the established plan. You can't escape. If the young man wants to hunt high-ranking officials, he must have a complete plan. He and 1 bodyguard chased after him, while another bodyguard intercepted them from the front. We are from Hanyue Guard. Who are you? Seeing that he had nowhere to escape, Lu Mo had no choice but to reveal his identity. The young man frowned slightly at the name Hanyue Wei. I only want him. The young man pointed at Gao Mu and waved his hand dismissively at the others. The rest of you can leave now. Since we are colleagues, we will definitely stand together through thick and thin. That's right, we are colleagues, we live together and we die together. If you want to touch Gao Mu, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. After Gao Mu's strength was recognized by everyone, they automatically regarded him as their brother. The friendships and brotherhood among young people sometimes come out of nowhere. Are you guys putting on an act? Before the crowd's enthusiasm had even fully ignited, Jiang Huai poured cold water on it. You're all getting all worked up. How long have you even known each other? Of course, if you insist on dying with him, I won't mind. But I will absolutely not die with him. As Jiang Huai spoke, he walked out of the squad. Jiang Huai. Lu Mo did not choose to criticize Jiang Huai at this moment, but stared intently at him and said, you must understand that betrayal and murder of colleagues are the same crime. I know, Jiang Huai said with a nonchalant expression, shrugging. But if you all die, who will know I betrayed you? When I went back alone, I seriously injured myself. I told everyone that we encountered a monster rampage, that you all died, and that I survived. By then, I might even become a hero. Seeing Jiang Huai's expression, the rest of the team wanted nothing more than to punch him. Alright, so he's the only one who came out? The young man waved his hand impatiently, then said to the others, "Are you sure you want to live and die with him?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Idiot! Jiang Huai stood to the side, swearing profusely. The crowd glared angrily at Jiang Huai. Let's get started. The young man put his hands behind his back and said to the bodyguard. The two bodyguards were slightly taken aback and didn't react for a moment. If they remembered correctly, this man had said he would do it himself. What are you all standing there for? When I said I take action myself, I meant dealing with Gao Mu. As for the others, do you expect me to do the same? The two bodyguards shook their heads helplessly and charged towards the team first. Chapter 25 Counterattack. If you have a chance, escape now. Sensing the powerful auras of the two bodyguards, Gao Mu spoke sternly to his teammates. Don't risk your lives for some so-called loyalty. Shut up. Lu Mo, who had always been kind to Gao Mu, suddenly yelled at him. I told you we're brothers, and if we're brothers, we should live and die together. That's fucking touching. Jiang Huai stood aside and continued to make sarcastic remarks. I was so moved, I almost cried. Sigh. Gao Mu didn't know whether to call these people foolish or loyal. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Diamond Body Protection Divine Skill. The secret of all characters. Gao Mu used two skills at the same time. In an instant, his cultivation level increased tenfold. His combat power was now comparable to a 9-star gold master. Kill! He roared and charged forward, wielding an armor-piercing arrow. Good heavens, using a broken arrow as a weapon, I don't know what you were thinking. The young man complained as he slowly drew his weapon. Don't be fooled by the fact that this young man's cultivation level is only silver. His weapon is a gold-level weapon. Looking at its armor, it's even diamond grade. Money really can buy you anything. Gold-grade weapons are worth over $1 million, while diamond-grade armor can cost tens of millions. If it were an ordinary martial artist, it would be impossible for them to be equipped with this set of equipment when they only had a silver cultivation level. Just as the young man was about to make his move, the two bodyguards rushed up to the squad. They came in aggressively, but didn't draw their weapons. In other words, they didn't take the squad seriously at all. Before that young man rushes up, I'll take care of one of them as quickly as possible. You guys figure out how to hold off the remaining one, Gao Mu said seriously to the rest of the team. Before the rest of the team could react, Gao Mu had already rushed toward one of the bodyguards. Your opponent is our young master, not me. Since Gao Mu had already been targeted by the young man, the bodyguards dared not go all out when they attacked him. He stretched out a palm, trying to shake Gao Mu back. Unexpectedly, his palm collided with Gao Mu's fist in mid-air. Even more unexpectedly, the bodyguard was actually sent flying by Gao Mu's shockwave. After knocking the bodyguard away, Gao Mu did not stop. He moved with lightning speed, rushing towards the direction the bodyguard had flown. Before the bodyguard landed, he grabbed the bodyguard by the collar and slammed him hard to the ground. Bang! The earth was smashed open by this blow, creating a huge crater. The bodyguard in the deep pit had blood at the corner of his mouth and a shocked expression. As expected of a gold-level martial artist, their resilience is truly impressive. While complaining, Gao Mu leaped high into the air and stomped hard on the bodyguard. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the bodyguard coughed up blood. Seeing his partner being brutally abused by Gao Mu, another bodyguard quickly turned around to offer assistance. But at that moment, Lu Mo and the other members of his team entangled him. It's your turn. Gao Mu looked coldly at the young man. The young man shuddered involuntarily when he saw Gao Mu's gaze. There's a misunderstanding here. The more arrogant the young man was just now, the more terrified he is now. In his estimation, no matter how talented Gao Mu was, he would at most be on par with him. But now that I've actually seen him, I realize that Gao Mu's talent has surpassed the realm of humans. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Gao Mu didn't think there was any misunderstanding involved. Seeing Gao Mu's reaction, the young man had a sudden inspiration. He threw his weapon on the ground, pointed at it, and asked Gao Mu, "Brother, did you drop this weapon? If you drop it, pick it up quickly, otherwise someone else will take it." To be honest, Gao Mu really admired this young man. Being able to mentally prepare and switch roles in such a short time is something that not everyone can do. The armor you're wearing seems to. There's no need to finish what you're saying. The young man understood immediately, took off his armor and threw it on the ground, saying, "That's right, you dropped this armor too." Seeing how quick-witted the young man was, Gao Mu smiled. Die! Die! Just as Gao Mu was overjoyed, two enormous killing intents rushed towards him. When? Both weapons struck Gao Mu simultaneously. One weapon came from a young man, while the other came from Jiang Huai. Seeing that even a golden warrior was no match for Gao Mu, Jiang Huai harbored murderous intent towards Gao Mu. Unexpectedly, his desperate sneak attack did not cause Gao Mu any harm. The young man stared in disbelief at the broken weapon in his hand. What kind of monster are you? Gao Mu's powerful attack was already terrifying. But his defense was no less than his own attack power, which made the young man realize that he seemed to have encountered a monster. I was even planning not to kill you. Gao Mu didn't directly answer the young man's question, but instead looked at him coldly. But you attacked me at this crucial moment, you truly deserve to die. Gao Mu's right hand moved like lightning, grabbing the young man's throat. The young man, whose throat was being choked, had a flushed face. Don't kill me. I can give you money. I can give you money, the young man shouted wildly, kicking and flailing his arms and legs. Gao Mu shook his head with a cold look in his eyes and said, "At this point, even if you give me money, it won't bring you back to life." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Mu exerted force with his right hand and snapped the young man's throat. Another bodyguard, who was being harassed by Lu Mo and the others, was shocked to see Gao Mu snap the young man's throat. He disregarded his partner, punched Lu Mo away, and fled as fast as he could. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. Gao Mu was about to give chase when Lu Mo shouted. Gao Mu turned back the steps he had already taken. What about him? Gao Mu looked at Jiang Huai, who was slumped on the ground, and asked Lu Mo, "He tried to ambush me just now. Take him back to base." Even now, Lu Mo remains steadfast in his principles. We cannot use torture on him. Gao Mu nodded helplessly and said, "In that case, let's take him back to the camp." Just before leaving, Gao Mu realized that he hadn't checked in. Ding! Sign-in successful, reward, 100 harmony fruits. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Huatu Winery to check in. The reward of 100 harmony fruits calmed Gao Mu down a little. But this new check-in location made him frown. Chapter 26: The Legendary Water Drop Punishment. Imperial Capital Base City, Rising Sun Martial Arts School. The owner of the museum, Chen Shuri, was leisurely drinking tea in his office. Master. At this moment, his office door was suddenly pushed open, and his subordinates barged in. Chen Shuri stared at his subordinate, frowned, and scolded, "You're becoming more and more unruly. How have I always taught you? Don't panic in a crisis. Tell me, what is it?" "One of your son's bodyguards came back and said your son has been murdered." This news was like a bolt from the blue for Chen Shuri. He stood up, his face full of disbelief, and shouted at his subordinates, "Do you know what you're saying?" His subordinate, drenched in sweat, knelt trembling before Chen Shuri and said, "Your son has been murdered." "Where are his bodyguards?" Chen Shuri asked his subordinates. "Outside." Without saying a word, Chen Shuri rushed out of his office. Seeing the bodyguard, covered in blood, lying on the ground, barely breathing, a shadow fell over his heart. Your son is dead." After saying those words, the bodyguard also breathed his last. Ah! After hearing the bodyguard's words clearly, Chen Shuri looked up to the sky and roared. "Investigate! Investigate!" he screamed like a madman. "I need to know who killed my son." Chen Shuri's son was the apple of his eye. The murder of his son was something Chen Shuri could not accept. While Chen Shuri's men were investigating, Gao Mu and his team returned to the base city. They first took Feng Yang to the hospital, and then escorted Jiang Huai back to their base. "To be honest, I'm a genius in our base. The leaders would never kill me over something like this." Jiang Huai is very confident. But when he arrived at the post, he realized he was wrong. "Don't kill them," the leader said to everyone after learning the whole story. Jiang Huai looked at Gao Mu and the others with a smug expression and said triumphantly, "I told you, the leader wouldn't kill me." Water drop torture. After uttering those 3 words, Jiang Huai collapsed to the ground. Gao Mu watched as liquid continued to flow from between his legs. What exactly is this water droplet torture? A punishment that can terrify a martial artist must be extremely horrific. Sigh. Lu Mo sighed softly. Lock the prisoner in a small room and tie his limbs to wooden stakes. The little house was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and there wasn't a sound. A device was placed on the prisoner's head that dripped water irregularly until the prisoner died. After listening to Lu Mo's story, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. "This is terrifying," Gao Mu exclaimed. Lu Mo nodded and said, "So, in the base, the most terrifying thing is not the death penalty, but the water-dripping torture." Looking at Jiang Huai, who had already lost consciousness, Gao Mu shook his head and said, "Those who do evil will not live." After the garrison was disbanded, Gao Mu went straight home. He doesn't need to worry about the division of the alien beasts. As the team leader, Lu Mo is responsible for handling these matters. Once he's finished, the money will be directly transferred to Gao Mu's account. When Gao Mu returned home, he did not see his parents. He took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. After saying only a few words, the mother hurriedly hung up the phone. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gao Mu returned to his bedroom. "Your strength is still a little lacking." Everything that happened today made Gao Mu feel that his strength was still insufficient. He took out the qi-gathering fruit stored in the system and swallowed it whole. System. God-level sign in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 171,365 kilograms. Realm, Gold 1 star. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery. Seeing that he had finally broken through to the Gold Realm, Gao Mu smiled happily. With the cultivation level of Gold 1 star, if you combine it with the All-Word Secret Technique, you'll be heading straight for Diamond 1 star. With his strength further enhanced, Gao Mu gained even more confidence. Night falls. Gao Mu heard the door open. He pushed open the door to his room and saw his parents returning home looking exhausted. "Dad, Mom." Seeing his parents like this, Gao Mu felt very sorry for them. "Why don't you both stop going to work?" "It's alright, we're used to it." Gao's mother waved her hand, declining Gao Mu's suggestion, and then asked him, "How was your day in the countryside?" Gao Mu could tell that his mother was trying to change the subject. "It's alright, I should be able to earn a few million. 1 golden beast, 10 silver beasts, plus the young man's weapons and armor, would easily cost several million." "Are martial artists really that profitable?" Mr. Gao's eyes widened. He knew that martial arts practitioners could make money, but he never imagined it would be this lucrative. "Just lucky." After chatting with his parents for a few more minutes, Gao Mu went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Gao Mu got up very early. After a quick tidying up, he headed straight to Huatu Winery. Should we buy a car? In fact, Gao Mu had already obtained his driver's license last year. However, due to his family's financial difficulties, he has never bought a car. Now that he has money, he's considering whether to buy a car. As Gao Mu was considering this, the taxi stopped in front of Huatu Winery. After paying, Gao Mu got out of the car. Upon entering, Gao Mu's expression faltered slightly when he saw the winery's reception desk. "Xia Yu, what are you doing here?" The receptionist at the winery turned out to be Gao Mu's old classmate. Xia Yu was slightly surprised when she saw Gao Mu. "It's winter vacation now, so I came out to work to earn some living expenses." As far as Gao Mu knew, Xia Yu's family was very well off. Logically speaking, she didn't need to work to earn money at all. "Are you here to buy wine?" Xia Yu clearly didn't want to discuss this further with Gao Mu. She smiled at him and asked, "Would you like me to recommend some? Aren't you the receptionist?" Gao Mu looked at Xia Yu with curiosity. "I'll have my colleague fill in for me," Xia Yu said, calling over another colleague. Xia Yu led Gao Mu on a tour of the winery. At first, Xia Yu introduced the winery's wines to Gao Mu. But as they talked, their conversation drifted to other topics. "Imperial Capital University, you're amazing." Gao Mu's eyes widened when he heard that Xia Yu had been admitted to Imperial Capital University. Beijing University is currently the top university in China and a world-renowned university. This university not only has military science programs, but also humanities programs. "I heard you didn't take the college entrance exam, it's really a pity." Xia Yu expressed her regret about Gao Mu's situation. Chapter 27. Gao Mu wants to buy a house. Regret? I feel alright. Gao Mu didn't really feel any regret. Who is that kid? Why are he chatting so happily with Xia Yu? Not far away, two people were chatting while holding wine glasses. One of them bore a resemblance to Xia Yu. The other was dressed in a suit and tie, his face radiating pride. Xiao Tian looked at Gao Mu, her brows furrowing slightly, and said, I don't know him. He must be Xia Yu's friend. Brother Xiao Tian, the young man said, swirling his wine glass. Xia Yu is destined to be my wife. Isn't what she's doing a bit inappropriate? It's definitely not good. Xiao Tian seemed quite wary of this young man. He nodded, put down his wineglass, and walked towards Gao Mu and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Xiao Tian walked up to the two with a smile and asked Xiao Yu, is this your friend? This is my classmate, Xiao Yu said to Xiao Tian. The sudden appearance of Summer caused Gao Mu to frown slightly. He could sense that Xiao Tian was hostile towards him. Hey kid, are you here to buy wine at our winery? Judging from your classmate's appearance, your family probably isn't very wealthy, right? If you see any wine you like, just tell me, and I'll give you a free drink. Summer may seem generous, but it's constantly putting pressure on Gao Mu. No need, Gao Mu waved his hand, declining Xiao Tian's offer. The wine here is indeed expensive, but I think I can afford it. Brother. Xiao Yu probably sensed Xiao Tian's unfriendly attitude and said to her brother, Gao Mu and I are just classmates. That would be for the best. Xiao Tian glared at Xiao Yu, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Your social statuses are so different, being classmates is fine. A huge difference in status? Gao Mu glanced at Xiao Tian and said sarcastically. What, is your family related to royalty? You talk about a huge difference in status? What era are we living in? You're still talking about status. Xiao Tian was very dissatisfied with Gao Mu's words. He frowned and said to Gao Mu, I'm talking to my sister, so I hope you won't interrupt. And I'm telling you clearly today, my sister is going to marry the son of the top official in Langya Bay City. If you dare to have any ulterior motives towards her, you'll be in for a very bad time. Summer's warning gradually ignited a flame in Gao Mu's heart. Brother, Xiao Yu said, staring at her brother with a grim expression, I don't think I said I wanted to marry Shenwei. Some things are not up to you to decide, Xiao Tian reprimanded Xiao Yu sternly. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her eyes filled with tears. This is perhaps the tragedy of the wealthy. Play around, do as you please. But marriage must be decided by your parents. As Xiao Yu said before, the two of them were just classmates, not even friends. Gao Mu felt great sympathy for Xiao Yu's future, but that was all he felt. The fact that the two met today was purely by chance. Gao Mu did not intend to get too entangled with the Xiao family on this matter. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yu, he left the winery. Follow him and let him know the consequences of offending me, Xiao Tian instructed the bodyguard. Being publicly contradicted by Gao Mu made Xiao Tian feel very embarrassed. He needs to teach Gao Mu a lesson. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 snow lotus fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Guachun Villa to check in. Looking at the new sign and rewards in his backpack, Gao Mu felt an urge to curse. This snow radish fruit is a rare, silver-grade fruit. As a gold-ranked warrior, the increase in power from consuming the silver fruit would be negligible. Therefore, for Gao Mu at this stage, the snowberry is practically useless. Why don't we sell it? If it doesn't work, then Gao Mu might as well just sell it. Adhering to the principle that caution is better than making a big mistake, Gao Mu went directly to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping was pleasantly surprised by Gao Mu's arrival. He looked at Gao Mu with a smile and teased, "What's up? Decided to join our extreme martial arts academy? Stop fooling around." Gao Mu waved his hand and looked at Lu Tianping. "I recently acquired some good stuff and I'm planning to ask you to help me sell it." Good stuff? Lu Tianping became interested. Gao Mu held nothing back when facing Lu Tianping. He took off the backpack from his back and opened it in front of Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping, who had been looking relaxed, froze on the spot with wide eyes when he saw what was in the backpack. These are all exotic fruits. Lu Tianping carefully took one out, asking Gao Mu like a thief, "Where did you get so many?" Lu Tianping, who prided himself on having seen the world, was now genuinely bewildered. Silver fruit, while not exactly something you can only dream of, is certainly a rare find. If this were in the outside world, people would fight tooth and nail for it. But now Gao Mu's backpack contained so much stuff, how could Lu Tianping not be bewildered? "Why don't you sell it to Xin Changxin?" Lu Tianping wasn't blinded by his affection. Gao Mu's reason was very simple. He looked out the window and said, "I don't trust him." His answer took Lu Tianping by surprise. He represents the entire nation of China, and personal interests are insignificant compared to the interests of the entire country. Gao Mu didn't say it explicitly, but his meaning was very clear. I understand. Lu Tianping clearly didn't want to continue the discussion. He thought for a moment and nodded. These things, according to market price, I'll give you 100 million. Here is the money, take it. As before, Lu Tianping gave Gao Mu money first, and then helped Gao Mu sell his goods. Thanks. Gao Mu took the card from Lu Tianping and waved. After leaving the extreme martial arts school, Gao Mu went straight to the sales center of Guochun Villa. The new check-in location turned out to be Guochun Villa, and Gao Mu also had plans to buy a house for his parents. Taking advantage of the fact that it was on his way, Gao Mu decided to get everything done in one go. Brother, where is he going? Not far behind Gao Mu, a group of people were following him at a distance. The leader didn't care where Gao Mu went at all. He said to his underlings, no matter where he goes, we must complete our mission today. The younger brothers nodded excitedly. The sales office of Guochun Villa. Sir, are you here to buy a house? As soon as Gao Mu entered the sales office, a pretty saleswoman greeted him. The Chinese people have a deep-rooted belief that a house is essential for a home. Even in this golden age of global martial arts, real estate remains one of the most profitable sectors. Buy a house. Gao Mu nodded. Chapter 28 Crazy Fishing. Let me introduce it to you. Upon hearing that Gao Mu wanted to buy a house, the young lady's face immediately lit up with a happy smile. We have a standard area, a luxury area, and a villa area. Which area do you prefer? If I were to recommend something to you, I would definitely recommend the villa area. Many martial artists have bought villas in our area. If you're lucky, you might even become neighbors with one. Being able to live next to a martial artist is a pretty good gimmick. The villa area, perhaps. Gao Mu wanted to give his parents the best after their hard work throughout their lives. In the villa area, our price is 200,000. The smallest area is 300 square meters, and the largest is 500 square meters. Gao Mu roughly calculated that even the smallest villa would cost 60 million. Fortunately, his wallet was thick enough that he could afford it. Take me to see the villa. If possible, I can pay the money today. Gao Mu's generosity made the young lady even happier. She nodded, led Gao Mu to the rest area, served him tea and water, and then said to him respectfully, please rest here for a while, I'll be right back. Gao Mu nodded and began to enjoy himself in the rest area. After all, it's one of the most luxurious residential areas in the base city, and the tea here tastes quite good. What are you doing here? Gao Mu had just finished drinking a cup of tea when he heard a very dissatisfied voice. Gao Mu looked up and saw a young man looking at him with disdain. After carefully examining the young man, Gao Mu realized that he didn't seem to recognize him. My name is Xin Wei, and I am Xia Yu's fiancé, Xin Wei introduced himself. It was only then that Gao Mu remembered that Xia Tian and Xia Yu had mentioned this name when they were chatting earlier. So, what are you trying to say? Gao Mu sensed an inexplicable hostility from Xin Wei towards him. I want to tell you, stay away from my fiancé. Xin Wei sat down directly opposite Gao Mu, resting his hands on his lap, staring intently at Gao Mu. If you can't do that, I don't mind showing you what I'm capable of. To be fair, Xin Wei's current appearance bears a striking resemblance to the owner of the pond. Have you been watching too many TV dramas? Gao Mu stared directly at Xin Wei and retorted. I already told you, Xia Yu and I are just ordinary classmates. You and her brother are both mentally ill and can't understand human language. Who are you calling sick? Upon hearing Gao Mu say that he was sick, Xin Wei slammed his fist on the table, stood up, pointed at Gao Mu, and cursed angrily. Believe it or not, I dare to deal with you right now. Gao Mu shrugged indifferently and said, if you dare to make a move in public, I'll call the Hanyu guards to deal with you. Ha ha ha. Gao Mu's righteous words made Xin Wei feel extremely ridiculous. Your so-called Hanyu guard belongs to my father. Even if I beat you up, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. At this point, Gao Mu gained a new understanding of Xin Wei's identity. At the same time, he also understood why Xia Tian wanted Xia Yu to marry Xin Wei so much. Being able to get close to the top official of the base city is something many people have dreamed of for a long time. Seeing Gao Mu remain silent, Xin Wei became even more smug. Sir, I'm all ready. Shall we go see the apartment? The young woman, who had returned, said to Gao Mu. You want to buy a house? Xin Wei seemed genuinely surprised by Gao Mu's intention to buy a house. After scrutinizing Gao Mu for a few moments, he chuckled and asked the young woman, "Do you think he can afford a house around here? Can't you tell that he's just an ordinary person who's doing very poorly?" The young woman didn't say anything, her signature smile still on her face. In fact, she had this idea from the moment Gao Mu walked in. But her industry doesn't allow her to do that. "If I were you, I would definitely go straight to the leader and kick him out of here." To embarrass Gao Mu, Xinwei said directly to the young lady. The young woman still wore her signature smile, but her heart was beginning to waver. "I really can't afford a house here." Gao Mu didn't intend to argue with Xinwei. He smiled and thought of a fun plan. "But I know someone who can afford one. Not only can he afford it, he'll also give me the house he bought." After saying this, Gao Mu immediately took out his phone and turned on the recording function. "Who's so brain dead? Do you know how expensive houses are here? Spending so much money to buy a house and give it to you as a gift? Did a donkey kick their brain?" Not only did Xinwei not believe Gao Mu's words, but even the young lady didn't believe them. After Gao Mu turned off the recording function, he said, "Maybe I'm a genius. They gave me the house so they could get me to join their camp." A genius? Xinwei had already taken the bait. He looked at Gao Mu with disdain and said sarcastically, "Unless someone is blind, no one would think you're a genius." Gao Mu was fishing like crazy, and Xinwei was taking the bait like crazy. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Gao Mu continued fishing for Xinwei. "That person might be able to see things that others can't," Gao Mu continued. "Anyone who thinks you're a genius is either blind or has something wrong with their head. I'm telling you, even if God came today, I wouldn't change my mind." Xinwei's resounding words made him appear very bold. Gao Mu smiled slightly, then made a simple edit to the video and sent it to Xin Chongxin. Base City, Central Office Area. Xin Chongxin is in a meeting. Xin City Guard. City Chief is the title for the top official of the base city. "What's wrong?" Xin Chongxin, who was in a meeting, asked his secretary with a furrowed brow. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during meetings?" "No," the secretary explained tremblingly. "It was a message from Gao Mu." Upon hearing that the message was from Gao Mu, Xin Chongxin's anger immediately subsided. He took the phone from his secretary, unlocked it, and turned it on. "What's this?" Xin Chongxin opened the message Gao Mu sent him out of curiosity. "This bastard must have a death wish." The content of the video infuriated Xin Chongxin. He knew Gao Mu was deliberately trying to entice his son, but he was still very angry. Looking at the address below the video, Xin Chongxin immediately instructed his secretary, "Prepare a car for me. I'm going to teach a bastard a lesson." This was the first time the secretary had ever seen Xin Chongxin so angry. He didn't dare ask any more questions and turned around to arrange a car for Xin Chongxin. 5 minutes later, Xin Chongxin's car drove out of the central office area. Chapter 29. He's more powerful than God. "Hey, the guy delivering my house will be here soon. I hope you'll still be this awesome then." Gao Mu looked at Xinwei with a half smile. "I've already said it, even if God came, my opinion wouldn't change." Xinwei showed no fear, looking every bit like a war god. Gao Mu suppressed a laugh and gave Xinwei a thumbs up. "You're awesome. You have to be awesome." Xinwei thought Gao Mu was about to give in. Just as Xinwei was about to continue mocking Gao Mu, the doors to the sales office opened. Xin Chongxin strode in aggressively from outside the door. "Dad." Xinwei was somewhat surprised to see his biological father in this place. He went up to him and greeted him as usual. "What brings you here?" Xin Chongxin ignored Xinwei and instead slapped him across the face. The slap was so hard that it completely stunned Xinwei. "Why did you hit me?" Xinwei was confused as to why his father had suddenly attacked him. "Because there's something wrong with your head," Xin Chongxin said, raising his hand to slap Xinwei again. "Dad." Xinwei felt wronged. He honestly doesn't remember ever saying that his father was mentally ill. This guy may not be considered a filial son, but he won't talk about his father behind his back. "Fuck you." Xin Chongxin completely disregarded his status and began to beat Xinwei mercilessly, cursing as he did so. "Didn't you say I was blind? Didn't you say I was mentally ill? Didn't you say that even if God came, you would still think so?" Although Xinwei was somewhat simple-minded, he also gleaned something from his father's words. He turned to look at Gao Mu and shouted angrily, "You schemed against me." "I don't think so," Gao Mu shrugged, looking indifferent. "You only have yourself to blame." "I was wrong, Dad." Xinwei glared at Gao Mu before begging his father for forgiveness. I didn't know the person he was talking about was you. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to say that. Under Shin Chongxin's brutal beating, Xinwei kept trying to escape. After learning Shin Chongxin's identity, no one around dared to step forward to stop him. Regardless of whether Shin Chongxin is the city governor or not, this is still a family matter. After beating him for 10 minutes, Shin Chongxin finally got tired. His secretary, being very perceptive, found him a chair so he could sit down and rest, and brought him a cup of hot tea. Shin Chongxin, with his legs crossed, sipped his tea and scolded Xinwei, "Do you know you were wrong?" Xinwei, whose face was bruised and swollen from being beaten by Shin Chongxin, nodded with a look of grievance. "Apologize to Gao Mu," Shin Chongxin said with a serious expression. Xinwei looked at Gao Mu, his eyes filled with anger. Smack! Shin Chongxin didn't tolerate him either, and slapped him on the back of the head. Xinwei stared at his father with a completely bewildered expression. He was completely stunned. Apologize? You don't understand? Shin Chongxin said coldly. After trembling slightly, Xinwei reluctantly walked up to Gao Mu and bowed deeply to him with great sincerity, saying, "What happened before was all my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Xinwei was truly terrified of being beaten, and his apology was incredibly sincere. "The child is just being immature, so please forgive him," Shin Chongxin said to Gao Mu with a smile. Gao Mu nodded. Seeing Gao Mu nod, Shin Chongxin smiled and said, "Let's go, pick out a house, we'll pay upstairs." Xinwei, standing to the side, was still somewhat unconvinced. But after hearing his father's words clearly, he felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Since someone is paying, Gao Mu will definitely choose the more expensive one. Ultimately, he chose a super luxury villa with an area of 500 square meters. When it came time to pay the bill, he could tell that Shin Chongxin was a little distressed. "Dad," Xinwei asked his father, puzzled, on the way home. "Why do you treat him differently?" Shin Chongxin had already thought about how to answer his son's question. "Do you know that there are people in this world called chosen ones?" Shin Chongxin lit a cigarette and said slowly to his son. "These people are born with great fortune. No matter what they do, they can do it to the best of their ability." "You mean?" Xinwei did not believe that Gao Mu was a person of great fortune. When I last saw him, his cultivation level was silver 5-star. Today, when I saw him again, I could clearly feel that his power had increased a lot. I suspect that he has broken through to the gold realm. Shin Chongxin's words left Xinwei speechless, his face filled with shock. As Shin Chongxin's son, he had heard many legends about geniuses. But Xinwei found Gao Mu's story hard to accept. 18 years old, a gold-level martial artist? Xinwei couldn't reconcile these two keywords. Neither of these two words, taken individually, would be too surprising. But if you put them together, it's truly astonishing. "So you know why I treat him differently, right?" Shin Chongxin said, looking at his son. Xinwei nodded mechanically. His father didn't say much, but the information he conveyed was overwhelming, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. After his son had processed the information, Shin Chongxin continued, "If you don't dislike him, then try to be friends with him as much as possible. But if you dislike him, then stay far away from him. Xinwei may be simple-minded, but he is very good at analyzing pros and cons." "You said about his future achievements." Xinwei looked at his father. Shin Chongxin smiled slightly and said, "Compared to me, you're only better, not worse." "I see." After thinking for a while, Xinwei looked up. Seeing the change in his son's eyes, Shin Chongxin smiled. Back home, Gao Mu did not intend to tell his parents about the villa. He plans to surprise his parents when the time is right. Days passed by, and just when Gao Mu was getting bored in the base city, Luomo called. "Brother Gao Mu." Luomo's tone was very polite on the phone. "Do you have time today? The new tasks for this month have come down, let's meet and discuss them." "Captain, if you have time." Since the other person was so friendly, Gao Mu certainly couldn't be unfriendly in return. "Just tell me the location, I'll be there soon." Gao Mu's attitude pleased Luomo. "Guochun Villa, please. Give me a call when you arrive." After hanging up the phone, Gao Mu couldn't help but sigh. This captain is really rich, he can actually afford to buy a house in Guochun Villa. After tidying up briefly, Gao Mu hailed a taxi and headed to Guochun Villa. Chapter 36 Eating Spider. Luomo valued Gao Mu highly. Knowing that Gao Mu was coming, they waited at the door with their team members. "Captain." Gao Mu truly hadn't expected his captain to be so good at handling people. After getting out of the car, he quickly walked up to Lu Mo and said, "What are you doing? You're the strongest fighter in our team, it's only right that we wait for you," Lu Xiaoguang said half-jokingly from behind. The others nodded in agreement, confirming that Lu Xiaoguang was right. After exchanging a few words at the entrance, the group entered Guochun Villa. "Captain," Gao Mu said with a smile, standing in front of Lu Mo's villa. "I didn't expect you to be so rich." Lu Mo chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I was just lucky." Joking around, the group entered Lu Mo's villa. Perhaps it's related to Lu Mo's personality, which is why his villa is decorated in a very simple and elegant style. Everyone sat in the living room, where servants served tea, drinks, and wine. The group drank and chatted about their new mission. "Gentlemen, this expedition into the wild is not simply about hunting strange beasts." Lu Mo stood up and said with a serious expression. Everyone's relaxed expressions changed, and they listened attentively. "Our mission is to hunt down at least 5 golden beasts." The new task caused everyone present to gasp in surprise. Gao Mu never expected that he would be given such a task. It should be noted that, apart from Lu Mo and Gao Mu, everyone in their team was a silver-level martial artist. A silver-ranked warrior facing a golden beast is almost certain to die. Why did they give us this kind of mission? Feng Yong, the most hot-tempered of them all, slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Don't they know our team's capabilities? Stop complaining. Lu Mo knew that complaining was useless at this point. He composed himself and asked Gao Mu, "If the two of us join forces, can we kill the golden beast in a short time?" After thinking for a moment, Gao Mu smiled at Lu Mo and said, "Absolutely no problem." Gao Mu's confidence gave Lu Mo confidence. Lu Mo himself didn't understand why he trusted Gao Mu so much. "In that case, let's prepare properly tonight. We'll meet at the square tomorrow at noon." Everyone stayed at Lu Mo's villa until evening before heading home. Before leaving, Gao Mu didn't forget to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful, reward received, Frostflower Sword. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Huanyu City to check in. Once back home, Gao Mu took out the Frostflower Sword. A gold-grade longsword. Compared to the exotic fruit, the value of a gold-grade longsword is indeed not high. But it also saved Gao Mu a lot of money. When Gao Mu woke up in the morning, he saw that his parents had gone to work before he left home. To avoid worrying his parents, he didn't tell them he was going to the wilderness. "Wow, you're really rich," Feng Yong teased, looking at Gao Mu's Frostflower Sword. "This sword must have been expensive." "It's all right." Gao Mu smiled modestly. After leaving the base city, the group headed straight for Sanger City. Sanger City is a gathering place for silver-grade monsters, but golden-grade monsters also occasionally appear. With their squad's current setup, this is already the limit for dealing with the gathering place of silver beasts. Proceeding cautiously, the team arrived at the outskirts of Sanger City 5 hours later. Looking at Sanger City not far away, Gao Mu couldn't help but sigh. This city must have been very glorious in the past, right? After clearing out the surrounding monsters, the group began to rest and regroup. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Our mission today is to find the golden beast in this city before dark," Lu Mo said with a serious expression. "The wilderness at night is terrifying enough. But the gathering place of strange beasts at night is even more terrifying and chilling. They must find out the situation in Sanger City before nightfall." Everyone nodded in unison and began to disperse and enter the base city. Their mission today is simply reconnaissance, so they don't need to work together. After entering Sanger City, Gao Mu began searching everywhere for traces of the golden beast. Finding golden beasts in silver-rich areas is no easy task. At first, Gao Mu didn't need to avoid the silver beasts. However, as they went deeper, the silver beasts became more and more numerous, and Gao Mu's progress gradually slowed down. The glasses swept across the strange beasts and found that all the beasts within sight were silver-colored. Just as Gao Mu turned to go back, a strange beast resembling a spider appeared before him. This spider is over 2 meters tall. Its fur, a mix of black and yellow, gave Gao Mu goosebumps. Six-eyed ink spider. Evolved from the bird-eating spider, its webs are so sticky that no other spider can match them. 2 eyes are made of bronze, 4 eyes are made of silver, and 6 eyes are made of gold. If its height exceeds 2 meters, then it has at least the strength of a gold 3-star or higher. The information the glasses relayed to Gao Mu caused him to frown slightly. Its cultivation level is at least gold 3 stars. Gao Mu silently did some calculations. Without unlocking the secret of the all character, I might not be a match for this 6-eyed ink spider. How about we get another one? Gao Mu, however, was not opposed to taking on the golden beast one-on-one. But after all, this beast is a gold 3-star, while Gao Mu is only a gold 1-star. Just as Gao Mu was hesitating, the six-sided spider discovered him. While Gao Mu was still thinking, he sprayed a wisp of spider silk directly in Gao Mu's direction. Shadow concealment step. As Gao Mu discovered the spider silk, he also activated the shadow step. That was close. Gao Mu, who had barely dodged the spider web attack, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for the shadow step, Gao Mu would have been entangled in the spider silk 100%. Once entangled in the spider silk, Gao Mu would undoubtedly become the six-sided spider's meal. Now that the six-sided spider had discovered him, Gao Mu had no intention of running away any longer. He took the Frostflower sword from his back, activated Shadow Step, and rushed towards the six-sided spider. Seeing Gao Mu charging towards him, the six-sided spider spat out another mouthful of spider silk. The green-glowing spider silk brushed past Gao Mu. It was only then that Gao Mu realized what he had just dodged. This spider silk is not only extremely sticky, but it's also highly poisonous. Gao Mu patted his chest, still shaken. Seeing that its ranged attack had no effect on Gao Mu, the six-sided spider prepared to confront Gao Mu head-on. It strode forward with its long legs, heading straight for Gao Mu. Both Gao Mu and the six-sided spider are very fast. The two sides collided a few seconds later. When the Frostflower sword struck the six-sided spider's long legs with a crisp sound. Chapter 31 Night in the Wild. Gao Mu stepped back, shook his right hand which was numb from the shock, and complained, "These legs are too hard." Seeing Gao Mu retreat, the six-sided spider rushed forward 2 steps and came close to Gao Mu again. It raised its forelegs, which resembled spears, and thrust them fiercely at Gao Mu. Gao Mu activated Shadow Step again, dodging the attack from the six-sided spider. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Frostflower sword danced in the air, and clusters of blue lotus flowers gathered and dispersed in the sky. When the Frostflower sword struck the six-sided spider's leg, but still failed to cause it any damage. No. Gao Mu realized that if things continued like this, something unexpected would definitely happen. The secret of all characters. Gao Mu activated the all-encompassing secret, causing his combat power to surge tenfold. His cultivation level, which was at gold 1-star, skyrocketed to diamond 1-star. The six-sided spider, a gold level 3-star creature, was no match for Gao Mu, a diamond level 1-star creature. After a few sword strikes, Gao Mu had cut off all of the six-sided spider's legs. After cutting off all the legs of the six-sided spider, Gao Mu did not stop attacking. The Frostflower sword moved again. Without its long legs as a weapon, the six-sided spider is like a lamb to the slaughter. With just a few sword strikes, Gao Mu took the life of the six-sided spider. Gao Mu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the six-sided spider lying on the ground. However, he did not let his guard down because of this. Reaching the head of the six-sided spider, he directly cleaved its skull open with his sword. Suppressing my nausea, I picked out a transparent substance the size of a baby's fist from its brain matter. This substance is the core of the six-sided spider. Once a beast reaches the golden realm, a core will grow in its brain. The kernel acts somewhat like a battery. It can provide energy for the beasts during battle. Gao Mu put the core into his backpack, glanced around, and then quickly fled the battlefield. Outside Sanger City, the group that had explored the city were gathered together eating and chatting. "I hope Gao Mu isn't in trouble?" Lu Xiaoguang asked Captain Lu Mo, looking in the direction Gao Mu had just left. "Should we go check on him?" Lu Mo glanced at the time, pondered for a moment, and said, "If he hasn't come out by 5 o'clock, we'll go in and look for him." The team members did not object to Lu Mo's suggestion. Time ticked by, and soon it was 5 o'clock. "We can't wait any longer," Lu Mo said, standing up. "Let's go inside and find Gao Mu." The team members stood up in unison, gripped their weapons tightly, and set off to find Gao Mu. No need to look anymore. Gao Mu felt very warm-hearted seeing this. "I'm back." "Why are you only just getting back? Did you run into trouble?" Lu Mo asked with concern. The other team members also looked at Gao Mu with concerned eyes. Gao Mu smiled and shook his head, saying, "We definitely encountered trouble, but I resolved it." As he spoke, to everyone's astonishment, Gao Mu opened his backpack and took out the core of the six-sided spider. When everyone saw the core that Gao Mu took out, their eyes widened and they all showed a shocked expression. "You killed a golden beast yourself?" Lu Mo found it unbelievable. He knew Gao Mu was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. I ran into him. Since there was a chance to show off, Galmu certainly wouldn't let it pass. I took care of it easily. Everyone rolled their eyes at Galmu for showing off so wildly. Captain, Galmu said with a smile, walking up to Lu Mo with the kernel in his hand. You can handle this kernel. No. To everyone's surprise, Lu Mo waved his hand dismissively and said with a serious expression, you dealt with this beast, so its core should belong to you as well. Unlike randomly assembled wilderness exploration teams, the Han Yue team has very clear rules regarding the distribution of benefits. If the monster was killed with the help of others, Galmu would have to share the spoils with his teammates, even if he didn't want to. Even if the teammates only did simple things like keeping watch. However, if someone kills the enemy alone and there are no teammates around, then there's no need to share the loot with your teammates. We haven't settled things yet about the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit incident. No matter what you say, we can't ask for a share of the kernel. Galmu took out the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit for the team. According to the rules, the other team members were supposed to give Galmu money. The main beneficiary receives 70% of the value of the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit, while the remaining team members receive the remaining 30%. The reason why Hanyue Guard has such a rule is to make the squads below more united. Alright. Galmu was too lazy to argue with Lu Mo about this anymore, and waved his hand dismissively. Let's settle this in detail when we get back. Lu Mo nodded. After everyone had eaten, Lu Mo began assigning tasks for night watch. Galmu, Lu Xiaoguang, and Fengyang took turns on duty for the first half of the night, while Lu Mo and Hao Jian took turns on duty for the second half. Sitting in front of the campfire, Galmu stared blankly at it. Galmu, Lu Xiaoguang said, sitting down next to Galmu with a face full of envy. If only I were as capable as you. Galmu glanced at Lu Xiaoguang and said with a smile, you're already pretty good. Lu Xiaoguang is a bit older than Galmu, but his cultivation level has already reached the silver 5-star. Among her peers, she might not be the absolute best, but she's definitely in the top 10 or so. To be fair, if Galmu hadn't had the system, he might not even have become a martial artist now. The two chatted and laughed, and time flew by. Through this conversation, Galmu gained a new understanding of the honest man in the team. The biological clocks of martial artists are frighteningly accurate. In the middle of the night, Lu Mo and Hao Jian climbed out of the tent without Galmu and the others calling them. Their team was quite lucky. We didn't encounter any problems throughout the night. On the few occasions when strange beasts invaded, Lu Mo easily dealt with them. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Galmu woke up from his sleep. It was his first time sleeping outdoors, and he had an indescribable feeling. What kind of meat is this? As soon as Galmu stepped out of the tent, he smelled a wonderful aroma of meat. He looked towards the campfire and saw that a barbecue grill had been set up over it at some point. On the grill, a large piece of meat was being roasted. We were lucky tonight we encountered a bronze-level sheep-type beast, Lu Mo replied while roasting the mutton. Hurry up and wash up, it'll be ready to eat soon. The three, who had just woken up, perked up instantly at the mention of roasted lamb. Not only do we have mutton, Hao Jian's voice came from not far away. We also have mutton soup. Hao Jian also lit a bonfire not far away, and placed a pot on top of it. White steam continued to rise from the top of the pot. Chapter 32 Gao's father seriously injured. After breakfast, everyone extinguished the campfire. Lu Mo unfolded a map and said to everyone, according to yesterday's reconnaissance, these locations are home to golden beasts. I just don't know if these golden beasts are still around after a day has passed. Let's start from the basics and explore step by step. Under Lu Mo's command, the team entered Sang'er City. Yesterday, Galmu had already hunted down 1 golden beast, so they only needed to hunt down 4 more today before they could return to the base city. After walking carefully for 10 minutes in Sang'er City, the group finally arrived at the first marker. However, the team was lucky the monster at the first marked point was still there. Hao Jian. Zhang Huai's departure made Hao Jian the main force in attracting monsters. Hao Jian nodded, drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocked a bow, and shot. The arrows flew like meteors straight toward the golden beast. Hunter Fire Fox. This fox-like beast is extremely cunning. Even in its infancy, it possesses the strength of a silver 9-star. In adulthood, its cultivation reaches the gold 2-star level. The glasses returned all the information about this soul-hunting firefox. The soul-hunting firefox was struck by an arrow and let out a piercing cry. It looked in the direction of Galmu's team, and a chillingly strange look appeared in its eerie fox eyes. Superior. Luo Mo, wielding his battle sword, charged forward first. Gao Mu followed closely behind, wielding the Frostflower sword. Lu Xiaoguang and Hao Jian provided fire support for Gao Mu and the others from a distance using bows and arrows. Although the soul-hunting firefox is a golden beast, it couldn't withstand the team's attacks. In just 10 minutes, Firefox's body was covered with countless wounds. Ignoring its screams, the two continued their attack. Firefox tried to escape several times, but was blocked by Lu Xiaoguang and Hao Jian in the distance. Several more screams rang out as the Soul Hunter Firefox was successfully killed by the team. After killing the Soul Hunting Firefox, the team rested briefly before heading to the next marker. Meanwhile, the First Central Hospital of Langia Base City received a seriously injured patient. Where are the patient's family members? Where are the patient's family members? The doctor shouted outside the ward. With tears in her eyes, Gao's mother walked up to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how is my husband?" The situation isn't very optimistic. The doctor took off his mask, sighed slightly, and said to Gao's mother, "Your prepaid funds have been used up, and you need to go and pay the fees. Also, this time, pay a little more." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Gao's mother quickly ran to the payment counter. "Excuse me," the person at the payment counter said coldly to Ms. Gao. "Your card has no money left. Please get another card." Mrs. Gao took out another card, but it still showed she had no money. She became anxious and took out her phone to call Gao Mu. But the busy signal on the phone told her that Gao Mu was not in the service area. Ms. Gao was frantically pacing around the payment counter. "Can you save people first?" she pleaded, her face contorted with anguish, looking at the cashier. "I don't have any money right now, but I can bring it over in a bit." "Excuse me." The staff member forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "We have a rule that you must pay first." Gao's mother collapsed to the ground, her face filled with despair. She now regrets not accepting the card her son offered her. That's it. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she immediately dialed a number on her phone. "Director Lu, I'm Gao Mu's mother. My husband is in the hospital right now. Could you come?" Before Gao's mother could finish speaking, the phone was abruptly disconnected. Gao's mother's last hope vanished because of the sudden disconnection of the phone call. "Ha!" Seeing Gao's mother's reaction, the staff member couldn't help but mock her. "Do you know? There's only one disease in this world, and that's poverty." Before the staff member could even speak, he was suddenly slapped across the face. "Get out!" A man in a suit glared at the staff member and yelled, "If I see you in the hospital again, I'll send you straight to the morgue." The staff member clearly knew the man. Faced with the man's angry outbursts, she didn't even have the courage to retaliate. "You must be Gao Mu's mother," the man said to Gao's mother after shooing away the staff. "I'm a director of this hospital, and I'll arrange the best doctor for your husband right now." The reason Lu Tianping hung up on Gao's mother was not because he didn't want to help, but because he needed to contact someone. Perhaps because of the supervision of the board of directors, the surgery was performed very quickly. "It's all over now." The doctor walked out of the operating room and said to Gao's mother. When Gao's mother heard that everything was all right, she breathed a sigh of relief. The board not only arranged for the best doctor to perform the surgery on Mr. Gao, but also arranged for him to have the best ward in special care. Not long after the surgery, Lu Tianping also arrived at the hospital. "How is Gao Mu's father?" Lu Tianping asked anxiously. "Master Lu," the director said obsequiously as he approached Lu Tianping, his tone fawning. "He's out of danger." "That's good." Upon hearing that they were out of danger, Lu Tianping breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with Gao Mu was actually somewhat special. Initially, Lu Tianping only wanted to recruit Gao Mu into the Jidao Martial Arts Academy and make him a member of the academy. However, after a long period of contact, Lu Tianping discovered that he and Gao Mu had many similarities. Through repeated exchanges and communication, the two became friends. After settling Gao's father and mother in, Lu Tianping's face turned completely cold. He looked at his father's medical record in his hand, and anger burst forth from his eyes. He roared at the people around him, "Investigate. I need to know who hurt Gao Mu's father." "Yes." The person beside him accepted the order and turned to leave. After everyone around him left, Lu Tianping dialed Shin Chongxin's number. Shin Chongxin, who was on the other end of the phone, was also unusually angry when he heard the news. "You dare touch our people? I'd like to see who gave you the courage." Two of the three giants are already furious. "What did you say?" Lu Su sat at home, trembling as he listened to the voice on his phone. You said the base city is under complete lockdown? The Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the city governor have already sent people to investigate this matter? Gao Mu's father will be hospitalized, and the mastermind behind it is Lu Su. His previous actions had not harmed Gao Mu, which made him realize that Gao Mu was not easy to deal with. Since Gao Mu is not easy to deal with, he has no choice but to change his approach. But to everyone's surprise, this change of direction caused a huge mess. Lu Su panicked, completely panicked. Hurry up and pack your things, we're leaving the base city today, Lu Su yelled at his wife. But at that moment, he noticed that the lights outside his villa were on. Chapter 33 Golden Snow Rabbit. The guards of Hanyue and the people from the Jidao Martial Arts School broke down the door and entered. With Lu Tianping and Shin Chongqing personally leading the team, Lu Su didn't even have the courage to resist. Take everyone in their family away. Lu Tianping was as cold as snow. Without a word, the people from the Extreme Martial Arts School captured Lu Su and his wife. Lu Tao, who was recuperating on the second floor, was also found by the group. These people are to be handed over to our Hanyue guard, Shin Chongqing said to Lu Tianping. Unexpectedly, his words drew ridicule from Lu Tianping. If I were you, I should be thinking about how to explain this to Gao Mu right now. Upon hearing this, Shin Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. If this matter is not handled properly, it could easily discourage Gao Mu. They might not care about a martial artist, but if today's events continue to escalate, things will get serious. Shin Chongqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Lu Tianping, that's why you're giving him to me. I not only want an explanation for Gao Mu, but also for the rest of the Hanyue guard. In the end, Shin Chongqing took Lu Su's family away. After passing through several marker points, their task was completed. We're going to make a fortune this time. Feng Yong exclaimed excitedly. They hunted down 5 golden beasts in total, and based on market prices, each of them could earn at least 1 million. As the team's main attacker, Gao Mu earned more than them. Oh, right. Before returning to base, Gao Mu looked at the map and said to Lu Mo, you guys go back first, I still have some things to take care of. In addition to completing the team's mission, Gao Mu also had to check in at Huanyu City during his trip to the wilderness. Fortunately, Huanyu City is not far from here, and Gao Mu was able to not only complete the check-in before dark, but also return to the base city smoothly. Okay. Lu Mo didn't press further, he knew everyone had secrets. Someone like Gao Mu must have secrets. Since Gao Mu didn't want to talk about it, Lu Mo tacitly refrained from pressing him for details. After a frantic drive, Gao Mu finally arrived in Huanyu City 5 hours later. When Huanyu City became a gathering place for golden beasts, Gao Mu observed the surrounding area for a while before quietly sneaking in. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward received, Thorn Armor Gold. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the Global City Center to check in. Looking at the thorn armor in his hand, which resembled a soft, golden suit of armor, Gao Mu suppressed the urge to complain. If I had known the reward was armor, I wouldn't have come. Gold-grade armor is certainly valuable, but it doesn't hold much appeal for Gao Mu at this point. Thorn armor, gold. The armor, made from the hide of the thorn warbear, is not only lightweight but also capable of deflecting attacks. Wow! Gao Mu was immediately impressed after reading the description of the thorn armor. It can reflect attacks? The Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill, paired with this armor, is simply a match made in heaven. The Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill increases defensive power. The thorn armor, on the other hand, can reflect attacks combined, they make the user virtually invincible. The new check-in location is in the city center, I'd better head out first. This is, after all, a gathering place for golden beasts, and Gao Mu's strength is currently insufficient. To rashly head to the city center of Huanyu City at this time would be tantamount to suicide. Just as Gao Mu was about to turn and leave, he caught a glimpse of golden light out of the corner of his eye. He frowned and looked toward the source of the golden light. This is? Not far away, a rabbit was staring at Gao Mu with blood-red eyes. The amazing thing is that the rabbit was completely golden. In other words, the golden light that Gao Mu just saw was emanating from the rabbit. The size of this rabbit was similar to the size of the rabbits Gao Mu had seen in his previous life. Apart from its golden color, it's just an ordinary rabbit. Golden blood fleece rabbit. This is a very rare beast. It has neither strong offensive nor defensive capabilities. However, it possesses extremely keen perception. The golden blood fleece rabbit is definitely an anomaly among exotic beasts. but it is the most beloved mythical beast in the human world. If you bring one with you when you're exploring in the wild, you won't have to worry about being ambushed at all. If I remember correctly, this rabbit seems to be very valuable. Galmu is not greedy for money, but no one ever complains about having too much money. Most importantly, the golden blood rabbit is right in front of us. If we just let it go, wouldn't that be like throwing money into the ocean? The golden snowy rabbit seemed to sense something. After staring intently at Galmu with its blood-red eyes for a while, it suddenly leaped into the depths of Huanyu City. Despite its small size, it is incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Galmu's sight. Galmu quickly chased after him. Fortunately, Galmu was fast enough to quickly find the golden blood fleece rabbit again. He quickly swung his frostflower sword and slashed at it. But the golden snowy rabbit seemed to have a precognitive ability, easily dodging Galmu's attack. Snowflake Rabbit ran, and Galmu chased after it. Before he knew it, Galmu had arrived in the city center of Huanyu City. Looking at a snow rabbit fleeing not far away, Galmu hesitated for a moment. The reason he hadn't encountered any strange beasts along the way was entirely thanks to the snow rabbit. If he loses Snow Rabbit in the central district of Universal City, then he can forget about leaving Universal City. Hesitation will only lead to defeat. Galmu gritted his teeth and continued the pursuit. He didn't forget to check in during the tracking. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward received, armor-piercing paralysis gun diamond. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the City Hall of Universal City to check in. Armor-piercing. Intoxicating. Gun, diamond. A perfect fusion of high technology and firearms, it ignores the defenses of any living being and can paralyze them in a short time. It can even paralyze diamond-level alien beasts. Looking at the description of the armor-piercing, numb, and intoxicating gun, Galmu's eyes widened. This is practically a bug-level weapon. The fact that it can anesthetize diamond-level alien beasts is enough to drive Galmu crazy. With this gun, even an ordinary person can easily hunt down diamond monsters. Of course, this is on the premise that ordinary people's eyes must be able to keep up with the speed of the diamond beast. Galmu immediately retrieved the armor-piercing paralysis gun from the system and fired a shot at the golden blood fleece rabbit. A tranquilizer dart flew straight toward the golden snowy rabbit. The tranquilizer dart struck, and the golden snowy rabbit stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Just as Galmu was about to pick up the golden snow rabbit, the sudden tremor of the ground made him stop in his tracks. Chapter 34 Return to the base city. Galmu looked in one direction and saw a rhinoceros approaching him. A plant. Galmu cursed under his breath. Before him appeared a massive rhinoceros, its body shimmering with the luster of diamonds. With each step it took, the earth trembled. Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros. A diamond-level beast, its outer skin is covered with a diamond-like substance. Its horns are as hard as metal. The Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros is definitely the strongest defensive beast among diamond-level creatures. Even the strongest diamond-grade weapon would have a hard time breaking through its defenses. Ordinary martial artists would simply choose to avoid such a beast with extremely high defense. But Galmu had no intention of avoiding it. Give it a try. Galmu raised his armor-piercing spear and fired a shot at the Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros. The tranquilizer dart pierced its defenses and embedded itself in its flesh. Before Galmu could even feel happy, the Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros let out a roar and charged towards him. The tranquilizer darts can indeed break through its defenses, but they cannot instantly paralyze it. Again. Galmu raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. Even after those 2 shots, the Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros continued to approach Galmu. Despite its enormous size, it moves quite fast. The moment Galmu fired his gun, it had already rushed up to him. It lowered its head and pointed its iron horn at Galmu. Shadow concealment step. At this point, Galmu had no choice but to hide. This is a diamond-level beast. Even with thorn armor and Vajra indestructible divine skill, one cannot withstand being attacked by such a beast. Galmu barely dodged the attack. But the Diamond Iron-horned Rhinoceros didn't want to let Galmu off so easily. It raised its front legs high and stepped on Galmu. Helpless, Galmu could only use Shadow Step again to dodge its attack. While dodging its attacks, Galmu didn't forget to fire a shot at it. Several tens of minutes later, Galmu had lost count of how many shots he had fired, yet the Diamond Iron-horned Rhino remained standing. What's going on? Just as Galmu was about to fire at the Diamond Ironhorn Rhinoceros again, he discovered that his gun was out of bullets. The prolonged battle with the diamond iron-horn rhinoceros has attracted other exotic beasts. However, these strange beasts dared not approach due to the strength of the iron-horned rhinoceros. But if either Gao Mu or the iron-horned rhinoceros falls, they will be instantly torn to shreds by these menacing beasts. Let's get out of here while we still have the energy. He pushed the shadow step to its limit, and his speed also reached its peak. Even so, he still couldn't escape the iron-horned rhinoceros's attack. The secret of all characters. If Gao Mu didn't use the all-encompassing secret at this moment, he would surely die. His strength increased tenfold, and his speed also increased tenfold. Gao Mu's sudden increase in strength caused the iron-horned rhinoceros's attack to pause briefly. Taking advantage of this pause, Gao Mu made a quick getaway. Before making his escape, he didn't forget to take the golden snow rabbit with him. Outside Huanyu City, Gao Mu knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The combined use of the all-secret technique and the shadow-concealing step pushed his physical strength to its limit. But the iron frame didn't want him to escape so easily. The tremors of the earth told Gao Mu that the iron frame was getting closer and closer to him. After resting briefly, he prepared to continue his escape. But just as he was about to move, his brow furrowed slightly. Has the speed slowed down? He noticed that the iron-horned rhinoceros was slowing down. He looked back and saw that the iron-horned rhinoceros was already staggering. The anesthetic has taken effect. The prolonged battle accelerated the blood flow of the iron-horned rhinoceros. Kill it! Gao Mu let out a low roar, drew his frostflower sword, and charged toward the iron-horned rhinoceros. The secret of all characters. While charging forward, he also made sure to activate the all-secret. A powerful force began to spread within his body. The frostflower sword was, after all, a gold-grade weapon, and it simply couldn't break through the iron-horned rhinoceros's defenses. Even so, Gao Mu did not stop attacking. Soon, the iron-horned rhinoceros's body began to sway. Gao Mu predicted that the iron-horned rhinoceros would definitely fall to the ground within 5 minutes. Bang! 5 minutes later, the iron-horned rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. Gao Mu threw away the frostflower sword and sat on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't sit on the ground for too long. After all, there were other strange beasts nearby that were eyeing him covetously. Picking up the frostflower sword, he attempted to cleave open the iron-horned rhinoceros's head. However, even though the sword had chipped and broken, it did not cause any damage to the iron-horned rhinoceros. If you can't split its head, then split its horns. But its horns were also extremely hard. The frostflower sword almost chipped its blade, but it didn't even manage to create a notch on its horns. Gao Mu gave up. He glanced around, sighed softly, and then sprinted towards the base city. After running for about 5 or 6 hours, Gao Mu finally saw the gate of the base city. Upon entering, he sat down on the floor to rest without any regard for his image. Gao Mu, you're finally back. Lu Mo's voice rang out behind Gao Mu. Even base cities are not absolutely safe. Meeting Lu Mo here still made Gao Mu very happy. Seeing that Gao Mu was almost exhausted, Lu Mo and the others quickly went to his side and protected him. After resting for about half an hour, Gao Mu finally had the strength to stand up. With the help of Lu Mo and others, Gao Mu got into Lu Mo's car. Where are we going? Gao Mu asked Lu Mo. This is not the way home for me. After a moment of silence, Lu Mo told him about what had happened in the base city in the past few days. Lu Mo knew this so clearly because Lu Tianping had come to visit once. After learning that Gao Mu had not yet returned, he left again. Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed them to notify him when Gao Mu returned. What did you say? Gao Mu's face turned cold. His eyes were as cold as frost, and he growled in a low voice, Lu Su injured my father? His cheeks turned bright red, perhaps from anger. His body was also trembling uncontrollably. You're cold. Lu Mo wanted to persuade Gao Mu to calm down, but seeing the terrifying look in Gao Mu's eyes, he didn't continue. Gao Mu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. How is my dad? Lu Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gao Mu calm down. It's all right now, Lu Mo said, feigning a relaxed tone. Director Lu arranged the best ward and the best special care for him. I heard he can be discharged in a few days. Where are Lu Su's family members now? Knowing that his father was all right, Gao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Mo did not answer Gao Mu's question. Inside the car, everyone shut their mouths and fell silent. Chapter 35 Breaking into the Prison. Seeing everyone's silence, Gao Mu directly dialed Lu Tianping's number. Don't worry, they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. If a martial artist attacks an ordinary person, unless it is done very discreetly, they will face severe punishment if discovered. If ordinary people are willing to reconcile, martial artists can also be spared punishment. However, Galmu's case is rather special, and Lu Su's family will likely face imprisonment. I'm asking you, where are they? This was the first time Galmu had spoken to Lu Tianping like this. Lu Tianping hesitated for a moment, then said, "They are not at home." His answer was accurate enough. "He's not home," Galmu muttered to himself after hanging up the phone. "Then he's in jail." Each base city has its own dedicated prison. The prison cells were usually located within the Hanyu Guard's garrison area. "Go to the base," Galmu said to Lu Mo. Lu Mo did not change direction. "To the base," Galmu roared. Lu Mo still had no intention of changing direction. Galmu didn't want to waste any more time, so he opened the car door and jumped out. "What should we do?" Lu Xiaoguang asked Lu Mo anxiously. Lu Mo remained silent. He knew very well what Galmu was going to do next. At this point, he needs to figure out how to make a choice. Lu Mo made his choice quickly. He stepped on the brakes and said to the team, "You can choose to get off the vehicle or come with me to the base." Choosing to go to the garrison would mean helping Galmu. In that case, there's a high chance of offending the Hanyu guards, and possibly even facing imprisonment. Choosing to get off the bus means not helping Galmu. In fact, either choice is the right one at this time. "I'm not getting off the bus," Lu Xiaoguang was the first to state his position. "I'm not getting off the bus either," Feng Yang said. Hao Jian did not immediately express his opinion. He was thinking. After thinking for a moment, he rationally analyzed, doing this is not worthwhile, and the level of danger is also very high. Everyone knew what Hao Jian meant. But no one spoke, they simply looked at him calmly, waiting for him to make his final decision. Damn it! Hao Jian's choice surprised everyone. So be it. Hao Jian's decision brought smiles to everyone's faces. After jumping out of the car, Galmu went straight to the camp without stopping. Because Galmu was a member of the Hanyu Guard, the guards at the entrance of the garrison did not make things difficult for him. "Who are you?" But Galmu was blocked at the cell door. "Prison grounds, no unauthorized personnel allowed." As the most important place in the base city, the prison is guarded by martial artists of at least the silver rank. "I want to go in," Galmu roared. "Who do you think you are?" Galmu's roar didn't get the other party's attention. He looked at Galmu coldly and warned sharply, "I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be more than you can bear." The prison is a self-contained system within Hanyu Guard. Even if Galmu is a super genius among the Hanyu Guards, the people in the prison cell don't need to pay any attention to him. "I'll say it one last time, I'm going in." Galmu's hand was already reaching for the Frostflower sword. The other person's hand also reached towards the weapon. "Court death!" Galmu roared and drew his Frostflower sword, charging forward. "Golden warrior!" The aura emanating from Galmu made the guard's eyes widen. Are gold saints terrifying? Of course they are. Even more terrifying than a gold warrior is a gold warrior who is less than 20 years old. The guard was only a silver rank warrior. He was no match for Galmu at all. In just one round, the guards were defeated and fell to the ground, their armor and weapons discarded. Galmu had no intention of killing anyone, so he walked straight past the guards into the prison cell. When the guard saw Galmu enter the cell, he took a deep breath, took out a walkie-talkie, and explained the situation. As soon as Galmu entered the cell, he was blocked by a wall of people. "I advise you to go back obediently." The leader was the jailer of this cell, a martial artist of the 9th level of the gold rank. Galmu looked at the jailer and said coldly, "If I were you, I would never block your way." "It's a pity you're not me." The jailer stared coldly at Galmu, his voice chilling. "You should understand, even if I kill you now, the higher-ups 1T hold me accountable." The jailer was warning Galmu not to do anything reckless. "If you turn back right now, I can pretend nothing happened." A golden warrior under the age of 20 has never appeared on the entire planet before. The jailer did not want to harm Galmu. It wasn't that he was afraid of punishment, but rather that he didn't want to ruin such a super genius. Galmu, however, did not want to go back. "I won't take action, but you must let me see Lu Su and his family." Galmu made a certain compromise at this point. "No." The jailer didn't even hesitate before rejecting Galmu's request. "First, your clearance level isn't high enough to directly enter the cell and face the prisoner. Second, you are a family member of the victim. According to regulations, the victim's family members are not allowed to see the prisoner before sentencing. The jailer's point was that he wouldn't allow Gao Mu to see Lu Su. In that case, don't blame me. Gao Mu had very little strength left, but he still had the power to fight against a gold 9-star. Get ready to move. Seeing Gao Mu's resolute attitude, the jailer didn't try to persuade him further and simply drew his weapon. When you make your move, you can injure, but you can't kill, understand, the jailer secretly relayed to his men. These people were all very clever, and they certainly understood what the jailer meant, so they all nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Let's do it. Seeing that his men were ready, the jailer charged at Gao Mu first. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Gao Mu did not sense any killing intent from them. Just in case, he activated his strongest defensive skill. With the activation of the all-secret technique, Gao Mu's strength increased tenfold. Sensing Gao Mu's powerful aura, the jailer was startled. What kind of skill is this? Why can his strength increase so much in an instant? The jailer just sensed that Gao Mu's strength was only at the gold 1-star level. But now, he finds himself unable to see Gao Mu's strength clearly. Above me, a diamond-level star? Fear welled up in the jailer's heart. A 20-year-old diamond warrior would be terrifying even in Earth's most glorious era. Gao Mu and the jailer were both very fast, and in the blink of an eye, the two collided. Chapter 36: Lu Tao's Suicide. Having never possessed such immense power before, Gao Mu felt somewhat uncomfortable. His first clash with the jailer ended with both sides retreating. The prison guards felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this. Gao Mu's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. Is this what a young genius is like? Terrifying. The jailer is a 9-star gold-level martial artist. This genius boy was able to fight him to a draw. That's terrifying. I feel as if I am seeing a new star rising. The jailer listened to the guard's words with bitterness in his heart. On the surface, he and Gao Mu did indeed fight to a draw. But in reality, this collision left his hand numb. If he hadn't deflected some of Gao Mu's force, Gao Mu's hand might have even cracked open. Continue. Gao Mu roared and stepped forward again, wielding his Frostflower sword. The jailer gave a bitter smile and stepped forward to meet the attack, spear in hand. Only he knows the bitterness he feels. Boss, you'd better hurry up and come. If you don't come soon, I'm going to lose face today. The jailer's only hope now is that Shin Chongxin will come to rescue him as soon as possible. With Gao Mu's current combat strength, only the 3 giants in Langia Base City can subdue him. Having adapted to the power of the high-ranking mule, he pressed forward relentlessly. The Azure Lotus sword technique even produced lotus blossoms, causing the jailer to complain endlessly. What kind of swordsmanship is this? I've never seen it before. The jailer wasn't old either, only 30 years old. He also became famous at a young age. He was a child prodigy. But compared to Gao Mu, another young genius, there seemed to be an insurmountable chasm between them. Gao Mu's attacks gradually intensified. The prison warden's defenses also began to show numerous flaws. Gao Mu seized an opportunity and thrust his sword into the jailer's throat. The Frostflower sword stopped when the long sword was still a centimeter away from the jailer's throat. The fear of death made even the worldly wise prison warden breathe rapidly. He really wanted to swallow, but he didn't dare to. He feared that his bulging throat would encounter Gao Mu's Frostflower sword. Do you want to continue? Gao Mu asked coldly. We're not continuing, the jailer shook his head. If Gao Mu had even the slightest murderous intent, his life would have been taken by Gao Mu immediately. Drop your weapons. A warrior without a weapon is like a tiger without teeth. Although the jailer was extremely unwilling, he still threw the weapon in his hand on the ground. Seeing that even the jailer was no match for Gao Mu, the guards knew that if they went up against him, they would surely meet the same fate. So they simply threw their weapons on the ground. Seeing that the prison guards were no longer blocking his way, Gao Mu sheathed his Frostflower sword and walked deeper into the prison. According to the information Gao Mu investigated, prisoners like Lu Su should be imprisoned in the highest-ranking cell. Upon arriving at the top-tier prison cell, Gao Mu saw Lu Su and his family. Lu Tao, who was previously injured by Gao Mu, still has not fully recovered from her injuries. He huddled miserably in a corner of the cell, the previous fervor long gone from his eyes. What are you doing here? Lu Su's emotions were still relatively stable. He stared at Gao Mu with resentment in his eyes and hissed in a low voice, if it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have fallen to this state. Lu Su's absurd logic left Gao Mu speechless. First, your son hit my father first. Second, your son tricked me during the martial arts assessment. Finally, your men severely injured my father. Standing in front of Lu Su's cell, Gao Mu roared. Gao Mu? Gao Mu's voice. Lu Tao, who was huddled in the cell, suddenly stood up when he heard Gao Mu's voice. He quickly arrived at the cell, knelt down, and called out frantically to Gao Mu. Brother Gao Mu, Father Gao Mu, Grandpa Gao Mu. I know I was wrong. Everything before was my fault. Please ask them to let me go. Lu Tao's actions made Gao Mu's eyes widen in astonishment. Before he arrived, he had mentally prepared himself to be cursed by Lu Tao's family. But the reality was a complete surprise to him. Lu Tao, you are my son, Lu Su's son. Lu Su gripped the cell bars tightly and shouted at Lu Tao in another cell. Even if you die, you can't kowtow to anyone. Fuck you. Lu Tao cursed at his father, Lu Su. If it weren't for your bastard behavior, I wouldn't have ended up like this. If you had stopped me when I was a child and bullied others instead of encouraging me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Tao's personality is what it is, and Lu Su deserves a lot of credit for that. Lu Su was stunned after hearing Lu Tao's words. He never expected that his son, whom he had raised for so many years, would say such a thing to him. What a beautiful scene of filial piety between father and son. It's so touching. Gao Mu didn't speak, but just quietly watched the father and son argue. This argument between father and son lasted a full 10 minutes. All right. Gao Mu had also grown tired of watching, and he waved his hand impatiently. I'm not interested in your family affairs. I just want to know, who among you is responsible for my father's serious injuries and hospitalization? He's coming. He's coming. Lu Tao shouted at Gao Mu, pointing at his biological father. I know absolutely nothing about your father. Seeing his son's near madness, Lu Su was utterly disappointed in him. I did it. Lu Su knew that someone had to take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for this alone. Someone come here. Gao Mu shouted to the guards behind him. A guard walked up cautiously. Change him to another cell, Gao Mu said to the guard, pointing at Lu Tao. After all, this is the last journey of his life, and his family must be by his side. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao completely lost her mind. No, I don't want to share a cell with that bastard. Lu Tao knew very well that if he were to share a cell with Lu Su would very likely beat him to death. Since you don't want me to live, then I might as well die here. Lu Tao gave Gao Mu a resentful look, then turned and rammed his head against the cell wall. Bang! Although his head did not explode, blood was still flowing out. Lu Tao, who was not yet 18 years old, ended his life in this way. My son! Lu Tao's mother fainted upon seeing this scene. I'm your father. Lu Su shouted tearfully at his son. How could I possibly hurt you? Gao Mu watched the scene with some emotion. Gao Mu, you're getting bolder and bolder. Just then, Shin Chongshin's cold and angry voice rang out behind Gao Mu. Gao Mu's forced entry into the prison cell made him very angry. Chapter 37 Accountability of the Oversight System. Shin Chongshin's office. Gao Mu and Shin Chongshin sat facing each other. The hot tea in front of the two of them had cooled slightly due to the long time it had been sitting. Tell me, what are you planning to do about this? Shin Chongshin asked, looking troubled. If he punishes Gao Mu for this, Gao Mu will definitely feel very disheartened. If he loses his temper and leaves Hanyue Guard, it might directly benefit the Jidao Martial Arts School. Departing from Hanyue Guard without authorization will result in being placed on an arrest warrant. The problem is, as long as he stays in the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and doesn't come out, the Hanyu Guard has no way to deal with him. Once he becomes one of the strongest people on earth, Hanyu Wei will not only stop bothering him, but may even try to curry favor with him. But if Gao Mu is not punished, he will have a hard time explaining himself to his superiors. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Gao Mu took a sip of his now slightly cooled tea and said in a relaxed tone, "What do you want to do?" I don't know either, Shin Chongshin said helplessly after his anger subsided. I need to give an explanation to my superiors, and I also need to give an explanation to my colleagues. Shin Chongshin was very troubled, extremely troubled. Why don't you go ask the jailer for their surveillance video? Gao Mu said something that left Shin Chongshin completely baffled. Seeing Shin Chongshin's blank expression, Gao Mu continued, just now in the cell, I fought the cell boss to a standstill. What did you say? Shin Chongshin's eyes widened, and he sprang up from the sofa. He looked at Gao Mu as if he were a monster, his tone one of utter shock. Are you serious? Why don't you go and see for yourself? Gao Mu shrugged indifferently. Mayor Shen, news has come from the prison that Lu Su and his wife committed suicide, Shin Chongqing's secretary said softly as he opened the door. Shin Chongqing nodded and waved his hand, indicating that his secretary could leave. But the secretary stood at the door, showing no intention of leaving. Shin Chongqing frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old man in the cell said that several people tried to break into the cell, but they were caught. Upon hearing this, Shin Chongqing slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He couldn't control Gao Mu, but that didn't mean he couldn't control others, who's so bold as to break into a jail cell. Damn it, this kind of person must be severely punished. Seeing Shin Chongqing's anger, the secretary cursed inwardly, "You old bastard, you're really good at double standards. The person who just broke into the jail cell is sitting right across from you, and you can only scratch your head. Don't be angry." Gao Mu felt a warm feeling after hearing his secretary's words. These people are all my teammates. Upon hearing this, Shin Chongqing immediately deflated. He slumped onto the sofa, looking as if he had just eaten a pile of shit that was stuck in his teeth. I'm going to get the video from the cell boss. You go pick up your teammates. The two returned together to the Hanyue Guards garrison. Xiao Gao, why are you back again? The jailer looked at Gao Mu with some apprehension. I'm here to pick up a few people. Those people were my teammates, so some things can't be said too explicitly. They just came to chat and have tea with me. They've finished talking and drinking tea, it's about time they went home. The jailer was a shrewd man, and his words were always well spoken. Men, release those people. Give me the video of your fight with Gao Mu just now. At this point, Shin Chongqing could only turn a blind eye. Don't I have any dignity? The jailer was very frustrated. He didn't want to be just a background figure. The problem is, he has no other choice now. Seeing his teammates emerge from the cell looking disheveled and covered in wounds, Gao Mu said to them with some guilt, "What happened today?" Save your breath. Gao Mu was interrupted by Hao Jian before he could finish speaking. Instead of wasting time being sentimental, why don't you treat us to a nice meal and then get a foot massage? Gao Mu was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily and said, "Let's wait a few days. After my father is discharged from the hospital, I'll thank everyone properly. Also, I only want 50% of the profits from this field trip. The rest can be split equally among everyone. Please don't refuse me, because if you do, I won't know how to get along with everyone in the future." Gao Mu accounted for approximately 75% of the profits from this field expedition. He didn't show it all because he was afraid people would refuse. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Thank you so much, generous sponsor. Goodness, this time we're finally going to escape poverty. Seeing that his teammates did not refuse, Gao Mu smiled. After all his teammates left, Gao Mu went straight to the hospital. Not long after Gao Mu left, Shin Chongqing returned to his home and opened the door to a room. As soon as the door opened, all the lights in the room turned on at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the figures of 3 people appeared on one wall of the room. Of the 3 people, the 2 on the left and right are men, while the one in the middle is a woman. Judging from their ages, they should all be over 50. Shin Chongqing, you have to explain to me what exactly happened. The man on the left had a very serious expression and a very aggressive tone. If you can't explain this clearly, we don't mind sending you to jail, the man on the right said. After they finished speaking, Shin Chongqing slowly recounted what had happened in the past few days. He broke our rules over such a trivial matter. This kid can't be allowed to live, the woman in the middle said. Shin Chongqing stared intently at the woman in the middle and said coldly, "If you don't keep him, there are other places that will. If he goes to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy now, they will definitely offer him the best conditions. They might even send 2 top-tier fighters to protect Gao Mu closely." He was clearly warning women not to be willful and reckless. Are you talking to me? The woman sensed a warning in Shin Chongqing's tone. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Shin Chongqing, I think you really want to go to jail. You're the one who wants to go to jail. Shin Chongqing wasn't afraid of women at all, his eyes were cold as he spoke sharply. You're just from the surveillance system, not my superior. Don't talk to me like you're lecturing a subordinate. Like the prison system, the surveillance system is an independent system. Shin Chongqing. Just as the woman was about to explode with anger, a new voice rang out. You did a great job. Another figure appeared on one of the walls of the room. The owner of this figure was a person who looked to be about the same age as Shin Chongqing. However, his status was much higher than Shin Chongqing's. Chapter 38: Shinwei's Honesty. Leaf Chief. Leaf Chief. Leaf Chief. Upon seeing this man, the three of them dared not be negligent and bowed in unison. The leader's position in the military is equivalent to that of the inspector in the martial arts school. I've already spoken to your boss about this. You don't need to get involved, Chiefy said calmly to the three of them. The woman wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the looks from the two men. Yes. The three of them responded in unison and then hung up the video call. Damn it. Seeing the three people hang up the video call, Shin Chongqing couldn't help but curse under his breath. The people from the supervision department are still such bastards. Alright, Chiefy said with a laugh. Don't try to act innocent after getting the benefit. If it weren't for the video you sent me, I wouldn't have contacted their boss. But to be honest, this young man really shocked me. Who isn't? Shin Chongqing was considered one of Ye's confidants, so his tone was very relaxed when he spoke to him. Do you know how I felt after watching that video? I have a feeling that another super strong person is about to emerge on Earth. A super strong person who can rival the heads of the two major martial arts schools. Shin Chongqing's statement is an exaggeration. The headmaster of the Yakuto Martial Arts Academy is the #1 person in the world. The headmaster of the Sky Martial Arts Academy is the second person in the world to achieve this. Let alone being on par with them, even just being able to exchange a glance with them would be something many people dream of. What you said may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I have that feeling. Shifi agreed with Shin Chongqing's point of view. Alright, let's leave this kid be for now. As for the disciplinary notice, just write verbal warning. A verbal warning is the most perfunctory form of punishment. No problem. Shin Chongqing said with a smile. In the hospital, Gaomu sat in front of his father's bedside. Dad. Gaomu had made up his mind on the way here that he would make sure his parents stopped going to work and moved to Guichun Villa. No matter what you say this time, you must live in Guichun Villa. And you can no longer go to work. After experiencing all of this, Gaomu understood a principle. If you can't make your parents strong, then try your best to get them to live in places where strong people live. In that case, Gaomu can rest assured. Gaomu thought his parents would stick to their own ideas, but to his surprise, they readily agreed as soon as he made the request. In fact, they had discussed this issue before Gaomu arrived. Gao's father, who was severely beaten and injured, also realized that Gaomu would have more and more enemies in the future. Since they couldn't help their son, the only thing they could do was not to cause him any trouble. Shin Chongqing returned home and sat on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Shinwei quickly stepped forward and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Anyway, what happened today wasn't a secret. So, Shin Chongqing simply told his son everything. Shinwei is not a brainless second-generation official. On the contrary, his mind works relatively quickly. As he listened to his father's story, he began to form his own thoughts. Where are you going? Shin Chongqing asked as soon as he finished speaking and saw his son get up and walk towards the door. It's so late, why are you going out to play? I'm not going out to play, Shinwei said to his father while putting on his shoes. I'm going to Gaomu's villa right now, and then I'll contact the decoration company, building materials company, home appliance company, and car company to prepare everything for him. Once his father is discharged from the hospital, he can move in immediately with just his bags. As Shin Chongqing watched his son's retreating figure, he seemed to understand the meaning of the phrase his son often repeated. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. Shinwei has no talent in martial arts, but Shin Chongqing is ashamed of himself when it comes to interpersonal skills. Although Gao's father was seriously injured, he was discharged from the hospital soon after receiving careful care. Let us take a taxi directly to Guichun Villa. Gaomu said, supporting his father. I'll go home first to pack my things. As a rather old-fashioned person, Gao's mother was reluctant to part with her belongings. I've moved all your belongings from your home into the villa for you. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The Gao family was startled by the sound. The person who spoke was none other than Shin Chongqing's son, Shinwei. What are you doing here? Gao Mu had neither good nor bad feelings toward Shinwei. Brother, what are you saying? Shinwei was really shameless. He took the things from Gao's mother's hands and said with a grin, Uncle is being discharged from the hospital today, so as his nephew, of course I have to come and pick him up. Son, Gao's father asked Gao Mu, seeing Shinwei's enthusiasm, is this your younger brother? Mr. Gao's biggest hobby at home is watching gangster novels, movies, and TV series. Gao Mu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, this is the young master of the Shin family, named Shinwei. The mayor's son? Upon hearing that Shinwei was Shin Chongshin's son, Mr. Gao instantly straightened his back and transformed into a petty bourgeois. My apologies. Uncle. Shinwei's current demeanor was nothing like the image of a privileged son of an official that everyone had of him. He was humble and polite. My father said he is a public servant. And I am the son of the people. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Wei. Shinwei's tactic of retreating to advance was truly masterful. Then I won't stand on ceremony, uncle. Gao Mu didn't even dare to imagine being called uncle by the city magistrate's son. All right, let's hurry home. Gao Mu interrupted their small talk. How is uncle's recovery going? Shinwei suddenly became a caring nephew, asking Gao's father about his well-being. If his recovery isn't going well, we'll take the RV back. If your recovery goes well, then we'll take a minivan. Of course, if uncle wants to experience the thrill of high-speed driving, we can take a sports car. To be fair, Shinwei was really well prepared for this trip. Anything is fine, anything is fine. Mr. and Mrs. Gao were overjoyed. Seeing his parents so happy, Gao Mu didn't choose to spoil their fun at this moment. With Shinwei's help, the two elderly people got into a minivan. Just as Shinwei was about to get into the car, Gao Mu stopped him and asked with a hint of wariness, what exactly do you want to do? Shinwei was quite frank. He smiled slightly and said directly, I'm trying to curry favor with your uncle and aunt, and also currying favor with you. Shinwei's directness left Gao Mu stunned. Only after Gao's father, mother, and Shinwei had ridden away in the van did Gao Mu come to his senses. Chapter 39 The Battle Between Versailles. Guochun Villa, Gao Villa. Looking at the villa that had been renovated and was fully furnished with furniture and appliances, Gao Mu felt it was incredible. He remembered that the last time he came here, the place was just a bare shell. You did this? Gao Mu asked, looking at Shinwei who was standing to the side, waiting to claim credit. How much did it cost? I'll give you the money later. The bright red and gold decor style gives Gao Mu a sense of time travel. But the two elders just liked this decorating style. We're all friends, talking about money is pointless. Shinwei waved his hand magnanimously, displaying a detached attitude that regarded money as dirt. Goodness. Gao Mu wasn't buying Shinwei's act. He waved his hand and said to Shinwei, even close brothers keep clear accounts, let alone us who aren't even brothers. Who said you're not brothers? At this moment, Gao's mother's voice suddenly rang out. Gao Mu looked in the direction of his mother, his face full of surprise, and asked, could it be? Get lost. As if she knew what her son was about to say, Gao's mother laughed and scolded. Just now, your father and I adopted Shinwei as our godson, so he is now your younger brother. Gao Murin was dumbfounded. I was only a few minutes late, but somehow I ended up with a younger brother. You're amazing. Gao Mu was truly exasperated with Shinwei, giving him a thumbs up. You're really incredible. Shinwei didn't say anything, but just smiled smugly. The villa had everything it needed, but unfortunately, there were no ingredients. The family had no choice but to eat out. This time, Shinwei was smarter and didn't go alone. They randomly picked a hotel and the whole family enjoyed a hearty meal. After dinner, Gao's mother suggested going shopping. Gao Mu and his father initially intended to refuse, but seeing the anger on Gao's mother's face, they had no choice but to agree. Shanghai International is the best shopping mall in Langya Bay City. I want this one. The way Mrs. Gao chose her clothes was as if they were free. Old Fu, what are you doing here? Gao Mu had just finished picking out clothes when he heard a surprised voice. The three members of the Gao family all looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a plump woman with a rich appearance walking towards them with a contemptuous smile. Who is this? Upon seeing the woman, Gao Mu instantly switched to watching the show mode. I have a feeling she's not quite like my mom. That fat woman your mother always talks about, Gao's father said to Gao Mu in a low voice, looking like he was ready to watch the show. She and your mother have known each other for almost 30 years now. But ever since they met, their rivalry has never stopped. Gao's father and Gao Mu now wish they could go out and buy some beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, and ham sausages. After all, such a battle of the century is something that can only be encountered once in a lifetime. She's making her move, the fat woman is about to make her move, Mr. Gao said excitedly from the side. If I remember correctly, her first move is, how did our son do on the exam? As expected, Mr. Gao was right on the uptake. The plump woman asked Mrs. Gao directly, how did your son do on the college entrance exam today? Let me tell you, my son didn't do well on the exam. His score in the humanities was only a little over 700. If Tsinghua and Peking universities hadn't been so persistent in wanting to admit him, he might not have gone to those universities. When it comes to pretentiousness and Versailles, this woman is definitely a master. My son is no good. When it comes to Versailles, Gao's mother is equally outspoken. He was expelled from school before the college entrance exam. To be fair, Mother Gao's Versailles is slightly better than the fat woman's Versailles. She understands very well the concept of suppressing before elevating. Perhaps because humanities subjects are difficult to pursue, he had no choice but to pursue military subjects. Tisk. Madame Gao clicked her tongue regretfully one last time, then said, what a pity, his talent in martial arts isn't that great. He's already in his 20s, and his cultivation level is only at gold 1 star. Gao Mu, who was standing aside listening to the two sparring, looked completely bewildered. He turned to his father and asked, how did she know I was a gold 1 star? Aside from Gao Mu himself, very few people knew that he possessed the gold 1 star realm. Lu Tianping said it. Gao's father waved his hand at Gao Mu, looking impatient. Don't talk, you're distracting me. Gao Mu quickly chose to shut up and continue watching the show. I don't believe you, you must be bragging. Don't underestimate this fat woman just because she's an ordinary person. She has a good understanding of the levels of martial arts practitioners. She had heard how terrifying a gold-level martial artist in their 20s could be. She couldn't believe that Gao Mu, who had been intelligent since childhood, could become a gold warrior at this age. I knew you wouldn't believe me. As if anticipating what the fat woman would say, Madame Gao took out a gleaming gold badge from her pocket and handed it to her. It's the badge of a martial artist from the Extreme Martial Arts School. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. What's going on? Gao Mu was dumbfounded again. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy has this kind of thing. As a martial artist, he didn't even know that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had such a thing. It was your mother who asked Lu Tianping to make it specially, and it's even more real than the real thing, Gao's father said to Gao Mu, barely suppressing a laugh. It's fake, it's absolutely fake, the fat woman said, refusing to believe it. Genuine, guaranteed. Madame Gao handed the medal to the plump woman, then pointed to the bottom line of text. See that? These 4 characters read Extreme Martial Arts School. After seeing those 4 words, the fat woman completely believed it. After all, not just anyone would dare to counterfeit the things made by the Yakuza Martial Arts School. She's about to use her second move, Gao's father said excitedly to Gao Mu. Now it's time for the fat woman to use her second move. If I remember correctly, her second move is, the gift from her son. Before Gao Mu could figure out what was going on, the fat woman stretched out her right wrist and waved it in front of Gao's mother. For a moment, Gao's mother was so dazzled by the gold watch that she couldn't open her eyes. My son knows I work hard, so he bought me a watch as soon as he received his scholarship. I don't know how much the watch is actually worth. I only know that his top scholarship is worth several 100,000 yuan. The fat woman not only showed off her watch, but also her son's high scholarship, which was even top tier. Could Gao's mother tolerate such a thing? Of course not. She looked around in confusion and said with a dissatisfied tone, it's not even summer yet, why is it so hot? After saying that, she reached into her bag. Chapter 40. Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. The red property certificate was particularly glaring under the lights. This time, both Gao Mu and his father were dumbfounded. Where did she get this? The villa was indeed purchased, but Gao Mu had not yet had time to obtain the property certificate. Lu Tianping, Gao's father said Lu Tianping's name again. This guy is a big shot in his own right, how did he become a tool? Gao Mu was puzzled. My son insisted that our house was too small. So that his dad and I could live more comfortably, he bought us a villa. We told him not to spend the money, but he just wouldn't listen. Gao Mu discovered that his own mother had taken Versailles to its extreme. The fat woman trembled involuntarily with anger after being repeatedly slapped in the face by Gao's mother. However, she was a seasoned veteran and quickly recovered. The third move, and also the ultimate weapon, my son's girlfriend. This epic showdown has come to its final round. After Gao's mother won 2 games in a row, the fat woman refused to believe that Gao's mother could win a third game. Gao Mu? What are you doing here? Just as Gao Mu and his father were holding their breath, Preparing to watch the show, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. Today, Xiaoyu wore an off-white sweater with one shoulder in shorts on her lower body. Long, shapely legs, clad in a pair of over-the-knee patent leather white boots. She was already considered good-looking, and this outfit made her even more attractive. Watching a show, Gaomu said to Xiaoyu with a grin, pointing in the direction of his mother and the fat woman. My mom's having a fight with someone. PK. Xiaoyu also became interested and sat down next to Gaomu, instantly entering a state of watching the show. Hey Gaomu, aren't you going to introduce your real father? Gao's father said from the side. Gaomu then realized what was happening and said to Xiaoyu in a very perfunctory manner, this is my dad, you can just call him uncle. Hello, uncle, Xiaoyu greeted with a sweet smile. Good. Father Gao smiled slightly and nodded frantically. Gaomu sensed something was wrong and glanced at his father with a surprised look. What's wrong? Gao's father seemed to sense the strangeness in Gaomu's eyes and asked. How old are you? Aren't you going to find a girlfriend? Gaomu ignored his father and focused intently on the battlefield. My son's girlfriend is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. Moreover, her family is very well off. When she came to visit me last time, she bought me a lot of nice things. The plump woman spoke with great pride about her future daughter-in-law. However, things were not going well for Gao's mother. After all, she knew that her son didn't have a girlfriend. Just as she was about to glare at her son, she happened to see Xiaoyu next to Gaomu. My son's girlfriend is definitely better than your son's girlfriend. Gao's mother spoke like a child who had just learned to argue, pointing at Xiaoyu next to Gaomu. Look at her, is she any worse than your son's girlfriend? The fat woman looked at Xiaoyu. She wanted to say she was bad, but Xiaoyu was really no worse than her son's girlfriend, and might even be better. What's the use of being good-looking? The fat woman immediately changed her tune. Having a good family background is the most important thing. Just as the fat woman finished speaking, several men in suits walked up to Xiaoyu. Looking at the clothes they were holding, the fat woman knew she had lost. Because the items in these shopping bags are not only very valuable, but also from top-tier luxury brands. Especially the handbag that Xiaoyu is admiring is a super limited edition this year. Wow, you bought so many clothes? Gaomu exclaimed, looking at the shopping bags in Xiaoyu's bodyguard's hands. These things must have cost a lot. It didn't cost any money, Xiaoyu said. Gaomu looked completely bewildered. This shopping mall belongs to our family, so the clothes here are all free for me. Wow, this is amazing. Gaomu had a new understanding of Xiaoyu's family's wealth. Your family is so rich. It's alright, Xiaoyu said with a friendly smile. If you like, you can buy clothes for free. Gaomu shrugged and smiled slightly. Girl, where are you from? Having won her victory, Gao's mother's expression was one of pure smugness. She took Xiaoyu's hand and asked her with concern, how many people are in your family? Do you have any other siblings? How are your grandparents doing? Xiaoyu felt a bit of a headache from Gao's mother's enthusiasm. Gaomu remained silent, simply sitting aside and watching the spectacle. What are you looking at? Before Xiaoyu could answer, Gao's mother turned and angrily scolded Gaomu. Can't you see the girl is thirsty? Don't you know to go buy her a cup of milk tea? You deadbeat straight man. Gaomu was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that one day he would be called a straight man by his own mother. You still have the nerve to laugh? Seeing Mr. Gao smirking, Mrs. Gao unleashed her full fury. He can't see the girl is thirsty, but can't you see I'm thirsty too? Gao's father and Gaomu quickly got up and rushed towards a milk tea shop. Before leaving, Gaomu gave Xiaoyu a good luck look. Xiaoyu didn't understand the meaning of that look at first, but when Gaomu spent an hour buying a cup of milk tea, she finally realized what it meant. Gao's mother is such a good talker. We talked about everything from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life. From ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, we discussed stocks and funds. Xiaoyu prided herself on being knowledgeable and well-informed. Yet, even so, she was still left dizzy and confused by Gao's mother's ramblings. How did the chat go? An hour later, Gaomu slowly walked back, carrying 2 cups of milk tea with a straw dangling from them. For that 1 hour, he and his father sat in the milk tea shop watching girls. Auntie is really quite talkative, Xiaoyu said with an awkward wry smile. Gaomu suppressed a laugh and handed the 2 cups of milk tea to his mother and Xiaoyu. After taking a sip, Gao's mother still wanted to continue chatting with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and waved to Gaomu's mother, saying, Auntie, let's talk again next time. Gao Mu and I made a reservation at a restaurant, and if we're late, they might cancel it. Outside the mall, looking at Xiaoyu who was somewhat disheveled, Gao Mu chuckled and teased, "Isn't my mom amazing?" Amazing. Xiaoyu looked shocked and took a sip of milk tea before she calmed down. Auntie is really amazing. What are you planning to eat? As dusk fell, it was already lunchtime. As a man, Gao Mu would definitely take the initiative to extend the invitation. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, "How about we go eat Japanese food? I know a really good Japanese restaurant nearby." Gao Mu nodded in agreement. Chapter 41 The Birds Sang. Goodness, we still have to wait in line. Looking at the group of people waiting outside the Japanese restaurant, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. This is the best Japanese restaurant in our base city. It's said that the owner is a descendant of Japanese. Gao Mu could see Xiaoyu's high expectations for this store. Descendants of the Japanese? You must be exaggerating. Japan has long been an animal paradise. After that strange event, Japan was the first country to be destroyed. After all, there are many strange deep-sea creatures around it. Maybe it's just hype, or maybe it's true. Whether they are descendants of Japanese people or not is not important, nor is it important whether Japanese food is delicious or not. For someone like Xiaoyu, who she eats with is the most important thing. Since Xiaoyu has said so, Gao Mu can only wait outside. "Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you not to eat out with other people?" Xiao Tian's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out from behind them not long after they received their number plates. Gao Mu didn't even bother to turn around, he was just leisurely drinking his soda in the waiting area. "Brother." Xiao Tian's sudden appearance completely ruined Xiaoyu's otherwise good mood. She looked at Xiao Tian with complicated emotions, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm an adult now. It's my freedom to eat with whomever I want." Xiaoyu's opening of the book made Xiao Tian's expression somewhat awkward. "I mean, does one have to be so shameless?" Gao Mu reluctantly put down his soda and said calmly, "Using your own sister as a bargaining chip, aren't you afraid of being scorned?" "Scorn? Why would anyone scorn me? Do you know how much I sacrificed for this opportunity? Just getting in touch with young Master Shenwei cost me several million." Gao Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression showing a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Shenwei's connections to be so valuable. "You should have said so earlier," Gao Mu said to Xiao Tian in a very relaxed tone. "Give me this money, and I'll make you and Shenwei sworn brothers." Shenwei is now his younger brother. If your younger brother were to become sworn brothers with someone else, wouldn't your younger brother likely not refuse? Since you're just a poor kid, don't talk big. Gao Mu's sarcasm didn't anger Xiao Tian. In Xiao Tian's view, getting angry with someone of this status would be beneath him. In a world like ours, you're nothing but an ant. When an ant boasts, it doesn't make people angry, instead, it makes them laugh. Summer's aloof attitude is very unpleasant. But Gao Mu is no longer the same person he once was. He smiled at Xiao Tian, shook his head calmly, and said, "Are you trying to act superior to me? You're just lucky to have been born into a fairly good family. If we switched roles, your achievements wouldn't even be as good as mine." People who say things like that are either starving or desperate for money, Xiao Tian scoffed at Gao Mu's remarks. "You don't really think that people from families like ours are all good for nothings, do you? I received admission notices from Tsinghua and Peking universities before I even finished my second year of high school. In my first year, Tsinghua and Peking universities directly recommended me for graduate studies. In my second year, they directly recommended me for doctoral studies. Now that I've graduated, I'm in charge of a company with thousands of employees. You're telling me that I'm not as good as you if we were in a different position?" To be fair, aside from the company, his achievements before summer were truly remarkable. Calling such a person a genius is not an exaggeration at all. The problem is, compared to a peerless genius like Gao Mu, this genius is probably not enough. "Do you know what my current status is?" Gao Mu asked Xiao Tian with a light laugh. "I don't know, I don't want to know, and I have no interest in knowing," Xiao Tian said, reaching out to pull Xiaoyu. "But I know that if you dare to bother my sister again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." "Are you trying to scare me?" Gao Mu was really not afraid of being scared. "I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating a fact." After picking up Xiaoyu, Xia turned and left. Gao Mu got up without intending to chase after them, but was blocked by Xiao Tian's bodyguards. Sigh. These bodyguards were all ordinary people, Gao Mu sighed softly. "Do you really think you can stop me?" He didn't even have to lift a finger, he simply used his physical strength to push the bodyguards away. Sensing the chaos behind him, Xia Tian turned around and saw a scene that surprised him. Despite his surprise, he remained completely calm. Do you need my help? Gao Mu asked Xia Yu in a relaxed tone. Xia Yu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gao Mu with pitiful eyes and said, I want to eat sushi. If you treat me, I'll help you out. Gao Mu and Xia Yu's seemingly oblivious conversation ignited a spark in Xia Tian's heart. Okay. Xia Yu nodded. Seeing Xia Yu nod, Gao Mu walked up to Xia Tian and said, If you don't want to get hurt, I advise you to let her go. His tone was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. I refuse to believe you dare to touch me today. In broad daylight, and right here in the base city. Xia Tian didn't believe Gao Mu would dare to lay a hand on him here. Tell me, should I hit him? Gao Mu asked Xia Yu for her opinion. Xia Yu thought for a moment and then shook her head. Xia Tian may have 1,000 faults, but he is still his own brother. Xia Yu couldn't let Gao Mu hit her own brother, at least not openly. Okay. Seeing Xia Yu shake her head, she said, I won't hit you, but I'll kick you. Gao Mu adjusted his strength to 1% and kicked Xia Tian in the groin. Chirp. Gao Mu seemed to hear the bird's mournful cries. Xia Tian immediately let go of Xia Yu's hand, covered his groin with both hands, and looked pained. You're too cruel. Xia Yu covered her mouth, making it seem like she couldn't believe Gao Mu would do such a thing. If he hadn't seen the corners of her eyes crinkling with laughter, he might have thought the same thing. What's wrong? What happened? Not long after Xia Tian collapsed, a voice rang out. The crowd parted to make way for the sound. Several people in uniform walked through the crowd and approached Gao Mu and his two companions. A fight broke out? One of the men frowned and asked, seeing Xia Tian lying on the ground. They've got guts to fight in the base city. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Gao Mu. When his gaze swept over Xia Yu, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Did you strike first? The uniformed man's expression was very serious, like a strict law enforcement officer. Gao Mu nodded, indicating that he had made the first move. Then take him away. Seeing Gao Mu agree, the uniformed man waved his hand and said, Come with us and explain the situation. Chapter 42 The Enforcers. It is true that I did the deed, but the fault does not lie with me, Gao Mu said to the leader. This has nothing to do with me. The leader waved his hand, his attitude particularly firm. According to the regulations of the base city, you must come back with us for questioning. Of course, if you refuse or resist, we can also use relatively non-peaceful means. Gao Mu's lack of cooperation did not surprise the leader. He's been a law enforcement officer for years and has encountered all sorts of people. If you cooperate, they will simply take you away. If you don't cooperate, they are not hesitant to use violence. After all, they are all martial artists. For a martial artist, dealing with an ordinary person is a piece of cake. Are you sure you won't cooperate? The law enforcement officers were already showing signs of being ready to act. If Gao Mu refuses to cooperate again, they will swarm him and capture him. It's not that I'm not cooperating. Gao Mu didn't want to clash with the law enforcement officers, but he also didn't want to be taken away by them. Okay, I'll make a call. Gao Mu took out his phone, preparing to call Shin Chongxin and ask him to help him resolve his current troubles. But the law enforcement officers didn't want Gao Mu to make the call. The lead law enforcement officer stepped forward and snatched Gao Mu's phone. I advise you to behave yourself. The law enforcement officer snatched Gao Mu's phone and slammed it to the ground, giving Gao Mu a fierce warning. Calling anyone at this point won't make a difference. The brutality and savagery of the law enforcement officers made Gao Mu frown deeply. Xia Tian, who had already stood up, pointed at Gao Mu and shouted to the law enforcement officers, Gentlemen, you must make sure this guy is punished. All right. The lead enforcer waved his hand dismissively. We will handle this impartially. My sister's boyfriend is Shinwei. In order to get the attention of the law enforcement officers, Xia Tian directly gave Shinwei's name. Unlike the onlookers, they certainly knew who Shinwei was. If Xia Tian's younger sister is Shinwei's girlfriend, then Xia Tian is Shinwei's brother-in-law. If you calculate it that way, Xia Tian is practically a member of Shin Chongxin's family. The heads of the law enforcement officers were all under the command of Mayor Shen. Good heavens, why didn't you say so sooner? The leader of the enforcers quickly ran to Xia Tian's side and helped him up. Since you are young Master Shen's brother-in-law, then we are brothers. Brothers, the lead enforcer, a shrewd opportunist, waved his hand and ordered, "Arrest that kid." The law enforcement officers had been waiting impatiently, and with their elder brother's command, they all rushed towards Gao Mu. "I don't want to fight you." Taking action against law enforcement in the base city was not a wise decision. "You are no match for us, so I advise you to surrender." "It's been a long time since I've had any activities, so I'm definitely going to have some fun this time. Don't try to take it from me later, I'm going to make this kid suffer." After being idle for several months, they are now like vicious wolves. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Gao Mu, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Seeing their reaction, Gao Mu knew that there was absolutely no chance of things ending well today. Since that's the case, Gao Mu might as well go all out. The law enforcement officers had already rushed up to Gao Mu, who roared angrily, "Get out of my way." Although he didn't roar like a lion, he still frightened the law enforcement officers into stopping in their tracks. "You guys have a lot of time on your hands, huh?" The lead enforcer said with displeasure when he saw his men standing still. "I'm starving right now. Let's finish him off quickly so we can go back and get something to eat." The law enforcement officers also came to their senses and took action again. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Gao Mu roared and threw a punch. Although these law enforcers were all martial artists, almost all of them were black iron level martial artists. In front of Gao Mu, a gold 1-star, they were no different from children. One punch after another, and in the blink of an eye they were all lying on the ground, groaning softly. The lead law enforcement officer, witnessing this scene, felt no fear. In fact, he was somewhat angry. Gao Mu's behavior was clearly a challenge to their authority as law enforcement officers. "You're dead," the lead enforcer roared. "Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't save you." As he spoke, he pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. When news broke that someone had assaulted law enforcement officers, the law enforcement staff were in an uproar. Does this guy have a death wish? How dare he lay a hand on law enforcement officers? "Brother, wait for us, we'll be there soon. We're on our way to get our weapons now, just hold on a little longer." In a restaurant not far from the Japanese restaurant, Shinwei was having dinner with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked eager, as if he wanted to curry favor with Shinwei. "Young Master Shin, someone is bullying your brother-in-law. Should we go and take a look?" The middle-aged man suddenly spoke up while they were eating. "Brother-in-law?" Shinwei was slightly taken aback, then laughed and scolded. "I don't even have a girlfriend, where would I get one?" Shinwei was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something was amiss. He quickly stood up and asked the middle-aged man nervously, "What is my brother-in-law's surname?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "I heard that his surname is Xia." Shinwei slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "Damn it, something big is about to happen." Shinwei is not only not stupid, but he is also exceptionally quick-witted. If he wasn't mistaken, the person who beat up his brother-in-law was very likely Gao Mu. "What's wrong?" Seeing Shinwei suddenly stand up, looking nervous, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Our men are all gone. Dealing with one person is a piece of cake. You know nothing." Shinwei cursed, disregarding his status. "The person who hit my brother-in-law was a gold-level martial artist." "Do any of your people have gold-level martial artists?" Upon hearing this, his eyes widened. "A gold-level warrior? You're not kidding me, are you?" He knew very well just how capable his men were. They may seem very powerful, but in front of a gold-level martial artist, they are nothing. "An 18-year-old gold saint, you should think it over yourself." Shinwei had long lost his appetite and grabbed his clothes, running wildly out of the restaurant. The middle-aged man only realized what had happened after Shinwei left. After realizing what had happened, he felt his back was soaked with cold sweat. "Don't you dare lay a finger on me. Wait for me to get there. Wait for me to get there." The law enforcement officers, who were closing in on Gao Mu, all stopped in their tracks after hearing these words. Chapter 43 This is my brother. Seeing the law enforcement officers stop, Xia Tian shouted frantically from the side, "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving?" The original lead enforcer smiled and explained to Xia Tian, "Our boss is coming, this kid is dead meat." "Brother!" Xia Yu said worriedly upon hearing this. "How about? You'd better not say anything." Xia Tian turned around and glared at Xia Yu before warning her in a low voice. "If he dares to touch the Xia family, I'll make him pay the price." Xia Yu wanted to say something and also wanted to help Gao Mu. But she helplessly discovered that she could do nothing about it. "What the hell are you all doing? Xinwei was the first to arrive. Seeing that the law enforcement officers had surrounded Xinwei, he shouted, "Get out of the way right now." Some of these law enforcement officers had met Xinwei before. Upon hearing young Master Xin speak, they quickly made way for him. "Brother Xin, you've arrived." As soon as young Master Xin arrived, Xia Tian fawned over him like a lackey. His face was full of obsequiousness, like a servant. He pointed at Gao Mu and said to young Master Xin, "He looks down on you." Smack! Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, she was slapped by young Master Xin. Xia Tian covered her face, not understanding why Xinwei had hit her. "That's my brother." Xia Tian was stunned by Xinwei's words. Not only was Xia Tian stunned, but even the law enforcement officers were stunned. They never expected that the person who had been surrounding them for so long was actually young Master Xin's brother. However, they were also glad that they hadn't laid a hand on Gao Mu. "What happened?" Xia Yu asked, looking completely bewildered. Xinwei, too lazy to explain, waved to the law enforcement officers and said, "You can leave now." The law enforcement officers looked at each other, caught in a dilemma. The hardest hit were the earliest leaders who took the lead in enforcing the law. Xinwei's words, "This is my brother," struck him like a thunderbolt. What exactly is going on? He wanted to kill someone, he wanted to kill Xia Tian. Everyone, disperse. The ultimate leader of the law enforcement appeared. The middle-aged man, walking with a slightly unsteady gait, said to the assembled law enforcement officers, "None of you have done anything wrong today." Upon hearing this, the law enforcement officers breathed a sigh of relief. The law enforcement officers left. Xinwei stared coldly at Xia Tian, waiting for his explanation. "There's a misunderstanding here," Xia Tian thought bitterly. Xinwei was not satisfied with his explanation at all. "Brother," he turned to Gao Mu, asking warmly, "What do you think should be done about this?" Xinwei's words made Xia Tian tremble with fear. "Never mind." Out of consideration for Xia Yu, Gao Mu didn't want to make things difficult for Xia Tian. When Xia Tian heard Gao Mu say it was alright, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon. "Are we just going to let it go like that?" Xinwei was very puzzled by Gao Mu's behavior. If it were him, he would definitely make Xia Tian pay the price. "If one day an ant bites you, what will you do?" Gao Mu asked Xinwei a very philosophical question. After hesitating for a moment, Xinwei replied, "I will stomp him to death." "No," Gao Mu said with a light laugh, shaking his head. "If an ant bites you, you won't even notice it. What happened today doesn't bother me at all. Do you really think I should kill him?" Gao Mu's words made Xinwei fall into deep thought. "You mean he doesn't deserve to be punished by you at all?" This was Xinwei's answer after careful consideration. Gao Mu discovered that Xinwei's mind worked incredibly fast. He nodded, indicating that this was exactly what he meant. Summer is gone, leaving with very mixed feelings. The person you fawned over and flattered in every way became the underling you looked down upon. The person he looked down on didn't even consider him a threat. Xia Yu's feelings were also complicated. She originally thought that Gao Mu, who couldn't get into university, would lead a very ordinary life. But seeing what he did today, she realized she was wrong. "Want to grab a bite together?" Xinwei asked Gao Mu with a smile. Just as Gao Mu was nodding in agreement, his phone rang. The phone connected, and Xin Chongxin's serious, intense voice came from the other end. "Something terrible has happened. You need to come to the central office area right now." "What's wrong?" Xinwei asked, seeing Gao Mu's serious expression. "Did something happen?" Gao Mu nodded with some doubt and said, "Your dad called and said something big has happened. I'm skipping dinner and going to the central office area right now." Central office area, municipal government office. Lu Tianping, Xin Chongxin, and Niu Meng, three bigwigs, sat at a table with serious expressions. In front of them were a dozen or so photos. "Who do you think this operation is targeting?" Niu Meng asked first, frowning. Lu Tianping shook his head, his eyes full of doubt, and said, "I'm not quite sure either, but I have a vague feeling that it might be related to Gao Mu." "We've got a message." Xin Chongxin, who had been staring at his phone, said to the two of them. "We've received news from the imperial capital base city that these dozen or so gold-level martial artists are all connected to the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy. The report also said that Chen Shiri's son died in our base city some time ago. Chen Shiri's investigation revealed that this matter was closely related to Gao Mu." Upon hearing that this was related to Gao Mu, Niu Meng breathed a sigh of relief. "He has no connection with our martial arts school, so does that mean I don't have to participate this time?" Shin Chongqing was itching to see Niu Mang's gloating expression. Too small. Lu Tianping shook his head, his expression slightly teasing. Too narrow-minded. If you help Gao Mu this time, do you think he will help you in the future? Upon hearing this, Niu Mang realized what was happening. He knew Gao Mu's path to success perfectly well. His future achievements are absolutely limitless. For such people, either nip them in the bud before they grow up, or help them and build good relationships when they need it. Normally, no matter which choice you make, you can't go wrong. But if it is not nipped in the bud before it grows, those who oppose it will face a terrible retaliation once it matures. What if I choose not to stand with either side? The Sky Martial Arts Academy neither wanted to form a friendly relationship with Gao Mu, nor did it want to eliminate him. At this point, their best option is to remain an observer. Then you can leave now. Everyone here is a big shot in their own right, and their way of thinking about problems is different from others. Every decision they make at this time represents the power behind them. See you again someday. Niu Mang didn't hesitate and got up to leave. Outside the office, Gao Mu and Niu Mang passed each other by. The two simply glanced at each other without exchanging any words. Chapter 44 Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. Sitting in the seat that Niu Mang had previously occupied, Gao Mu fell into thought. It's confirmed, these people came because of me? Gao Mu confirmed again. Shin Chongqing nodded and said, it's 100% confirmed. The information came from the headquarters in the capital. After thinking for a moment, Gao Mu said, can you do me a favor? When Gao Mu spoke, both of them assumed that he wanted their help to eliminate these people. Please take good care of my parents. As a martial artist and a man, Gao Mu had to resolve this matter himself. If he weren't worried about his parents, he wouldn't even have asked them for help. Don't worry. Shin Chongqing paused for a moment, then smiled and said, starting today, I will clear out the 2 villas next to your parents' villa and have our gold-level martial artists move in there. During the day, we keep a close eye on what's happening over there. At night, there are also martial artists patrolling. Shin Chongqing's assurance put Gao Mu at ease. And what about you? Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu. Gao Mu smiled mysteriously and said, I need to go out of the city. No way. Shin Chongqing didn't give Gao Mu a chance to continue speaking. He shouted, leaving the city now is simply courting death. There are more than a dozen gold-level martial artists here this time, and several of them are even at the 9th level of gold. You are indeed very powerful, but you are definitely no match for these people. Gao Mu hadn't expected Shin Chongqing to be so excited. Whether he was considering the interests of Hanuegard or genuinely cared about Gao Mu, his agitation was quite touching for Gao Mu. Since they dare to come, I'll make sure they never leave. Gao Mu stood up, exuding an air of dominance. Shin Chongqing wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by a look from Lu Tianping. After saying this, Gao Mu got up and left. Why did you want him to leave the base city? Shin Chongqing believed that only by having Gao Mu in the base city could he receive the best protection. You can protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? Lu Tianping said, looking at Shin Chongqing. He has the talent to kill everyone instantly, but these talents are a joke until they are realized. Martial arts training is important, but the most important thing is the life and death struggle. Only through life or death struggles can he achieve faster improvement. Doesn't Shin Chongqing understand these principles? The reason he didn't think of it was simply because his way of thinking about problems was somewhat different. After leaving the central office area, Gao Mu went straight home. Seeing that his parents were still awake, Gao Mu started chatting with them. When Gao Mu said not to go out recently, Gao's mother and father didn't ask why and just nodded in agreement. Perhaps the incident that happened before left a shadow in the hearts of the two elders. After a brief chat, Gao Mu went back to his room to sleep. The following morning, Gao Mu, fully equipped, left the base city. Not long after Gao Mu left the base city, more than a dozen gold-level martial artists also made their moves. 10 of them followed Gao Mu out of the base city, while the rest stayed in the base city to monitor Gao Mu's parents. Gao Mu insisted on leaving the base city. Besides the need to divert them, he also needed to hurry to the city hall of Huanyu City to sign in. This place has never been checked in, so Gao Mu was unable to find a new check-in location. After leaving the base city, Gao Mu sped towards Huanyu City. With Shadow Step fully activated, Gao Mu's speed is truly beyond the reach of ordinary gold-ranked martial artists. Huanyu City is quite a distance from the base city. Even with Gao Mu traveling at full speed, it still took several hours to reach Huanyu City. After resting briefly on the outskirts of Huanyu City, he began his stealth journey. What's going on? After finally sneaking up to the vicinity of the city hall on the map, Galmu was stunned by what he saw. Outside the city hall was a fairly large square, where more than a dozen enormous strange beasts were roaming. According to the information provided by the glasses, these strange beasts are all 9-star gold level. Even if I use the all-encompassing secret technique, I might not be a match for so many strange beasts. After analyzing the situation, Galmu felt an immense headache. If we sneak over there, the monsters will definitely spot us. But if we don't go over there, the group behind us won't be easy to deal with either. Just as Galmu was hesitating, he heard the sounds of fighting behind him. He knew that the group of people was very close to him. Let's give it our all. Galmu gritted his teeth, grabbed his frostflower sword, and charged forward. The secret of all characters. His strength increased tenfold instantly. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Lotus blossoms gather and disperse, frostflowers dance in the air. In the blink of an eye, Galmu slew a 9-star golden beast. Roar! 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 The other beasts also noticed Galmu at this moment and roared angrily. After slaying a golden 9-star beast, Galmu did not stop. He stepped forward, his frostflower sword dancing in the air. In the blink of an eye, Galmu slew several more golden 9-star beasts. In this short time, Galmu had already killed several golden beasts. He was now like an invincible war god, and these powerful golden beasts were like paper in front of him. After fighting his way through, Galmu went straight into the city hall. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, 100 black gold fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Longjing City to check in. Galmu had just finished signing in when he realized something was amiss. This dilapidated city hall is so quiet. Moreover, the ferocious beasts from before dared not step into the city hall's premises. Could it be? Galmu seemed to realize something. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly flew towards him. Galmu initiated the shadow step to dodge. The dark figure barely passed by him. Luckily, I reacted quickly. While remaining conscious, Galmu looked in the direction where the dark figure had landed. It was a wolf-shaped beast with silver-gray fur all over its body. Unlike the large and powerful beasts outside, this wolf-shaped beast was no different in size from an ordinary wolf. However, the aura emanating from it sent chills down Galmu's spine. Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. It is the size of an ordinary wolf and extremely fast. Even in its cub stage, it possesses the strength of a diamond 1-star. In adulthood, its strength reaches diamond 3-star. The best way to observe its strength is to look at its tail. A diamond with 1 star has 1 tail, a diamond with 2 stars has 2 tails, and so on. Following the prompt, Galmu looked at its tail. For stripes, what the hell are you playing at? Galmu wanted to run away. This Azure Shadow Wind Wolf possesses the strength of a diamond 4-star. Even if Galmu activates the all-encompassing secret, he might not be his match. Oh, right. Just then, Galmu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 45 Breakthrough. He directly retrieved the black gold fruit he had just obtained from the system. Looking at the golden black exotic fruit, Galmu hesitated for a moment before popping one into his mouth. Like other exotic fruits, the black gold fruit melts in your mouth. However, unlike other exotic fruits, this black gold fruit has a rusty taste. The taste wasn't great, but the effect made Galmu's eyes widen. It's improved that much? Although there were no precise figures, he could sense that the improvement the black gold fruit had brought him was definitely not just a little bit. My requirements aren't high, just upgrading to gold 5-star is enough. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf is a diamond 4-star beast. As long as Galmu can reach gold 5-star and combine it with the all-word secret technique, he can definitely kill it easily. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf bared its teeth at Galmu, but did not attack it again. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Galmu threw a few more black gold fruits directly into his mouth. Looking at the system interface, Galmu muttered to himself, still not enough. The Azure Shadow Wolf probably sensed that Galmu was getting stronger. After watching Galmu warily for a while, it pounced on Galmu again. Shadow Concealment Step. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf is extremely fast. Even with Galmu's Shadow Step fully activated, he barely managed to dodge its attack. After dodging an attack, Galmu threw a few more black gold fruits into his mouth. After dodging several attacks, Galmu had swallowed all the black gold fruits. System. Galmu felt a significant increase in his power, but he didn't know his exact current level. Therefore, he had to summon the system to check. God level sign in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 500,000 kilograms. Realm, Gold 5 stars. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery. Check-in location, Longjing City. The Black Jujube did not disappoint him. After swallowing all 100, his strength broke through to the 5th level of the gold rank. Once Gao Mu reaches the gold 5-star level, he will have the strength to fight against the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. The secret of all characters. With the activation of the All-Secret technique, Gao Mu's cultivation level soared directly to Diamond 5-star. Just then, the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf attacked him again. This time, however, he did not choose to dodge, but instead charged forward with his Frostflower sword in hand. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. The blue lotus gathers and disperses, the sword intent rises and falls. While the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf was indeed powerful, it was no longer a match for Gao Mu. With multiple skills stacked, Gao Mu's combat power explodes. After several rounds, Kanjiing Fenglang was already covered in wounds. Just as Gao Mu was preparing to deliver the final blow, the group that had been tracking Gao Mu also entered the city hall. We've struck it rich. That's a 4-tailed Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. Good heavens, this is a lose-lose situation. We're going to pick up the scraps this time. When luck comes, you can't stop it. A head worth millions, plus a 4-tailed Azure Shadow Wind Wolf, this trip was worthwhile. The group that chased after them naively thought that Gao Mu and Kanjiing Fenglang were already theirs for the taking. But what they didn't know was that the so-called lose-lose situation was just their imagination. Roar! Just as they were preparing to reap their spoils, the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf suddenly let out a howl. Everyone looked in its direction. Its eyes were bloodshot and its whole body was trembling. Oh no! Someone exclaimed in alarm, as if realizing something. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf is about to break through. As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone was horrified to discover that a tail was slowly growing behind the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. Diamond 5-star. Gao Mu hadn't expected that the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf would break through at this time. This is troublesome. Gao Mu muttered to himself. The reason he was able to overpower the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf was largely because, with the help of the all-character secret, Gao Mu had one more star than it. But now that Kanjiing Fenglang has broken through, it means that their realms have reached the same level. Despite its numerous wounds, it doesn't mean it's incapable of fighting. Withdraw. The group of golden warriors who had been chasing Gao Mu realized that something was wrong and prepared to retreat. Coming here is easy, but leaving is not so simple. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf leaped away, directly blocking their retreat. Gao Mu stood in a corner, ready to be a spectator. While there were indeed powerful individuals among them at the 9th level of the gold rank, in front of Kanjiing Fenglang, these so-called powerful individuals were as fragile as paper. With a single claw strike, the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf felled one of the golden warriors, killing them all. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Gao Mu's face remained expressionless, and his heart was completely unmoved. That's how the adult world is. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. After dealing with them, Kanjiing Fenglang turned his attention to Gao Mu. It couldn't speak, but its eyes told Gao Mu, next, it's time for our battle. Gao Mu brandished his Frostflower sword and, without saying a word, charged directly at the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf used its hind legs to push off and also attacked Gao Mu. Gao Mu discovered that the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf, after its breakthrough, had greatly improved in speed, defense, and attack. The sword strike just now could pierce its skin, but it can't now. Your breakthrough came at a pretty good time. If it had broken through a few minutes later, it might have been killed by Gao Mu long ago. Roar! It growled at Gao Mu, as if responding to Gao Mu. Gao Mu smiled slightly and said, even if our strengths are now evenly matched, you are still no match for me. It should be noted that, assuming that humans and beasts are at the same level in star rating, it would take 5 or 6 humans to defeat a beast. Gao Mu dared to speak so arrogantly because he had a secret weapon. He ran out of ammunition for his armor-piercing paralyzing gun while hunting the diamond ironhorn rhinoceros. Back in the base city, he wanted to refill his ammunition, but after searching many shops, he couldn't find any. He accidentally placed the armor-piercing anesthetic gun and the core together, and to his surprise, he discovered that the core was absorbed by the anesthetic gun. Moreover, after the absorption, the anesthetic gun's bullets were also refilled. For Gao Mu, this discovery was like opening the door to a new world. After all, the anesthetic gun is practically a super weapon for him right now. Taking advantage of the moment when the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf attacked him again, Gaomu raised his hand and shot it. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf reacted quickly, changing its direction mid-air and easily dodging the bullets from the numbed gun. Teacher Nyo is probably turning in his grave. Chapter 46 Different Trees. This bizarre movement sent chills down Gaomu's spine. However, the battle must continue after the numbness subsides. The Azure Shadow Wind Wolf rushed up to Gaomu, brandishing its sharp claws and aiming for Gaomu's chest. Indestructible Vajra Divine Skill. While dodging, Gaomu also activated his strongest defensive skill. It wasn't that he was timid, but rather that he was cautious. After dodging the claws of the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf, Gaomu began his counterattack. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Between the gathering and dispersal of the Azure Lotus, Gaomu forced the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf into a series of defeats. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gaomu raised his hand and fired another shot. Caught off guard, the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf was caught off guard. Its body began to sway involuntarily. Gaomu knew that the anesthetic was starting to take effect. To speed up the flow of the anesthetic in his body, Gaomu continued to wield his Frostflower Sword in attacks. At first, it was able to dodge slightly. However, as time went on, the tingling sensation began to spread throughout its body. Its body swayed more and more. The Frostflower Swords that I could barely dodge before, I can't dodge now. Gaomu intensified his men's attack. A dozen minutes later, Kanjiing Fenglang collapsed to the ground. Gaomu sheathed his Frostflower Sword, shaking his head with a smile. This won't do either. After saying that, he squatted down to confirm whether the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf was really dead. Once he was certain that it had completely stopped breathing, Gaomu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the reward for signing in is a rare fruit, otherwise, I might not be a match for him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gaomu recovered his strength. Once he had fully recovered his strength, Gaomu got up and began to clean up the corpse of the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Within minutes, the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf was completely separated by Gaomu. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he frowned and looked into the depths of the city hall. He had a vague feeling that there was something deep inside the city hall. After hesitating for a moment, he strode toward the depths of the city hall. He walked through the ruins and over the broken walls, and found himself in a garden. Most of the plants in the garden have withered. There was only one large tree, with lush and verdant green leaves. Is it an exotic fruit? The revival of spiritual energy not only led to the evolution of beasts, but also provided new opportunities for plants and trees. Just as Gaomu was about to go forward to check, he noticed something was wrong. Around this lush, large tree, there were countless skeletons. Could it be? Gaomu seemed to have thought of something. The evolutionary paths of plants and trees differ from those of mythical beasts. There are two evolutionary paths for plants and trees. The first evolutionary path is the evolutionary route of heterogeneous fruits. Generally, this type of evolutionary path, whether involving trees or plants, will result in unusual fruits. However, these plants and trees have no fighting ability whatsoever. Another evolutionary path is a relatively rare and scarce combat path. Plants and trees that evolve through this process possess incredible combat power. In most cases, even beasts of the same level are not necessarily their match. If Gaomu is not mistaken, the evolutionary path of this tree is combat. Withdraw. Gaomu felt that retreating was the best option at this time. But he hesitated at the crucial moment. Why don't we kill it? While these combat-type trees are indeed formidable in combat, they are also incredibly valuable. Its branches and trunk are as hard as metal or stone. Weapons made from it are not only sharp but also extremely tough. The Frostflower Sword is certainly a good fit for Gaomu now. However, as his cultivation level increases and his combat power grows stronger, the Frostflower Sword will inevitably be phased out by him. As weapon levels increase, their prices also increase. The tree is about 2 people tall, with a thick trunk and lush branches. If you use it to make weapons, you can make at least dozens of them. Dozens of diamond-grade weapons. Just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. Thinking it over, Gaomu drew his sword and charged forward. Perhaps sensing Gaomu's hostility, Deshu also launched an attack on Gaomu immediately. Its leaves shot towards Gaomu like flying knives. Even with the blessing of the all-encompassing secret and the Vajra indestructible divine skill, Gaomu's body was already covered with more than a dozen cuts from the leaves. This is the first time Gaomu has suffered such a huge loss since he obtained the system. He is in a very bad mood right now. The good news is that while this tree has a powerful attack, its defense is very weak. Perhaps because it hasn't fully matured yet, it only has the ability to attack with leaves. After Gaomu got up, it had no way to attack. Approaching the large tree, Gaomu thrust his sword straight at its roots. As the Frostflower sword was drawn, the tree visibly trembled. Gaomu clearly sensed that the tree's vitality was slipping away. The Frostflower sword pierced again. Blood gushed from the earth like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the ground under the big tree turned blood red. Several more sword strikes followed. The tree's vitality has been completely lost. Seeing that the tree had lost all vitality, Gaomu simply uprooted the willow tree. The entire tree was pulled directly from the ground by Gaomu. I've struck it rich. Gaomu's eyes were filled with the symbol of money. He hoisted the large tree onto his shoulder and began moving towards the base city. Carrying the large tree on his shoulder slowed his movement considerably. Several hours later, he was still very far from the base city. At his usual pace, he would have been back in the base city within these few hours. As it grew darker, Gaomu put the big tree aside and prepared to rest. Dude, is this a rare species of tree? Gaomu had just sat down when a voice rang out from not far away. A group of people walked towards Gaomu with smiles on their faces. Different species of trees is another name for combat-type plants and trees. What do you want to do? Gaomu looked at Gaomu with wary eyes. In the wild, danger comes not only from wild animals, but also from other humans. Your exotic tree is quite nice. Sell it to us, and we'll give you a very reasonable price, one of the people said. The man was tall and strong, and carried a large knife on his back. How many? If the other party offers a reasonable price, Gaomu wouldn't mind selling to them. How about this number? The other person held up 5 fingers. 500 million? Sure. This price is reasonable. Upon hearing Gaomu mention 500 million, the burly man shook his head and said, 5 million. Wow, you can't make this much money even by robbing a bank. Gaomu knew the value of this exotic tree. The burly man immediately lowered the price by 100 times. It's definitely more profitable than robbing a bank, the burly man said with a nonchalant shake of his head and a smile. You can choose to sell it to us for 5 million, or you can choose not to. Chapter 47. Robbing a bank really doesn't make money. Gaomu knew the burly man hadn't finished speaking, so he remained silent, waiting for the man to continue. But if you don't sell to us, then we'll just rob you outright. The burly man was very confident in his ability to rob openly. There are 5 or 6 people on their side. Assuming Gaomu is at the same level as them, they are confident they can seize Gaomu. Then come on over. Gaomu got into a fighting stance, ready to fight the burly man and his men. The burly men and others didn't hesitate and drew their weapons, ready for battle. Brothers, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. Let me be the one to deliver the final blow. It doesn't matter who comes, what matters is how to divide these exotic trees. Sai, let's discuss this after we kill him. In the eyes of the burly men, Gaomu was already dead. And the exotic tree was already theirs for the taking. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Gaomu's combat power instantly increased tenfold. The battle was one-sided from the very beginning. Gaomu is terrifyingly powerful and exceptionally strong. In just 1 minute, they killed 2 of the burly men's men. The burly men who had previously been full of confidence and didn't take Gaomu seriously were now filled with shock. It was only then that they truly realized they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the burly man decisively knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gaomu. The remaining few were all people who could take things in stride. Seeing their leader in such a state, they all knelt down and kowtowed. We know we were wrong, we shouldn't have provoked you. Please, have mercy on us. We're bastards, we know we were wrong. You're so magnanimous, just let us go like a fart. The fear of death made them forget their previous arrogance. Gaomu didn't speak, but simply observed them with great interest. Their fates were actually sealed the moment they took action. Seeing that Gaomu remained silent, the group continued to beg for mercy. After appreciating their pleas for mercy for a while, Gaomu brandished his Frostflower sword. The sword flashed, and the burly man and the others all fell into pools of blood. Gaomu opened their backpacks, searching for his spoils. Poor bastard. After searching the entire backpack, Gaomu discovered that there was nothing of value in their backpacks. Gaomu picked up the exotic tree and prepared to find a new place to rest. The night passed peacefully. The next day, just as dawn broke, Gao Mu continued moving towards the base city. Upon arriving near the base city and discovering that his cell phone had a signal, he immediately contacted Shin Chongqing. When Shin Chongqing learned that Gao Mu had acquired a rare tree, his smile almost stretched to his ears. "I'll take men to the outer city immediately," Shin Chongqing said after confirming Gao Mu's intended entry point. After hanging up Gao Mu's call, Shin Chongqing contacted the logistics department directly. Without asking any questions, the logistics department drove a huge truck directly to Shin Chongqing's central office area. After Shin Chongqing got into the car, he drove to the outer city of the West Gate. As soon as the truck arrived, Gao Mu went into town. Seeing the exotic tree on Gao Mu's shoulder, Shin Chongqing asked directly, "Brother Gao Mu, what's the price?" Shin Chongqing is a smart man. He wasn't naive enough to think he could get Gao Mu's exotic tree for free. "Forge me a sword, and pay the rest at market price," Gao Mu said directly. Shin Chongqing didn't even hesitate before nodding and agreeing, "No problem." Different species of trees are rare and hard to come by. Although Gao Mu's tree isn't considered top grade, it's still a rare find. "Could you take care of these for me too?" Gao Mu also took out the skin and bones of the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf. "How is that possible?" When Shin Chongqing saw the Azure Shadow Wind Wolf pelt, his eyes widened. He could clearly see that this Azure Shadow Wind Wolf actually had 5 tails. In other words, this is a 5-star diamond-level beast. For a moment, Shin Chongqing felt a dry mouth. He swallowed hard and asked Gao Mu with great difficulty, "Did you hunt this?" Gao Mu had no intention of hiding anything. He said mysteriously to Shin Chongqing, "Just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone else." After Gao Mu admitted it, Shin Chongqing felt his heart pounding wildly. If the 18-year-old gold warrior made Gao Mu seem incredibly talented, then Gao Mu's ability to hunt down diamond 5-star beasts filled him with fear. He once predicted that Gao Mu would surpass him in future achievements. But now it seems that Gao Mu's achievements will not only surpass his own. Moreover, several years from now, he may not even be able to see Gao Mu's shadow. No one should tell anyone about what happened today. Besides feeling shocked, Shin Chongqing was also somewhat afraid. His fear stemmed from the fact that if word got out, some organization or force might try to nip Gao Mu in the bud. After all, there are precedents for this kind of thing. "I'm going back now." After saying goodbye to Shin Chongqing, Gao Mu returned to the villa. The days that followed were incredibly enjoyable for Gao Mu. After eating, I lie in bed and play on my phone. When I get tired of playing, I go out and wander around aimlessly. "Brother Gao Mu, do you have some time lately? There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Shin Chongqing's voice was full of unease as he called. "What is it?" Gao Mu asked curiously. Shin Chongqing stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a clear answer. "We're all on the same side, so just say it." Gao Mu felt that Shin Chongqing seemed a little different from usual today. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Chongqing took a deep breath and said, "Could you make your exotic tree cheaper?" Gao Mu said generously, "How much do you want?" Shin Chongqing treated him quite well, and Gao Mu wouldn't mind lowering the price if it was right. 100 million, what do you think? Shin Chongqing felt his face burning as he said this. Gao Mu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Isn't this price a bit inappropriate? If you give 100 million for something worth 500 million, you're only slightly better off than those strong men. Mayor Shin, you don't need to explain so much to this kind of person." A very arrogant and domineering voice came from the other end of Shin Chongqing's phone. "Giving him 100 million is giving him face. If we don't want to be polite, then we can even not give him the money." The sound reached Gao Mu's ears, making his face turn extremely ugly. He asked Shin Chongqing, "Who is this person speaking?" This person was not only arrogant, but also spoke in a very offensive tone. Sigh. Shin Chongqing sighed softly. "Let's talk about this again." Chapter 48. The base city has changed. After hanging up the phone, Gao Mu frowned slightly. He could tell that Shin Chongqing offered the price of 100 million out of desperation. Who is this person? Shin Chongqing is the city garrison commander of the base city. Theoretically speaking, he is the highest-ranking official administrator of Langia Base City. But the person who spoke just now seemed to have a higher status than Shin Chongqing. The next morning, Gao Mu got out of bed. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, he decided to do something meaningful today. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into Lu Tianping walking towards him. "Boss Lu." Gao Mu, as always, joked with Lu Tianping with a smile. "What brings you to see me today?" Lu Tianping, however, frowned deeply, showing no intention of joking with Gao Mu. The landscape of Langya Bay City is about to change, Lu Tianping sighed. Gao Mu asked with a smile, no matter how the weather changes, aren't you still the branch manager? This is different. Lu Tianping looked around and sighed slightly. Let us go, let us find a place to talk in detail. September tea house, private room. Gao Mu and Lu Tianping sat facing each other. What's going on? Gao Mu Guang had heard Lu Tianping sighing all the way. Don't you know? Lu Tianping looked at Gao Mu in surprise and said, you guys are getting a new leader. Change the leader? Gao Mu was somewhat surprised. What's going on? Gao Mu's direct superior was Xin Chongxin. As the head of Langya Bay City, Xin Chongxin was diligent and conscientious. He didn't achieve much, but he also didn't make any mistakes. Xin Chongxin gained the appreciation of his superiors because he recruited you into Hanyu Guard. Therefore, the authorities decided to transfer Xin Chongxin to another place as a prefect. Actually, this decision was made after you joined Hanyu Guard. But Xin Chongxin's cultivation level has not broken through, so it has been put on hold. I don't know what good food Xin Chongxin ate these past few days, but his cultivation level has directly broken through to the King Realm. He has to complete the handover within a week. When Lu Tianping got to this point, his tone and expression were somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had been cooperating with Xin Chongxin for so many years. A unique tacit understanding has also developed between the two sides. The sudden change of city governor means that all his previous work was in vain. But that has nothing to do with me. Theoretically speaking, this incident should not have any impact on Gao Mu. No, Lu Tianping shook his head, his face serious. This matter is more related to you. Gao Mu didn't understand. Lu Tianping continued to explain, regarding your incident of breaking into the prison, there were actually some officials who were dissatisfied with you. If it weren't for Xin Chongxin and his people suppressing the matter, do you really think that your talent alone would be enough to get them to only give you a verbal warning? In fact, Gao Mu also found it very incredible. In official law, breaking into a prison is a serious crime. In the end, Gao Mu only received a perfunctory verbal warning. Initially, he also believed that it was because of his talent that the authorities did not punish him. Looking back now, I realize I was naive. So, you mean the people the authorities sent this time are those who are dissatisfied with me? Gao Mu seemed to understand something. Lu Tianping nodded. Gao Mu felt a bit of a headache. If nothing unexpected happens, old Xin will meet with you today. He might be able to give you some good advice. In matters of scheming and intrigue, Lu Tianping is no match for Xin Chongxin. As Lu Tianping said, Xin Chongxin met with Gao Mu later that evening. After explaining his situation, Xin Chongxin helplessly said that he could not help Gao Mu. Finally, Xin Chongxin invited Gao Mu to his last party in Langya Bay City. Gao Mu gladly accepted. 3 days later, at the Huatu Hotel. The Huatu Hotel was very lively today. The parking lot outside the hotel was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Excuse me, sir, are you here to attend the welcome party hosted by the Zhan City governor? A pretty receptionist asked Gao Mu with a smile. Gao Mu frowned slightly and said, the governor of Zhan City? I remember that the governor of our Langya Bay City is surnamed Xin. The receptionist smiled and said, the former mayor Xin is the current mayor Xin. The current mayor Zhan is the future mayor Xin. By the way, Gao Mu said to the receptionist without arguing, I'm here to attend the farewell banquet for Mayor Xin. After smiling slightly, the young lady gestured for Gao Mu to proceed. Your business is doing quite well today. Gao Mu said with a smile from behind the young lady. There are so many people sitting in the lobby today. These people are all here to attend the welcome party hosted by the garrison commander of Zhan City. Gao Mu glanced briefly at the hall and shook his head. Led by the young lady, Gao Mu arrived at the second floor. She opened the door to a private room and said to Gao Mu, please come in. Thanks. After thanking him, Gao Mu went inside. Gao Mu was quite surprised by what he saw in the private room. The private room, which was about 200 square meters in size, had only 2 people sitting inside. Gao Mu knew both of these people. One was Xin Chongxin, and the other was Lu Tianping. The quietness inside the private room contrasted sharply with the liveliness outside. The tea's already cold before the person even left? Gao Mu casually found a seat and sat down, saying indignantly. Xin Chongxin smiled naturally and said, my son said something that is particularly true. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. Although he spoke lightly, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Old Lu, there is no need for you to be angry. If I were you, I would definitely go to the welcome banquet, not the farewell banquet, Shin Chongqing said to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping picked up his glass, took a sip of wine, and said somewhat indignantly, I, Old Lu, am not that kind of person. Does Lu Tianping not understand social etiquette? Of course he does. Even a 3-year-old knows how to choose sides in this situation. Lu Tianping chose Shin Chongqing's side because he had his own ideas. Alright, with a few close friends by my side at this farewell banquet, my trip to Langya wasn't in vain. Shin Chongqing stopped worrying and raised his glass to invite Gao Mu and Lu Tianping to drink together. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the 3 of them, in perfect unison, did not try to dispel the alcohol. The 3 drunkards chatted and laughed, adding a touch of liveliness to the otherwise quiet private room. Gao Mu didn't know how late he drank, he only remembered that the drinking session was very enjoyable and he had a great time. The next morning, Gao Mu slowly woke up. His phone rang as soon as he woke up. He picked up his phone, saw the message, and instantly sobered up. Chapter 49: The Azure Abacus. That first fire was really fierce. Gao Mu muttered to himself as he washed up. The first thing Zhanlan did after taking office was to dismiss more than 100 martial artists. The reason for their expulsion was that these martial artists had not made any contributions to the Hanyu Guard. As can be seen from the list, these people are all former officials of Shin Chongqing. Zhanlan's purpose in doing this is very clear: to reduce Shin Chongqing's influence. You'd better come to our base right now, Lu Amo told Gao Mu over the phone. After washing up and getting ready, Gao Mu got up and left home, heading to his post. The plaza was packed with people. People either gathered in small groups to chat or stood alone in one place, deep in thought. Judging from their expressions, they are all very anxious. What happened? As soon as Gao Mu arrived at the square, he saw Lu Amo and his group. Lu Amo shook his head with a serious expression and said, I'm afraid a major storm is about to break out in our Hanyu Guard. The others also looked worried. Don't worry. Gao Mu patted Lu Amo on the shoulder, smiling reassuringly. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Gao Mu's words seemed to give Lu Amo confidence. To be honest, Gao Mu was also a little unsure. Everyone, please be quiet. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up at the high platform in the square. A man in a suit and tie stood on the high platform and said with a smile, Let me introduce myself. I am the newly appointed mayor of Langya Base City, and also the supreme leader of Hanyu Guard. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should be Zhanlan. As soon as Zhanlan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Azure was quite pleased with the enthusiastic applause. After enjoying himself for 5 minutes, he spoke again, although today is the first day of my term, I also want to thank someone. That person is Gao Mu. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Mu. Gao Mu didn't speak, but just looked at Zhanlan with a furrowed brow. He sensed that Zhanlan's praise was not a good thing for him. Although Gao Mu has only been with our Hanyu Guard for a short time, he has made outstanding contributions to our Hanyu Guard. A few days ago, he donated a rare tree to our Hanyu Guard free of charge. This has been of great help to the improvement of our Hanyu Guard's strength. Gao Mu finally understood why Zhanlan had praised him in front of so many people. This guy clearly wants to get his alien tree for free. If Gao Mu and he were on good terms, he could get something for free. But the problem is, the two of them don't even know each other. Moreover, Gao Mu sensed that Zhanlan harbored deep hostility towards him. He knew Gao Mu would definitely refuse, so he brought it up in front of so many people. Zhanlan Tian genuinely believed that this would force Gao Mu to accept the already settled matter. But Gao Mu is Gao Mu after all. If he gives in so easily, then he's wasted his life. He pushed through the crowd and slowly walked towards the platform. Seeing Gao Mu walk towards the platform, a hint of disdain flashed in his azure eyes. At the same time, he gave Gao Mu a defiant look. Gao Mu quickened his pace, pushing through the crowd, and soon he reached the high platform. If I remember correctly, I don't recall saying that I would give you the alien tree for free. Gao Mu's voice was loud enough for everyone in the square to hear clearly. Upon hearing this, the people in the square were stunned, and even Zhanlan was stunned. He said this in front of so many people not only to get Gao Mu to agree, but also because he wanted to morally blackmail Gao Mu. But he didn't expect that Gao Mu would disrespect him in front of so many people. Gao Mu, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying, Zhanlan threatened Gao Mu in a cold voice. Gao Mu was perfectly clear about what he was saying. He turned to look at Jeanlin and said coldly, "If I were you, I would never be so foolish." Being scolded by Gao Mu in front of so many people, Jeanlin felt a little embarrassed. "I'm warning you, if you dare to speak so rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite." Azure was very angry. But Gao Mu didn't care about his anger at all. "Now, either give me my alien tree, or give me the money. So everything you said before was a lie, right?" Jeanlin was about to use moral blackmail on Gao Mu again. Gao Mu said coldly, "First of all, I asked Mayor Shin to help me deal with this exotic tree. I also said that I would sell this exotic tree to Han Yue at the same market price." "Sell?" Upon hearing the word sell, Jeanlin seemed to have found a handle against Gao Mu. He spoke righteously, his expression indignant. "Han Yugard nurtured you, yet you sell what you gain to them. Do you think that's appropriate? To be honest, Azure's Taoist binding skill is truly high. If it were someone else now, they would have no choice but to accept it. First of all, Han Yue did not provide me with any training. My current level and star rating are entirely due to my own efforts. Secondly, what's wrong with fair trade?" Upon hearing this, Jeanlin wore an expression of utter grief. He looked at the crowd and began his performance. "As a key figure being groomed by the Langya Hanyue Guard, aren't you afraid of hurting Mayor Shin's feelings by saying such things?" If Gao Mu had an S-card, he would definitely give one to Jeanlin. Jeanlin is right, Gao Mu is indeed a key figure being cultivated by Langya Hanyue Guard. However, the training plan for Gao Mu was stillborn before it even began. The reason is simple: Gao Mu's cultivation level improved too quickly. Good grief, you think you can just say whatever you want? Do you think I'd say I'm your father? Did I say I was your father? Gao Mu really went all out, and he didn't hold back at all when he spoke. His words made Jeanlin want to explode. But with so many people around, I had no choice but to keep up the act and pretend to be Azure. "Gao Mu, do you want to betray us?" Jeanlin didn't know what to say, so she started to accuse Gao Mu of serious crimes. The people below the stage watched Gao Mu and Jeanlin's duel and didn't know what to do. "I wouldn't call it betrayal, but if you don't hand over my alien tree today, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Gao Mu will not let this matter go easily. "You can try." Azure's lips curled up, her expression and eyes filled with contempt. "The alien tree is in my office, but I bet you won't dare to go and get it." Chapter 50 is completely useless. After saying this, Jeanlin looked at Gao Mu with a provocative gaze. While Gao Mu was facing off against Jeanlin in the sky, Luo quietly picked up his phone and sent 2 words in the team group: "How is it?" In their squad's code, how means whether to do it or not. 1. 1. 1. The rest of the team typed a 1, meaning go. After seeing that everyone had replied to his message, Luo quietly reached for his weapon. But just then, another message appeared in the group. "Don't lay a hand on me, this is my own business." This message was sent by Gao Mu. He knew very well the uproar that would ensue if he were to snatch the exotic tree from Azure's office today. With his strength and level of cultivation, he was more than capable of handling this upheaval. But he didn't want his teammates to be dragged into it as well. To prevent the team members from having any ulterior motives, Gao Mu said in the group chat, "If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for disowning you brothers." These 2 messages left the team members at a loss for what to do. Luo did not reply to any messages in the group, but nodded to the few people standing not far away. The others understood Luo's meaning and nodded in agreement. Standing on the platform, Gao Mu saw that the team members below had already reached for their weapons and realized that something was wrong. He didn't want the men to risk their lives for him, he didn't think it was worth it. But he knew their personalities, and it was clear he couldn't persuade them otherwise. Since he couldn't persuade him, Gao Mu decided not to try anymore. He sighed softly and thought to himself, "At worst, I'll take them and go to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This is, at present, the best possible backup plan." "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" Jeanlin couldn't help but ask when she saw that Gao Mu hadn't moved. He's tougher than anyone when he's talking tough, but when it comes to the crucial moment, he backs down. "If I were you, I would never say such harsh words. It's fine to be young and impetuous, but you have to know the occasion." Gao Mu stared coldly at Jeanlin without saying a word. He knows very well that nothing he says now will have any effect. If you don't want to talk, then prove yourself with actions. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Gao Mu jumped off the platform. "How are the arrangements going?" Jeanlin asked the person behind her. "Don't worry," the man said with a disdainful smile. "I've positioned more than 10 gold-level martial artists around your office. Among them, 3 are gold level 9 stars. Upon hearing this arrangement, Jianlan nodded in satisfaction. Jianlan doesn't like Gao Mu, and neither does the person behind Jianlan. Most importantly, the people behind Jianlan and Shin Chongxin are enemies. The purpose of Zanlanbu's scheme was simple: to nip Gao Mu in the bud before it could rise to power. Neither he nor the people behind him wanted to see Gao Mu rise to power. They were betting on whether Gao Mu would be young and impetuous. If Gao Mu dares to make a move within the Langia base city's territory, they are confident they can eliminate him decisively. However, judging from the current situation, they made the right bet. Good heavens! As soon as Gao Mu reached the door of Jianlan's office, he sensed that something was amiss. Because he clearly sensed that there were several powerful forces near the office door. The secret of all characters. Without saying a word, Gao Mu immediately activated the all character secret. Then, he punched open the door to the azure blue office. The gate burst open, revealing the exotic trees on display. Gao Mu shouldered the exotic tree and walked straight out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, several golden level martial artists surrounded them. Put down the alien tree and leave, you might still survive. Breaking into the office, you should know what will happen to you. Surrender and I'll spare your life. The expressions on these men's faces were all very cold, like those of assassins. Gao Mu simply looked at them with indifferent eyes and did not say anything. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing that Gao Mu remained silent, the men drew their weapons and charged at him. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. A golden sheen instantly covered Gao Mu's skin. At the same time, several golden warriors had already rushed to Gao Mu's side. Gao Mu, carrying the alien tree on his shoulder, was completely unable to use the frostflower sword. So he simply grabbed the exotic tree, which was as thick as an adult's waist, and swung it at the group. Bang! 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 Several gold-level martial artists were swept away by Gao Mu. Upon landing, he coughed up blood. They were extremely shocked by Gao Mu's formidable strength. Upon seeing this, the 3 gold-level 9-star warriors who had not yet made a move also drew their weapons and charged towards Gao Mu. But their fate was the same as that of the previous few golden warriors. Do you know that adults have to pay the price for their actions? Gao Mu's words left them completely bewildered. But Gao Mu's next action made them understand the meaning behind his words. He then embraced the alien tree and crippled the hands and feet of each of the golden warriors. Gao Mu's expression was unusually cold as he looked at the golden warriors lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Besides pain, these golden warriors felt even more despair and regret. They regretted provoking Gao Mu, and were filled with despair that they could no longer be martial artists. With advanced technology, bone repair is not a major problem. However, there is a prerequisite: you must have money. Of course, if you want to restore the shattered bones to their original state, you will also need to supplement them with exotic fruits. They can still afford the cost of bone repair. But they couldn't pay for the exotic fruit. They weren't naive enough to think that Azure would help them. After dealing with these golden warriors, Gao Mu carried the alien tree and swaggered towards the square. When Jianlan saw Gao Mu appear in the square, she was clearly taken aback. He gave a wink to the person behind him. The person understood and quickly ran towards the direction of the Azure office. When he saw the golden warriors lying on the ground with their bones shattered, he couldn't help but gasp. Besides marveling at Gao Mu's strength, he was even more impressed by Gao Mu's decisiveness in killing. He immediately informed Jianlan about the situation. Harming a fellow disciple, Gao Mu, do you know your crime? Jianlan shouted at Gao Mu, who was carrying the alien tree. For a dead thing, you harmed a fellow disciple. Gao Mu, you will not leave the Hanyu Guard base today. Fellow soldiers of Hanyu Guard, take up your weapons and kill this traitor. After Jianlan finished speaking, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Not a single person present responded to his call. Chapter 51: Slaying a Diamond Warrior. This shows that Shin Chongxin's influence still lingers, but his absolute authority has not yet been established. These were all within Azure's expectations. After the initial embarrassment, he continued shouting, "Whoever can slay the traitor today will own all that is traitorous." Since she couldn't intimidate them with force, Azure then used incentives to entice them. Not only that, but you can also be promoted directly without taking any tests for killing traitors. In addition to reaching the corresponding realm, Han Yue also needs to make a certain amount of contribution points to be promoted. After all, promotion not only brings corresponding rights but also preferential treatment in resources. As the saying goes, once your eyes turn red, your heart will surely turn black. Looking at the pairs of bloodshot eyes around him, he knew that if he wanted to leave the base today, he would have to pay a price. I'm not going to care about you guys anymore, I'm going first. A man with red eyes charged towards Gao Mu. Looking at that somewhat familiar face, Gao Mu felt a strange, indescribable feeling. He was just chatting with me amicably a moment ago. This man's action was like sounding the clarion call for a general offensive. The Hanyu guards present drew their weapons and charged towards Gao Mu. Azure, watching this scene from the high platform, revealed a satisfied smile. Look, as long as there's a bone, that dog will charge forward without considering the consequences. He was speaking to the people behind him. The person behind him smiled humbly and said, "You're right. Bring it on." Gao Mu, carrying the exotic tree on his shoulder, showed no fear. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Gao Mu immediately activated his strongest defensive skill, which simultaneously boosted his strength tenfold. The vast majority of people in the square were gold-level martial artists. They were indeed formidable, but under Gao Mu's exotic tree, none could match them. Gao Mu held the alien tree tightly with both hands, as powerful as a war god. Anyone who got close to him was sent flying by his smash. Standing on the high platform, Zhanlan frowned as he witnessed this scene. He knew Gao Mu was strong, but Gao Mu's actual combat strength was still somewhat beyond his expectations. "Get ready, he definitely won't leave this place alive today," Zhanlan said coldly to the person behind her, his face grim. The man behind him smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he definitely won't walk out alive." This man's name is Li Wei. He is Zhanlan's assistant and subordinate. This person not only has an ordinary name and an ordinary height, but also an ordinary appearance. Don't let his ordinary appearance fool you. His talent in martial arts is anything but ordinary. At only 30 years old, he is already a Diamond 4-star martial artist. Diamond-level martial artists of this age are indeed rare. To call someone like him a genius is an insult to him. Seeing Gao Mu dominating the audience, Li Wei smiled slightly and then crept down to the audience. I don't know what kind of footwork he practiced, but every step he took seemed particularly strange. Even more strangely, none of the many people present noticed that he was approaching Gao Mu. What happened? Gao Mu, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, suddenly began to tremble. He waved the exotic tree while looking around. No matter how he observed, he couldn't find any danger. Something's not right, something's not right. Gao Mu frowned. He fought while remaining vigilant about his surroundings. They're here. Just then, Gao Mu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Shadow concealment step. At this moment, he discarded the alien tree and activated his strongest movement skill. Just then, a short sword slashed across his neck. That was close. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the dagger might have already cut his trachea. He quickly turned around and saw Li Wei looking at him with a strange smile in the crowd. He sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis from Li Wei. No, we can't delay any longer, I have to break through the encirclement immediately. Gao Mu charged toward the alien tree, hoisted it up, and began wreaking havoc once more. The alien tree swung its blades, and nearly half of the people present were rendered incapable of fighting by Gao Mu's attacks. But his strength dwindled with each battle. No. Gao Mu knew very well that if things continued like this, he would surely die. What should we do? He was surrounded by many people in front, and Li Wei launched a sneak attack from behind. Gao Mu was now truly besieged on all sides. He must resolve one of these two issues in a short period of time. It is clearly impossible to eliminate the remaining 50% of the population in a short period of time. Since that's the case, he has no choice but to deal with Li Wei first. But Li Wei wandered through the crowd like a ghost. It was difficult to even find him, let alone solve the problem. While Gao Mu was searching for Li Wei was also searching for Gao Mu. However, what he was looking for was Gao Mu's weakness. I've got it. Thinking of Li Wei's strange attack earlier, Gao Mu deliberately revealed a flaw. At this moment, Li Wei was like a hyena that smelled blood. The instant Gao Mu showed an opening, he swung his sword and charged towards Gao Mu. Damn, this guy's got some serious skills. From the moment Gao Mu revealed his weakness to the moment Li Wei launched his attack, the time elapsed was less than 3 seconds. Seeing Li Wei charging towards him, Gao Mu knew that his chance had come. This time, he neither chose to dodge nor defend himself, but let Li Wei's sword pierce him. Crack! Li Wei's short sword pierced Gao Mu, but broke off directly. Li Wei hadn't expected this to happen. His expression clearly froze for a moment. This brief pause was fleeting, but Galmu still managed to catch it. He did so much before, all for this 1 second. Puff! Galmu's frostflower sword pierced directly into Li Wei's body. Li Wei's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. He never dreamed that he would end up dying at the hands of an 18-year-old boy. Even more surprised than Li Wei was Zhanlan. Li Wei is a Diamond 4-star martial artist, while the information he received indicates that Galmu was only a Gold 1-star. Even disregarding the difference in star ratings between Gold 1-star and Diamond 4-star, just considering the major realms, the difference is a whole realm. Even so, Galmu still killed Li Wei, a man who had defied his superiors. This child must not be allowed to live. He and his men had previously tried to kill Galmu. Galmu's formidable fighting prowess today has only strengthened his resolve. Since Li Wei is dead, he has no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Despite his shrewdness and penchant for power, his level of expertise is already at the Diamond 9-star level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take over the position of mayor of Langia Base City. Chapter 52 Killing Azure. Come on! Who's afraid of who? Even with Zhanlan personally taking to the field, Galmu remained fearless. The Hanyu guards then ceased their attack and cleared a section of the battlefield. Galmu, wielding the Frostflower sword, stared at Zhanlan, who held a battle saber. The azure aura of the 9 diamond stars was fully unleashed, and it was truly terrifying. Galmu watched him coldly, gripping the Frostflower sword tightly in his hand. Strike first, strike hard. This time, instead of passively defending, he chose to take the initiative and attack. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. As the blue lotuses gathered and dispersed, Galmu had already rushed to the edge of the azure sky. Zhanlan scoffed, "You don't actually think you're my match?" Zhanlan, wielding a battle sword, blocked Galmu's attack with a dismissive expression. Galmu's attacks were like a relentless torrent, while Azure's defenses were as impenetrable as a fortress of bronze and iron. One attack, one defense. The onlookers stared wide-eyed. No one would have imagined that Galmu, who was only 18 years old, would have such formidable combat power. No one would have expected that, under Galmu's attack, Shou Zhanlan could only defend. "I'm not playing with you anymore." After a few rounds, Zhanlan shook her head in boredom. Galmu's strength certainly shocked him, but he still shook his head and said, "You are no match for me." He shook his head as he began to fight back. His attacks were wide and sweeping, and after a few rounds, Galmu's hands were already numb from the shock. It still doesn't work. With his Diamond 5-star strength, Galmu was finding it extremely difficult to fight against a Diamond 9-star warrior. He knew that if things continued to drag on like this, he would likely be left behind at the base. Seizing an opportunity, he brandished his Frostflower sword, deflecting the azure battle blade, and prepared to flee. But Zhanlan seemed to have anticipated Galmu's move, and he blocked Galmu's path at the first moment. "If I were you, I would surrender right now. You have no chance now." Zhanlan gripped his battle sword, looking down at Galmu with disdain. Galmu knew that he couldn't escape. Since there was no way to escape, Galmu could only continue fighting against Zhanlan. "Looks like we'll have to use an anesthetic gun." As his strongest hidden weapon at this stage, Galmu has never used the magic gun technique. He also knew that if he didn't use it today, his fate would be absolutely miserable. He drew his sword and charged toward the azure sky once more. Zhanlan shook her head and said, "I've already told you, you're no match for me. If you surrender now, I might show you mercy and let you live. But if you remain obstinate, then..." Before Zhanlan could finish speaking, Galmu had already started fighting with him. This time, Zhanlan held nothing back, unleashing a powerful and sweeping sword technique that forced Galmu into a retreat. Just as Galmu was about to be defeated, at that moment, he secretly summoned an anesthetic gun from the system. He pulled the trigger, and the tranquilizer dart shot straight into the azure sky. "Hidden weapons? You don't really think hidden weapons are effective against me?" Before Zhanlan could finish speaking, he felt a little dizzy. He stared wide-eyed at Galmu and asked, "What did you do to me?" Galmu didn't speak, he just gave a cold laugh. Seeing that Zhanlan had lost his fighting ability, Galmu stepped forward without saying a word and stabbed him in the throat. And so, the newly appointed city governor was killed by Takamaki. The vast plaza of the military base was eerily quiet. People gaped, unwilling to accept what was happening before their eyes. After killing Zhanlan, Galmu shouldered the alien tree and left the Hanyu guard's garrison without looking back. It took people half an hour to recover from their shock after Galmu left. Quickly informed the higher-ups that the newly appointed city garrison has been killed in action. My god, Langia Base City is probably about to change drastically. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm having some difficulty breathing right now. Lu Mo and the others, who had not yet had a chance to make a move, looked at each other in bewilderment. They saw both shock and fear in the eyes of others. Gao Mu is truly too strong, so strong that ordinary people like them are terrified. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The news of Gao Mu's killing of the city governor spread like wildfire throughout the entire land of China overnight. After learning about this, Lu Tianping went directly to Gao Mu. What are you going to do next? Lu Tianping's expression was more serious than ever before. Gao Mu sat at home leisurely drinking tea, shaking his head and saying, I can only hope that they like me more than Zhanlan. Whether they like you or not, you are destined for prison. Killing the city governor is a major event. Even if the higher-ups like Gao Mu a lot, and even if his cultivation level amazes them, they won't let Gao Mu off easily. Please do me a favor. Gao Mu wasn't worried about himself, his biggest concern was for his parents. While I'm gone, I hope you can take care of my parents for me. Without even thinking, Lu Tianping immediately agreed, as long as I am alive, I can guarantee that your parents will be safe. Thank you. Gao Mu raised his teacup to express his gratitude to Lu Tianping. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Tianping realized what was happening and anxiously asked Gao Mu, You're not here? What are you doing? Let us go to the wilderness, Gao Mu said casually. If Diamond Gao Mu can't change their minds, then what about King Gao Mu? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping was slightly taken aback. Although Gao Mu spoke these words casually, Lu Tianping could still detect the domineering aura unique to Gao Mu in his words. So, you're going to train in the wild? Outdoor training is the fastest way to improve yourself. If romance for ordinary people is about moonlit nights and indulging in extravagant pleasures, the romance of a martial artist lies in the life or death struggle, the dance on the edge of a blade. Yes. Wilderness combat held little appeal for Gao Mu. What truly appealed to him was the system's sign and system and the sign and rewards. After talking with Lu Tianping for a while, Gao Mu left the base city. No sooner had Gao Mu left the base city than Lu Tianping picked up Gao Mu's parents and brought them to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At the same time, an official train pulled up at the base city's train station. The train door opened, and a burly man with broad shoulders, a strong build, and a menacing gaze stepped off the train. He looked around and said to his entourage, Go directly to the Hanyu Guard's garrison. At the Hanyu Guard's garrison, Zhan Hu looked at Zhanlan's corpse and coldly promised, Brother, I'm here this time to avenge you. He then waved his hand, ordering his men to send Zhanlan's body to be cremated. He then said to his attendants, Go and investigate the whereabouts of Gao Mu and his relatives immediately. Yes. The attendant clasped his hands in a fist salute and left. Chapter 53 Brothers of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Outside the base city, Gao Mu sped along the road. Longjing City is very far from Langya Base City. Even with Gao Mu's current cultivation level, it would take him a long time to get there. He rushed as fast as he could and finally arrived in Longjing City before nightfall. He didn't linger on the outskirts and went straight into Longjing City. Time is extremely precious to him now. He must cherish every minute and every second. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward received, Xingzi Secret Mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the depths of Longjing City to check in. Even disregarding the new check-in location, the check-in rewards alone made Gao Mu ecstatic. Like the All-Secret, the Xing Secret is one of the 9 secrets. The All-Secret technique can increase Gao Mu's strength tenfold, while the Travel Secret technique can maximize Gao Mu's speed. Once you get there, you can even pause time. This secret technique gave Gao Mu another way to save his life. After becoming familiar with the secrets of the Xingzi, he looked into the depths of Longjing City. Longjing City remains a gathering place for golden mythical beasts. However, unlike the previous Huanyu City, the lowest star level of the strange beasts gathered in Longjing City is Gold 6 or 7. Gold 9 star beasts are even more common. Diamond level alien beasts, though not numerous, are certainly not few either. The danger level in Longjing City is far greater than that in Huanyu City. Take a chance, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. The new check-in location is deep within Longjing City, so Gao Mu must go to the depths of Longjing City. Brother Gao Mu? Just as Gao Mu was preparing to head deeper into Longjing City, a slightly surprised voice rang out from not far away. Gao Mu frowned as he replied. Meeting people here is not a good thing. This is a team of 5. The squad is very well equipped, with both melee and ranged fighters. The leader was a middle-aged man. Judging from their clothing, they should be members of the Yakuza martial arts school. Who are you? Gao Mu did not sense any hostility from the other party, but he did not lower his guard because of this. My name is He Tianlai, and I'm from the Jidao Martial Arts Academy. He Tianlai introduced himself very enthusiastically. Gao Mu nodded, as if to acknowledge He Tianlai. He Tianlai was not angry because of Gao Mu's rudeness. He smiled and said to Gao Mu, Master Lu told the people of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy that if they see you in the wild, they must tell you something. What is it? Gao Mu asked He Tianlai. The authorities have sent a new city governor, who is Zhan Lan's younger brother, named Zhan Hu. He's different from Zhan Lan. This guy is not only meticulous, but also has outstanding combat skills. At 50 years old, he already possesses the strength of a Diamond 9-star. Most terrifyingly, he once challenged a King 1-star martial artist. Although he was ultimately defeated, he managed to hold on for more than an hour. Gao Mu was greatly surprised when he heard this. It's not uncommon for a Diamond 9-star player to lose to a King 1-star player. It is extremely rare for Zhan Hu to be able to withstand a King-level martial artist for an hour. This is enough to show that Zhan Hu possesses terrifying strength and combat power. There's one more thing. The branch manager asked everyone to tell you that your parents are currently inside the Yakudo martial arts school and are perfectly safe. After investigating the whereabouts of Gao Mu's parents, Zhan Hu immediately went to the Extreme Martial Arts School to demand their return. The martial arts school refused, stating that they did not have either of these two individuals in their staff. Although Zhan Hu really wanted to go and snatch the person away, he ultimately held back. He was genuinely afraid of the Yakuza martial arts school. Once, a disciple of the Extreme Martial Arts School was attacked in the wild, but managed to kill the attacker. The attacker's parents are both high-ranking government officials, so they are demanding an explanation from the Yakuza Martial Arts School. If it were a normal procedure, the Yakuza Martial Arts School wouldn't have done anything to them. But they were somewhat self-righteous. Before the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had even investigated the matter thoroughly, they forcibly took the disciple away and killed him. This incident thoroughly enraged the Yakuza Martial Arts School. The head of the museum directly confronted the authorities, demanding that they hand over the couple. The authorities, of course, refused. Enraged, the head of the museum led his deputy into the official headquarters, demanding that the authorities hand over the couple. Under pressure, the authorities handed over the couple. The couple's fate was naturally very tragic. From then on, the first of the 10 official rules was changed to, no one should offend the Extreme Martial Arts School or forcibly enter the Extreme Martial Arts School. It was from that time that the domineering and protective nature of the Yakuza Martial Arts School became widely known. Thank you. This information was very important to Gao Mu at the moment, and he clasped his hands in thanks to He Tianlai. He Tianlai waved his hand and said, We're all brothers, no need to be so polite. A brother from the same family? Gao Mu was a little confused as to where He Tianlai's brother from the same family came from. He Tian saw the doubt in Gao Mu's eyes and explained with a smile, Master Lu said that you are his brother. Since you are his brother, then you are also a brother of our Extreme Martial Arts School. Upon hearing these words, Gao Mu felt a warmth in his heart. Given the magnitude of what happened to Gao Mu, most people would normally avoid him. However, Lu Tianping not only did not avoid the situation, but also protected Gao Mu's parents at the Extreme Martial Arts School and publicly announced his relationship with Gao Mu. The green hills remain unchanged, the clear waters flow on forever, may we meet again someday. He Tianlai cupped his hands in greeting to Gao Mu, then led his team away. As soon as He Tianlai's team left, Gao Mu headed straight for the depths of Longjing City. Captain, why don't we kill him? Zhan Hu offered an extremely high price on the black market in Langya Base City to buy Gao Mu's head. This price is enough to tempt even diamond-level martial artists. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. He Tianlai slapped his teammate across the face, pointing his finger at him and cursing. Money is only money if you're alive to earn it and spend it. Azure was a Diamond 9-star martial artist, yet he was ultimately killed by Gao Mu. Do you think our team of 5 could be a match for Gao Mu? And let me tell you straight, the brother of Branch Master Lu is also a brother of our Extreme Martial Arts School. If you dare to have evil thoughts towards your brother, don't blame me for being ruthless towards you. He Tianlai's first words were a description of the current situation. The next sentence was a warning to his teammates not to have any evil thoughts. Upon entering Longjing City, Gao Mu activated all his secret techniques. At such absolute speed, even a 9-star golden beast could only see Gao Mu's afterimage. Soon, Gao Mu arrived deep in Longjing City. Just as he was about to sign in, a loud roar caught his attention. Chapter 54 Lies on Yellow Ox. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 wins shadow fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Camelback City to check in. If Galmu remembers correctly, Camel Peak City is not far from Longjing City. However, he is not in a hurry to go to the new check-in location. His most important task now is to leave this place as soon as possible, find a relatively safe place, and eat the exotic fruit he was just rewarded with. Just as he turned to leave, another huge roar of a beast rang out. He looked in the direction of the beast's roar, hesitated for a moment, and then decided not to go. He clearly sensed that this roar was definitely not made by an ordinary beast. Just as he was about to leave, a huge, strange beast blocked his way. This strange beast was as tall as a 6-story building, and its entire body was covered with bizarre scales. Its head is like that of an ox, and its eyes are like copper bells. Its horns, on the other hand, are gleaming gold, as if they were made of gold. Lies on Yellow Cattle. A very powerful beast from the Diamond Realm. This strange beast not only possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also has the powerful offensive ability to breach a city with a single corner. Even if you have diamond-grade armor, its horn can still pierce through you. Besides its horns, its mouth also has incredibly strong chewing power. If you are swallowed by it, you will be chewed to pieces. Unlike previous feedbacks, this feedback did not mention the weaknesses of the Lies on Yellow Ox. Kill? Or run? The all-secret technique could force Galmu to engage in a fierce battle with the fierce mountain yellow ox. The travel secret technique, on the other hand, would allow Galmu to make a quick getaway. Give it a try, and if you can't beat them, then run away. If a martial artist doesn't even have the courage to fight against strange beasts, then there's no point in continuing in this world. Galmu drew his Frostflower sword and charged straight at Lies on Yellow Ox. Roar! The Lies on Yellow Ox bellowed. Its call is different from that of a cow, it sounds more like the roar of a tiger. After calling out, the Lies on Yellow Ox also set off, charging towards Galmu. Compared to the massive Lies on cattle, Galmu was like an ant. After only a few steps, the man and the ox faced each other. The Lies on Yellow Ox raised its front hooves and stomped down hard on Galmu. The oppressive force, like Mount Tai pressing down, made Galmu feel his legs become heavy. The seemingly slow hooves were difficult for Galmu to dodge. The secret of the character. Galmu growled in a deep voice. These 3 simple words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. When the ox's hoof was still 3 centimeters away from Galmu's head, the Xingzi secret was activated. Galmu's hair barely brushed against the cow's hoof. That was close. Galmu then realized just how terrifying the Lies on Yellow Ox was. The secret of all characters. Out of caution, he directly increased his cultivation level tenfold. Even so, his attack still couldn't break through the defenses of the fierce mountain yellow ox. This can't go on. He also realized it. If we waste our time here with these wild oxen, we'll only end up hurting ourselves. Should we just retreat? With the full power of the Xing secret activated, Galmu was ready to retreat. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something gleaming gold on the belly of the Lies on Yellow Ox. Is that a sword? If Galmu wasn't mistaken, the glittering golden object was the hilt of a sword. Could it be that the Lies on Yellow Ox is injured? At this moment, Galmu suddenly understood why he was able to dodge the attack from the Lies on Yellow Ox. How about we kill it? Now that we have an idea, we should put it into action. Galmu exerted force with both feet, leaped high into the air, and grabbed the hilt of the sword on the belly of the Lies on Yellow Ox. Put! Galmu pulled the sword directly from the ox's belly. Upon seeing the sword, Galmu was visibly stunned for a moment. This is an extremely luxurious long sword. The hilt gleamed with golden light, as if it were crafted from pure gold. The blade shimmered with iridescent light, adorned with auspicious clouds. What Galmu found most luxurious was that the long sword was inlaid with 7 gems of different colors. Goodness, the owner of this sword must be a very flamboyant person. Regardless of the sword's practicality. In terms of sheer luxury alone, it is unprecedented in Galmu's life. Even with his experience, he could tell that these 7 gems were extremely valuable. He gripped the sword in his hand and swung it around. This sword is far superior to the Frostflower sword in terms of both weight and comfort. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Galmu attempted to use the Azure Lotus Sword Technique with this sword. To his surprise, he discovered that using the Azure Lotus sword technique with this sword was far more powerful than using the Frost Flower sword. Just as he was testing his sword, the Lyshon Yellow Ox also began to rampage due to severe abdominal pain. Its four hooves trampled Gao Mu frantically. The secret of the character was activated, and Gao Mu moved between its four hooves. It's time to take your life. Gao Mu leaped high into the air and plunged the luxurious longsword into the belly of the Lyshon Yellow Ox once again. Put! Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Gao Mu's head. Gao Mu continued to swing his sword. As the softest part of the Lyshon yellow cattle, its abdomen was quickly cut open by Gao Mu, leaving many small wounds. Small wounds may not be fatal, but they can accumulate in large numbers. Its blood dripped onto the ground as if it were free. Soon, the ground beneath it turned blood red. The Lyshon Yellow Ox is now extremely angry. But anger is anger, and it can't change anything. Although Gao Mu is not as strong as Lyshon Yellow Ox, he is agile. Dozens more sword strikes followed, and the wound on the ox's abdomen continued to widen. Gao Mu could clearly sense that the ox's life force was gradually weakening. Several tens of minutes later, the massive body of the Lyshon Yellow Ox collapsed to the ground. The simultaneous use of the Xingzi secret and the Jiezi secret pushed Gao Mu's physical strength to its limit. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. After about half a day, he finally stood up, looking exhausted. Quickly clean up the battlefield. If the battlefield isn't cleaned up quickly, it could attract other strange beasts. Gao Mu cleaned up the battlefield very quickly. This time, he only wanted the kernel of the Lyshon Yellow Ox. After finding nothing missing, Gao Mu sped towards Longjing City. Not long after Gao Mu left, a group of people arrived at the body of the Yellow Ox. A young girl stood with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily, "Go find my sword. If you can't find my sword, you'll all die." Those who were with the girl rushed toward the scalper. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the girl's sword. Upon hearing that her sword was missing, the girl stomped her foot in anger and shouted, "That was my coming-of-age gift. If you can't find it, you'll be sorry." Chapter 55: The Decision to Suppress the Rebellion. After leaving Longjing City, Gao Mu first found a relatively safe place to recover his strength. Once he had recovered his strength, he began to enjoy the wind shadow fruit. Eating exotic fruits as a staple food is also a very good option. Gao Mu left empty-handed, carrying nothing but necessities. And these necessities did not include food. Unlike the exotic fruits I ate before, this wind shadow fruit actually gave me a feeling of fullness after eating a lot of it. After swallowing dozens of pills, he felt his stomach bloating. He stood up and stretched his body. System. God-level sign in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 787,075 kilograms. Realm, Golden 7 stars. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery, Movement Character Secret Technique Mastery. Check-in location, Camel Peak City. Seeing that his cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the Gold Realm, Gao Mu was overjoyed. He felt that the wind shadow fruit was effective, but he didn't expect it to be this good. After the feeling of fullness subsided, he did not rush to eat more wind shadow fruit. First, he needs to consolidate his current strength. Secondly, the wind shadow fruit is a good food for him, and he keeps it for emergencies. He got up and looked around, starting to look for a place to rest for the night. As mentioned before, being outdoors at night is extremely dangerous. If they can't find a suitable place to rest, they're very likely to be eaten by strange beasts at night. They might also be ambushed and killed by other martial artists. After searching for about half an hour, Gao Mu found an old residential area. Most of the buildings in the community have collapsed. Only a very small number of buildings did not collapse, but they were also on the verge of collapse. Gao Mu did not choose those buildings that had not collapsed, as they were too dangerous. He simply found a spot with a wall, leaned against it, and slept fully clothed. Are you all useless? You have such a hard time finding someone in the wild. My grandfather spent so much money to hire you, just to let you freeload? Gao Mu had just fallen asleep when he heard a sound. He quickly opened his eyes and looked warily in the direction from which the sound came. "Miss," a helpless voice said. "The wilderness is vast, and finding someone in the wild is really not easy. Besides, and what a load of crap." The girl's owner was not only unreasonable but also incredibly rude. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'm giving you 5 more hours. If you still can't find it, you know what will happen. After the girl finished speaking, Gao Mu heard a rustling sound. If he wasn't mistaken, the group was probably setting up tents. What are they looking for? Gao Mu was very curious about what they were looking for. However, he had no intention of finding out more. As an adult, he knew very well that being too curious was not a good thing. Taking advantage of the fact that the group hadn't noticed him, Gao Mu quietly moved to a different location. Inside their tent, an old man suddenly opened his eyes as Gao Mu moved. Old Master Yi, what's wrong? The girl's attitude towards this old man was very different from her attitude towards others. Yi Tongming looked at a corner of the tent and said with a slightly uncertain tone, I just felt that there was someone nearby. But I just checked, and there seems to be no one there. Am I just being too paranoid? Yi Tongming spoke casually, but the girl took it very seriously. Expand the patrol area and keep everyone on high alert. Encountering a person in the wild is far more terrifying than encountering a strange beast. Yes. The girl's subordinates clasped their hands in a fist salute and walked out of the tent. The night passed without a word. Upon waking up, Gao Mu first ate a wind shadow fruit to stave off hunger. Then, following the map, he headed towards Camel Peak City. The girl's men searched all night but could not find her sword. Upon learning this news, the girl also chose to give up. Sigh. She sighed softly, speaking like a little adult. Perhaps it's just not meant to be for me. In that case, let's head to Camelback City. The girl's purpose in coming to the wilderness was to find materials to make her own armor. Of course, that was just the stated purpose. Her real purpose was to have some fun in the wild and, incidentally, to find materials to make her own armor. As the only girl in the family, even though her elders knew her true thoughts, they didn't object too much. They only sent a Diamond 9-star warrior to protect her, and hired a bunch of gold warriors to serve her. According to the map, Camel Peak City is a gathering place for golden mythical beasts. However, it is somewhat different from Longjing City. Most of the beasts here are 9-star gold level beasts. 1-star diamond level beasts are not uncommon, but they are not few either. Another terrifying aspect of this city is that the combat power of the strange beasts within it far surpasses that of other mature beasts. Even among beasts of the same level, the beasts in this city are among the best. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward received, suppressing chaos technique mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the depths of Camelback City to check in. The new sign-in reward made Gao Mu's eyes widen. If he remembered correctly, the pacifying chaos technique was one of the 3 strongest sword techniques in the perfect world. With this pacification strategy, Gao Mu's combat power will definitely be elevated to another level. Just as he was thinking, a canine-like beast the size of an adult pounced on Gao Mu. Suppress the rebellion. Gao Mu subconsciously used the skill he had just acquired. Sword intent permeated the air, and killing intent surged forth. With just one sword strike, Gao Mu, who was only at the 7th level of the Gold Realm, killed a beast at the 9th level of the Gold Realm. The most terrifying thing was that the beast's body was covered with countless wounds, as if it had been slashed dozens of times. This pacification technique is too powerful. Gao Mu looked at his right hand and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, young man. Just as Gao Mu was sighing, a woman's voice rang out not far in front of him. That sword in your hand is mine, you'd better give it back to me quickly. Gao Mu looked up and saw a girl about his age standing not far in front of him. Behind the girl stood a dozen or so people. Just because you say it's yours, does that mean it's yours? Gao Mu's first impression of the girl wasn't very good. I said it's mine, so it's mine. The girl's attitude was very firm. She glanced at the canine beast at Gao Mu's feet and said, not only is that sword mine, but even the beast at your feet is mine. Chapter 56 Rematch with Diamond Warriors. Yi Tongming stood beside the girl, his eyes gleaming. He sensed that the aura he felt last night belonged to the young man before him. Miss, be careful, this young man is no ordinary person, Yi Tongming whispered in the girl's ear. The girl waved her hand dismissively and said, no matter how extraordinary he is, he can't beat so many of us. The young girl was about the same age as Gao Mu, but she acted like she was an old man. Seeing the girl's response, Yi Tongming didn't continue speaking, but his hand had already reached for his weapon. This shows that Yi Tongming really values Gao Mu. Boy, the girl continued when Gao Mu remained silent, give me back what belongs to me, and maybe I'll let you go home alive. The girl is threatening Gao Mu. Gao Mu is the kind of person who is least afraid of being threatened by others. You can give it a try. Gao Mu held his long sword, his eyes calm. Someone, go test his skills. The girl was still cautious. The people behind her looked at each other, and finally one of them stepped forward. The man was thin and dressed in all black. His weapon was a rather rare staff-type weapon. Upon seeing the man's weapon, Gao Mu revealed an expression of great interest. After stepping forward, this man didn't waste any words and charged towards Gao Mu with his weapon in hand. His speed wasn't very fast, but his footwork was like a phantom, extremely unpredictable. That's it? Gao Mu smiled dismissively and brandished the long sword in his hand. Sword intent permeated the air, and killing intent surged forth. Gao Mu used the newly acquired suppression technique once again. Before the man could even get close to Gao Mu, he was completely overwhelmed by Gao Mu's sword strike. When he retreated to the girl's side, his clothes were already tattered rags. The exposed skin was also covered with tiny, alarming wounds. Hiss! Who is this young man? Why is he so powerful? Old He is a 9-star gold-level martial artist, yet he is no match for that young man. A young genius, terrifyingly so. Everyone gasped as they looked at Lao Hei's clothes and wounds. The girl's eyes widened as well. She never expected that this young man, who was about the same age as her, would be so terrifyingly strong. Besides surprise, the girl also felt jealous. She was born into a family of martial artists and was considered a prodigy from a young age. At just 16 years old, she had already broken through to the gold realm, making her an outstanding individual even in the world's top-tier base city. But in front of this young man, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Old He tried to explain. But people understand. Even if Lao He went all out, he was still no match for the boy in front of him. He wasn't using his full strength. As the strongest among them, Yi Tongming saw it very clearly. If he had gone all out, Lao He would have been dead without a doubt. Shall we continue? Gao Mu stood proudly with his sword in hand, his expression indifferent. I'll go test him. The girl actually wanted to test Gao Mu's back herself. No. But before the girl could move, Yi Tongming stopped her. Yi Tongming's expression was more serious than ever before. That sword strike just now, even the strongest gold-ranked martial artist couldn't defend against it. Although Yi Tongming didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Unless you're a diamond-level warrior, you're no match for Gao Mu. What should we do then? The girl asked Yi Tongming. Yi Tongming hesitated for a moment and then said, I'll go and try him myself. As Yi Tongming spoke, he took a step forward. His weapon was also a relatively rare one, a Guandawa type of halberd. Young friend, we will both give it our all, regardless of life or death, Yi Tongming said earnestly. Okay. Gao Mu nodded. He sensed an aura emanating from Yi Tongming that belonged only to the strong. Yi Tongming brandished his Guandao and charged straight at Gao Mu. His speed was not fast, and his footwork was not strange. But Gao Mu felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Just to be on the safe side, he used his strongest defensive skill. A golden luster instantly enveloped Gao Mu's entire body. Suppress the rebellion. Now that the defense is in place, it's time to attack. Sword intent permeated the air, and killing intent surged forth. Yi Tongming brandished his Guandao, exuding an aura of dominance. The pacification of the rebellion clashed with his Guandawa type of halberd. When? A crisp sound rang out. The plan to quell the rebellion was directly shattered by Guandao. It still won't work. Gao Mu's attack was just a simple test. The test results were as he expected. After quelling the rebellion, Yi Tongming continued forward. This time, I'm serious. Gao Mu stared at Yi Tongming and said. Gao Mu's words clearly startled Yi Tongming. At the same time, an indescribable sense of crisis spread through Yi Tongming's heart. The secret of all characters. Suppress the rebellion. With 10 times the strength, he will strike again to quell the rebellion. This time, however, the decision to quell the rebellion was different from the previous ones. Yi Tongming kept waving his Guandao, trying to break the pacification order once again. But the truth is, not only did he fail to break the Pinghuanju, he was also covered in wounds by it. Upon witnessing this scene, the girl and the people behind her were no longer shocked, but terrified. Despite being covered in wounds, Yi Tongming did not stop moving forward. He knew very well that there might still be a glimmer of hope if he moved forward. But if he didn't move forward, that only glimmer of hope might be lost. but reality slapped him hard across the face. Using this suppressing rebellion technique twice in a row caused Gao Mu to expend a lot of energy. He assessed his physical strength and realized that he could no longer use the suppression technique. Fortunately, he doesn't only have the pacifying the chaos attack skill. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. As the lotus flowers gathered and dispersed, Gao Mu stepped forward. The longsword thrust towards Yi Tongming, who raised his guandao to defend himself. When the longsword struck the guandao with a crisp sound. What incredible strength! Although Yi Tongming blocked Gao Mu's sword strike, the strike still forced him to retreat several steps. All right. Just as Gao Mu was about to continue his attack, the girl suddenly roared. If you dare to hurt Grandpa Yi Tongming, I will kill your whole family. The girl's words were clearly spoken in anger. But her angry words touched a raw nerve in Gao Mu's heart. He looked at the girl coldly and said, not only will he die today, but you will die too. Seeing Gao Mu's terrifying gaze, the girl unconsciously took several steps back. Young friend, Yi Tongming stopped his attack upon hearing Gao Mu's words. Shall we end this matter here? Yi Tongming is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that Gao Mu will hurt the girl. Chapter 57 Sword Retreats, Night Light Shines Bright. Gao Mu didn't speak, he just looked at the girl and Yi Tongming. Grandpa Yi, there's no need to beg. The girl wanted to say something, but before she could finish, Yi Tongming interrupted her. Don't speak. Yi Tongming yelled at the girl. If you want to live, you'd better shut your mouth. The girl was stunned. This was the first time Yi Tongming had ever yelled at himself like that. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Yi Tongming had no time to consider the girl's feelings at this moment. His mind raced, trying to find a compromise. Make her apologize to me. Gao Mu spoke to Yi Tongming. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the girl shouted. But Yi Tongming walked straight up to the girl, raised his hand and slapped her. His face was cold and his voice was deep as he said, apologize. I am absolutely. Smack. Yi Tongming raised his hand and slapped the girl again. Tears were already welling up in the girl's eyes. After those two slaps, she couldn't hold back any longer. She, who is usually pampered and loved, has never suffered such grievances. Wow! The girl squatted down on the ground and burst into tears. Seeing the girl like this, Yi Tongming felt very sorry for her. But he has no other choice now. He hardened his heart, grabbed the girl, and said, apologize right now. I said. The girl was probably afraid that Yi Tongming would hit her again, so she actually apologized to Gao Mu. She turned to look at Gao Mu, her eyes filled with hatred, and bowed deeply to him, I'm sorry. The girl's head hadn't even fully lowered before it suddenly jerked back up. She glared at Gao Mu with venomous eyes and roared, die. Suddenly, a short dagger appeared in her hand. He brandished his short dagger, aiming straight for Gao Mu's heart. Don't want. Upon seeing this, Yi Tongming immediately shouted. But it was too late. Court death. Gao Mu was not one to show mercy to women. He brandished his long sword and thrust it directly at the girl. The long sword pierced the girl's chest, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Ah! Upon seeing this, Yi Tongming's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed wildly. He brandished his guandao and charged at Gao Mu once again. Enraged, Yi Tongming's combat power increased significantly. But Gao Mu remained fearless and stepped forward to fight. After several rounds, Yi Tongming was severely injured and forced to retreat. The girl lay on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the sky. Gao Mu's sword not only wounded her body, but also her heart. She originally thought that she was invincible among people her age and was a rare genius in this world. But after meeting Gao Mu, she realized how foolish her previous thoughts had been. The fierce battle between Gao Mu and Yi Tongming continues. Yi Tongming, fueled by his initial anger, was able to overpower Gao Mu. However, as his anger subsided, his fighting ability also declined sharply. In the end, he could only struggle to survive under Gao Mu's command. After repelling Yi Tongming with a single sword strike, Gao Mu looked at him with a half-smile and said, if I were you, I would first go and check on the girl's injuries. Yi Tongming suddenly realized what was happening and looked at the girl lying on the ground. The girl's injuries were frightening, but she did not die. Don't just stand there, save them. All the golden warriors rushed forward and tried their best to save the girl. The reason Gao Mu didn't kill the girl earlier was because he also had his concerns. The girl must come from an extraordinary family to be able to hire so many gold-level martial artists and one diamond-level martial artist as bodyguards. Gao Mu himself was not afraid of offending people, nor was he afraid of enemies seeking revenge. But he was afraid that these people had no bottom line and would cause trouble for his parents. Gao Mu's father's serious injury and hospitalization last time has brought about a huge change in the way Gao Mu thinks about problems. Use this. Gao Mu took the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit directly from his backpack and handed it to Yi Tongming. Yi Tongming was slightly taken aback when he saw the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit, then nodded to Gao Mu to express his gratitude. The girl was also visibly stunned. She hadn't expected Gao Mu to save her, and even to bring out something so precious. After consuming a 5 elements blood coagulating fruit, the girl's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! After the wound healed, the girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood was black, which must be from the bruising just now. As she coughed up the blood, the girl's pale face gradually regained its color. Alright, just be more careful next time. Gao Mu coldly addressed the girl. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait! Just then, the girl suddenly called out to Gao Mu. She stared at him with a complex expression and shouted with all her might, "I'll remember this grudge, and I'll definitely get my revenge." Gao Mu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's talk about the future later." Miss, about what happened just now. Yi Tongming wanted to apologize to the girl. The girl waved her hand dismissively and said, "I know, you were just being nice to me." Having just experienced a brush with death, the girl has matured a lot. She stared at Gao Mu's retreating figure, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I'm no match for him today, but who knows who will be stronger in the future." Yi Tongming looked on in astonishment. He knew that from this day forward, the girl would be very different from before. Deep into Wafeng City, Gao Mu walked slowly forward. With the secret of the character in hand, he gained the fastest speed in the world. He hadn't forgotten the principle that caution is better than making big mistakes. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 camel hump fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the city center of Langia base to check in. Just as Gao Mu was about to take the camel hump fruit, he heard several voices coming from not far away. Did you really see clearly? He really came to Camel Peak City? That's right, brother. I saw it clearly. He went into Camel Peak City. If he is really in Camelback City, then let's surround and kill him here today. A bounty of hundreds of millions, just thinking about it sounds amazing. Perhaps he has some other treasures on him. The sudden sound startled Gao Mu slightly. If he heard correctly, this group of people had come for him. He quickly concealed himself and crept towards the direction from which the sound came. He quickly located the source of the sound. Hidden in a nearby secluded spot, he quietly observed the group of people. This is a team of 20 people. Is this a martial artist at the 9th level of the gold rank? This team is very strong. Even if Gao Mu uses the Xingzi secret technique and the Jiezi secret technique to their limits, he can only escape from them. Camel hump fruit? Thinking of the exotic fruit he had just received from signing in, Gao Mu smiled. Perhaps I don't need to confront them head-on. A very strange smile appeared on Gao Mu's lips. Chapter 58: Gao Mu's assassination plan. Hidden in the shadows, Gao Mu kept throwing camel hump fruits into his mouth. Gao Mu swallowed all 100 camel hump fruits as if they were free. System. God level sign in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 1.12 million. Realm, Diamond 1 star. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery, Movement Character Secret Technique Mastery, Suppressing Chaos Technique Mastery. Check-in location, Langia Base City Center. This camel hump fruit is truly amazing, directly enabling Gao Mu's strength to break through the million mark, making him a diamond-level martial artist. Killing them today is just like slaughtering pigs and dogs, isn't it? Since they wanted to kill Gao Mu for the bounty, Gao Mu had no reason to let them go. However, adhering to the principle of caution, Gao Mu did not choose to rush forward recklessly. He was waiting for the perfect moment. As time went by, the sky gradually darkened. After searching unsuccessfully, the 20-person team left Camel Peak City and set up camp. After they had finished packing, Gao Mu began his hunting plan for the night. Taking advantage of the fact that some of the team members had fallen asleep, Gao Mu activated the traveling word secret and came up behind one of them. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, he slashed the man's throat with his longsword. The man's eyes widened, and before he could even react, he lost his life. Gao Mu quietly placed him on the ground, covered him slightly, and continued hunting. In just 5 minutes, all 10 members of the squad responsible for night watch were hunted down and killed by Gao Mu. Gao Mu looked around at the tents, finally choosing one to enter and kill the sleeping people. But just as he was about to enter the tent, the door of one of the tents suddenly opened. As luck would have it, Gao Mu walked right up to the other person. Fortunately, Gao Mu was quick-witted and nimble. The moment the other man opened his mouth, Gao Mu's longsword pierced into his mouth. The piercing of the longsword made him swallow the words he wanted to shout. Gao Mu gently placed his body on the ground and then lightly touched his chest. That was too careless. If I had reacted even a little slower, wouldn't I have been discovered? After covering the body slightly, Gao Mu continued his assassination plan. However, when there were fewer than 5 people left in the camp, Gao Mu's assassination plan failed. Whether it was a coincidence or fate deliberately making things difficult for Gao Mu, it is unclear. When Gao Mu assassinated the 15th person, someone in the squad discovered the body and notified his teammates. Since the assassination plan could not continue, Gao Mu had no choice but to show himself and confront them head-on. "Captain, they're all dead, all dead," a thin man said, trembling all over. "Except for the 5 of us, everyone else was killed with a single sword to the throat." The captain's face was terribly grim. "Who did this? Come out here," the captain roared. The night was silent, and no one answered. "Let's stand back to back and keep an eye on things," the captain said to the remaining 4. The other 4 nodded, then leaned back to back. The back-to-back position made them feel much more at ease. Bite! Just as they were on high alert, a pebble suddenly came flying at them. They were already on edge, and the appearance of this small stone made them tremble with fear. Seeing them trembling in fear, Gao Mu, hiding in the shadows, found it extremely amusing. He suddenly understood why some people say that the unknown is the most terrifying thing. They didn't know whether the attackers were humans or monsters. If they had known that the attacker was Gao Mu, they would have rushed up and fought him without hesitation. Bite! Gao Mu threw out another small pebble. The guy with the worst mental fortitude in the squad had already started waving his weapon with his eyes closed. He waved his hand wildly, yelling like a madman, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Those around him tried to stop him, but they were nearly hit by his sword. Time ticked by, second by second. Gao Mu has lost count of how many pebbles he threw. Even the most resolute among the 5 was tormented by Gao Mu until his eyes glazed over and his expression became dazed. He looked up at the sky, then looked down at the time. There is about an hour left until dawn. He wasn't in a hurry. He had a clear feeling that these 5 people were about to collapse. Time ticked by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 20 minutes left until dawn. Hang in there a little longer, it'll be dawn soon. Once it's daylight, we won't have to be so careful anymore. My God, this is the first time I've ever looked forward to dawn so much. Even at this point, they still suspected that the creatures attacking them were alien beasts, not humans. This suspicion stems entirely from the habits of the strange beasts. It's time. When you're closest to what you're looking forward to, your guard is at its lowest. Their physical and mental strength had reached their limit. Some people's bodies have already started to sway. Taking advantage of a swaying gap, Gao Mu activated the traveling secret technique and appeared behind the 5 of them. A surprise is coming. Gao Mu's voice rang out from among the 5 of them. The sudden sound terrified the 5 people. The 5 of them rushed forward in unison, then turned back to look at Gao Mu with terrified eyes. "Who are you?" one of the 5 roared at Gao Mu. Gao Mu looked at the other party and smiled slightly, saying, "You come to kill me, yet you ask who I am. Isn't that a bit ridiculous?" Once those words were spoken, everything that happened last night suddenly made sense. "What do you want?" The captain stared at Gao Mu with a wary look on his face. "Have you been reading too many novels?" Gao Mu scoffed at the captain's behavior. "I'm showing up at this time because I'm definitely here to kill you all." "You can't kill us," one of the older men in the group yelled at Gao Mu. "We are righteous people, and you are a heretic. If you kill us, you will be punished." "Goodness, you're not just reading too many novels, you've gone mad from reading too many novels." Gao Mu didn't bother with any more words and directly swung his sword at the other party. Normally, he could have withstood Gao Mu's sword strike. But the ordeal of the night had greatly depleted his strength. He didn't even have the thought of dodging this sword strike, let alone blocking it. A single sword strike to the throat. The team of 20 has now dwindled to just 4. Let's all attack together. The captain also knew that attacking together at this moment might be their last chance. You guys take a break, I'll handle this kid. Just as the four were rubbing their hands together, ready to step forward, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 59 The Bizarre Pseudo-Lifeform. Galmu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in black robes standing in the distance. The person was completely covered by a black robe, making it impossible to see their face. He exuded an eerie and chilling aura. If you encountered this person at night, a normal person would definitely be scared to death. Who are you? Galmu asked softly. It doesn't matter. The black-robed man's voice remained icy, chilling to the bone. All you need to know is that I'm here to take your life. After the man in black robes finished speaking, he unleashed his full power. This aura is at least diamond level, we're saved. Haha, Galmu is going to die today. Galmu is going to die. I'm going to dance on his corpse today. In their eyes, the man in black robes could easily kill Galmu. Diamond 9 stars? Galmu's eyes were slightly cold. The black-robed man's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Luckily, I'm already a diamond 1 star, otherwise, I might not be a match for him, Galmu thought to himself. With his diamond 1 star rank and the all-encompassing secret technique, his strength could directly reach King 1 star. A 1-star King of Glory player versus a 9-star diamond player, it's obvious who will win. After unleashing his full power, the man in black silently removed the weapon from his back. It was a huge, strangely shaped scythe. This enormous scythe is entirely black, its sharp edges gleaming. At the junction of its scythe body and blade, there is a skull. If nothing unexpected happens, this skull should not be a sculpture. He lightly brandished his scythe and said in a chilling voice, "Today is your death day." After saying that, he charged straight at Galmu. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Galmu then made a move. He carried his long sword and stepped forward. The Grim Reaper's scythe. The man in black robes rushed up to Galmu and brandished a black scythe. As the scythe swung, Galmu felt an extremely cold and sinister aura rushing towards him. Suppress the rebellion. Galmu also used his strongest sword technique. The long sword and scythe clashed, sparks flying. Galmu looked pleasantly surprised. The black-robed man's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. He believed that with his king-level strength, even if he couldn't kill his opponent instantly, he could at least severely injure him. But in reality, not only was there no serious damage, but it didn't even cause any harm to the man in black. The man in black robes was even more shocked than Galmu. As far as he knew, Galmu's level was at most no higher than diamond. His strongest scythe could easily kill his opponent with a single strike. However, his attack not only failed to kill Galmu instantly, but also put him in a very passive position. Suppress the rebellion. This is Galmu's strongest attack skill at this stage. Using it repeatedly would consume a lot of physical strength, but Galmu had no other choice at the moment. Seeing Galmu's sword energy attack again, the man in black robes could only swing his scythe to defend himself. When? The crisp sound of hammering echoed continuously. The man in black robes was shocked to discover that cracks had appeared on his seemingly indestructible scythe. Again! Galmu roared. However, this time he did not use the pacifying the rebellion technique again, but instead used the traveling word secret. He activated the travel technique and appeared directly behind the man in black robes. With a swing of his long sword, Galmu thrust it straight at his opponent's back. Wrong! The long sword pierced the opponent's back, and Galmu's expression changed slightly. Having killed before, he clearly felt that the sword hadn't drawn blood. He quickly drew his long sword. There was no blood on the long sword, nor at the wound. What kind of monster is this? Galmu asked, his expression shifting as he looked at the man in black robes. Although his sword strike did not kill the man in black, it did create a large gash in his body. Galmu's sword strike came so suddenly that the man in black robes didn't even have time to react. Fortunately, although Galmu's sword left a large gash on the black-robed man's body, it did not seriously injure him. Ignoring the large gash on his body, the man in black robes brandished his scythe and fought Galmu again. Immortal? Galmu's mindset is subtly changing. However, he adjusted very quickly. I don't believe you'll still be alive even if I cut off your head. Even immortal creatures have weaknesses. Moreover, as far as Galmu knew, there didn't seem to be any truly immortal beings in this world. The secret of the character. Galmu accelerated to its maximum speed and once again appeared behind the man in black robes. He brandished his long sword, aiming for the black-robed man's head. This time the man in black was on guard, but Galmu still managed to cut off his head. Galmu was shocked as he stared at the black-robed man's head rolling on the ground. It seems those rumors were true. Suddenly, some rumors came to Galmu's mind. These rumors circulated widely online, but Galmu simply listened to them as rumors. But now it seems those rumors were true. Not to mention Galmu, even the few people watching from the sidelines were shocked when they saw the head. The headless man in black robes did not fall to the ground immediately. He brandished his sickle, even attempting to fight Galmu. Damn, this is too weird. Galmu cursed under his breath and stepped forward again. If the right breast doesn't work, then the left breast. The long sword pierced through the opponent's chest once again. But this man in black robes was still able to fight. However, Galmu saw a luminous body inside his chest. Is this energy? Galmu pondered this as he brandished his longsword. This time, the longsword pierced through the opponent's luminous body. As the light on the luminous object went out, the man in black robes collapsed to the ground. Galmu brandished his longsword, tearing the black-robed man's robes completely. The true face of the man in black robes also appeared before Galmu's eyes. This is a pseudo-life-form whose entire body is made of silvery white metal. Rumor has it that this pseudo-life-form is very prevalent in places other than China. In theory, as long as you can afford it, you can reach any level you want. Of course, there's a prerequisite: you must abandon your physical body and only retain your brain. Even your heart doesn't have to be preserved. Galmu walked up to the black-robed man's head and swung his sword to sever it. White brain matter flowed out of his skull. The remaining members of the 20-person team turned and ran upon seeing this. But Galmu had no intention of giving them a chance to escape. With a swing of his longsword, he reaped their lives. Galmu squatted near the man in black robes, his brows furrowed. Ethical issues led China to completely ban the existence of pseudo-life forms. Ordinary pseudo-life forms would not enter China. However, this pseudo-life form not only appeared in China, but also in Langya Bay City. No matter how Galmu thought about it, he felt that this matter was very strange. Chapter 60: The Mysterious Organization. He held a long sword, preparing to perform a full-scale dissection of this pseudo-life form. When the dissection was complete, Galmu frowned again as he looked at the mechanical debris scattered all over the floor. He searched piece by piece and finally found a strange mark on one of the fragments. This is a circular logo, with a cloud-like pattern engraved in the very center. This was the first time Galmu had ever seen this pattern. He took out his phone and took a picture of the pattern. Without internet access in the wild, he couldn't find any information related to the pattern. It's time to go back to the base city. Galmu put the pattern picture into his backpack and then headed towards the base city. He was unaware of the current situation in the base city, so after getting a signal near the base city, he dialed Lu Tianping's number. Thank goodness, you're all right. Seeing Galmu unharmed in the video, Lu Tianping visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Are you near the base city right now? It's very chaotic there, you'd better not come back. Galmu opened his mouth, as if to ask something. Lu Tianping seemed to know what Galmu wanted to ask, and before he could speak, he answered directly, Your parents are both at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, so don't worry. Even if Shan Hu had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to force his way into our Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Lu Tianping is quite confident in this regard. Lu Tianping's words put Galmu at ease. By the way, Galmu opened his backpack, took out the fragment, and asked Lu Tianping, Do you know what this symbol is? Lu Tianping stared at the logo, lost in thought. Where did you get this? Lu Tianping's expression changed drastically after thinking for a while. Galmu could tell from Lu Tianping's expression that there was definitely something wrong with the mark. This is a very mysterious and ancient organization, Lu Tianping said to Galmu after organizing his thoughts. As far as I know, this organization emerged in the second year after the base city was established. At the time, the organization claimed that animals had served humans for so many years, and now it was time for humans to serve animals. This organization was extremely antisocial, so there weren't many followers. In addition, the situation was chaotic at the time, so nobody paid any attention to them. But as time went on, the number of people in this organization kept increasing. If I remember correctly, at its peak, the organization had about 2 million people. Compared to the total population of the Earth, 2 million people is really not a lot. What's more frightening is that all 2 million members of this organization share the consensus that humans should serve beasts. Even at the peak of their numbers, the government and Yakuza dojos did nothing to them. Until one day, they did something that angered both heaven and man. They lured alien beasts into a base city, causing the entire city to be wiped out overnight. After this incident, both the government and the martial arts school were furious. They mobilized all their top experts and uprooted the organization overnight. From that day on, this organization and its logo disappeared into the annals of history. I never expected it to reappear today. And even more so, to appear near Langya Base City. This is definitely a dangerous sign for us. After thinking about this, Lu Tianping said anxiously to Gao Mu, "I'm going to hang up now. I need to report this to my superiors." After hanging up the phone, Gao Mu seemed somewhat dazed. This might be a dangerous sign. Gao Mu wrinkled his nose, feeling a sense of danger permeating the air. No, he thought to himself. I absolutely cannot let this happen. The lives and deaths of the people in the base city were none of Gao Mu's concern. However, his own parents were in the base city. Assuming what Lu Tianping said is true, then the purpose of this organization's reappearance is definitely not just to earn bounties. Entering the base city now is not a good option. It seems that I can only wait outside the base city for the time being. If Gao Mu enters the base city at this time, he will definitely have a big battle with Han Yue. Regardless of who wins or loses this battle, it will reduce the core strength of the base city. This mysterious organization lurks in the shadows and could launch an attack at any time. If they repeat the previous practice of bringing strange beasts into the city, Langya Base City may be completely slaughtered. Therefore, the best option now is to wait for that organization to launch an attack. Everyone, start preparing now. Once someone leaves Langya Base City, our people will follow. After confirming the other party's cultivation level, send them the address and cultivation level directly. In a secluded, dilapidated hall not far from Gao Mu, a group of people were having a meeting. Their appearance was exactly the same as the black-robed men Gao Mu had encountered before. Yes. 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 Several men in black robes got up and left. The remaining man in black robes looked at the holographic tablet in his hand and let out a strange hee-hee-hee laugh. Humans should serve the beasts, as they have in the past, as they are now, and as they will be in the future. Time passed second by second, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gao Mu stood guard at the city gate, his bored gaze somewhat unfocused. Fortunately, there is a signal nearby, otherwise Gao Mu would definitely be bored to death. Gao Mu. Just as Gao Mu was getting incredibly bored, Lu Tianping called again. There's something not so good I want to tell you. Upon hearing Lu Tianping's words, Gao Mu immediately became nervous. The mortality rate among martial artists has been unusually high recently. I'm afraid that organization has already begun preparing for their operation. Gao Mu remained silent, waiting for Lu Tianping to continue. Normally, the mortality rate for martial artists is around 10%, but since you discovered the man in black robes, the mortality rate has increased to a terrifying 50%. Although martial artists enjoy the thrill of fighting and dancing on the tip of a blade, none of them like death. They generally only choose to hunt beasts that are similar in level or star rating to themselves. Unless someone is exceptionally skilled, no one would choose to challenge a beast of a higher level, so the mortality rate is probably between 10% and 15%. The sudden surge in the death rate made Lu Tianping realize that something was wrong. Did you report to headquarters? What did headquarters say? Gao Mu asked Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded and said, I have already notified headquarters. Headquarters takes this matter very seriously, and the person should be able to arrive in about a week. Gao Mu nodded upon hearing this, feeling much relieved. If the Extreme Martial Arts Academy has sent people here, then the safety index of the base city must be very high. At that moment, Gao Mu and Lu Tianping's call was suddenly cut off. Chapter 61 Gao Mu re-enters the base city. Within the Langya base city, at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Lu Tianping's expression was extremely serious. He stared at his phone, which had no signal, and the light bulb that had suddenly gone out, a glint in his eyes. Fortunately, the Yakuto Martial Arts School has a dedicated internal network. This internal network is exclusively for the Yakuza Martial Arts School, and it can continue to operate even if external networks, communications, and power are cut off. He picked up the phone and shouted, all personnel inside the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, go on high alert. Level 1 alert is the highest level of alert. Since the establishment of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, even the lowest level base city has never experienced such a state of alert. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the people inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall displayed exceptional qualities. They picked up their weapons and gathered on the first floor of the Martial Arts Hall. Lu Tianping glanced at the time, nodded with satisfaction, and then shouted to everyone with a serious expression, "This time, we may be facing a very fierce and tough battle. This is a tough battle. It could mean death, serious injury, or even certain death. I hope everyone is prepared." "Yes." Inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, everyone shouted in unison, their expressions resolute. "Okay, everyone, please wait a moment. We need to wait for news from the central office area." The members of the Extreme Martial Arts School gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Central office area. Zhan Hu also gathered all the members of Han Yue in the square of the office area immediately. Fortunately, Lu Tianping had discussed it with him beforehand, otherwise, he might not have been able to react so quickly. After telling everyone the truth, Zhan Hu waited for their reactions. Unfortunately, not a single coward was among Yue's men. Although they enjoy scheming and are skilled at plotting, when faced with life and death, their attitude is the same as that of the members of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The Sky Martial Arts Academy also managed to gather people together in a short period of time. They waited for Zhan Hu's summons inside the Sky Dome Martial Arts Hall. Zhan Hu glanced at the time and simultaneously dialed the numbers of Niu Mang and Lu Tianping. "Master Lu, your Extreme Martial Arts Academy is in charge of the North Gate. It's a fight to the death. Master Niufun, your Zhangqiang Martial Arts Academy is in charge of the West Gate. This is a fight to the death. We, the Hanyue Guard, are responsible for the South Gate. Will fight to the death." The Hanyue Guard, the Jidao Martial Arts School, and the Zhangqiang Martial Arts School all set out and headed towards their respective city gates. After a brief period of chaos, the situation in the city gradually calmed down. The wartime system, which had never been used before, was also activated at this time. The system is not only comforting ordinary people, but also assigning tasks to some martial artists in the base city. At least for now, the base city is relatively stable. Cao Mu, who was outside the city, was unaware of all this. He looked at his phone, which had no signal, and frowned slightly. He knew very well what it meant when his phone had no signal. Drop. 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 Just then, alarms sounded in the base city. Everyone in the base city knew what the alarm meant. "Let me into the city." Gao Mu walked directly to the city gate and spoke to the gatekeeper. The goalkeeper was clearly taken aback when he saw Gao Mu. "Aren't you courting death by entering the city now?" the gatekeeper said to Gao Mu. In fact, he recognized Gao Mu at a glance when he saw him. After all, Gao Mu's photos had been sent to everyone's phones. "There is no time to explain," Gao Mu said to the goalkeeper. "If I'm not mistaken, that alarm just now meant something big had happened. There are only 3 factions in the base city, and according to the timeline, they have already begun to take action. If they haven't arrived at the East Gate by now, it means that the 3 factions have already begun to garrison other city gates." "Why?" The guard was puzzled as to why the 3 forces paid so little attention to the East Gate. "Because there aren't many gathering places for strange beasts outside the East Gate. Moreover, the East Gate is far from the residential area, so even if they break down the gate, they still have time to send reinforcements." Cao Mu's analysis makes a lot of sense. If you choose to enter the city at this time, it's not a good opportunity. The guard clearly didn't want to collect the bounty for Gao Mu's head. It's not that he's not greedy, but rather that he lives life with clarity. He was just a lowly black iron warrior, while Gao Mu was a genius teenager. When the wanted notice was issued, Gao Mu's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying golden realm. Even if Gao Mu hadn't broken through, he would still be no match for Gao Mu. Although the situation at the East Gate is special, it doesn't necessarily mean that strange beasts won't appear. I don't care about Zhan Hu, nor do I care about Hanyue Guard. I just want to protect this city and the people I want to protect. Gao Mu's words about righteousness were actually just about protecting his parents. His words deeply moved the goalkeeper. "Then come in." The gatekeeper glanced behind him and whispered to Gao Mu, "But once you enter the city, you must keep a low profile and never be ostentatious." Gao Mu nodded and stepped into Langia Base City once again. After learning that Hanyue Guard, Jidao Martial Arts School, and Zhangqiang Martial Arts School were stationed at the northwest and south gates respectively, some martial artists from small martial arts schools and some martial artists who had not joined any faction began to gather towards the East Gate. This is their homeland. If even they don't defend it, no one else will. Upon entering the city, Gao Mu's expression turned very strange when he saw so many martial artists gathered there. Perhaps this is the spirit of the Chinese nation. The Chinese civilization has a history spanning thousands of years. Throughout its thousands of years of history, no matter how severe the internal strife within China, the nation always united in the face of foreign invasion. We can fight our own people however we want, but if you want to fight us, you're dreaming. A large number of strange beasts have been spotted approaching not far from the east gate. A large number of strange beasts have been spotted approaching not far from the west gate. A large number of strange beasts have been spotted approaching not far from the north gate. A large number of strange beasts have been spotted approaching not far from the south gate. Sirens blared incessantly over the base city. These alarms all originated from the base city's wartime emergency system. Each base city has 3 wartime emergency systems. These 3 systems were designed specifically for today's situation. One set is at Hanwei, one set is at Jidao Martial Arts School, and one set is at Sancheong Martial Arts School. The reason for having 3 sets is just in case. Due to the special nature of wartime systems, very few people know of their existence. Only the top figures from the 3 factions know about them. In a dark corner of the base city, several men in black robes looked at each other in astonishment upon hearing the sound from above the base city. Chapter 62: The Shadow of the Man in Black Robes. Judging by appearances, the horde of strange beasts is less than 1 kilometer away from our east gate. The person standing on the city wall, responsible for observation, shouted through a megaphone. The martial artists, who had just been filled with righteous indignation and brimming with passion, all showed some change in expression after hearing these words. Negative emotions such as trepidation, unease, curiosity, and fear began to spread among the martial artists. They had no organization and no leader. So at this time, no one was there to inspire them, to shout out some passionate words, or to ignite the passion within them. Brothers. Since no one else stepped forward, Gao Mu, who possessed the system's cheat-like abilities, stepped forward at this moment. He is not a show-off. If anyone else were to step forward at this time, he would absolutely support and endorse them. The problem is, nobody wants to be the first to speak out. Since no one else was willing to take the role, Gao Mu would take it himself. The monsters are very close to us. What we need to do now is not to be afraid or terrified. We should hold our weapons tight and protect our home. Gao Mu's words were passionate, but not a single person responded. Who do you think you are, daring to order us around? Yeah, you're just a kid. Who gave you the courage? Young man, save your breath and stop watching so many action-packed anime. Gao Mu's enthusiasm was quickly extinguished by buckets of cold water. Isn't he Gao Mu? Someone in the crowd recognized Gao Mu. Gao Mu? Isn't that the boy who killed a Diamond 9-star martial artist at only 18 years old? I hadn't noticed it before, but I was wondering why he looked so familiar. If he really is that genius boy, then he certainly has the right to order us around. The fact that Gao Mu killed a Diamond 9-star martial artist at the age of 18 was already common knowledge in Langia Base City. Although the arrest warrants were issued to everyone, only a few people actually wanted to kill him. Most people are more curious about him than anything else. Seeing that everyone recognized him, Gao Mu no longer hid it. He pointed towards the outside of the city and shouted to the crowd, 1 kilometer is neither far nor near. If we don't prepare, the east gate may be breached by the monsters. Once the east gate is breached, he said, pointing towards the city, our families, friends, and loved ones will likely be slaughtered by the monsters. The only thing we can do now is to take up our weapons and defend our homes and families. Gao Mu's words were a bit childish, but they ignited the flames of war in everyone's hearts. Roar! 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 All the warriors at the east gate raised their weapons high and roared. Gao Mu, who had ignited the flames of war among the crowd, smiled slightly, while simultaneously gripping the weapon in his hand. The gatekeeper who had let Gao Mu in was also startled when Gao Mu popped his head out. However, when he saw what was happening in front of him, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this is the personal charisma of a strong person. After he finished speaking, he looked at the people standing on the city wall observing. How's it going? The people standing on the city wall observed intently. There are less than 200 meters left, but the horde of monsters has stopped. This strange behavior reached Gao Mu's ears. Gao Mu didn't speak, but frowned in thought. After thinking for a while, Gao Mu said very seriously to the martial artists, I want to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Who wants to come with me? Upon hearing this, all the martial artists were stunned. Isn't it better for us to defend the city? Besides, they might not be able to break through our walls. Choosing to go out at this time is no different from courting death. If you want to die, you can go by yourself. There's no need to drag us along. These people strongly resisted Gao Mu's decision to leave the city. In their view, defending the city is the best course of action now. But Gao Mu didn't think so. If we leave the city now, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Gao Mu said this seriously to the warriors after careful consideration. But if we don't leave the city, we might not even have a last chance of survival. I have a feeling that there are humans directing them. No one spoke, they just looked at Gao Mu with strange expressions. They were clearly waiting for Gao Mu's explanation. Based on what just happened, this group of strange beasts is being commanded by someone. Gao Mu's words were somewhat shocking and difficult for the martial artists to believe. Mythical beasts are evolved from beasts. Unless it is a very high-level mythical beast, it absolutely lacks intelligence. Moreover, they are proud by nature and have a strong aversion to humans. Humans enslaved them for tens of thousands of years, which ingrained their hatred for humans into their very bones. They don't trust humans, and they certainly won't listen to humans. At least for now, there is no precedent for humans taming exotic animals. We still feel that defending the city is the better option. Most martial artists said that defending the city was better. Only a small number of people believed in Gao Mu and were willing to leave the city with him. Follow me, and when we're cleaning up the battlefield, everyone who leaves the city will get a share of the core, no matter how high its level. Shouting slogans and shedding blood indiscriminately is useless. At crucial moments, the most effective thing is the lure of profit. These words caused even those who didn't want to leave the city to begin to waver. What's the status of the strange beasts? Gao Mu asked the observer on the city wall. After observing carefully for a while, the observer said, "There is still no movement, but at the very back of the beast, I saw several humanoid creatures wearing black robes." Unable to confirm whether the other party was a beast or a human, the observer only described it as a humanoid creature. It really was them. That organization did indeed appear during this siege by the alien beasts. "We may not have much time," Gao Mu said, looking at the still hesitant martial artists. "I'll give you 10 more minutes to consider. If everyone has thought it through, we'll start making preparations." 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As expected, the number of people willing to leave the city increased considerably due to Gao Mu's enticement. However, facing the overwhelming horde of strange beasts outside, this number of people was clearly insufficient. Does anyone have a means of transportation? At this moment, Gao Mu seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what Gao Mu was up to. "I have something to do, I need to go to the city center of the base." That's right, Gao Mu is going to the city center of the base to sign in. Whatever the reward for this sign-in is, it will give him more leverage and more security. Half an hour later, Gao Mu reappeared at the East Gate. Chapter 63: The Limits of Shamelessness. God-level sign-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 3.22 million. Realm, Diamond 3 stars. Skills: Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Technique Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery, Movement Character Secret Technique Mastery, Suppressing Chaos Technique Mastery. Check-in location, Yakuza Martial Arts School Headquarters. Looking at the system interface, he nodded with satisfaction. This sign-in earned him another 100 exotic fruits. These 100 fruits also raised his strength from Diamond 1 star to Diamond 3 star. With the addition of the secret word, his strongest combat power soared to 3-star King. The monsters near the base city aren't very high level. Hopefully, this King 3 level combat power will be enough to handle them. Outside the east gate of the city, those willing to leave the city stood behind Gao Mu. Their expressions were serious, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Those who went out of the city knew very well that this trip to meet the enemy was likely to end badly. But with a formidable enemy at hand and tempting profits at hand, they had no choice. Open the door. With a roar from Gao Mu, the east gate slowly opened. Although the strange beasts were only 1 kilometer away from the east gate, their enormous size was clearly visible from there. Remember, try not to get too entangled with the monsters. Our main task this time is to kill those men in black robes. The man in black robes was the mastermind behind this siege by the alien beasts. If we kill them, the predicament will not only be solved, but at least half of it will be resolved. Yes, the man behind Gao Mu growled. Leave the city. Gao Mu's angry roar rang out. The warriors from the east gate followed Gao Mu and rushed towards the direction of the beast horde. At the east gate, atop the tallest of the strange beasts, a man in black robes is observing the situation through binoculars. When the east gate opened, the man in black robes was very surprised, and then puzzled. When he saw Galmu leading the warriors out of the door, his doubt turned into disdain. There are just some people in this world who don't know their own mortality. Number 73. He placed his hand on his ear and gently pressed the button, giving the order. Take a group of alien beasts and kill all those fools who don't know their own mortality. After shouting excitedly, number 73 led a group of extremely fast beasts and charged towards Galmu's direction. Ha ha, today I'm going to have a good time killing people. It's been so long since I've killed a human. Number 73 was in a very excited mood. The sudden appearance of number 73 and the horde of strange beasts disrupted Galmu's team's rhythm. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he ordered, "The beasts are yours. I'll handle the man in black." The people in the group didn't speak, they just nodded. Soon, number 73 and Galmu clashed. Diamond 3 stars? You really look down on me. In Langia Base City, Diamond 3 star is definitely in the top tier. Number 73 was excited because he clearly knew this. However, he did not expect that his first enemy would be Galmu. You must be Galmu? I've heard you're a young genius, and I'm very interested in having a match with you. Number 73 became even more excited after seeing Galmu. Galmu was not at all surprised that number 73 could call out his name. Since they dared to target Langia Base City, they must have made thorough preparations. They must have gathered most of the intelligence about the city. Not to brag, but at this stage, Galmu is definitely a celebrity in the base city. Who are you? Galmu held his sword and stared at number 73. The aura emanating from this number 73 was somewhat different from the black-robed man Galmu had encountered before. The man in black robes exuded an aura of death and decay. The number 73 in front of him gave Galmu a feeling of vitality. Who I am? Does it matter? Number 73 shook his head, letting out a strange ha-ha laugh. Right now, the most important thing for us is how to annihilate the opponent in an instant. Don't you agree? As number 73 spoke, he took out his weapon from behind his back. His weapon was a long spear that looked quite extraordinary. The spear is silver-white overall, with a slight black tinge at the tip. This spear of mine is called the Dragon Gall Spear. It is a 1-to-1 replica of Zhao Zilong's Dragon Gall Spear from the historical records. Number 73 introduced himself with great pride. After introducing the gun in his hand, he patted his waist and said, "I also have a long sword hanging at my waist, the Qinggang sword. It is a 1-to-1 replica based on the ancient book. Whether it's the Dragon Gall Spear or the Qinggang sword, they are both Zhao Zilong's most powerful weapons." Galmu could tell that number 73 really liked Zhao Zilong. I wonder if you're as fearless as Zhao Zilong. As Galmu spoke, he charged directly at number 73 with his sword. Number 73 sneered, "You are no match for me. I advise you to surrender." Even so, number 73 still gripped his spear tightly, waiting for Galmu's arrival with bated breath. Bang! When? The first clash between the spear and the longsword produced a dazzling display of sparks. They each took a step back and looked at each other with surprise. Not bad, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Number 73 seemed to admire Galmu, nodding and praising him. At your age, possessing such a level is truly remarkable. I can't bear to hurt you, so why don't you join us? Galmu scoffed at number 73's attempt to persuade him to surrender. The collision just now gave Galmu an understanding of number 73's strength. While number 73 certainly has the aura of a 3-star diamond, his actual strength is only that of a 1-star diamond. Even without the help of the all-encompassing secret, Galmu could still easily kill him. Aren't you talking a bit too much nonsense? Galmu looked coldly at number 73 and said with a hint of sarcasm. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? I'm not a villain. Galmu's words did not anger number 73. He said with a smile in his tone, someone like me should be a hero. Good heavens, you really have no shame at all. Number 73's shamelessness was beyond Galmu's expectations. He leads alien beasts to slaughter his own race and still calls himself righteous. Stop. Number 73 seemed extremely disgusted by Galmu's mention of his race, speaking with a tone of utter disgust. First of all, I'm not of the same race as you. In fact, don't associate me with that filthy race, because it makes me feel extremely nauseous. Gao Mubin believed that not recognizing one's ancestors was the limit of human capability. But he never expected that there would be people who wouldn't recognize their own race. Chapter 64 Terrifying. In my view, the human race is filthy and shameful. They call themselves the pinnacle of all creation, yet they enslave other species. What difference is there between their behavior and that of uncivilized beasts? The remarks made by number 73 completely turned Gaomu's worldview upside down. His statement is very similar to that of dog lovers. Human beings have evolved into the most intelligent of all beings over hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. During this time, our ancestors resisted natural disasters and dealt with man-made calamities, evolving step by step from the weakest creatures to the most powerful ones. And now you're telling me the world is equal? By what right? By what right do you think you're mentally challenged, or by what right do you think your head is bigger than everyone else's? The fundamental reason why humankind was able to evolve into the most intelligent of all beings is that it ultimately triumphed over the laws of nature. If any other creature were to become the most intelligent of all beings, then humanity would only be destined to be enslaved. This is the law of nature. What you're saying is all nonsense. Gaomu's remarks greatly disgusted number 73. He pointed at Gaomu and shouted, "It's because of self-righteous humans like you that the beasts have become the biggest winners in the spiritual energy revival. In my view, humans and beasts are all equal." Gaomu was really too lazy to argue with him. After all, their values are not aligned, and forcing a debate will not yield any meaningful conclusion. Since that's the case, let's just fight. With a flourish of his long sword, Gaomu charged toward number 73 once more. "I was careless just now, but I won't let you have it this time." Number 73 spoke with great confidence. "Suppress the rebellion." Gaomu was too lazy to waste any more time with him and directly used his strongest skill at this stage. The sword energy appeared and tore the black robe of number 73 into dust. Looking at the true form of number 73 beneath the black robe, Gaomu shook his head. Indeed, a person who has forgotten the classics and traditions. Like the black-robed figures encountered before, number 73's body beneath his black robe was also composed of machinery. "Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents, how can we harm each other?" Gaomu is not a traditional person, and he still finds it somewhat difficult to accept the idea of transforming his body into a mechanical one. "You talk too much nonsense." The black robe was torn to dust by Gaomu's sword energy, as if he had trampled on the dignity of number 73. His mechanical face revealed an emotion symbolizing anger. "Today, I will kill you, I will tear you to pieces. I will cover my body with your skin." At this moment, even number 73's voice sounded somewhat morbid. "Alright, I won't give you another chance. The secret of all characters. Suppress the rebellion." The tenfold increase in strength directly propelled Gaomu to the third level of the King Realm. The strongest skills are activated only after all strength has been accumulated. In an instant, the sword energy flew directly towards number 73. Number 73 was still trying to raise his spear to parry. However, in just one exchange, the sword energy generated by the calming chaos technique shattered the Dragon Gall spear into pieces. After being shattered into pieces, the campaign to quell the rebellion continued. Looking at the shattered Dragon's Gall spear on the ground, number 73 felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Left with no other choice, he had to take the Qinggang sword from his belt for defense. However, the fate of the Qinggang sword was not much better than that of the Longdan spear. Both weapons were reduced to fragments, and number 73 seemed to realize something. He had intended to dodge Gaomu's pacifying chaos sword energy, but he found that he had nowhere to hide. Sword energy enveloped him, and number 73 was instantly sliced into several pieces. "How can you be so strong?" Even though it was cut into several pieces, number 73 was still alive. "That's a good question." Gaomu pretended to think for a moment before answering very seriously. "Because I'm a chosen one." As he spoke, he walked directly to the head of number 73 and pierced the head with his longsword. Number 73, dead. After dealing with number 73, Gaomu hurriedly went to support the others who had left the city with him. Fortunately, these people were quite capable, and no one died in the battle. Some only suffered minor injuries. After assigning someone to send the lightly wounded back to the city, Gaomu began instructing the others to clean up the battlefield. A total of 23 golden beasts, several silver beasts, and several bronze beasts were killed. Perhaps because the siege was of great importance, the black iron beasts did not participate. The cores from the slain beasts were all entrusted to Gaomu for safekeeping. Gaomu assured them that they would be distributed equally upon returning to the city. Fortunately, these people still trusted Gaomu, and no one objected to the proposal. After telling everyone the specific numbers, Gaomu looked at the group of strange beasts. The black-robed man standing atop the enormous beast had witnessed everything that had just happened. Gao Mu's formidable strength made him gasp in shock. What kind of human is this? Why is he so terrifying? It should be noted that Gao Mu's actual age is only 18 years old. Number 73's actual age is similar to Gao Mu's, but because he was mechanically modified, it's not surprising that he possesses his current strength. But Gao Mu was different. Gao Mu was just a mortal. How could it not be terrifying for a mortal to possess such strength? No, besides the terror, the man in black robes realized another problem. We absolutely cannot allow someone like this to grow stronger. Once he does, he could very well become a major enemy of our organization. Let's kill him right here before he grows up. The man in the black robe was also a man of action. If he has something in mind, then he will definitely take action. Diamond level personnel, listen to my command. All of you, advance and surround Gao Mu. This shows that the man in black robes highly values Gao Mu. Who is this Gao Mu that the boss cares about him so much? I don't know, I heard he's a child prodigy. Who isn't a child prodigy? When I was 19, I had already reached the silver level. Although the men in the diamond robes were puzzled and dissatisfied with their leader's decision, they did not make any public statements. They only dared to voice their discontent and complaints in private. The group of men in diamond-encrusted black robes quickly came to a standoff with Gao Mu. Who wants to go first? Or together? Gao Mu spoke directly. Good heavens! Gao Mu's arrogance greatly displeased a black-robed man with a diamond 5-star rating. You're not that old, but your tone is anything but arrogant. I'm number 89, and I'll fight you. Number 89 stepped forward, ready to fight Gao Mu. Chapter 65 Phantom Spider. Gao Mu did not rush forward, but instead instructed the warriors behind him, once I kill this black-robed man, you follow up and finish him off. Remember, the weakness of these black-robed men is their heads. The martial artists remained silent and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the martial artists all nodded, Gao Mu charged forward. The existence of the all-secret technique allowed him to reach the level of a 3-star king. While number 89 is indeed powerful, he is still no match for Gao Mu. As soon as the rebellion was quelled, Gao Mu instantly cleaved him into 8 pieces. Upon seeing number 89 fall to the ground, the warriors charged forward. After killing number 89, Gao Mu did not stop and charged toward the remaining diamond-robed men. These men in black robes reacted incredibly quickly. Seeing Gao Mu charging towards them, they all drew their weapons to fight back. Even combined, they were still no match for Gao Mu. With the combination of the suppression technique and the Azure Lotus sword technique, these diamond-clad men in black robes fell to the ground one after another. The warriors who followed behind plunged their weapons into their skulls, taking their lives. After dealing with all the men in the diamond-studded black robes, Gao Mu looked towards the direction of the horde of alien beasts. He knew very well that the battle that followed would be the real battle. The black-robed man standing atop the enormous beast felt extremely heavy-hearted. He had been waiting for the order to launch a general offensive, but the order was slow to come. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and shouted, "Charge!" Gao Mu took in all of the black-robed man's movements. Since you are the commander here, you are doomed to die. Gao Mu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the black-robed man standing atop the giant beast. The black-robed man's gaze was now focused on Gao Mu. If his head were exposed, Gao Mu would certainly see anger in his eyes. At the command of the man in black robes, the beasts began to move. However, Gao Mu noticed that some of the strange beasts were standing still without making any movement. It seems that each of the men in black robes has their own mission. The beasts are powerful no matter how strong the man in black robes is, he couldn't possibly command such a massive group of beasts. They definitely each have their own designated area of responsibility. Having figured this out, Gao Mu said to the warriors, avoid the strange beasts as much as possible and focus on finding the man in black robes. Kill him if you can, and notify me if you can't. The martial artists nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Mu charged straight into the horde of strange beasts. The secret of the character. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Just to be on the safe side, he activated his most powerful defensive skill. Although he didn't utilize the Xing Zi technique to its fullest potential, his speed was still unmatched by these strange beasts. Soon, he arrived at the base of the enormous beast. He didn't notice it from a distance, but as he got closer, Gao Mu realized how enormous the beast was. Standing at the feet of this strange beast, Gao Mu was like a tiny ant. Roughly estimated, this strange beast is at least 20 stories tall. That's not even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing is that this strange beast is actually a spider-like creature. Could this be the legendary phantom spider? The phantom spider is definitely the most terrifying of all the alien beasts. Its terror doesn't stem from its high combat or defensive capabilities, but rather from its ability to produce an unlimited number of exploding spiders. The exploding spider is the most peculiar of all the alien beasts. They have neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. However, they will explode as soon as they get close to their target. The damage from the explosion wasn't particularly terrifying, but the sheer number of exploding spiders was overwhelming. Phantom spiders are very rare, perhaps due to their unique characteristics. You have good taste, knowing about the phantom spider. The voice of the man in black robes came from the phantom spider. Galmu looked up and saw a man in black robes. This man in black robes was different from the ones Galmu had encountered before. He sensed neither murderous intent nor hostility from the man in black robes. In fact, he felt warmth and friendliness emanating from him. "Kid, I think highly of you. Join us." The man in black extended an invitation to Galmu. In that instant, Galmu was somewhat tempted. "We're not on the same path," Galmu said to the man in black robes, suppressing his excitement. "Aren't we on the same path? I feel we're very similar." The voice of the man in black robes rang out again. However, this time, Galmu felt his heart begin to flutter again. The black-robed man's voice seemed to possess a magical power. "Join us and you will not only have a bright future, but also countless riches and anything you want." When the man in black spoke again, Galmu's resolve began to waver. This person is terrifying. Galmu was still shaken. That man in black robes is truly terrifying. Every word he uttered seemed to possess a magical power, deeply enticing Galmu. "If you were a woman, I might actually join you," Galmu joked. To his surprise, the man in black robes simply lifted the black robe off his head. A breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Galmu's eyes. In his previous life, Galmu, after being bombarded with visual shocks such as photo editing, beauty filters, plastic surgery, and gender reassignment, believed that he had become immune to beautiful women. But seeing that stunningly beautiful face before him, he still couldn't help but be moved. "How is it?" The black-robed woman's voice changed at this moment, becoming sweet and delicate, sweet but not cloying. "Does this face of mine meet your approval?" To be honest, Galmu swallowed hard and gave the man in black a thumbs up. "Your face is truly irresistible. I believe no man could resist it." Galmu admitted that he almost succumbed to temptation. "So, join us." The woman in black robes extended her slender, fair hand, offering Galmu a final invitation. "If you join us, I can even become your bride." Good heavens, those last two words, bride, combined with that seductive look, almost stole Galmu's soul. "It still doesn't work." Galmu shook his head. "Why?" The man in black robes frowned slightly. Even when she frowns, her stunningly beautiful face remains a delight to behold. "I can't stand kissing a robot." No matter how beautiful her face is, how captivating her eyes are, or how sweet her voice is, Galmu still couldn't stand the thought of kissing a robot. "It seems you're going to refuse a polite offer and then have to suffer the consequences." The man in black robes suddenly changed his expression, his face turning grim. With that gloomy face and stunning beauty, Galmu really couldn't stand it. "You should put your hood on," Galmu said, waving his hand with his eyes closed. "I really can't stand your face." Seeing Galmu close his eyes, a triumphant expression appeared on the black-robed man's exquisite face. She patted the phantom spider beneath her. The phantom spider swayed, and one by one, the human-sized exploding spiders crawled out of its mouth, moving towards Galmu at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 66: Slaying the King in Black Robes. Galmu reacted extremely quickly. Just as the exploding spider was about to get close, he swung his sword directly at it. Bang! With a soft cracking sound, the exploding spider exploded, leaving behind a disgusting, viscous green liquid. He looked at the green liquid. He was surprised to find that the green liquid was corroding the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large hole was corroded into the ground by the green liquid. "How terrifying!" Galmu gasped. If a person comes into contact with this green liquid, their body may be directly corroded. At this moment, he finally understood why the man in black robes had brought the phantom spiders with him during this siege. The base's walls were indeed sturdy and could withstand very powerful attacks. However, if the exploding spiders keep attacking the city wall, even the hardest material in the world cannot withstand it. Kill this phantom spider first. For Galmu, the black-robed men at this stage are merely a minor nuisance. His most important task now is to kill this phantom spider. Suppress the rebellion. Gao Mu brandished his long sword. The invisible sword energy headed straight for the phantom spider. The black-robed figure standing on the phantom spider seemed to have guessed Gao Mu's thoughts. With a flash, she brandished her weapon and parried Gao Mu's pacification techniques in one fell swoop. You've got some skills. Gao Mu stared intently at the man in black robes, ready for anything. If Gao Mu's guess is correct, this black-robed man's realm should be that of a king. However, Gao Mu guessed that his star rating probably wouldn't be too high. Since you're stopping me from killing the phantom spider, then I'll kill you. Gao Mu's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In that instant, he truly had the intention to kill. A golden-robed man was discovered among a small herd of strange beasts. A golden-robed man was discovered among the swarm of snake-like beasts. A golden-robed man was discovered among the canine-like beasts. In the battle just now, Gao Mu killed all the diamond-level black-robed men. Now, apart from the one Gao Mu fought, all the other black-robed men here are at the gold level. Gentlemen, forget about saving face and everything else. Focus all your efforts on eliminating all the men in black robes, Gao Mu ordered the group. Each of these black-robed figures can command a considerable number of strange beasts. Encircling and annihilating them will certainly not be an easy task. Fortunately, the people Gao Mu brought this time were all top tier in their respective realms, and their combat power was exceptionally formidable. Even so, the battle to annihilate the men in black resulted in heavy casualties. The reason for this is that Gao Mu is fully engaged in fighting the king in black robes and has no time to spare. Just as Gao Mu and the king in the black robe were locked in fierce battle, the king in the black robe heard the commanding voice in his earpiece. She wanted to order the other men in black robes to begin the final assault, but she was too busy entangled with Gao Mu to get away. Everyone else, prepare for the final assault, she ordered. The men in black robes on her side were all panting as they replied. We're tied up and unable to launch a full-scale offensive. It's the same on my end. Me too. Gao Mu, who was like a leech clinging to a bone, was already irritating to the woman in black. The feedback coming through the earpiece only amplified her irritation to the extreme. Damn it, she muttered, then glared at Gao Mu. If you mess up my plans today, I'll skin you alive and tear you apart, so you'll experience what extreme pain is like. Ha! Her threat only drew Gao Mu's sneer. Let's see if you can survive first. The woman in black robes tried to retort, but Gao Mu's sharp swordsmanship left her with no choice but to defend herself. Gao Mu gave it his all, holding nothing back. The black-robed man, who thought he could kill Gao Mu, found that all he could do now was to struggle on. Gao Mu's attacks were fierce, like a surging river that never stops, or like the yellow river overflowing its banks and becoming unstoppable. The woman in the black robe was suffering, but she had no way to express her bitterness. When we get back, we must kill all those useless idiots in the intelligence department. The intelligence department reported that Gao Mu only reached the gold level. But now Gao Mu was able to suppress her, a martial artist at the first level of the king rank. This clearly indicates a problem with the intelligence services. The man in black robes struggled to hold on, intending to wait for Gao Mu's momentum to weaken before launching a desperate counterattack. However, 10 minutes later, Gao Mu's momentum not only did not decrease, but even showed signs of increasing. No, the man in black thought to himself. If he continues to pester us like this, our grand plan will definitely fall through. She gritted her teeth, pulled a syringe from her lower back, and plunged it into her neck. This is a very peculiar medicine. This potion can boost a person's combat power by 1 star level in a short period of time. However, the side effects of this medicine are also very serious. Therefore, the man in the black robe would never use it unless absolutely necessary. After the potion entered the black-robed man's body, Gao Mu discovered that the man's combat power had increased significantly. What is this thing? It's so powerful. It can actually increase her combat power by 1 star. Don't be fooled by the fact that Gao Mu's all-secret technique can increase his strength tenfold. However, apart from the all-encompassing secret, there are very few potions in this world that can enhance one's strength. This kind of potion, which can raise a star level, is definitely a treasure. And its value is certainly considerable. After the potion was injected, the man in the black robe felt he was back to normal. She brandished the weapon in her hand, which resembled a morning staff, preparing for a desperate counterattack. But Gao Mu had no intention of giving her a chance to fight back. The sword is as sharp as frost, and the spirit is as powerful as a rainbow. Gao Mu unleashed his full combat potential. This time, the man in black robes not only suffered repeated defeats, but also sustained numerous wounds. Why are you so strong? The man in black wanted to cry. She originally thought that the East Gate would be the best breakthrough point. When she was assigned to the East Gate, she was very happy, believing that she would definitely be the first to break through the city. But she never expected to encounter Gao Mu, this oddball, at the East Gate. Under Gao Mu's overwhelming suppression, the man in black robes gradually showed signs of fatigue. Gao Mu pressed his advantage and, taking advantage of the moment when the man was distracted, severed one of his arms. The black-robed man, missing an arm, was no match for Gao Mu. With a swing of his long sword, Gao Mu quickly severed all four of the black-robed man's limbs. The black-robed man, now only a torso and limbs, had a face full of resentment. Gao Mu did not give her another chance to speak. The long sword thrust out and pierced her skull. After slaying the man in black robes, Gao Mu leaped high into the air and plunged his long sword directly into the head of the phantom spider. The phantom spider, which had no means of defense, was also killed instantly by this sword. Stop! Gao Mu stood atop the enormous corpse of the phantom spider, holding the head of the black-robed man and shouting. Chapter 67 The Crisis at Dongmen resolved. The other black-robed men, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the warriors brought by Gao Mu, visibly paused their movements upon seeing this scene. But this brief pause gave the warriors who had been fighting hard an opportunity. Taking advantage of the pause, they killed all the black-robed men in front of them. With the black-robed man dead, the beasts seemed to have lost their leader and began to panic. Retreat! Retreat from the horde of monsters! Gao Mu shouted at the martial artists. Trusting Gao Mu, the warriors rushed out of the horde of strange beasts without hesitation. Not long after they broke free from the horde of beasts, the beasts began fighting amongst themselves. These strange beasts were inherently ferocious. In addition, some of these groups are hostile. Without the black-robed man's command, they began to fight each other. Everyone, take a break. Gao Mu sat on the ground, looking at the martial artists he had brought out. Upon hearing this, the martial artists collapsed to the ground as if they had lost all their strength. They rested, but Gao Mu did not. He walked among the warriors, checking their injuries. Most people sustained minor injuries, with only a very small number suffering serious injuries. Gao Mu was not stingy either, giving the seriously injured person the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit directly. For minor injuries, let them heal on their own. The chaotic battle among the strange beasts lasted for a full half hour. After half an hour, very few of the strange beasts were still standing. Of the few remaining strange beasts, most were severely injured. Some were even teetering on the brink of collapse due to their injuries. Finish off the enemy, clean up the battlefield. Gao Mu began to issue the final orders. Having regained their strength, the warriors rose and began to reap their spoils. How is it going? What about the other 3 gates? Zhanhu, who was stationed at the south gate, asked his men. The subordinate paused slightly and said, I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure? Zhanhu drew his weapon and pointed it at the man's throat. If you reply to me like this during wartime, believe me, I'll kill you. His subordinates started to panic. City guard. At this moment, someone stepped forward and bowed to Zhanhu. The north and west gates are both embroiled in fierce fighting, and the situation at the east gate is unknown. Unknown? A bad feeling welled up in Zhanhu's heart. Have someone contact Dongmen immediately. I need to know the specific situation at Dongmen. Zhanhu knew very well that if the east gate fell, even if they managed to hold it, it would be all in vain. Yes. His subordinate clasped his hands in a fist salute and turned to contact the east gate. Damn it, these monsters are truly disgusting. Lu Tianping, who was guarding the north gate, was extremely annoyed by the endless stream of monsters. Especially that exploding spider. Every time it explodes, it leaves small holes in our city walls. If this continues, our city walls won't hold for much longer. He muttered to himself as he pondered a solution. Master, the branch's deputy master said to Lu Tianping, clasping his hands in a fist salute, his expression resolute. I'll take men right away and kill that phantom spider. No, Lu Tianping shook his head. Not to mention the phantom spider is heavily guarded, and there are also a large number of alien beasts around it. Even if you manage to get close to the phantom spider, you might not be able to kill it with your combat power. Most importantly, those black-robed figures are still guarding around the phantom spider. In fact, Lu Tianping had already discovered the presence of the man in black robes before the siege even began. What do we do then? The deputy director was also anxious, stamping his foot as he spoke. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? It's not about sitting and waiting to die. At this moment, a very relaxed voice rang out. Give me a few men, and I'll help you kill the phantom spider. Lu Tianping was overjoyed to hear Gao Mu's voice. However, he quickly realized something and said to Gao Mu with a worried look on his face, going into the city at this time is just asking for death. Let's not talk about that now. Gao Mu walked up to Lu Tianping and threw two things in front of him. Lu Tianping's pupils contracted when he saw what Gao Mu had thrown. He pointed to the beast's core and said to Lu Tianping, this core belongs to the phantom spider. And this head belongs to the person in charge of the East Gate in black robes. Could it be? A terrible thought began to spread in Lu Tianping's mind. That's right. Gao Mu nodded pretentiously, feigning admiration for Lu Tianping. The phantom spider and the man in black robes from the East City have already been killed by me. The strange beasts at the East Gate were also wiped out by me due to internal strife. Lu Tianping found it incredible. Keep in mind that the siege had only been going on for less than an hour. They had reached a point where they were barely holding on, while Gao Mu had already resolved the crisis at the East Gate. Brother, you're just bragging. The deputy curator was meeting Gao Mu for the first time, so he didn't believe Gao Mu's words. The East Gate is full of a bunch of scattered soldiers, how could they possibly be dealt with so quickly? Smack! Without saying a word, Lu Tianping raised his hand and slapped his deputy director. The deputy curator was completely dumbfounded after being beaten. He looked at Lu Tianping with great confusion. Go contact the East Gate and you'll find out. The deputy curator was slightly taken aback, then sent someone to contact the East Gate. Soon, the deputy curator received a reply from the East Gate. Crisis resolved, East Gate safe. These 9 short words left the deputy curator utterly shocked. He walked up to Lu Tianping, ready to tell him those 9 words. Lu Tianping waved his hand and said, I trust my brother. After he finished speaking, he asked Gao Mu, what configuration do you want? Gao Mu hesitated for a moment and said, give me 10 diamond 5-star or higher martial artists, and several gold martial artists. Give me another hour, and I think I can solve this. Lu Tianping was not surprised at all by Gao Mu's request. He nodded and quickly selected 10 martial artists with diamond 5-star or higher and about 30 gold level martial artists. Why should we listen to him? Who is he anyway? Yeah, we want to listen to a little kid. What right does he have to order us around? When Lu Tianping told them that they had to obey Gao Mu's orders, these martial artists resisted fiercely. The most fierce resistance came from martial artists of diamond 5 stars and above. Gao Mu didn't speak, but looked at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping nodded subtly. Gao Mu walked directly to the person who was shouting the loudest and slashed his throat with his sword. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Even on his deathbed, he didn't understand why he was dying. Anyone who disobeys orders on the battlefield shall die. Gao Mu's indifferent gaze and icy tone silenced the crowd who had been fiercely resisting. Follow me out of the city. You must obey my orders. Can you do that? Gao Mu looked around at the remaining people. Able. The remaining people roared. Chapter 68 Supporting Shiman. Outside the north gate of the city, corpses littered the ground. The corpses of the strange beasts were piled on top of the corpses of the warriors, and the corpses of the strange beasts were pressing down on the corpses of the warriors. War broke out everywhere, and the killing never stopped. Blood stained the city walls red and turned people's eyes red. Gao Mu led his warriors, like steel spears, piercing into the horde of strange beasts. Standing on the city wall, Lu Tianping watched as Gao Mu's troops carved a path through the monsters, and his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Recalling the first time he met Gao Mu, Lu Tianping felt as if it were a lifetime ago. In just a few months, he has grown to such an extent. Just how terrifying is this young man? Gao Mu charged into the horde of strange beasts without stopping. The long sword in his hand was like a life-reaping machine. No matter how powerful the beast, none could withstand a single strike from him. And so, he led his squad to the phantom spider's front. Remember, ignore the beasts and focus all your efforts on finding and killing the black rogue man in the beast horde. The warriors nodded solemnly and then dispersed. After the warriors left, Gao Mu launched an attack directly on the phantom spider. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Suppress the rebellion. Gao Mu's sword energy was like a rainbow, piercing straight at the phantom spider. The black-robed figure on the phantom spider had already spotted Gao Mu. When Gao Mu launched his attack on the phantom spider, he also jumped off the phantom spider. Before landing, he also deflected Gao Mu's attack on the phantom spider. You must be Gao Mu, the man in black robes said, directly stating Gao Mu's name. Gao Mu nodded without any surprise. Join us. The man in black robes still wanted to recruit Gao Mu. But before he could finish speaking, Gao Mu attacked again. His attack on the phantom spider was merely to lure the man in black down. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength. Now that the man in black has come down, Gao Mu will definitely have to go all out. When Gao Mu goes all out, he's truly terrifying. With just a few sword strikes, the black-robed man was covered in countless wounds. He took several steps back, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The intelligence department deserves to die. The man in black robes said the same words as the previous man in black robes. After being injured, the man in the black robe had both his defense and attack reduced significantly. Suppress the rebellion. Gao Mu unleashed his strongest skill once again. With a swift slash of the long sword, Gao Mu instantly severed the limbs and head of the man in black robes. His clothes were torn, revealing his mechanical body. The black-robed man died after his skull was pierced. Subsequently, Gao Mu also killed the phantom spider. Be careful, the black-robed man's weak point is his head. Gao Mu notified the others through his earpiece. No. Others replied. Gao Mu stood atop the towering corpse of the phantom spider, looking down at the horde of alien beasts below. The group of martial artists that Gao Mu brought could be considered the elite of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. They are not only exceptionally skilled, but also incredibly powerful in combat. The man in black robes was no match for them at all. In no time at all, they had dealt with all the men in black robes. All the men in black robes died, and the horde of beasts fell into chaos. Gao Mu led his team out of the beast horde, waiting for them to fight each other. However, unlike last time, this time the beasts, no longer commanded by the man in black robes, fled in an orderly fashion towards the wilderness. Seeing that someone wanted to give chase, Gao Mu quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't pursue a desperate enemy." Although they were very unwilling, they gave up the pursuit because they remembered Gao Mu's previous methods. The logistics department of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, which is specifically responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, began to enter the arena after confirming that all the alien beasts were dead. What do we do next? Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu. Some people around who were unaware of what was happening were quite surprised by what they saw. Gao Mu pondered for a moment and said, "I will take a group of people to reinforce the west gate, and you will take some people to reinforce the south gate. The crisis at the east and north gates has been resolved. Only a small number of people are needed to guard them to prevent any unforeseen events. However, the crisis at the other two gates remains. Therefore, they must now provide assistance to the other two goals." As for Han Yue Wei, to be honest, Lu Tianping didn't want to go and support Zhan Hu and the others. After the Gao Mu incident, the relationship between the Jidao Martial Arts School and the Hanyue Guard became very bad. At this point, you shouldn't be thinking about those things anymore, Gao Mu rolled his eyes and complained. The Hanyue Guard is indeed rotten to the core right now, but they have the people of the city behind them. Humph. How could Lu Tianping be so ungrateful? He only said these words to vent his anger. If it weren't for the civilians behind them, I would have ambushed them from behind long ago. Gao Mu patted Lu Tianping on the shoulder and said nothing more. Lu Tianping went to support Hanyue Guard, while Gao Mu led a group of people to support Sengxiang Martial Arts School. When Gao Mu arrived at Shimen, he discovered a very interesting phenomenon. This battle was surprisingly easy. How did you do that? Gao Mu asked someone curiously. The owner of the Bull Club seriously injured the phantom spider right at the start of the battle, someone replied. In a daze, Gao Mu suddenly remembered that the strong and robust Niu Meng used a warbow as his weapon. Without the phantom spiders, it would be extremely difficult for the monsters to breach the city walls. As long as that ammunition on the city walls can be kept running, the monsters will have no chance of breaching them. In that case, I'll take my men to rest. After Gao Mu finished speaking, he led his men to the rest area not far from the city gate. Pa! Niu Meng scoffed, watching Gao Mu and the martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy walk away. Who do you think you are? You don't really think a gold-level martial artist can change the course of the battle, do you? You were just lucky to kill Zhan Lan, a Diamond 9-star. I just don't believe your luck can last forever. Niu Meng looked down on Gao Mu. The main reason is that he believes Gao Mu used extremely despicable means when he killed Zhan Lan. Brothers, cheer up. The East Gate and North Gate are already safe, we can't fall behind here. Niu Meng commanded with skill, and his men also acted appropriately. In half an hour, he repelled several attacks from the alien beasts. Something's not right. Gao Mu, who was in the rest area, frowned slightly after hearing the news. Just now at the north gate, the attacks from the alien beasts were relentless. But why is there such a long interval between arriving at the west gate? Realizing something was wrong, Gao Mu went directly to Niu Meng and expressed his concerns. Gao Mu's concerns were met with scoffs from Niu Meng. Each city gate has a different commander, so the attack rhythm of the beasts is also different. If I were you, I would just rest in the rest area. Niu Meng's unfriendly attitude made Gao Mu very unhappy. Just as he was about to return to the rest area, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. Chapter 69 Fierce Claw Pangolin. Everyone looked toward the city wall. The tall and majestic city walls began to collapse. People on and below the city walls were all seriously injured by the falling rocks. Then a huge, pangolin-like creature emerged from the ground. Fierce-clawed pangolin. A mythical beast evolved from a pangolin. Its claws are as sharp as knives, capable of easily breaking through bricks and stones. Because it inherited all the characteristics of a pangolin, it can also burrow underground. The feedback from the glasses surprised Gao Mu greatly. He had only thought of the phantom spider as a powerful siege weapon, completely forgetting that the fierce claw pangolin was also a powerful weapon. The city walls collapsed, and strange beasts surged into the city like a tide. With the city walls as a barrier, the warriors had a relatively easy time dealing with these strange beasts. Now that this barrier is gone, the beasts are slaughtering like wolves among sheep. Rats as big as adults, hyenas taller than horses. In just a few minutes, the warriors in the outer city suffered heavy casualties. Retreat! Retreat to the inner city! Niu Meng roared. The warriors who were lightly injured or uninjured began to retreat into the inner city. But at that moment, a city gate between the outer and inner city collapsed. Another pangolin with fierce claws emerged from the ground. Its bloodshot eyes stared at the martial artist as if he were food. So that's why. Niu Meng suddenly realized his mistake at this moment. The reason why the beast's previous attacks were unhurried and methodical was that they were setting the stage for the two fierce-clawed pangolins. With a horde of strange beasts in front and the fierce-claw pangolin behind, the warriors of the Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy were surrounded. Niu Meng's face was terribly gloomy, and he was also filled with regret. This situation wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't been so arrogant. The people from the Extreme Martial Arts School have not made a move yet. They all stood behind Gao Mu, awaiting his instructions. Now, they follow Gao Mu's lead without question. Why are you still just watching? Why aren't you making a move? Niu Meng shouted at Gao Mu when he saw that his side had suffered heavy losses. Gao Mu looked at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "If you weren't so arrogant, this scene wouldn't have happened." Niu Meng also knew that this situation was entirely his fault. But you can't just stand by and watch them die. Niu Meng, seemingly oblivious to the situation, continued to yell at Gao Mu. Can you really bear to watch so many martial artists be killed? If the gates of our Sky Martial Arts Academy are breached, the people in the city will suffer. You should know that your parents are still in the city. If you want to live, you'd better shut up, Gao Mu continued coldly. The reason he hadn't made a move wasn't to retaliate against Niu Meng. He hadn't acted because he was observing the situation. Based on previous experience, the problem can be solved as long as the black-robed figure among the beasts is found. Ah. No. I'm still young, I don't want to die. I haven't married the girl I love yet, I want to live. My parents are waiting for me to come home for dinner. The screams of the warriors rose and fell. Gao Mu was also very upset. However, he has not yet found any trace of the man in black, so he cannot act rashly. Damn it! Niu Meng cursed under his breath when Gao Mu remained unmoved. I knew you were a coward. People from the Sky Dome Martial Arts School, follow me. Niu Meng, bow in hand, charged ahead. Originally intended as a ranged weapon, the war bow became a melee weapon in Niu Meng's hands. Both the bowstring and the bow itself can inflict considerable damage on the beast. 7 o'clock, Gao Mu shouted to the martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. There's a man in black robes over there. All of you, charge up and kill him. Yes. The martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts School, who had been waiting impatiently, shouted and rushed towards the 7 o'clock direction. The man in black robes also noticed the movements of the martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and commanded the strange beasts to block their path. This group of people was also clever. They did not choose to confront the alien beast head-on. They chose to avoid the strange beasts as much as possible. They quickly surrounded the man in black. This group of people were also seasoned veterans, decisive and ruthless in their killings. As soon as they approached the man in black robes, they unleashed their strongest attacks. In the blink of an eye, the man in black robes was mercilessly killed by this group of martial artists. The death of the man in black robes caused the strange beasts in the city to begin to riot. The martial artists at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy already have relevant experience. They withdrew from the horde of monsters as quickly as possible. "Master Niu, you'd better get your men out of here now," Gao Mu roared at Niu Meng. Niu Meng glanced back at Gao Mu, then shook his head dismissively, saying, "Why should I listen to you? Whatever." Gao Mu was too lazy to explain to Niu Meng, so he waved his hand and stood aside. The martial artists who had withdrawn from the Extreme Martial Arts School lined up and stood beside Gao Mu. "Good advice is useless against a damned devil," Gao Mu sighed. "The monsters' riot has begun. Their eyes are bloodshot, indiscriminate in their choice of friend or foe. In less than 5 minutes, the horde of monsters suffered heavy casualties. The people of the Sky Martial Arts Academy were in no better shape than the monsters. The indiscriminate attacks of the strange beasts caused the deaths of many of their warriors. Niu Meng's eyes turned bloodshot, but it was all in vain. "Stop staring," Gao Mu shouted to the people behind him, though he and Niu Meng didn't get along. "We'll save as many as we can." "Yes." The members of the Extreme Martial Arts School obeyed the order and began to rescue the martial artists from the horde of strange beasts. Soon, the martial artists from the Sky Martial Arts Academy were rescued. He ignored Gao Mu's minor injuries, but gave each of the seriously injured a 5 elements blood coagulation fruit. Seeing Gao Mu feeding his men the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit, Niu Meng's expression became somewhat complicated. The battle between the monsters ended quickly. The people from the Yakuza Martial Arts School began cleaning up the battlefield. Those who were injured were sent to the hospital for treatment. Those who were uninjured began to help repair the city wall. The crisis at the East Gate, West Gate, and North Gate has been resolved. Currently, only the South Gate is still fighting. "How is the situation at the South Gate?" Gao Mu asked the people from the EG Martial Arts School. That person was responsible for contacting the South Gate. He took out his communication device, glanced at it, and replied, "The gates of both the outer and inner city have been breached. The Hanwei guards in the Jidao Martial Arts School have now retreated to the vicinity of the third line of defense." "What did you say?" Gao Mu's expression changed drastically. Normally, the first line of defense is the outer city wall. The second line of defense is the inner city wall. The third line of defense is inside the inner city. Given the current situation, the South Gate is in great danger. Chapter 70: The Fierce Battle at the South Gate. The third line of defense, in the base city, can be considered the last line of defense. If nothing unexpected happens, the third line of defense will be breached, and the ordinary people in the base city will face annihilation. "How many people do you have left who can fight?" Gao Mu asked Niu Meng directly, ignoring everything else. Niu Meng held the tablet in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said, "There are about 50 people, and about 10 of them are at the diamond level or above. Assign all martial artists of diamond rank or above to me. I'm going to the South Gate." He also knew about the situation at the South Gate, and without hesitation, he summoned 10 people from the Sky Dome Martial Arts Academy. After the situation was explained, the 10 people immediately expressed their willingness to unconditionally trust Gao Mu. With the addition of these 10 people, Gao Mu's combat strength has been greatly enhanced. With a group of over 30 people, Gao Mu took the fastest means of transportation to the South Gate to provide support. The third line of defense at the South Gate. Lu Tianping looked at the endless stream of strange beasts with a very grave expression. Most of the people he brought with him are already dead. The people of Hanwei were no better off. Of the men Zhan Hu brought, only 1 in 10 survived. It's only a matter of time before their third line of defense is breached. The warriors fought bravely against the enemy. However, their kill rate was far slower than their replenishment rate. Sometimes, they would kill one beast and several more would immediately follow. Unless they have already lost their ability to fight, they will continue to fight on the front line even if they are seriously injured. The brutal battle filled Zhan Hu with despair. Unlike Zhan Hu, who was filled with despair, Lu Tianping still held a glimmer of hope. "We must hold out until Gao Mu arrives," Lu Tianping shouted. "Gao Mu?" Upon hearing the name Gao Mu, Zhan Hu's face hardened. "He's entered the city?" If he dares to show his face in front of me now, I'll kill him. If you dare kill him, I guarantee your Zhan family will be wiped out instantly. Lu Tianping coldly stared at Zhan Hu and warned in a deep voice. He led the non-powerful martial artists to guard the east gate. He also helped me guard the north gate, and the west gate should be guarded as well. He was the biggest contributor to this siege by the alien beasts. If you dare to lay a hand on him, not only will the extreme martial arts school not let you off the hook, but your superiors will not let you off the hook either. Upon hearing this, Zhan Hu, who was bravely fighting the enemy, visibly paused for a moment. If what Lu Tianping said is true, then he'll have to think twice before trying to harm Gao Mu again. He could stand on the moral high ground when he attacked Gao Mu. If he wanted to take action against Gao Mu again, he would have no reason to do so. Even if Gao Mu makes mistakes in the future, as long as it's not a serious mistake like rebellion, the higher-ups won't dare to easily touch him. After all, Gao Mu was a hero who guarded the city. How much longer? The car sped along the streets of the base city. Because of the attack by the strange beasts, the usually bustling streets were deserted. About 10 minutes left. Even if the streets are deserted, even if you don't have to follow traffic rules, even if you use the fastest means of transportation, it still takes a long time to get from one city gate to another. 10 minutes? Gao Mu pondered for a moment, then said to the martial artists he had brought. You all take the car, I'll go first. The battle at the south gate was fierce and could not be delayed. Ha! Before people could react, Gao Mu jumped out of the car. The secret of all characters. The secret of the character. Gao Mu's strength increased tenfold, and he used the fastest skill. In the blink of an eye, Gao Mu disappeared from everyone's sight. He's so fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. He's too strong. My God, as expected of Gao Mu, he is incredibly strong. The people in the car were shocked by Gao Mu's speed. After the Xingzi secret was activated, Gao Mu's speed increased to its maximum. What should have been a 10-minute journey was shortened to just 1 minute by Gao Mu. He's here. Gao Mu's arrival gave Lu Tianping hope. Zhan Hu looked at Gao Mu with a very complicated expression. How could it be so tragic? Gao Mu frowned as he looked at the horrific scene before him. Is the commander of this gate an idiot? Damn it, a bunch of trash who only know how to scheme and plot. Gao Mu's veiled insults made Zhan Hu's face turn extremely ugly. But now, he doesn't even dare to have a thought of refuting it. Because he knew very well that the reason why the battle at the south gate was so fierce was because of his command errors and overconfidence. I'll take command from now on. Gao Mu said to Zhan Hu in a commanding tone. Why should I? Zhan Hu asked, dissatisfied. If you want to live, you'd better shut up. Gao Mu glared at Zhan Hu. Zhan Hu, who had harbored deep resentment, finally erupted in that instant. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that? You should know that I am now the mayor of Base City. Even at this point, Zhan Hu was still putting on airs. Fuck you. Gao Mu slapped Zhan Hu without saying a word. Trying to act tough at a time like this? Is your brain full of shit? Zhan Hu, who had been slapped, was filled with grief and indignation. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to attack Gao Mu. Gao Mu, however, acted first, placing his longsword against Gao Mu's throat. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I dare to kill you. Gao Mu's eyes were bloodshot. Zhan Hu looked into Gao Mu's eyes and dared not move again. Master Lu, have someone keep an eye on him. If he dares to make any sudden movements, kill him. At this moment, Gao Mu was like a decisive and ruthless general. All right. Lu Tianping had long been dissatisfied with Zhan Hu. He waved his hand and summoned the heavily injured man, instructing him, kill him if he dares to move. Yes. The severely injured man nodded resolutely. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Seeing that Zhan Hu had been brought under control, Gao Mu turned around and took over command. Listen to me. Gao Mu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Next, someone will deliver the 5 elements blood coagulation fruit to you. I think you all know the effects of this exotic fruit. A group of diamond-level warriors will be arriving to provide support shortly. They should be here in about 10 minutes, so hang in there. Gao Mu's words were like a shot in the arm, giving hope back to everyone who had been in despair. After shedding his blood, he brandished his longsword and charged into the horde of strange beasts. With the help of the secret of the word all, Gao Mu became a meat grinder. No matter how powerful the beast, it is no match for him. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of strange beasts had become victims of his sword. He hunted down the strange beasts while searching for the black-robed man among them. Soon, he saw a man in black robes. Chapter 71 Support arrives. This man in black robes was different from the other men in black robes Galmu had encountered before. His black robe had a number tattooed on the chest. The golden numbers were particularly dazzling in the sunlight. If Galmu was not mistaken, the number on his chest should be 9. When Galmu discovered the man in black robes, the man in black robes also discovered Galmu. You must be Galmu? I admire you. Join us. The man in black robes immediately began recruiting Galmu. Galmu looked at him with a half smile and said, "Do you think I could possibly join you? Then give me a reason not to join us." This man in black robes was more interested in Galmu than the previous ones. Different philosophies. Galmu's answer was simple. That's not important. The man in black robes waved his hand and laughed. I don't need your ideology to be the same as ours. I just need you to join us, and we can grant you any request you make. The man in black robes gave Galmu the impression of being very sincere. Forget it, Galmu said, waving his hand dismissively. I don't want to become a half-human, half-machine monster. Being half-human and half-machine can certainly make a person stronger. But Galmu simply couldn't accept it. Actually, there are quite a few normal people in our organization. Galmu's monster didn't anger him. It patiently explained to Galmu, these normal people will receive a lot of resources. Given the same level of talent, these people cultivate at a much faster pace than others. The man in the black robe was very tempting. But for Galmu, these temptations really meant nothing. The 100x reward for signing in has left him with no desires. Not interested. Galmu clearly did not want to talk to the man in black robes anymore. He brandished his longsword and charged towards the man in black robes. You are no match for me, but if you insist on attacking me, I may very well kill you. The man in black robes was somewhat annoyed that Galmu refused to listen to his offer of a toast. Ha! Galmu chuckled dismissively. Speaking too soon is not a good thing. Suppress the rebellion. Galmu rushed to the black-robed man's side and immediately used his strongest skill. Sword energy surged, and killing intent soared to the sky. Faced with Galmu's sword aura, the man in black merely raised his hand. The powerful sword energy vanished without a trace the moment he raised his hand. So strong. This was the first time Galmu had encountered such a powerful opponent. Although he didn't use his full strength in the pacification strike just now, it was definitely not something an ordinary king-level martial artist could withstand. After accepting Galmu's decision to quell the rebellion, the man in black robes began his counterattack. His weapon was a huge token. The token appears to be made of wood, but it gleams with a metallic sheen. Galmu had seen many weapons, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who used a token as a weapon. The man in black robes brandished the token in his hand, which quickly clashed with Galmu's longsword. The longsword and the token collided, sparks flying. Such great strength, such powerful attack, such a powerful weapon. Galmu, who had upgraded the all character to King 3, actually felt that he was no match for the man in black robes. You are truly extraordinary, the man in black said admiringly after Galmu withstood his attack. If you join us, I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and luxury. The man in black robes tried to recruit Galmu again. But Galmu rejected his offer again. He wielded a long sword and unleashed his full fighting power. The man in black robes was equally formidable, his combat power soaring. After several rounds, both sides backed down. Galmu looked at the black-robed man not far away with a very complicated expression. The black-robed man's power was beyond Galmu's expectations. Galmu isn't good enough either. He's been fighting for so long and still hasn't defeated the opponent. Junhu complained from the side when he saw that Galmu was no match for the man in black robes. Shut up. Lu Tianping looked in Galmu's direction with a serious expression and said in a low voice. This black-robed man is at least a 5-star king. Galmu is already very impressive to be able to fight him like this. What did you say? Junhu didn't believe Lu Tianping's deduction. That's bullshit. He's so young, how could he possibly fight a king-level martial artist to a draw? Ha! Lu Tianping glanced at Junhu, his eyes filled with the look of someone who looked down on an idiot and a fool. So what if you're young? Does being young mean you can't become a king-level martial artist? Lu Tianping's words made Junhu fall into deep thought. At the same time, several figures rushed in and entered the base city through the west gate. Who goes there? The group was stopped as soon as they entered the city. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance. He took out his identification and showed it to the gatekeeper. After the gatekeeper looked around, the middle-aged man asked, "Why are there no strange beasts? Wasn't it said that Langya Base City was under attack by strange beasts? The strange beasts at the east, west, and north gates have been wiped out. Now only the south gate still has strange beasts attacking." The middle-aged man was shocked after hearing this. There were even strange beasts attacking at the south gate. He didn't have time to think much and said to the people behind him, "Let's go check out the south gate." "Yes." The people behind the middle-aged man echoed in unison. Who are these people? Why do they have such a powerful aura? Just as the middle-aged man and his men left, someone asked the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was slightly taken aback, then said in shock, "People from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and they are all experts above the king level." The middle-aged man and his team soon arrived at the south gate. The battle at the south gate took them by surprise. Branch Master Lu. The middle-aged man recognized Lu Tianping at a glance and quickly stepped forward to ask, "How is the situation?" "Master Ma." Upon seeing the middle-aged man Lu Tianping, he was overjoyed and clasped his hands in greeting. The situation at the south gate has improved considerably. Once Gao Mu kills the man in black robes, the crisis at the south gate will be completely resolved. Lu Tianping and Ma Jun are both branch managers. However, the difference is that Lu Tianping is the branch manager of a level 5 base city, while Ma Jun is the branch manager of a level 4 base city. In the ranking system of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Ma Jun is one level higher than Lu Tianping. Gao Mu? Upon hearing the name Gao Mu, Ma Jun showed a curious expression. Where is he? I've always wanted to meet this genius young man, but I've never had the chance. Lu Tianping pointed in the direction of the battle between Gao Mu and the man in black robes. Ma Jun looked over and was shocked. A 5th level king? Ma Jun recognized the black-robed man's level the instant he saw him. His face was filled with shock, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "How can he be so strong, able to fight against a 5th level king?" Upon hearing Ma Jun's words, the others he brought also looked toward the direction of the battle between Gao Mu and the man in black robes. Their expressions changed to be the same as Ma Jun's. Chapter 72: The Erased Achievements. Gao Mu was engrossed in a fierce battle with the man in black robes, completely unaware of the arrival of Ma Jun and his group. Let's clear the battlefield first. If the battle on Gao Mu's side is still going on after we've cleared it, then we'll go help him, Ma Jun instructed the men he had brought. His men nodded in unison and then charged into battle. This group of people are all top-level experts, and their arrival directly changed the situation on the battlefield. The strange beasts were quickly wiped out by their attack. However, the battle between Gao Mu and the man in black robes was still ongoing. Despite being empowered by the all-secret technique, Gao Mu's star rating was 2 stars lower than the black-robed man's. However, in a real battle, he was in no way inferior to the other. Attack together. Seeing that the battle on Gao Mu's side was not over yet, Ma Jun did not want to waste any more time and shouted directly. The world of martial artists is completely different from the world of martial arts heroes. They have their own unique set of values regarding right and wrong. They did not consider it shameful for a group of people to gang up on one person in this situation. The arrival of Ma Jun and others brought the battle to a swift end. The man in black robes also fell to the ground. Do you know? Ma Jun looked down at the man in black robes and shook his head. I really don't like you. The man in black robes gave a cold laugh and remained silent. The victor is king, the loser is villain. He's a loser now, so nothing he says matters. Let's get started, Ma Jun said, looking at Gao Mu. Gao Mu had no moral fastidiousness whatsoever, and directly swung his sword to pierce the black-robed man's head. At this moment, the crisis in Langya Base City has been completely resolved. Jidao Martial Arts School, Lu Tianping's office. Ma Jun, Lu Tianping, and Gao Mu sat here drinking tea. Are the people from Hanyue Guard out of their minds? Not only did they not try to keep such a powerful person, they even wanted to kill him. Ma Jun really had no scruples and dared to say anything. After taking a sip of tea, Gao Mu shrugged and said, "These bastards only know how to fight amongst themselves and scheme against each other, they know nothing else." Lu Tianping also strongly agreed with Gao Mu's point of view. So, would you like to leave Hanyue Guard and join our Jidao Martial Arts Academy? Ma Jun extended an invitation to Gao Mu. To be honest, Gao Mu really wants to join the Extreme Martial Arts School this time. At least in his opinion, the Extreme Martial Arts School wouldn't be as disgusting as the Hanyu Guard. Let me think about it. Galmu's think about it was not a perfunctory response, but a genuine intention to consider it carefully. The events that had occurred in Hanuegard had made him feel disgusted by this power. At least in his view, the infighting within this faction was extremely serious. Let's talk about this later, Lu Tianping said, stepping forward to avoid an awkward silence. Let's think carefully about where to hold the celebration banquet tonight. Langya base city was defended, and Zhan Hu, the city's defender, immediately announced a city-wide celebration. All expenses incurred in this celebration were borne by the base city. The celebratory banquet that evening was held at the best hotel in the base city. This was the first time Galmu had ever been completely drunk. When he woke up the next day, he found himself lying in a large bed. After getting out of bed, he shook his head and walked out of the room. "You're up." Galmu had just stepped out of the room when he heard a very gentle voice in his ear. Galmu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sweet-looking and lovely girl smiling at him. Galmu shook his head and asked, "Where is this place?" "Guochun Villa," the girl said to Galmu with a smile. "You're home." Galmu looked around and realized that this was his home. "Who are you?" This was the first time Galmu had seen this girl. "This is Kuro, our housekeeper." Madame Gao's voice rang out from downstairs. Seeing Galmu's drunken state, she frowned and waved him away. "Come downstairs and have some tea." Galmu nodded and went downstairs to sit next to his mother. He picked up the steaming tea and drank it all in one gulp. The thirst caused by drunkenness disappeared completely after drinking tea. "How much did you drink yesterday?" Gao's mother asked her son with concern. Galmu lay half reclined on the sofa, holding up 5 fingers. Gao's father, who was watching TV, saw this scene and mocked, "When I was young, I could drink 10 or more beers by myself and not get drunk. You got drunk after just 5 bottles. Your alcohol tolerance is terrible. 5 kinds of wine, 5 bottles of each." Gao Mu's voice still sounded weak. "Wow, that's impressive." Gao's father gave Gao Mu a thumbs up. "You're really something." Gao Mu clasped his hands in a fist salute to his father, indicating that he was just an ordinary person. "What is this bastard talking about?" Gao Mu asked his father, pointing at Zhan Hu on the TV. "How can you talk like that?" Gao's mother patted Gao Mu on the shoulder, somewhat displeased. "He's still the mayor of our base city. Do you have a death wish to talk like that?" "Ha!" Gao Mu sneered disdainfully. "If it weren't for this bastard, so many people in our base city wouldn't have died in this defensive battle." Gao's father and mother remained silent. They had never been to the front lines, so they didn't know whether what their son said was true or false. But based on their understanding of their son, Gao Mu's words were most likely true. "The reason our base city was able to hold on is entirely due to everyone's efforts," Zhan Hu said emotionally, his eyes filled with tears. Gao Mu looked on with disdain and curled his lip. Zhan Hu spoke at length and mentioned the contributions of many people. Many names also appeared on the large screen behind him. Gao Mu looked at himself from top to bottom, inside and out, but couldn't find his own name. "What the hell does this mean?" Gao Mu slammed his fist on the table and stood up, pointing at the TV and cursing. "If it weren't for me, you bunch of idiots wouldn't have been able to hold the city in this battle." "I want to emphasize one person here," Zhan Hu's voice came from the television again. His expression shifted between light and shadow, his eyes filled with guilt. "This person is Gao Mu. When the monsters attacked the city, he not only failed to help us defend it, but he even colluded with them." Gao Mu didn't hear the rest of Zhan Hu's words clearly. He felt his mind was now filled with rage. The veins on his forehead were throbbing incessantly. "This is fucking." Gao Mu was really angry. Not only Gao Mu was furious, but Lu Tianping and Niu Meng were also enraged. Niu Meng dislikes Gao Mu, but that doesn't mean he allows others to so easily smear Gao Mu. He knew very well that without Gao Mu, Langya base city would have been devastated and bloodshed would have been rampant. Enraged, Gao Mu dialed Lu Tianping's number immediately. "Where is that idiot broadcasting?" "Central office area." Lu Tianping's voice was also filled with anger. Chapter 73: Meritorious officials become traitors. Central office area. Sitting in his office, Zhan Hu looked at the person in front of him with a worried expression and said, "Is it really okay to say that? Gao Mu is, after all, the savior of the base city." Sitting opposite him was a man of similar age, pale-faced and thin. This person's name is Han Lantu, the city magistrate of Ipupal base city. He is also the special envoy dispatched to Langya base city by his superiors. Han Lantu's purpose in this trip was twofold: first, to help Langya base city resume production, and second, to resolve the legacy issue of Gao Mu. Han Lantu waved his hand dismissively and said, "So what if he's a hero? If I say he's a hero, then he's a hero. But if I say he's a traitor, then he's a traitor." Han Lantu achieved fame at a young age and is a rare child prodigy. Despite being around the same age as Zhan Hu, his cultivation level has already reached the 3rd level of the King realm. Furthermore, he is a rare individual who, without reaching the 9th level, has firmly secured his position in the market. But Zhan Hu was still a little worried. Recalling Gao Mu's fighting prowess in the final battle, Zhan Hu felt a chill run down his spine. A mere 18-year-old who can single-handedly defeat a 5-star master. His future is beyond limit. Don't worry. Han Lantu patted Zhan Hu on the shoulder, took a sip of red wine, and said with a relaxed expression, "I brought quite a few experts with me this time. If he dares to come to the central office area, I'm confident I can kill him." Zhan Hu sighed softly and remained silent. Gao Mu wasn't worried about being alone. What truly worried him was the situation at the Yakuza martial arts school. "Master Ma, aren't they going a bit too far?" "That's right. Gao Mu is clearly a hero of this city, but they call him a traitor. They clearly want to kill Gao Mu. I've heard that Han Lantu brought a lot of top-tier players this time, and these players are all gathered in the central office area." Last night's gathering quickly warmed up the relationship between Gao Mu, Ma Jun, and Ma Jun's group. If no one had stopped them, these people would have kowtowed to Gao Mu and become sworn brothers. "That's definitely inappropriate," Ma Jun said seriously, his brows furrowed. He dedicated himself to this base city. Before Ma Jun could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Lu Tianping. He took out his communication device and shouted, "Has Gao Mu contacted you?" "I did look for him," Lu Tianping said, holding the communication device, somewhat bewildered. "He just asked me where Zhan Hu is right now." "Damn it!" Ma Jun slammed his fist on the table and stood up, saying to his subordinates, "It seems that these bastards from Hanwei Guard are planning to deal with Gao Mu in the central office area." Upon hearing this, Ma Jun's subordinates immediately became restless. He picked up a weapon and said to his men, "Come on, follow me to the central office area." Without hesitation, his men stood up and followed Ma Jun. Central office area. Gao Mu stood at the door and said coldly to the gatekeeper, "I want to see Zhan Hu." "Who do you think you are?" The gatekeeper was utterly rude, pointing his finger at Gao Mu and cursing. "The governor of Zhan City, is he someone you can just see whenever you want?" Gao Mu didn't bother with any more words and simply swung his sword to behead him. The other goalkeepers stared wide-eyed at the sight. After a slight shock, one person shouted into the communication device, "Someone has broken into the central office area." Someone has broken into the central office area. After he finished shouting, he didn't forget to activate the alarm system. Red warning lights and piercing alarms blared in the central office area. Zhan Hu sat in his office, feeling uneasy, but Han Lantu remained as steady as a mountain. "Get all your men out there and kill him," Han Lantu said to Zhan Hu. Zhan Hu really didn't want to listen to Han Lantu, but at this point he had no choice but to nod in agreement. He picked up his communication device, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone, attack immediately. Kill Gao Mu on sight." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Many sounds came from the communication equipment. After Zhan Hu finished giving his orders, Han Lantu smiled coldly, stood up and said, "Now, watch me." With that, he walked out of Zhan Hu's office. At the same time, the door next to Zhan Hu's office opened. 7 or 8 people filed out of the door. This group of people were tall and burly, with serious and cold expressions. They didn't speak, but they exuded an indescribable aura of bloodlust. "You know what today's mission is, right?" Han Lantu asked them in a relaxed tone. The group didn't speak, they just nodded. These people are the experts that Han Lantu brought this time. Among them, there is one martial artist at the 9th level of the king rank, and the rest are all at the 5th level or above. Han Lantu really went to great lengths to kill Gao Mu. After killing the gatekeeper, Gao Mu's eyes began to redden. The warriors in the central office area had now surrounded Gao Mu. "If you don't want to die, you'd better not block my way," Gao Mu said coldly. "Gao Mu." A martial artist who recognized Gao Mu stepped forward, pointed at him, and shouted, "I know you are a so-called genius, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You betrayed Hanwei and the base city. We didn't bother you, but you came looking for trouble." As soon as this person spoke, he revealed all of Gao Mu's crimes. Good grief, You hid in the back when we were defending the city. Now that the base city is safe, you've finally shown yourself. When Gao Mu was defending the city, he had never seen this person before. Moreover, this man spoke with a strong voice and did not appear to be injured. Therefore, Gao Mu deduced that he was not on the front line when the city was defended. Gao Mu's words made the man's face turn slightly red. Seeing this, Gao Mu knew he was right. Lies. The man pointed at Gao Mu with slight anger and roared. Traitors deserve to be killed by everyone. Brothers, attack together. Although he was encouraging everyone to take action, he showed no intention of charging into battle himself. He treats others like fools, but others don't want to be fools. Seeing that no one moved, he urged again. The governor of Zhan City said that whoever kills Gao Mu will be rewarded with 10 million and will be given special training by the Hanyu Guard. Some people fight for their beliefs, others fight for tomorrow. But in this world, most people will only choose to fight for their own interests. They'd rather be fools as long as there's enough benefit. A multi-million-dollar reward and special training, these two combined are enough to make some people's eyes water with envy. When a person's eyes turn red, it means their heart is about to turn black. Chapter 74: The Killing Scheme Targeting Gao Mu. Some people no longer consider right and wrong, they only care about their immediate interests. They gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for someone to charge first. Execute the traitors. A man with bloodshot eyes brandished a weapon and charged toward Gao Mu. With some charging forward, the others no longer hesitated. They brandished their weapons and surged toward Gao Mu. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Gao Mu's eyelids lowered slightly. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Suppress the rebellion. A murderous aura filled the air, and sword energy crisscrossed the battlefield. The moment Gao Mu unleashed his most powerful move, the pacifying the rebellion, the first person to reach him was instantly killed. Even so, people continued to follow suit. The rewards were incredibly tempting for them. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. The long sword is brandished, and the blue lotuses gather and disperse. Although the Azure Lotus Sword Technique is not as powerful as the Suppression of Chaos Technique, its power should not be underestimated. Gao Mu's longsword was like a ruthless harvester. One by one, lives were lost under Gao Mu's longsword. He didn't know how many people he had killed, all he knew was that his face was covered in blood. The people who had just shouted that Gao Mu was a traitor were now completely panicked when they saw Gao Mu acting like an invincible war god. He pulled out his communication device and shouted, "We can't hold them off anymore." Just then, a hand patted him on the shoulder. Han Lantu looked at him with a smile and said, "You've done very well. Leave the rest to me." The other party knew Han Lantu, and Han Lantu's appearance relieved him. Han Lantu raised his hand above his head and waved it lightly, saying, "Let's finish this quickly and not waste time." The powerful warriors following behind him clasped their fists and shouted, "Yes." Then, they rushed toward Gao Mu. Gao Mu seemed to realize something, and he looked up in the direction of Han Lantu. Seeing so many powerful warriors rushing towards him, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. "Brother Gao Mu, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you." Just then, Ma Jun's voice rang out. Han Lantu, who had maintained a calm expression, changed drastically upon hearing this voice. He looked in Ma Jun's direction and shouted, "Ma Jun, you've entered my central office area. Do you want to start a full-scale war with my Hanyu Wei? Trying to scare me?" Ma Jun stared at Han Lantu from a distance, scoffing. "I'm going to wage a full-scale war against your Hanyu Guard. What can you do about it?" After hearing this, Han Lantu didn't dare to say anything more. His initial call for a full-scale war was purely to bluff Ma Jun. But to his surprise, Ma Jun wasn't afraid at all. "Brothers, help Brother Gao Mu." Seeing that Han Lantu remained silent, Ma Jun continued to shout. "No matter what Brother Gao Mu did today, we'll do it with him." Ma Jun's words made Han Lantu's face turn extremely gloomy. The trap he set up today should have been a death trap for Yao Mu. However, Ma Jun's involvement created a flaw in this seemingly hopeless situation. "Why?" Gao Mu glared at Han Lantu. Although he did not know Han Lantu, he could sense killing intent and hostility emanating from him. "Of course it's because you're blocking their way." Before Han Lantu could answer, Ma Jun said jokingly, "These bastards are useless at everything, but they're number one at eliminating dissidents. You're too strong, so strong that they're afraid of you. So even if you save the base city, they won't appreciate it. In fact, they might even want to kill you because you saved the base city. Ultimately, it's because you're growing too fast. Besides, you're not even on their side. Han Lantu did not refute Ma Jun's words. Gao Mu also knew that Ma Jun was right. Alright, enough with the nonsense, brothers, let's kill. Ma Jun shouted, probably too lazy to waste any more words. The men he brought were truly formidable. They all managed to hold their own against the men Han Lantu brought. Both sides are at roughly the same level and star rating, so even if they clash, it won't cause any serious damage in a short time. What do you say? Gao Mu looked at Han Lantu. Han Lantu's face was gloomy, and he stared at him with a vicious look. This deadly trap has been set. Anyway, you're not going to live today. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lantu charged straight at Gao Mu. He had no intention of confronting Gao Mu head-on. After all, he knew that Gao Mu was not at a disadvantage even when facing a 5-star master. But the men he brought were now facing off against Ma Jun's men. He had no choice but to take action himself. Gao Mu gripped his longsword tightly and charged toward Han Lantu. Han Lantu's weapon, like Gao Mu's, was a longsword. However, unlike Gao Mu's incredibly luxurious longsword, Han Lantu's longsword appeared very ordinary. Of course, it just looks ordinary. Even if a martial artist of Han Lantu's caliber isn't a caliber weapon, it's at least a diamond-level weapon. The longswords clashed, but there were no sparks as expected. But this collision caused Han Lantu's expression to change drastically. Because Gao Mu's sword strike was so powerful that it split open his hand, causing blood to flow freely. He wanted to say something. But before he could finish speaking, Gao Mu's attack came again. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. As a test, Gao Mu did not use the suppression decision. Even though it wasn't Gao Mu's strongest attack skill, it still made Han Lantu complain endlessly. How can he be so strong? Despite being so much older than Gao Mu, he was beaten so badly by him. Han Lantu was very unwilling. After all, he was a so-called genius when he was young. Gao Mu's attacks were like a surging river, relentless and unending. Han Lantu's defense has turned into a desperate struggle. He roughly estimated that Gao Mu would be able to break through his defense in less than 10 rounds. Everyone come and help! Han Lantu shouted helplessly. However, the men he brought became entangled with Ma Jun's men. The others either lacked the necessary understanding or were too afraid to step forward. Zhan Hu, who was watching all this from a distance, sighed softly. Perhaps it didn't have to come to this. Now that things have come to this point, Gao Mu will inevitably break ties with Han Yue completely. Given his trajectory, even if he doesn't become the strongest person in this world, he will certainly be at its pinnacle. Having thought of this, Zhan Hu dared not think any further. While Zhan Hu was lost in thought, Gao Mu had already used the pacifying chaos technique to beat Han Lantu, leaving him covered in wounds. Spare me! Han Lantu suddenly stopped, looking at Gao Mu with pleading eyes. Everything that happened today was forced upon me. He lost his former arrogance and pride, leaving only the instinct for survival and inner fear. Chapter 75. Leaving Langya Base City. Han Lantu's kneeling was completely unexpected. Not only his people, but even Ma Jun's side was caught off guard. Goodness! Seeing that Han Lantu's attack had stopped, Ma Jun put away his weapon and shook his head mockingly. You were so tough just now, why are you chickening out now? Han Lantu lowered his head and remained silent, not uttering a single word. Sigh. Zhan Hu sighed deeply upon seeing this. If only they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have acted this way in the first place. Han Lantu, kneeling with his head bowed before Gao Mu, had a gloomy and uncertain expression. He never expected to be in such a sorry state today. He never expected that Ma Jun would come to Gao Mu's aid. At the same time, he also understood Gao Mu's status in the hearts of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He was unwilling to accept it. But he has no way to deal with it now. Gao Mu, however, was feeling a terrible headache. If Han Lantu continues to fight him, Gao Mu can simply kill him. But when he knelt down and apologized, Gao Mu lost his reason to kill him. To kill or not to kill? Gao Mu began to hesitate. Just as Gao Mu was pondering this, Han Lantu suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely fierce. He gripped his weapon tightly, staring at Gao Mu like a vicious wolf. Seeing that Gao Mu was thinking, he suddenly sprang up as if he had made up his mind. With lightning speed, the long sword in his hand thrust straight at Gao Mu. Han Lantu's sudden rise to power was something no one had expected. Be careful! Ma Jun wanted to help, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't make it in time. Han Lantu's sudden rise did not surprise Gao Mu in any way. Die! Han Lantu grinned maliciously as his longsword was about to pierce Gao Mu's body. As long as Gao Mu can be killed, the face and pride that were just lost will be regained instantly. However, he still underestimated Gao Mu. Just as his longsword was a centimeter or two away from Gao Mu's body, Han Lantu's expression changed drastically. Because the long sword in Gao Mu's hand had already pierced his throat. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and resentment. Blood gushed out like a fountain, continuously flowing from between his fingers. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands, as if trying to slow the bleeding. But everyone knew that his efforts were in vain. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, dying with a face full of resentment. His identity is extraordinary. At this moment, Zhan Hu suddenly stepped forward, walked up to Gao Mu, and said coldly to Gao Mu, "Kill him, and your relationship with Han Yugard will be completely severed." Zhan Hu's feelings for Gao Mu were very complicated. He hated Gao Mu for killing Zhan Lan, but at the same time he was also grateful to Gao Mu for helping him defend the base city. Gao Mu nodded to Zhan Hu without saying anything. After leaving the central office area, Ma Jun, who had been silent all along, spoke up, "You killed a king-level expert from the Hanwei Guard. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. But if the other party's identity is really as Zhan Hu said, then I still suggest you stay away from the base city." Away from the base city? Ma Jun's suggestion made Gao Mu frown slightly. Where else can I go if I'm away from the base city? Currently, the only habitable place on Earth is the base city. Unless Gao Mu escapes to the wild, otherwise. There's a place I recommend you visit. Ma Jun smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming. Is that the headquarters of our Extreme Martial Arts Academy? The headquarters of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy? This is the place Gao Mu must go to next. After all, the new check-in location is the headquarters of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. That's right. Seeing that Gao Mu didn't object, Ma Jun continued, "Have you heard of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy as training camp?" Gao Mu nodded. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy training camp is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The training camp is held once a year. Each issue extends an invitation to martial artists from all over the world. The low-level training camp is for martial artists below the king level. Its purpose is to help those martial artists advance to the king level. The intermediate training camp is for martial artists at the king level or above. This training camp is designed to cultivate martial artists at the king level or above. This is the information about the training camp that Gao Mu was able to find online. Information about advanced training camps is difficult to find online. The training camp of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy is, of course, not accessible to the average person. Even if you have received an invitation from the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy, you still need to pass the academy's assessment. Countless people are invited each year, but very few actually pass the assessment. If Gao Mu remembers correctly, last year's intermediate training camp invited more than 10,000 martial artists. Only a handful of people could pass the assessment. A 1% acceptance rate is enough to illustrate the difficulty of the training camp's assessment. Since you know, I might as well tell you. Today's intermediate training camp assessment is over. But if you want to participate, I might be able to help you find a way. Gao Mu didn't speak, but fell into thought. Entering the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, located in an independent city, is not an easy task. Given Gao Mu's current situation, joining the training camp is actually the best option. Okay. After thinking it over, Gao Mu agreed. Help me find a way in, I need to get into the intermediate training camp. Ma Jun smiled and nodded. Back at the villa, Gao Mu's parents didn't ask any questions, and Gao Mu didn't say much either. The peaceful days passed by unnoticed. A week later, Ma Jun arrived at Gao Mu's villa and told Gao Mu that the training camp was making progress. If it's convenient, we should set off right now. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Jun got straight to the point. Gao Mu glanced at his parents, feeling a pang of reluctance. Go ahead, Gao's father nodded, smiling as he said to Gao Mu. Be careful. Although Gao's mother did not speak, her eyes were filled with tears and reluctance to part with her son. Gao Mu didn't bring anything with him when he left home this time. He didn't even bring that extremely luxurious weapon. Ma Jun told him that the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had everything, so there was no need to bring these things. Base City Airport. Nowadays, airplanes are a mode of transportation that only high-spending people can afford. Because there are also strange beasts in the sky, each aircraft is made of materials that can withstand them. This results in each aircraft costing a very high price. Sitting on the plane, Gao Mu watched the Langya base city gradually shrink, feeling deeply moved. By now. He felt no apprehension about facing a new environment. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. A new environment represents the unknown, but it also represents challenges. He is now fearless in the face of any challenge. Chapter 76 Extreme Martial Arts School Headquarters. The headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is located outside of China. The plane took off from Langya Base City and flew for nearly 5 hours before gradually landing smoothly. The hatch opened, and Gao Mu took a deep breath. Looking at the surroundings, he was visibly taken aback. Why did you stop in the wild? Gao Mu asked Ma Jun, who was not far behind him. The headquarters of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy is in a very special situation. No means of air transportation are allowed inside. Therefore, the plane can only be parked in the wild. Ma Jun took out a map, looked at it, and said, "We still need to get going, so let's not waste time in the wilderness." Gao Mu nodded and ran at top speed in the direction Ma Jun pointed out. After running for about an hour, Gao Mu saw a tall city wall appear on the distant horizon. When he reached the foot of the city wall, Gao Mu once again felt his own insignificance. He roughly estimated that the wall was at least 40 stories high. Standing beneath these city walls, Gao Mu felt even smaller than an ant. "Let's go!" Ma Jun teased with a smile when he saw Gao Mu staring blankly at the city wall. "There are many more surprises for you after we enter the city." Gao Mu smiled slightly and followed behind Ma Jun. Beneath the city wall, there is a huge city gate. Above the city gate was a huge, terrifying head of a strange beast. "What is this?" Gao Mu asked Ma Jun with great surprise, as if he had never seen anything like it before. Ma Jun, however, was already used to it and said with a proud look, "The Tyrant Dragon's skull." "Tyrant Dragon?" Gao Mu was amazed. Spiritual energy is reviving, and strange beasts are rising. Even so, dragons are still among the best of all mythical creatures. The mythical beasts that can be called dragons are all extraordinary beings. Why is there a Tyrannosaurus Rex skull here? Gao Mu asked curiously. Bang! Ma Jun proudly patted his chest, giving a thumbs up with his right hand as he boasted. Of course, it was hunted down by the headmaster of our martial arts school. As he said this, Ma Jun's eyes shone. He could tell that Ma Jun genuinely loved the Jido martial arts school. "Alright, let's go into town," Ma Jun said, patting Gao Mu on the shoulder. Under Ma Jun's leadership, Gao Mu's entry into the city went very smoothly. As soon as he entered the city, Gao Mu saw many towering buildings that seemed to reach into the clouds. That's the core area of the headquarters, Ma Jun explained to Gao Mu, pointing to the tallest building. Almost all the people living there are family members of the core members of the martial arts school. Those shorter buildings are also inhabited by the families of the martial arts school members. But the rank of these members is not as high as that of the tallest building. As Ma Jun explained the features to Gao Mu, he opened the door to a maglev car. Ding! Identity confirmed, Ma Jun City Branch Librarian, Level 4. Gao Mu discovered that the technology level of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters was truly advanced. The car drove on the street for more than an hour before finally coming to a stop. "This is the main office building," Ma Jun said as he got out of the car, continuing to explain to Gao Mu. "The people working here are all administrative staff of the martial arts school. The reason I brought you here is to process your paperwork for the training camp." The procedures went very smoothly, and in just a few minutes, Gao Mu obtained his status as a trainee at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's intermediate training camp. What does it mean for a trainee to be rated G? On Gao Mu's trainee badge, there is a capital G. Each training camp lasts for 6 months. During these 6 months, there will be an assessment every month. This G rank is the lowest rank initially. Of course, you can improve your rank in various ways. At the beginning of each month, trainees are re-evaluated based on their performance in the previous month. The higher the evaluation level, the higher the ranking level. Once the ranking level is high, the resources they receive will be better. Ma Jun explained it in great detail. In a moment, I will send you a detailed guide on how to improve your score. At the same time, the exclusive leaderboard for this intermediate training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will also be installed on your communication device. You can check your ranking and other people's rankings through the leaderboard. After Ma Jun finished speaking, he glanced at the time and said to Gao Mu, "This is all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you." Before Gao Mu could react, he left. Gao Mu stood there, looking completely bewildered and unsure of what to do. "Now, you need to go to the intermediate training camp." Just as Gao Mu was confused, a voice rang out from not far away. Galmu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a service robot looking at him. How can I get to the intermediate training camp? Galmu asked the robot. The robot pointed to a car and said, the cars here are all the same type. You can drive there directly. Wow, Galmu exclaimed after hearing what the robot said. Isn't this just like car sharing? Following the robot's instructions, he opened a car door. Please select driving mode. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he heard mechanical noises coming from inside the car. Looking at the two options on the screen, Galmu decisively chose autonomous driving. Please select a destination. The sound rang out again. After choosing his destination, Galmu lay down on the chair and began to review the information that Ma Jun had sent him. The pagoda of floating pagoda? Galmu's eyes lit up when he saw the words pagoda of floating pagoda. In the rating, the pagoda is also one of the important data points. The higher the level you clear, the higher your rating will be for the following month. Besides the pagoda, other important rating metrics include activities such as hunting exotic beasts and the monthly competition. While Galmu was inspecting these things, his car had already stopped at the entrance of the training camp. After getting out of the car, the training camp appeared before him. Is this a training camp? Isn't this a luxury hotel? No matter how you look at it, this place looks like a top-tier luxury hotel. If it weren't for the sign next to him, Galmu would have even doubted that he had gone to the wrong place. After making a slight complaint, Galmu strode into the training camp. Who are you? He had just reached the entrance of the training camp when a middle-aged man blocked his way. My name is Galmu, and I'm a student at the training camp, Galmu said, while taking out something to prove his identity. The middle-aged man frowned slightly upon hearing Galmu's words. Why are you so late? He muttered to himself as he checked Galmu's identification. Everyone else arrives days in advance, but you're only just now. Do you know what being a day late means? Chapter 77 Misunderstanding. This middle-aged man was both an instructor at the intermediate training camp and a previous examiner. As he looked at Galmu's information, his brows furrowed more and more. You didn't participate in the assessment? A martial artist of his caliber possesses an exceptionally superior memory. In his memory, Galmu did not seem to be among the examinees. Most importantly, Galmu's information is completely blank except for his name. Even the realm field is blank. This led him to have a very bad misunderstanding about Galmu. I missed the assessment because of some things, Galmu replied. His answer only deepened the middle-aged man's misunderstanding. Every year, some trainers get in through connections. These people were almost all relatives of high-ranking members of the Yakuza martial arts school. Middle-aged people are used to it, but they still feel uneasy. I'll send the trainee rules to your device in a bit. Perhaps due to a misunderstanding, the middle-aged man's attitude towards Galmu was somewhat unfriendly. Everything else is fine, but you must remember some red lines that cannot be crossed. After speaking, the middle-aged man waved to Galmu, indicating that Galmu could go in. After Galmu left, the middle-aged man returned to his office. Sending someone this age to an intermediate training camp, I don't know what they were thinking. Sitting at his desk, the middle-aged man's face was very unpleasant. What's going on? Someone asked with a laugh after hearing the middle-aged man's complaint. Could it be that someone else got in through connections again? This person also understands the personality of middle-aged people. There is one who is only 18, and he has already been sent to the intermediate training camp. The middle-aged man was very unhappy. Good heavens, have those people up there no shame anymore? The man who had just asked the question chimed in with his own complaints. They dare to send an 18-year-old to the intermediate training camp. Isn't the gold plating a bit too obvious? The training camp at the Yakudo Martial Arts Academy not only supplies talent to the world, but is also a great place to gain prestige. Who says otherwise? The middle-aged man said dejectedly. At this age, even if someone is truly a child prodigy, and a genius among geniuses at that, their level of skill won't be that high. I really don't understand, what's the point of this kind of gilding? Isn't it just self-deception? The middle-aged man complained as he poured himself a cup of tea, his face full of displeasure. Instructor Lee, stop complaining, I'll show you something good. At this moment, another voice rang out. Instructor Lee looked at the person who had spoken and asked, what good stuff? Someone just broke into the pagoda of Buddha. You should check it out right away. Instructor Lee was slightly taken aback, then turned on his computer and logged into the instructor's private backend. After parting ways with Instructor Lee, Galmu found his dormitory room following the directions. After tidying up briefly, Gao Mu, feeling utterly bored, decided to sign in. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 winter fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the Floating Pagoda, the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, to check in. After consuming the newly rewarded exotic fruit in his dormitory, Gao Mu's strength reached 8.75 million kilograms. His cultivation level also reached Diamond 8 star. He wasn't in a hurry to sign in at the Floating Pagoda. But when he saw that it was already the end of the month, he quickly walked out of the dormitory. Tomorrow is the beginning of the month. If I don't challenge the pagoda of Floating Pagoda now, I'll likely be at the bottom next month. He is extremely competitive and doesn't want to be last. Without hesitation, he went straight to the pagoda. The pagoda here is no different from the pagoda in Langya Bay City. However, unlike the Langya Bay City, the Floating Pagoda here requires scanning Gao Mu's identification. Simultaneously, all his real information is uploaded to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's backend. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward received, grass character sword technique mastery. Ding. The check-in location has been updated. Please go to Shuanshin Pavilion to check in. When Gao Mu heard about the sign-in reward, he almost jumped up on the spot. It should be noted that this grass sword technique is one of the 3 great sword techniques in Perfect World that can rival the peace and chaos technique. With this grass sword technique, Gao Mu's attack methods were enhanced once again. More than the joy of acquiring new skills, Gao Mu was puzzled by the new sign-in location. What kind of place is this Shuanshin Pavilion? He took out his equipment and searched for information about Shuanshin Pavilion. He found out very quickly. Shuanshin Pavilion is one of the most important places in the headquarters of the Jidao Martial Arts School. Its function is somewhat similar to that of the Sutra Repository in Shaolin Temple. You can find any martial arts techniques, whether discovered or created by the Jidao Martial Arts School, here. Of course, the requirements for entering Shuanshin Pavilion are also very strict. As a trainee, it's not impossible to get in here. However, you must achieve the top spot in the monthly rankings 3 times. Wow, this is really difficult. Gao Mu muttered to himself as he began to attempt the challenge. Although he had passed the first 10 levels when he was in Langya Bay City, he had to start from scratch here. It took him 5 minutes to go from the 1st to the 10th floor. It took him 10 minutes to go from the 10th to the 20th floor. It took him 20 minutes to go from the 20th to the 30th floor. From the 30th to the 40th floor. An hour later, he stood on the 49th floor of the pagoda. The journey through the challenges went very smoothly. None of the strange beasts that spawned in the pagoda were a match for him. Even the 48th floor, which is equivalent to an 8-star diamond level, was passed by him with great ease. But when he reached the 49th floor, things were no longer so easy for him. Fortunately, we made it through without any major incidents. Standing on the 50th floor, Gao Mu did not rush to summon the strange beasts, but instead planned to take a good rest. While Gao Mu was resting, the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was in an uproar. 50th floor. Instructor Li's mouth dropped open when he saw Gao Mu enter the 50th floor. Seeing the astonishment on Instructor Li's face, one of his close colleagues laughed and mocked. Anyone who can get into the intermediate training camp must have the ability to clear the 50th floor. What's so surprising about that? But the problem is. Perhaps due to his extreme surprise, Instructor Li stammered a little. What's the problem? The man, holding a water cup, walked behind Instructor Li, took a sip of tea, and asked. The problem is he a child prodigy? Aren't we seeing plenty of child prodigies around here? Instructor Li didn't speak, but pointed to his screen. The direction he was pointing in was exactly where Gao Mu was. When the instructor saw that Gao Mu was only 18 years old, he spat out a mouthful of tea directly onto Instructor Li's computer. Chapter 78 Shocking the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. More and more people gathered behind Instructor Li. It wasn't that the instructors didn't have computers, but rather that they wanted to witness this miracle together. Besides Instructor Li's office, several other offices at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy are also witnessing the miracle that Gao Mu is about to create. This kid's got potential, he'll be very promising. Inspector Chi walked to the window with his teacup, gazing into the distance and muttering to himself. I don't know what those idiots in the Hanwei Guard were thinking, daring to let such a prodigy go. Gao Mu did not stop at the 50th floor of the pagoda, but continued to climb the floors. With his Diamond 8-star cultivation level and the all-secret technique, he could conservatively pass through level 58. Of course, if you add the pacifying chaos technique and the grass sword technique, the level might be even higher. 50, 51, 52. Gao Mu, completely absorbed in his exploration of the levels, was unaware that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was in chaos because of his efforts. I want this person, and none of you are allowed to take him from me. You want him? On what grounds? I'm the supervisor, I want him. So what if he's the supervisor? I'm the deputy headmaster, he has to be my apprentice. The extreme path of Sangshan Mountain, the extreme path of the palace. Jidao Sangshan is a virtual world created by Jidao Martial Arts Academy. Here, everyone embodies themselves. As for the Extreme Path Palace, it is the highest palace in Extreme Path Sangshan and the gathering place for the senior members of Extreme Path Martial Arts School. To enter this Extreme Palace, one must at least be a first-level branch master. All the branch librarians, supervisors, inspectors, and general and deputy librarians are vying desperately for Pastor Gao. Are 18-year-old boys rare? Not at all. Are kings and warriors rare? Not at all. However, if we combine these two conditions, it becomes more than just a matter of whether it's rare or not. Quiet down, everyone. Just as everyone was arguing, a soft female voice rang out. In the very center of the Extreme Path Palace, a phantom figure resembling a young girl quietly appeared. Everyone was stunned when they saw the girl. My father said that this young man cannot be accepted as a disciple by anyone. The girl spoke, and everyone fell silent. Everyone present knew the girl's identity. What did the curator say? The deputy curator asked the girl softly. The girl glanced at the deputy curator and said with a smile, "My father is currently in seclusion. His intention is to let that boy grow up wildly. Unless there are difficulties in cultivation or some uncontrollable event, no one is allowed to interfere." The girl's words caused everyone present to show regret. However, they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, this was an order personally given by the museum master. As the girl's illusory figure gradually disappeared, the people inside the Extreme Dao Palace did not completely leave the Extreme Dao Palace. They stood quietly in place, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. Some quick-witted individuals began searching for loopholes in the headmaster's orders. Since I can't take him as a disciple, nor can I interfere, then I can just befriend him beforehand. Among them, the most resourceful person was Inspector Chi. I already knew him before, and I didn't leave any bad impression. I'll go find him later, chat with him, and build a better relationship. This group knew exactly how far Gao Mu could grow. If they don't build a closer relationship with him before he matures, they might not even be able to see Gao Mu once he's grown up. Inspector Chi was also a clean and efficient person. While the others weren't paying attention, he quietly left the virtual world of the Extreme Palace and returned to the real world. As soon as he returned to the real world, he opened his safe and took out a long sword that he treasured. This long sword is a king-level weapon. Because of its pure silver-white color and unique shape, Inspector Chi named it the Sky Shuttle Sword. He obtained this sword when he explored the ruins. Because of his cultivation level, he had never used it. Moreover, he always felt that this sword was somewhat extraordinary. Therefore, he couldn't bear to sell it and kept it in a safe. He wouldn't have taken out the sword if it weren't to get closer to Gao Mu. He found a scabbard and carefully wrapped the Sky Shuttle Sword inside. Then, he took the Sky Shuttle Sword and left his house. As the inspector of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy, he has extensive back-end authority over the academy. Finding the address of a trainee like Gao Mu would be incredibly easy for him. After finding Gao Mu's address, he directly opened the door of his maglev car. His maglev car is different from others. The headquarters of the Yakuza Martial Arts School divides the driveway into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The highest level, about 50 meters above the ground, is a private passage for senior executives. The next level, about 20 meters above the ground, is the passageway for middle-level managers. The lowest level, the most basic level, is open to everyone. The maglev car started, and because there were no other cars around, the 10-minute journey took him less than 5 minutes. Standing outside Gao Mu's room, he knocked on the door with great anticipation. No matter how much he knocked, there was no response from inside the room. Inspector Chi frowned and whispered, "Could it be that he hasn't returned yet at this hour?" He seemed to have thought of something and quickly opened the backstage of the floating pagoda. When he saw the floor Gao Mu was on at that moment, he was completely stunned. This is already 56 floors? That's right, at this moment, Gao Mu was already standing on the 56th floor of the pagoda. Holding a sword conjured from the floating pagoda, Galmu looked at the strange beasts not far away and shook his head easily. As the beasts began to move, Galmu also made his move. The grass character sword technique. His previous use of the sword technique had made him fall in love with it. Streams of sword energy burst forth from Galmu's body, heading straight for the strange beasts. Those seemingly powerful beasts were quickly torn to pieces by the sword energy of the grass character sword technique. Seeing the strange beasts disappear, Galmu stepped onto the stairs leading to the 57th floor. 57, 58, 59. When Galmu stood on the 60th floor, he finally stopped. These two levels seemed similar, but after actually encountering them, Galmu discovered that the beasts on these two levels were completely different. He only had one collision with the beast on the 60th floor before he was instantly killed by it. Galmu, who had left the floating pagoda, was filled with regret. At the same time, the system of the main branch of the Jaido martial arts school also began to enter the rating stage of the intermediate training camp. However, Galmu doesn't care about any of that right now. What he cares about most right now is what to eat. The tower raid left him starving. Chapter 79 Illusionary Sky City. Technological advancements have led to the restoration of many traditional delicacies. For example, the delicacies of Shaxian snacks, one of the three major chain giants, have been perfectly reproduced. Galmu never dreamed that he would be eating Shaxian snacks in another world. What surprised him even more was that the Shaxian snacks in this other world were so expensive. I only ordered a pork chop rice, a chicken chop rice, a large pork rice, 8 steamed dumplings, and a few chicken legs, and you're asking for 200,000 yuan? Is that reasonable? Galmu was furious about the price. It's not that he doesn't have money, but the price is just too outrageous. Brother, the shop owner explained patiently to Galmu, for the pork chop rice, we used the meat of the king-level beast, the white-skinned wild boar. For the chicken chop rice, we used the meat of the king-level beast, the sky-gathering snow goose. And for the large meat rice, we used the meat of the crimson sky snow boar. The shop owner went on, but the core idea was that the materials in their shop were all very expensive. Therefore, the price of 200,000 was reasonable. Goodness! If what the shop owner said is true, then this price really isn't unreasonable. Since you've said so, even if you made this up, I'll accept it. After Galmu finished speaking, he paid the bill and left. Satisfied, he drove a shared hovercar back to his dormitory. Inspector Chi? Galmu was overjoyed to see Inspector Chi waiting at his door. He looked as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. It's so good to see you here. Galmu's enthusiasm brought a bright smile to Inspector Chi's face. To be honest, Galmu still preferred the aloof and cold Inspector Chi. His sudden, radiant smile made Galmu feel somewhat awkward. How is it? Are you eating well? Are you staying well? Are you getting enough rest? Inspector Chi immediately launched into a three-part tirade against Galmu, calling him old father. His father's three questions left Galmu completely bewildered. It took Galmu a long time to react. It's alright, the food is pretty good, but the price is a bit expensive. Galmu's words were clearly a complaint. But Inspector Chi's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned and said, "Tell me what shop it is, and I will go and punish them immediately." No need, no need. Galmu waved his hand awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject. Inspector Chi came to see me, is there something you need? Galmu's change of topic made Inspector Chi realize the purpose of his visit to Galmu. It's like this. Inspector Chi handed over the sky shuttle sword and said casually, I heard you came without bringing anything. But I happen to have a weapon here that I've had for a long time. I thought I'd give it to you as a welcome gift. Looking at the sky shuttle sword in Inspector Chi's hand, Galmu exclaimed, wow, Inspector Chi is really generous. He just threw out a king's weapon. That. Galmu initially wanted to refuse. However, Inspector Chi did not intend to give him a chance to refuse. He shoved the sky shuttle sword directly into Galmu's hand and turned to leave. Galmu looked at the sky shuttle sword in his hand with a puzzled expression. A patrol inspector is giving a weapon to a trainee like me? What's going on here? Galmu rubbed his head as he returned to his dormitory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the inspector and the trainee are separated by a galaxy. Normally, these two identities would never cross paths in this lifetime. Back in his dorm room, Galmu began to play with the sky shuttle sword. As expected of a king-level weapon, this sky shuttle sword is truly exceptional. He waved the sword gently, and it even produced a clanging sound. What a great weapon! He sheathed his sword and lay down on the bed. While he was thinking, he drifted off to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. The first thing he did after waking up was to take out his medals. The letter G on the medal has now been changed to S. The next second, he opened the leaderboard. In the intermediate training camp rankings, Galmu surged to first place. He then looked down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Apart from him, even the person ranked second only received a C grade in total last month. It's not that these people aren't capable, but rather that none of them are as terrifying as Galmu. Good heavens, is the number one person even human? They got an S-level rating in such a short time and climbed to the top of the leaderboard. Who is this person? How can they be so good? I've really tried my best, but I only got a D. I suspect this person cheated, otherwise it would be impossible to get such a high score. Extreme Path Sangshan, Intermediate Training Camp. This is the virtual world gathering place for intermediate training camp trainees. Looking at Galmu's ranking and rating, all the trainees fell into deep self-doubt. Those who can enter the Extreme Martial Arts Academy training camp are all child prodigies, invincible masters of their respective cities. They were initially full of confidence, but were unexpectedly proven wrong. This made them feel that they were losing face. Doubt, dissatisfaction, and self-doubt began to spread among the trainees. Because Galmu did not enter the Extreme Path Sangshan, he was unaware of these doubts. At this moment, he opened his eyes and began to think about how to achieve a high rating and high ranking next month. After all, only by ranking first 3 times in a row can one have the opportunity to enter Shuanshin Pavilion and complete the next stage of his check-in. He searched for the relevant rating criteria and soon found something. Go hunt down the alien beasts. Outside the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, there is a gathering place for many strange beasts. Among these gathering places are many where mythical beasts reside. Let's check the contribution points first. Contribution value is also one of the important criteria for rating. The conditions for obtaining this contribution value are the simplest. You can earn contribution points by selling beast cores to martial arts schools. Besides being useful for rating, contribution points can also be used to purchase some good items that cannot be bought outside the martial arts hall. There's no chance of him breaking through the pagoda tower, so he has to choose another path. Let's accumulate contribution points first. Galmu was a pragmatist. He simply bought a map from the official website and left the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Illusory Sky City, a gathering place for legendary beasts. As soon as Galmu left the city, he headed straight for Huantian City. Even without using the Xingzi secret, Galmu's speed was still very fast. In less than an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of Huantian City. After sitting on the ground and recovering briefly, he drew his sky shuttle sword and carefully walked slowly into Illusion City. Chapter 80. A 50-year-old boy. Upon entering Huantian City, Galmu encountered his first king-level beast. It was a strange beast that looked very similar to a husky, but had a huge body and blood-red eyes. This strange beast had no fur, but its body was covered with barbs like those of a hedgehog. Even though Galmu doesn't have trypophobia, seeing these things still makes him feel uncomfortable. Since you are the first king-level beast I have encountered, then I will not be polite. As Galmu spoke, he charged directly toward the strange beast. Indestructible Vajra Divine Skill. The grass character sword technique. Galmu didn't use the all-secret technique not because he was arrogant, but because he wanted to see if his current strength was enough to fight against a king-level beast. The sword technique of the character grass was unleashed, and sword energy filled the air. But the strange beast didn't care at all. Even in its blood-red eyes, there was a hint of disdain that was remarkably similar to that of a human. It allowed the sword energy of the grass character sword technique to ravage its body. After the grass character sword technique disappeared, it glanced at Galmu with disdain, as if to say, "That's all." This was the first time Galmu had ever been looked down upon by a strange beast, and he felt extremely ashamed. The secret of all characters. Since Galmu had already tested his strength, he wouldn't waste any more time on this strange beast. The tenfold increase in strength caused his combat power to explode instantly. The grass character sword technique. Galmu swung his sword again. At first, the beast's expression was one of disdain. But when the sword energy approached, its expression changed. At first came shock, then pain, and finally resentment. That's right, this time the grass sword technique instantly killed the beast. He pried open its head, extracted the core, threw it into his backpack, and began searching for his next prey. The kernel acquisition plan is progressing very smoothly. Galmu hopes to finish packing his backpack before dark. In a secluded mansion in the capital city. This compound is clearly not a place where ordinary people live. Amidst the red bricks and green tiles, one can vaguely see many people in Hanwei Guard uniforms patrolling. Deep within the courtyard, an old man lay in a rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and humming a tune with his eyes half closed. As he hummed, tears began to well up in his eyes. Lan Tu is my most valued grandson. Has Gaomu eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? How dare he kill him? The old man's voice sounded utterly detached, giving off a very calm feeling. Grandpa. At this moment, a man of similar age to Han Lan Tu stepped forward and knelt down. Let me go. I will definitely avenge Lan Tu. The old man, his eyes still half closed, waved his hand and said, even Lan Tu is no match for him, do you think you can be? If Lan Tu is no match for him, then Lan Tu must have been careless. Everyone present at the time, except for Gao Mu and Ma Jun, believed that Gao Mu's ability to kill Han Lan Tu was an accident. Carelessness? The old man rocked his chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, and murmured. Even if Lan Tu was careless, he shouldn't be no match for this young man. The old man's voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself, or as if he were talking to someone else. Grandpa. The person kneeling on the ground raised his head and pleaded again. I guarantee that I can kill Gao Mu. The old man still did not open his eyes. He waved his hand weakly and said, he's at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy right now. Are you sure you can kill him there? The man nodded with great confidence. He's a trainee in the intermediate training camp. If he wants to get more resources, he has to work hard to improve his ranking and rating. He might attempt to conquer the pagoda in the first month, but if he wants to improve his ranking and score again in the second month, he can choose to hunt alien beasts. We'll be lying in wait outside, we'll definitely have a chance to kill him. This guy's investigation was very detailed. Not bad. The old man opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. But you must understand, if you can't kill him. The man spoke first, I will commit suicide, and no one will know my true identity. Write down his name, the old man said slowly to a man beside him who resembled a butler. If he succeeds, he will become the first in line to inherit the throne in his generation. The butler nodded, and the person kneeling on the ground was overjoyed. After leaving the mansion, he didn't linger and went straight to the airport in the capital city. We boarded their private plane and headed straight for the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. He brought about 20 king-level warriors with him on this trip, 15 of whom were king-level 9-star warriors and the remaining 5 were king-level 9-star peak warriors. Although they differ by only 2 characters, the difference between them is enormous. Gentlemen, he said, standing up on the plane with a very serious expression, we must not take this hunting operation lightly. Yes, the 20 people shouted in unison. The plane stopped 100 kilometers from the headquarters of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. On the plane, they removed everything that identified them. They even cut off their own tattoos with a knife. After confirming that everyone had lost their identity, Han Lanfeng stepped off the plane with a gloomy expression. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Han Lanfeng clenched his fists. As darkness fell, Gao Mu, who had been hunting wildly in Illusion City, also completed his mission for the day. Looking at the backpack full of kernels, Gao Mu laughed. With his backpack on, he headed towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Hey buddy, wait a minute. Gao Mu hadn't gone far when he was stopped by several martial artists. According to Gao Mu's observation, these martial artists should all be at least at the king level. As for their age, they should be around 50 or 60 years old. On this earth, it is not an exaggeration to call people around 50 or 60 years old young people. After all, the average human lifespan on Earth is around 120 years. The average lifespan of martial artists is even higher, around 250 years. It's not an exaggeration to say that people in their 50s and 60s are still young. What's the matter? Gao Mu looked at them, his hand already warily reaching for his sky shuttle sword. A young man with blonde hair, who was leading the group, said with a smile, I'd like to buy some of your core, but I don't know if you'll sell it. He said this with a smile on his face. But Gao Mu saw deep greed in his eyes. What's the price? Perhaps it was the greed in the other party's eyes that made Gao Mu even more vigilant. How about 10% more than the market price? Huang Mao continued. Gao Mu didn't say anything more, he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 81 The 7-Man Squad. He felt something was wrong because there were 4 people on the other side. Generally speaking, when martial arts teams go to the wilderness, it's rare to find teams with an even number of members in most cases, the team composition is odd. 2 ranged and 3 melee fighters make for the perfect team composition. Judging from the weapon combinations in the team, this team consists of 3 melee fighters and 1 ranged fighter. From any perspective, this lineup configuration is problematic. Either they are incredibly powerful and confident in their ability to hunt down the alien beasts with such a lineup, or another ranged unit in their team has gone into hiding. In Galmu's view, the second possibility is more likely. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Out of caution, Galmu still used his strongest defensive skill. His caution proved to be correct. Just as the golden tube covered his entire body, he heard 3 whooshing sounds behind him. When? 3 consecutive metallic clanging sounds rang out behind Galmu. He turned around quickly. Behind him, a bewildered-looking boy stood nearby. In the distance, 2 other boys stood holding bows and arrows. Not only were these 3 dumbfounded, but the 4 people in front of Galmu were also completely bewildered. They had assumed their attack on Galmu was a sure thing. But they hadn't expected his defense to be so formidable. He had withstood such a sudden attack. After a moment of stunned silence, the man who had been negotiating with Galmu shouted, "Don't just stand there, attack together." Once they realized what was happening, they drew their weapons and prepared to confront Galmu head-on. A 7-person team? Galmu's estimate was still wrong. He had assumed the team was a standard 5-person squad, but it turned out to be an unconventional 7-person squad. The martial arts school encourages its trainees to fight each other, but they do not allow them to fight in the wild. As human beings, we all know very well that once we break free from the constraints of rules, everything will become uncontrollable. If a fight breaks out in the wild, the Yakuza martial arts school will impose very severe punishment. Of course, if you can completely destroy the body and leave no trace, then that's a different story. The 7 of them worked together very well. 3 melee fighters were responsible for engaging Galmu in close combat, while the remaining 3 ranged fighters were responsible for distracting Galmu with ranged attacks. The remaining melee fighter was also busy, constantly moving around the 3 ranged fighters to provide them with protection. The attacks of these 3 melee fighters were almost flawless. The harassment from the 3 ranged martial artists also greatly annoyed Galmu. When? The crisp metallic clanging sounds rose and fell. If Galmu hadn't possessed the Vajra indestructible divine skill protecting him, he would likely be seriously injured by now. The 7 of them were also surprised that Galmu was so resilient. Despite all those attacks, he was completely unharmed. As the saying goes, one should strike while the iron is hot, but the momentum will wane on the second attempt and be exhausted on the third. The inability to deal with Galmu for so long inevitably made them somewhat impatient. Galmu remained calm and waited for them to make a mistake. In their haste, the 7 of them did indeed make mistakes in their coordination. Taking advantage of their mistake, Galmu pierced the throat of one of them with a single sword strike. The remaining 6 were stunned by what they saw. They didn't expect that, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, they not only failed to kill Galmu, but Galmu also managed to kill one of their own. Galmu's counterattack caused their mentality to change once again. Taking advantage of the moment when their mindset shifted, Galmu reappeared. He was ruthless every time he made a move. In just a few rounds, Galmu killed another opponent. "Stop holding back, use your strongest skills," the leader shouted. The remaining 5 warriors nodded in unison, and then prepared to use their strongest skills. However, their mindset has changed, and even using their strongest skills cannot change the situation. Galmu had transformed into a ruthless killer, eliminating these people one by one with his sword. By the time they killed the 6th person, Huang Mao was stunned. His knees buckled, and he knelt down directly in front of Galmu, frantically kowtowing to him. "Please, don't kill me. Please, spare me," the blonde-haired man pleaded, tears streaming down his face, his expression utterly pitiful. Galmu looked at him with disdain and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." These words seemed to give Huang Mao a glimmer of hope for survival. After thinking for a moment, he said very seriously and sincerely, "Someone in my family is a high-ranking member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If you let me go, I can help you pass the training camp smoothly. Moreover, I can ensure that you get the highest rating every month." Galmu stroked his chin, looking at the blonde-haired man with great interest. "That reason isn't enough to sway me. With Galmu's current level of skill, getting high scores and high rankings is really too easy for him. I can also give you money." In Huang Mao's world, money can solve most problems. "Just tell me how much you want, and I'll give you as much as you want." Can money sway Galmu? Obviously not. All right. Gao Mu waved his hand dismissively. I don't want to waste any more words with you. You can die now. Upon hearing the word death, Huang Mao abruptly raised his head. My dad is the manager of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely kill you too. The blonde-haired man was still making a last-ditch effort. Supervisor? Gao Mu chuckled and shook his head. When you were preparing to kill me, you should have been prepared to be killed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished the sky shuttle sword. The blonde-haired man's head rolled to the side. Gao Mu shook his head and continued on his way. His expression remained unchanged despite the appearance of the blonde-haired gang. His emotions, too, were unaffected by the killing of them. However, to his surprise, not long after he left, a 5-person squad arrived at the place where Gao Mu had just fought. They had interacted with Huang Mao before, so they recognized him at a glance. Something big is about to happen, one of the team members whispered. The child of a manager at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy has been murdered. Who has the audacity to do that? The others were terrified and dared not utter a word. Should we report this? One of the team members asked. After a moment's thought, the captain nodded and said, now that we've discovered it, we definitely need to report it. The rest of the team did not object to the captain's decision. After all, they might get a good reward through this. Chapter 82 Enforcement Department. The Logistics Department of the Extreme City. This place is definitely the liveliest place in the city. Trainees can submit their course here. Members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy gather here to find suitable bounty missions. Gao Mu entered the logistics department and soon arrived at the place where the trainees handed in their cores. Perhaps because it was the beginning of the month, not many people submitted their nucleic acid test results. He only waited in line for less than 10 minutes before it was his turn. I'm here to hand over my core components, Gao Mu said to the young lady behind the service desk. With a professional smile, the young woman pointed to the platform in front of her and said to Gao Mu, place your core on the platform, and the system will automatically analyze the grade of your core. Gao Mu nodded, then took his backpack off his back. When the young woman saw the kernels being poured out of Gao Mu's backpack, her expression became somewhat uncontrollable. She has worked here for about 5 years, but this is the first time she has ever met someone like Gao Mu who submits so many kernels at once. Goodness, there are way too many kernels. Who is this guy? Why does he have so many kernels? Could they have been bought? There's no way you could have so many cores just by hunting alien beasts. Whether they bought it or obtained it by hunting exotic beasts, they are all incredibly skilled. The trainees standing behind Gao Mu looked on with envy when they saw how many core qualities Gao Mu possessed. In fact, not only the trainees are envious, but even the official members of the Gakudo Martial Arts School are very envious. I wonder what shady means they used to get it. I really don't believe that anyone can hunt down so many strange beasts in such a short time. I suspect this guy is a rich kid. He bought all the cores of these alien beasts. Maybe these kernels aren't high level, which is why he was able to get so many. Where there are those who envy, there are bound to be those who are jealous. Gao Mu stood at the front of the line, but he could smell a strong lemon scent. However, he did not offer any explanation. He waited quietly for the young lady's inspection. The young woman quickly recovered from her surprise. But what shocked her even more was yet to come. According to system feedback, all of Gao Mu's kernels are from the King of Beasts. My God! The young woman covered her mouth, looking incredulous. People nearby looked on with curiosity at the young woman's expression. The logistics department, which was once chaotic and extremely noisy, is now completely quiet because of the young lady. These people are all waiting for the test results. After taking a deep breath, the young woman suppressed her shock and asked, how did you do that? Gao Mu looked at the young lady with a blank expression, not quite understanding his question. How did you manage to hunt down so many king-level beasts? The young woman asked Gao Mu, her face full of shock. Everyone else gasped when they heard the young lady's question. Are they all the cores of king-level mythical beasts? It's fake, right? I don't believe it. Is there something wrong with the system? These people are all king-level warriors, so they are very familiar with the difficulty of hunting king-level beasts. In a normal 5-person elite team, hunting a king-level beast of the same realm and star level without any casualties would be considered a stroke of luck. Gao Mu didn't seem like someone who had a team, which was what shocked them the most. How many contribution points can I get? Gao Mu asked the young lady. Her calm tone quickly brought the young woman back to her senses. I don't know, it depends on the system, the young woman answered honestly. Gao Mu nodded and then began to wait. Time ticked by, but the usually reliable system still hadn't provided a result. What's going on? Gao Mu was getting a little impatient, and his brows furrowed slightly. Ding! The platform in front of the young lady suddenly rang. She looked at the platform, frowned slightly, and then looked up at Gao Mu and said, "There might be a problem with the system, so you'll need to wait a moment." Gao Mu nodded somewhat impatiently. Who is Gao Mu? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Gao Mu looked in the direction of the sound and saw several people in uniform searching for him. Upon seeing these people, everyone present instinctively took a step back. These people in uniform belonged to the Extreme City Law Enforcement Department. The Judo City Enforcement Department is a very special department. This department operates independently outside the Yakuza martial arts system, yet it is able to inspect everyone within the Yakuza martial arts community. His position as minister was equivalent to that of the chief deputy director. Gao Mu stepped forward and said. The law enforcement officers looked sharply in Gao Mu's direction. The people around Gao Mu retreated, as if trying to distance themselves from him. This demonstrates just how terrifying the law enforcement department is in the Extreme City. Come with us. Yen Han, the team leader, stepped forward first and said to Gao Mu. Gao Mu frowned and said, "Why should I go with you?" Gao Mu's question completely baffled Yen Hanxian, as well as everyone else present. The members of the Extreme Martial Arts School, in particular, gave Gao Mu a thumbs up in their hearts. Every member of the Yakuza Martial Arts School knows how terrifying the enforcement department is. They wield immense power. If they suspect you of something, they can detain you. Once they have evidence, they can even kill you without notifying anyone. Therefore, none of the members of the Yakuza Martial Arts School dared to provoke the enforcement department. While the law enforcement department wields considerable power, its members cannot use it arbitrarily or recklessly. The first rule of the law enforcement department is that anyone found to have indiscriminately killed innocent people, abused their power, or falsely accused innocent people will be executed on the spot. We suspect there is something wrong with how you obtained the colonel. Yen Hanxian's expression was very serious, like a ruthless law enforcer. Suspicion? Gao Mu curled his lip in disdain. Just because I suspect you doesn't mean I should go with you. That's unreasonable. Gao Mu's renewed resistance left everyone around him dumbfounded. As far as they knew, this seemed to be the first time anyone had dared to speak to law enforcement like that. Not only were these people encountering each other for the first time, but Yen Hanxian was also encountering someone like Gao Mu, who was not afraid of the law enforcement department, for the first time. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "You must come with me now. If you don't, I have the right to execute you on the spot." Chapter 83. Yen Han apologizes first. What an imposing official presence. Gao Mu was not afraid at all. He straightened his back and said firmly, "Unless you can produce evidence, I will absolutely not go with you." Yen Han was initially caught in a dilemma, and the atmosphere in the logistics department also began to become subtle. Yen Hanxian's men had already reached for their weapons, ready to execute Gao Mu on the spot at any moment. What are you doing? Just then, a rather authoritative female voice suddenly rang out. The appearance of this voice caused a slight change in the atmosphere. Yen Han first looked towards the source of the sound, and his expression became somewhat complicated when he saw who it was. Gao Mu also looked toward the source of the sound. This is a woman who looks to be over middle-aged. Perhaps because they were martial artists, the women maintained their figures and appearances very well. She was wearing a tight-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure. Director Yi. Yen Han first bowed to the woman. Our law enforcement department is handling a case, please do not interfere. This woman is Yi Qingxian, the head of the logistics department of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yi Qingxian looked at Yen Hanxian with a half-smile and said coldly, "Coming to my logistics department to arrest people, isn't your law enforcement department being a bit too arrogant? I wouldn't dare." Although the law enforcement department wielded immense power, he dared not be too presumptuous in front of Yi Qingxian. "We are only here today to carry out a mission, please don't make things difficult for us, Minister Yi." On a mission? What mission? Yi Qingxian showed no respect for the law enforcement department. She looked at Yen Hanxian with a cold expression and said, "If you want to arrest someone in my logistics department, your minister will have to come in person. Otherwise, none of you will be taking anyone away today." The severe cold posed some initial difficulties. "I'll give you 1 minute. You'd better get out of my sight right now." Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Yi Qingxian's lack of courtesy caused Yin Han to turn around and leave without looking back. You must be Gao Mu? After Yin Han left, Yi Qingxian, her previous cold demeanor replaced by a radiant smile, looked at Gao Mu and spoke softly. Why are those hyenas from the enforcement department targeting you? This is only because of Yi Qingxian. Anyone else would not dare to speak to the law enforcement department like that. I don't know either, Gao Mu said innocently. His innocence wasn't feigned, he genuinely didn't know. What happened? Since Gao Mu didn't know, Yi Qingxian could only ask others. The young lady who had just greeted Gao Mu realized what was happening and said, it might be related to the beast core he just handed over. Yi Qingxian frowned and walked to the table in front of the young lady. The young lady was very sensible and quickly moved aside. Yi Qingxian skillfully operated the platform with both hands and quickly understood the reason. More than 50 king-level beast cores? Yi Qingxian looked at Gao Mu with a strange expression and asked with a hint of doubt. Did you hunt all these beasts yourself? Gao Mu nodded. Yi Qingxian was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, I believe you. She then continued operating the equipment on the table. After operating for about 5 minutes, she nodded with satisfaction and said, all right, those hyenas from the enforcement department won't bother you anymore. Thank you. Gao Mu's biggest fear is trouble. Yi Qingxian smiled slightly, walked up to Gao Mu, patted him on the shoulder and said, I admire you very much, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Gao Mu was completely confused by Yi Qingxian's words. Before leaving the logistics department, Yi Qingxian told him that his core was no longer in problem and that his contribution points would soon be credited to him. Goodness, who is this guy? Even Minister Yi personally came out to help him. I don't know either, but I get the feeling this guy has really strong connections. It's not just tough. It's practically invincible. Even for people in the logistics department, getting an audience with Minister Yi isn't an easy task. While those around him were discussing Gao Mu had already returned to his dormitory. Extreme Path Sangshan, the gathering place for intermediate training camps. Ronghao looked at Gao Mu, who was ranked first, with a very gloomy expression. He was the first person to pass the assessment and the first person to enter the intermediate training camp. His exceptional talent led to very high expectations being placed upon him. He himself believed that he would be far ahead in this intermediate training camp and would completely crush the other trainees, leaving them unable to hold their heads up. Unexpectedly, Gao Mu suddenly appeared, disrupting all his plans. Who is this Gao Mu? He asked the person next to him in a cold voice. A sallow-faced, muscular man next to him shook his head and said, I don't know. Don't know? The sleazy man's ignorance caused Ronghao to frown deeply. He looked at the man and said in a low voice, didn't you say you already had information on all the people in the intermediate training camp? The lewd man replied very seriously, I did have information about Gao Mu before he appeared. But he appeared too suddenly and too late. So I don't have any information about him in my database. But don't worry, I'll find information about him soon. Don't let his sleazy appearance fool you, his efficiency is truly remarkable. Since the lewd man has said so, Ronghao nodded and said, I hope you can hurry up. The sleazy man nodded again. Sitting in his dormitory, Gao Mu searched for other ways to improve his grades. He had previously killed a 7-man squad in the wild, which meant he could no longer show his face in the wild for a while. What kind of place is this Kanglianhai? Kanglianhai is also a good place to improve your score. Looking at the relevant information about Kanglianhai, Gao Mu had no intention of going there. If the floating pagoda is the place to test overall strength, then the Tsanglian Sea is the place to test physical strength. This sea area is home to countless fish and strange beasts. These fish-like creatures are not very strong, even a bronze-level warrior can withstand their attacks. But the Tsanglian Sea is teeming with fish and strange beasts. 1 nautical mile of physical strength equals that of black iron. Within 2 nautical miles, the physical strength is equivalent to bronze. Within 3 nautical miles, physical strength is equivalent to silver. Gao Mu's physical strength is not very high. If he rashly ventures into the Tsanglian Sea, he may not be able to get out. Just as Gao Mu was hesitating, there was a knock on his door. Gao Mu frowned as he opened the door to the room. Yan Hanxian and his squad stood at the door. What is it now? Gao Mu was not at all friendly towards Yan Hanxian. Yan Hanxian's attitude had changed drastically from before. He looked at Gao Mu with a face full of apology and said, I've come to apologize for what I did before. Chapter 84, Braving the Tsanglian Sea. Yan Hanxian's purpose for this trip was somewhat beyond Gao Mu's expectations. No need for apologies, Gao Mu waved his hand, speaking in a slightly relaxed tone. Just don't do it again in the future. Yan Han nodded, then took his leave. After the severe cold passed away, Gao Mu continued his research. At the same time, the lewd man also began investigating Gao Mu. When he presented the investigation results, Rong Hao was taken aback. Minister Yi personally intervened on his behalf? This was something Rong Hao hadn't expected. To outsiders, the logistics department is just a dispensable department. However, after conducting an in-depth investigation, Rong Hao was very clear about just how terrifying this department was. It's no exaggeration to say that this department controls the economic lifeline of the Yakuza martial arts school. It's nothing. A strange light flickered in Rong Hao's eyes as he pondered for a moment before saying, I don't believe that Minister Yi can protect him forever. The sleazy man kept his head down and didn't say anything. Gao Mu had been hesitant about whether or not to venture into the Tsanglian Sea. Just as he hesitated, in a luxurious villa in Jidao City, an old man looked at the person kneeling in front of him with an ugly expression. Are you telling the truth? The old man asked sternly. Yes, the man kneeling at his feet said, trembling. We found your grandson's head in the wild. The old man's name was Yanagawa-sei, and he was one of the managers of the Yakuza martial arts school. The blonde-haired man who was killed by Gao Mu in the wild was the old man's grandson, named Lu Feng. Seeing how certain this person was, Yanagawa-sei's hand trembled slightly. Lu Feng is his grandson. Although he is not his only grandson, he is the most talented among all his grandsons. Lu Chuanqing even considered bypassing his son and having Lu Feng inherit his mantle directly. But to his surprise, his grandson, on whom he had placed so much hope, was murdered. Do you know who killed him? Perhaps due to some excitement, Yanagawa-sei's voice trembled slightly. The man shook his head and said, when we arrived, we only saw the corpse. We know nothing else. All right. Yanagawa-sei seemed to have aged considerably in that instant, waving his hand wearily. You can go now. The person kneeling on the ground did not hesitate, got up and left the villa. Someone come here. After the messenger left, Lu Chuanqing's cold voice echoed throughout the villa. I don't care what methods you use, you must find out who killed my grandson. Yes. Inside the villa, sounds rose and fell in waves. The extreme north city, Kanglianhai. Standing on the shore of Kanglianhai Lake, Gao Mu gazed silently into the distance. Although Kanglianhai is located in Jidao City, its area is actually quite large. Even Gao Mu, a diamond warrior, couldn't see the edge of the Tsanglian Sea at a glance. Old man, Gao Mu asked the elderly man fishing not far away after watching for a while, are you the administrator of Tsanglian Sea? The old man, wearing a straw hat and a raincoat and holding a fishing rod, looked up at Gao Mu and said in a slightly aged tone, I am the manager here. Gao Mu scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, and asked, does Kanglianhai have a safety officer? The old man was somewhat taken aback by Gao Mu's question. There is no safety officer, but there is this, the old man said, tossing it with his free hand. Then a ball, about the size of a billiard ball, flew towards Gao Mu. Seeing Gao Mu observing the small ball, the old man explained, this is a special safety ball for Tsanglianhai. Inside this ball is a very peculiar drug that will be released if you crush it. Once the ball is crushed, it means you have given up on the next challenge. Your previous results are still valid, but if you continue swimming after that, no matter how far you swim, your results will be invalid. Gao Mu nodded. This safety ball is clearly designed to protect those attempting the challenge. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Mu looked at Tsanglianhai again. The reason he insisted on coming to Kanglianhai was because of Xuanxin Pavilion. Besides the previous requirement of topping the list for 3 consecutive months, there are actually some other methods. Within a week, you can simultaneously achieve the following: 50 floors of the floating pagoda, 5 nautical miles of the Tsanglian Sea, and 500 meters of the Phantom Mountain. You can also enter the Xuanxin Pavilion. He wanted to enter Xuanxin Pavilion as soon as possible so he could quickly refresh his sign and location. Let's begin. Gao Mu took a deep breath and jumped into Kanglianhai. As soon as he jumped in, a swarm of strange fish and beasts rushed toward him. In less than a minute, Gao Mu was surrounded by these fish-like beasts. After surrounding Gao Mu, they bared their sharp fangs and began to devour him. It hurt so much. The intense pain made Gao Mu grimace. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. He activated his strongest defensive skill. His golden skin made him immune to attacks from these fish and monsters. As Gao Mu entered the sea, the old man who had been fishing on the shore slowly stood up. He gently placed the fishing rod on the shore and then lit a cigarette for himself. Is this kid a trainee? A trainee daring to venture into the Tsanglian Sea, that's quite courageous. I just wonder how far he can go. As the old man spoke, he waved his right hand. The next second, a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of him. On the screen are all of Gao Mu's information. Good heavens! When the old man saw Gao Mu's information, he couldn't help but gasp. What kind of monster is this? He's only 18 years old and he's already reached the 60th floor of the floating pagoda. The old man has been guarding this Tsanglian Sea for countless years. He has seen countless geniuses. But this was the first time he had ever encountered a genius like Gao Mu. While the old man was reviewing Gao Mu's information, Gao Mu had already swum 4 seas away. The Vajra indestructible divine skill at the diamond realm level is no longer able to withstand the attacks of fish and strange beasts. The secret of all characters. As soon as he finished speaking, his strength increased tenfold. After his strength soared to the king rank, Gao Mu continued swimming forward. After reaching 5 nautical miles, his speed noticeably decreased. Just as he was hesitating about whether to enter the 6th nautical mile, the fish-like monster began to launch a fierce attack on him. After a slight hesitation, Gao Mu chose to give up. Pressing the safety button, fiery red smoke began to envelop Gao Mu. 6 nautical miles. The old man's expression was very strange when he saw the red smoke appearing at 6 nautical miles. After landing, Gao Mu did not linger there for long. His next stop is Phantom Mountain. Phantom Mountain, like Kanglianhai, is located in the northern city of Extreme Path. Not far from Kanglianhai, Gao Mu arrived at the foot of Phantom Mountain. Like Kanglianhai, there is also a manager at the foot of Phantom Mountain. Chapter 85 Entering Shuanshin Pavilion. At the foot of Phantom Mountain, there is a very dilapidated-looking pergola. Inside the pergola, an old woman was operating a shuttle machine with nothing else on her mind. Hello, sir. Gao Mu greeted the old woman very politely as he walked under the shade of the pavilion. I'd like to venture into Phantom Mountain. Are there any rules or conditions? In fact, Gao Mu had already thoroughly studied the rules and conditions of these two places before he came. He asked that question simply to get closer to the old woman. The old woman raised her heavy eyelids and said in a weary voice, living is the only rule and condition in this Phantom Mountain. After the old woman finished speaking, she continued to operate the shuttle machine diligently. Having been rebuffed, Gao Mu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Kanglianhai tests the physical strength of those who attempt it. Phantom Mountain tests the mental strength of those who attempt it. While you are climbing the mountain, it will present all sorts of illusions to distract you. The higher you climb, the more terrifying the illusions will become. The first 100 meters represent your iron-level mental fortitude. The first 200 meters indicate that you have bronze-level mental fortitude. The first 300 meters indicate that you have a silver-level mental fortitude. The first 600 meters demonstrate that you possess a king-level mental fortitude. In the path of martial arts, talent and hard work are certainly important. But mental fortitude is also extremely important. A strong and good mental resilience not only allows one to remain calm in the face of danger, but also enables one to handle problems calmly when they arise. After standing at the foot of the mountain for a while, Gao Mu prepared to start climbing. The moment Gao Mu ascended Phantom Mountain, the old woman who had been diligently operating the shuttle stopped what she was doing. Without even looking up, she said in an extremely annoyed tone, "Old fisherman, why aren't you guarding your fish pond? What are you doing here?" The old man who had been guarding Kanglianhai earlier said with a smile, "Let me see if this kid can still create a miracle." The old woman frowned, not understanding the meaning behind the old man's words. This kid seems to be under 20 years old, but he's already reached the 60th floor of the floating pagoda. Just now, in my Tsanglian Sea, he swam 5 nautical miles, just one step away from 6 nautical miles. The old man didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. Upon hearing the old man's words, the old woman asked in shock, "Are you telling the truth?" The old man nodded. The old woman was still somewhat skeptical of the old man, and then she waved her hand dismissively. A semi-transparent screen appeared in front of her. On the screen is all of Gao Mu's information. In the section on the pagoda, Gao Mu is listed as having 59 floors. In the Tsanglian Sea section, Gao Mu is 5 nautical miles away. She glanced at the old man and thought to herself, this old fellow really didn't lie to me. Let's go take a look. Before the old woman could react, the old man leaped into the air. "You old bastard, this is my territory," the old woman shouted as she followed. Galmu's climbing speed exceeded the expectations of the two elders. While they were chatting, Galmu had already climbed to 425 meters. Good heavens! The old man exclaimed in amazement, seeing that Galmu was completely unaffected by the illusions. Just what kind of monster is this kid? Why is he so strong? The old woman shook her head with a very unnatural expression. Soon, Galmu climbed to 500 meters. Just when the two elders thought Galmu would continue climbing, Galmu surprisingly chose to descend the mountain. After descending the mountain, Galmu did not linger, he went straight to Xuanxin Pavilion. The two elders were somewhat bewildered as they watched Galmu's retreating figure. Extreme City, East City. Dongcheng is a significant part of the Jido martial arts school. This is also the place with the strongest cultural atmosphere in the city of Jidao. Xuanxin Pavilion is located in the very center of the eastern city. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xuanxin Pavilion, Galmu, who had already obtained his qualifications, entered the pavilion without any difficulty. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, 100 azure fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the second floor of Xuanxin Pavilion to check in. Looking at the exotic fruits stored in the system, Galmu's lips curled up. He found a quiet corner and began to feast. After consuming 100 azure fruits, Galmu felt his power increase significantly. I wonder if he has reached the king realm. Galmu opened the system with great anticipation. God-level sign-in system. Host, Galmu. Strength, 12.43 million kilograms. Realm, King 1 star. Skills, Thunderclap Fist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery, Movement Character Secret Mastery, Suppressing Chaos Technique Mastery, Grass Character Sword Technique Mastery. Check-in location, second floor of Xuanxin Pavilion. When Galmu saw that he had reached the King Level 1, he smiled happily. However, after laughing for a while, his brows furrowed again. Does Xuanxin Pavilion have 2 floors? Xuanxin Pavilion is a single-story building, whether viewed from the inside or the outside. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a second layer. Hello. Galmu noticed an elderly man reading a book in a corner on the first floor of Xuanxin Pavilion. He quickly approached him and asked very politely, "Excuse me, how do I get to the second floor of Xuanxin Pavilion?" The old man looked up at Galmu. When Galmu saw the old man's full appearance, he was slightly surprised. The old man had a head of messy silver hair and wore glasses that were thicker than a beer bottle on his nose. Once a martial artist reaches a certain level, it is impossible for them to become nearsighted. Are you going to the second floor? The old man's voice sounded very deep. Galmu nodded. If you want to go to the second floor, that's not impossible. The old man's voice was not only deep, but also had a somewhat dazed quality. But you have to answer a few questions for me. To be honest, the old man looks remarkably like a bookworm. Okay. Hearing that he had to answer a question, Galmu immediately perked up. Go ahead. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The old man asked a very philosophical question. This question completely stumped Galmu. He tentatively replied, the chicken came first. The old man spread his right hand, revealing an expression that said, "Please begin your performance," and said, "Please state your reasons." Chickens evolved from other organisms, so chickens came first. Galmu's answer is based on the theory of evolution. After a moment's thought, the old man said, "Confirmed." Next question. When the old man asked Galmu to answer the next question, Galmu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The question is, a symposium for eunuchs. Galmu was bewildered again. He had assumed that the old man's question would be similar to the previous one, a very philosophical one. Unexpectedly, the question turned out to be a Chinese proverb. Chapter 86 Galmu, King 1 star. Nonsense. Galmu blurted out. Young man, you have a bright future. Seeing Galmu answer his question so easily, the old man patted Galmu on the shoulder with satisfaction. In that instant, Galmu felt like an idiot. Alright, now that you've answered my question, you can go to the second floor. After saying that, the old man waved his hand. Boom! With a deafening roar, a huge crack appeared in the ground not far in front of Galmu. Go, the old man said, pointing towards the crack. That's the path to the second level. Wow, so the second floor is down there. After thanking the old man, Galmu headed towards the second floor. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, enlightenment fruit 100. Ding! The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Sangjia City to check in. Galmu wasn't worried about the new check-in location. What he was more concerned about was the new check-in rewards. Enlightenment fruit. A very peculiar fruit. After consuming it, one's comprehension will reach an incredibly terrifying level in a short period of time. The description of the enlightenment fruit was very simple, but its extraordinary nature was revealed to Galmu between the lines. After thinking for a moment, Galmu threw an enlightenment fruit into his mouth. Unlike other exotic fruits, this enlightenment fruit had no taste whatsoever. After the enlightenment fruit entered his stomach, Galmu only felt a warm current rushing straight to the top of his head. To verify the effectiveness of the introduction, Galmu picked up a book and started reading. The Azure Sky Sword Technique is the name of this book. As soon as Galmu opened the book, he felt the contents flooding into his mind like a river. Before he even had a chance to fully savor the contents of the book, he had already memorized everything in it. Not only did he memorize the contents of the book accurately, but he was also constantly rehearsing the Azure Sky Sword Technique in his mind. In less than a quarter of an hour, Galmu had gained a deeper understanding of the Azure Sky Sword Technique. He made a gesture with his right hand as if he held a sword, and began to wield it. Despite having no sword in hand, Galmu actually used the entire Azure Sky Sword Technique. Moreover, both his movements and techniques were extremely precise. What kind of monster is this kid? An old man not far away stared in disbelief at the sight. The Azure Sky Sword Technique is the highest level sword technique of the Azure Sky Martial Arts School. To learn this sword technique, one needs not only amazing talent but also extraordinary perseverance. Because there is no shortcut to mastering this sword technique. The Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy once produced a young prodigy who mastered all the movements and techniques of the Azure Sky Swordplay in just 1 year. He was thus hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy. For an average genius, it would take at least 5 years, and sometimes as long as 10 years, to achieve this. This is why the old man was so surprised. This swordsmanship is not bad. After Galmu finished dancing, he spoke in a very calm tone. In Galmu's skill system, this sword technique is only slightly better than the Azure Lotus sword technique, but it is inferior to the suppression of chaos technique and the grass character sword technique. After obtaining the Azure Sky sword technique, Galmu left Xuanxing Pavilion with relative satisfaction. As he walked, he used the map to find a new place to check in. Signing in at Xuanxing Pavilion not only allowed him to break through to the King Realm, but also updated the sign-in location. However, he's not in a hurry anymore. After reaching the King Realm, he planned to consolidate his power. Let's go to the training ground first. The training ground is where the Extreme Martial Arts School usually practices. Upon arriving at the training ground, Galmu casually found an inconspicuous spot and began training. After nightfall, Galmu left the training ground. This day's practice gave him a new understanding of the power of the King Realm. Back in my dorm room, I collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. After eating something simple, he returned to his dormitory to consider what to do next. Attention trainees of the Intermediate Training Camp. Please proceed to the training grounds now. Attention trainees of the Intermediate Training Camp. Please proceed to the training grounds now. Attention trainees of the Intermediate Training Camp. Please proceed to the training grounds now. Attention trainees of the Intermediate Training Camp. Please proceed to the training grounds now. Just as he was thinking, his communication device emitted a piercing sound. Galmu quickly got out of bed and headed to the training ground. At this moment, all the trainees of the Intermediate Training Camp were gathered in the training ground. Standing in front of the trainees was Instructor Lu, who had previously received Galmu. Today marks your first month here, and I'm going to conduct a test for you all. Instructor Lu's voice was very serious. Seeing that no one spoke, he continued, this test will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to test everyone's strength and level of understanding. The second stage is a 1v1 individual battle. The third stage is wilderness survival. Seeing that no one had expressed any opinion, Instructor Lu nodded with great satisfaction. From now on, those whose names are called, come and test your level. As Instructor Lu spoke, he took out a tablet. Walnut. Yang Mi. Tang Yen. The trainees whose names were called stepped forward to test their strength. Looking at the test data, Instructor Lu was very satisfied. Among these people, the weakest is at the 5th level of the King rank. The strongest has even reached the 9th level. When it was Gao Mu's turn, Instructor Lu was incredibly excited. King of Glory, 1 star. When Instructor Lu saw Gao Mu's realm, he was completely dumbfounded. Not only was Instructor Lu dumbfounded, but the other instructors were also dumbfounded. 1 star and King of Glory? Am I seeing things, or is there something wrong with my device? This is disgusting. Why would a weakling with only 1 star in the king rank appear in our training camp? Does this training camp mean we're going to be the worst ever? Gao Mu's king level 1 star realm greatly dissatisfied the trainees. The instructors did not offer any comments. They looked at each other, both with bewildered expressions. So what if you're a 1 star king? Your skill level doesn't prove anything, Gao Mu said, straightening his back. Ha! Gao Mu had barely finished speaking when Rong Hao's voice rang out. If realm doesn't explain anything, then what does? Gao Mu opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Rong Hao. Are you trying to talk about strength? Fine. Rong Hao didn't give Gao Mu a chance to speak at all. Since that's what you think, then let me see your strength. Chapter 87 Gao Mu's angry remarks. Being outshone by Gao Mu on the leaderboard left Zhang Ronghao feeling resentful. Now that he has the opportunity to vent his anger, he certainly won't miss it. He stated in front of everyone, rankings on the leaderboard don't mean anything. The instructors present frowned slightly upon hearing this. They also know that rankings don't prove anything. However, since these rankings exist, there must be a reason for their existence. The instructors were very dissatisfied with Rong Hao's behavior of publicly defaming the rankings. Don't rush. Instructor Lu was also very dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. He said in a deep voice with a gloomy face, there are still trainees who haven't finished their tests. We'll move on to the second test after everyone has finished. Having waited this long, Zhang Ronghao isn't afraid to wait a little longer. The test results for the remaining people were similar to those of the previous people. The lowest level is King 5 star, and the highest is King 9 star. The first test ended quickly. After that, Instructor Lu led them to the location of the second test. He pointed to the numerous arenas in the training ground and said, in a moment, there will be an instructor as a referee on each arena. Everyone will need to fight. You can choose your own opponent or fight freely. Of course, the results of the battles will be included in this assessment. After Instructor Lu finished speaking, no one rushed to take action. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Mu and Zhang Ronghao. Dare to fight me? Zhang Ronghao challenged Gao Mu. Gao Mu immediately said no problem. Seeing Gao Mu nod, Ronghao jumped onto a stage and waved to Gao Mu below. He looked relaxed, as if victory was assured. Zhang Ronghao is a 9-star king-level martial artist. Do you think Gao Mu could be his match? I don't understand why a martial artist with a king-level rank 1 would appear in our training camp. He probably got in through connections, otherwise he wouldn't have passed the camp entrance test. Not necessarily, maybe they have real skills. None of the people in the audience had a good opinion of Gao Mu. After all, Zhang Yingyu was a 9-star king-level martial artist, while Gao Mu was only a 1-star king-level martial artist. The awareness among these 9 stars is something that cannot be compensated for by any material means. Gao Mu jumped onto the ring and looked at Zhang Ronghao. Are you planning to use weapons? The instructor on the ring asked. Ronghao smiled slightly and said in a teasing tone, I may not need it, but he definitely will. Faced with Ronghao's sarcasm, Gao Mu curled his lip in disdain and said, if I were to use a weapon, I'm afraid you wouldn't last a minute. Ridiculous. Ronghao sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Is your weapon some kind of divine artifact? Even if it is, I'm not afraid. Use your weapons freely, or I'll admit defeat. Gao Mu didn't know who gave Zhang Ronghao the courage to say such things in this place. Do you use a weapon? The instructor asked Gao Mu. Without a second thought, Gao Mu nodded and said, since he said so, I will definitely use it. Gao Mu doesn't have any so-called moral fastidiousness. Unlike characters in other novels, he wouldn't foolishly refrain from using weapons when provoked. Upon hearing Gao Mu say that he was going to use a weapon, Ronghao was visibly taken aback. Gao Mu's actions were clearly unconventional, something Ronghao hadn't anticipated. In his imagination, even if Gao Mu used weapons, he wouldn't say it so matter-of-factly. Those without moral fastidiousness applauded Gao Mu's unethical behavior. Those martial artists who called themselves heroes held Gao Mu's behavior in utter contempt. Does either of you have anything else to say? The instructor asked the two men expressionlessly. Gao Mu shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Zhang Ronghao then shook his head, indicating that it was his problem. Seeing that neither of them had any problems, the instructor announced directly, "The competition begins." After making the announcement, the instructor jumped off the stage. "I can let you go first." Rong Hao beckoned to Gao Mu with a disdainful look, speaking with an air of superiority. "Otherwise, you can lose and then find an excuse." Rong Hao's generosity filled Gao Mu with immense joy. "Since you've put it that way, then I'll reluctantly make the first move." Gao Mu drew his sky shuttle sword and charged towards Rong Hao's direction. Rong Hao sneered, "I'll just stand here and not move. I want to see just how powerful you are, the one who just spouted such nonsense." The secret of all characters. The grass character sword technique. Gao Mu's most powerful skill is simply raising his hand. The chaotic sword energy rushed straight towards Rong Hao. Upon sensing Gao Mu's sword energy, Rong Hao's expression changed drastically. He instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Prick. 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 Even though Rong Hao was in a defensive stance, Gao Mu's powerful grass sword technique still left him with several deep and long wounds. The audience members stared in disbelief at what they saw. In their view, this battle was absolutely one-sided. But unexpectedly, their imagined one-sidedness was slightly different from the actual one-sidedness. "You dare to hurt me." He put away his disdain and mockery of Rong Hao and glared angrily at Gao Mu. Gao Mu's sword energy not only cut wounds on his body, but also slapped him in the face like a big hand. If there were a crack in the ground right now, he would definitely crawl into it without hesitation. "Since that's the case, then I won't hold back either." Enraged, Jiang Rong Hao decided to stop being passive and defensive. He moved with lightning speed, rushing straight towards Gao Mu. "Are you saying I'm afraid of you?" Gao Mu smiled slightly and went to greet him. Azure Sky Sword Technique. Gao Mu plans to use this skill now that he has just acquired it. With a wave of his long sword, stars, each the size of a little fingernail, were created and vanished. Azure Sky Sword Technique? Among the instructors below the stage, some recognized the swordsmanship used by Gao Mu at a glance. "It seems to be the fully mastered Azure Sky Sword Technique," another instructor said with a serious expression. "If it weren't the fully mastered Azure Sky Sword Technique, the Starry Sky Annihilation wouldn't have occurred." While the instructors below the stage were still in shock, Gao Mu's attacks had already forced Rong Hao into a series of defeats. At this moment, Jiang Rong Hao had already retreated to the edge of the arena. If he takes another step, he might fall off the ring. He is extremely angry right now. He had always been a privileged child. When had he ever been so disheveled? "Gao Mu, I'm going to kill you today." Rong Hao's eyes began to bloodshot, and a murderous aura gradually spread around him. Chapter 88 Horror. Gao Mu didn't care about any of that. He continued to wield the sky shuttle sword. Rong Hao's clothes had been completely torn to shreds by Gao Mu. Some of the female martial artists in the audience began to cover their eyes. Enraged, Rong Hao seemed to have forgotten his earlier words. His face contorted with fury, he hysterically roared at the crowd below the ring, "Throw my weapon up here." The sleazy man in the audience raised a long knife and threw it onto the stage. Rong Hao caught the long sword with great ease. The long sword was drawn, its cold light gleaming. Judging from the luster of this long sword, it is definitely not an ordinary item. "You're quite wealthy." Gao Mu looked at the long sword in Rong Hao's hand with a mocking expression and teased. "This is at least a king-level weapon." Jiang Rong Hao ignored Gao Mu and then lightly waved the long sword in his hand. As the long sword was wielded, the faint sound of its clang could be heard. Gao Mu smiled and shook his head. Jiang Rong Hao remained silent, his eyes sharp and his face filled with murderous intent as he said, "Today, I will kill you." Killing is forbidden within the Extreme City. Anyone who dares to kill an Extreme City will be severely punished, the instructor below the stage warned loudly. Jiang Rong Hao, his anger already reaching his head, couldn't care less about anything else. He charged straight at Gao Mu. "Suppress the rebellion." Gao Mu showed no mercy and drew his long sword once more. The pacifying chaos technique is not as powerful as the grass character sword technique, but its power is not something that Rong Hao can withstand. The sword flashed, adding several more wounds to Rong Hao's body. "If I were you, I would definitely jump off the stage right now. After all, swords have no eyes, and who knows what will happen next." Gao Mu gave Jiang Rong Hao one last warning. Let alone the current Jiang Rong Hao, even the calm Jiang Rong Hao wouldn't listen to Gao Mu's words. "Fuck you." Jiang Rong Hao cursed. Rong Hao's angry rebuke made Gao Mu's face darken completely. Parents and family are Gao Mu's only bottom line. "I'll kill you today." Gao Mu, whose bottom line had been crossed, was furious. The urge to kill had begun to spread in Gao Mu's heart. Today, he will surely kill Rong Hao. Seeing the change in Gao Mu's expression, Rong Hao suddenly woke up. Gao Mu's murderous intent filled him with an unprecedented sense of panic. Seeing that he had retreated to the edge of the ring, he turned around and jumped off the ring. What a coward! Weren't you yelling so loudly just now? Why are you acting like a coward now? I really despise people like that. He has no skills but likes to win and show off. How could I possibly be in the same training camp as someone like that? Rong Hao's decision to back down and jump onto the stage was met with disdain from the other trainees. But Rong Hao didn't care about any of that. He just realized a very simple truth: as long as you can live, saving face is not important at all. Rong Hao thought he would be safe once he jumped off the ring, but Gao Mu had no intention of letting him off so easily. Gao Mu leaped off the stage and charged towards Zhang Ronghao with his sword. Seeing this scene left Rong Hao completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Gao Mu would be so reckless in his attempt to kill him. All right. At this moment, Instructor Lu from the training camp stepped forward. He stood in front of Gao Mu, stopping him from going any further. However, his appearance did not change Gao Mu's desire to kill Zhang Ronghao. Get out of my way! Gao Mu roared and thrust his sky shuttle sword toward Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu never expected that Gao Mu would actually attack him. He dared not let his guard down and carefully drew his weapon to defend himself. When the sky shuttle sword was blocked by Instructor Lu's weapon, the powerful impact caused Gao Mu's sword-wielding hand to leave his hand. Bright red blood dripped down Gao Mu's elbow and onto the ground. Although Instructor Lu was not defeated by Gao Mu's sword, he was still shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? How does he possess such immense power? Seeing that his sword strike had failed to repel Instructor Lu, Gao Mu continued his attack. Enough! Instructor Lu roared. This loud shout gradually calmed Gao Mu down. That's it! Instructor Lu said to Gao Mu. Gao Mu didn't speak, but looked at Zhang Ronghao with a cold gaze and said, "They can protect you for a while, but they can't protect you forever. You're going to hunt strange beasts in the wild, right? You're going to leave the city to complete the third stage of the assessment? Let me tell you clearly, as long as you leave the city, I will have the opportunity to kill you." Gao Mu's intimidation made Zhang Ronghao tremble with fear. He never expected that his unintentional mistake would arouse such murderous intent in Gao Mu. He had already begun to silently plan how he could safely leave the extreme city. The third phase of testing will begin tomorrow, Instructor Lu announced before hurrying away with the other instructors. What happened today is already somewhat beyond his control. He had to report this matter to his superiors so that they could handle it. Since the third phase of testing would have to wait until he understood, Gao Mu decided not to rush it. Back in his dorm room, he immediately lay down on his bed and started playing games. While Gao Mu was leisurely playing games, a storm was brewing in the city of Jidao because of him. He dares to harbor murderous intent in Jidao City, he must want to die. Chu Yuntian, the inspector, was the overall person in charge of all the training camps this time. Upon hearing Instructor Lu's report, he frowned, clearly dissatisfied. It was Rong Hao who spoke rudely first, Instructor Lu said, not minding to defend Gao Mu. Chu Yuntian glanced at Instructor Lu, his brows furrowed, and said with great dissatisfaction, "No matter who started the trouble, anyone who dares to harbor murderous intent in my extreme Dao City is courting death." Seeing that Chu Yuntian was somewhat dissatisfied, Instructor Lu did not dare to say anything more. I understand. The third test will continue tomorrow. However, you should also warn the child in advance not to make any rash moves. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making him disappear from this world. As a high-ranking official in Jidao City, Chu Yuntian's words were perfectly reasonable. Yes. Instructor Lu sighed softly, then took his leave. After leaving Chu Yuntian's place, Instructor Lu went straight to Gao Mu's dormitory. Upon meeting Gao Mu, Instructor Lu directly explained his purpose and relayed Chu Yuntian's words verbatim. Who has a higher rank, him or Inspector Qi? Gao Mu asked Instructor Lu. They are of the same rank, both serving as inspectors at the martial arts school headquarters, Instructor Lu replied. Although he didn't know why Gao Mu asked that question, he couldn't help but remind him, in the eyes of the inspectors, you and I are just ants. It would be easier for them to crush you than to crush an ant. Gao Mu knew that Instructor Lu's words were entirely well-intentioned. He cupped his hands in thanks to Instructor Lu to express his gratitude. Chapter 89 Vajra Blood Ape. The following day, at the west gate of the Extreme Path City. All the people from the intermediate training camp are gathered here. Ronghao hadn't slept all night, his face haggard and pale. Everything that had happened yesterday had caused his pride to plummet. If he hadn't spent an hour mentally preparing himself before leaving home that morning, he wouldn't have even had the courage to go out. He stood in the corner of the line, not daring to look up. He was afraid that if he looked up, he would see Cao Mu's angry eyes. Instructor Liu, standing at the very front, took in all of this. He gave Cao Mu a warning yesterday, but whether or not Cao Mu listens is entirely up to him. The location for this test is Sangjia City. That's near Jidao City, a gathering place for king-level beasts. Our test requirements today are very simple. Each person must bring back 10 king beast cores to pass the test. Instructor Liu's words made people's expressions begin to become somewhat unnatural. Instructor Liu ignored them and waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave the city. In addition to Instructor Liu, several other instructors accompanied the team on this trip to Sangjia City. The instructor's task was very simple: to ensure that these trainees could return to Yakuza City alive. Traveling at full speed, the group quickly arrived in Sangjia City. Be careful, the test is starting, there is no time limit. After Instructor Liu finished speaking, people did not rush to take action. Some acquaintances gathered in 2s and 3s to form a group. Hey Cao Mu, wanna team up? More people, more efficiency. Come with us to hunt down the strange beasts. We are all martial artists at the 9th level of the king rank. Traveling with us will make us much faster. Cao Mu's formidable fighting prowess yesterday impressed all the trainees in the training camp. But Cao Mu waved his hand and politely declined their offer with a smile. Unlike Cao Mu's place, which was bustling with visitors, no one else approached Ronghao except for the lewd man. Logically speaking, a super expert like him, ranked 2nd, should have many people wanting to team up with him. But because he offended Cao Mu yesterday, he became a jinx in the eyes of others. Those who had previously wanted to team up with him now avoided him altogether. Some teams have already begun entering Sangjia City. Jiang Ronghao, however, did not rush to go in. After all, Cao Mu was still not far away, eyeing him covetously. Boss. Not far from Cao Mu's group, one of the men put down his binoculars and said to the person behind him, I've seen Cao Mu. Their men have started entering Sangjia City. The person referred to as the boss was none other than Han Lanfeng. Han Lanfeng and his team had been waiting outside for a long time in order to wait for Cao Mu to leave the city. Boss, the man said after observing through binoculars, they are protected by instructors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. We're not easy targets for them. An instructor from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Han Lanfeng frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. The Extreme Martial Arts School is an entity they neither want to provoke nor dare to provoke. If all else fails, we'll just take care of the instructor too. Han Lanfeng was willing to go all out for the position of successor. The others were also desperate criminals. Upon hearing Han Lanfeng's words, they were not afraid at all. In fact, they even showed expressions of excitement. After Cao Mu entered Sangjia City, Han Lanfeng also led his team to carefully sneak into Sangjia City. Upon entering Sangjia City, Cao Mu's first task was to sign in. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 heartless fruits. Ding. The check-in location has been updated. Please go to the depths of Sangjia City to check in. Heartless fruit. Each of these king-level exotic fruits contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. If you're lucky, eating just one can even allow you to break through your current star level. The reward of the heartless fruit brought a smile to Cao Mu's face, as if he had found money. He hadn't expected the unexpected result from this sign-in to be so effective. Even if the probability is low, 100 of them should be enough to get me to the 6th or 7th rank of king. Thinking it over, Cao Mu threw a strange fruit into his mouth. The moment the exotic fruit entered his throat, its sweet flavor enveloped his entire mouth. Cao Mu swallowed the second one without hesitation. After consuming 100 exotic fruits, he felt his strength greatly increased. System. God-level sign-in system. Host, Cao Mu. Strength, 78.06 million kilograms. Realm, 7 stars of kings. Skills, Thunderfist Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Mastery, All Character Secret Mastery, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Mastery, Movement Character Secret Mastery, Pacifying Chaos Technique Mastery, Grass Character Sword Technique Mastery, Azure Sky Sword Technique Mastery. Check-in location, deep within Sangjia City. The system interface showed that his strength had reached 7,806 kilograms, and his cultivation level had reached the 7th star of the King Realm. I wonder if I thought about breaking through to the Grandmaster Realm today. Gao Mu muttered to himself. Although the Grandmaster realm and the King realm seem to be only one realm apart, martial artists all know that those who reach the Grandmaster realm are the true powerhouses. After his realm was improved, Gao Mu was not in a hurry to continue advancing. He drew his Sky Shuttle sword and began to wield it on the spot. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Suppress the Rebellion. The Grass Character Sword Technique. Azure Sky Sword Technique. He used all his skills. He did this to test the power of these things nowadays. After testing all the skills, he activated the all-secret technique and tested the skills again. After thoroughly understanding everything, Gao Mu began to start anew. Not long after he started afresh, he encountered his first strange beast in Sanjia City. This is a gorilla with a human-like body, covered in black fur and blood-red eyes. King Kong Blood Ape. A very peculiar beast, and one of the rarer beasts capable of going berserk. Once provoked, it may go berserk. After going berserk, the Vajra Blood Ape becomes invulnerable to blades and spears, its fur becomes as hard as steel needles, and its body grows to the height of a 10-story building. The feedback from the glasses allowed Gao Mu to learn the name of the strange beast. Although its appearance was quite intimidating, Gao Mu was not afraid at all. He drew his Sky Shuttle sword and charged straight at the Vajra Blood Ape. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra Divine Skill. On his way forward, Gao Mu did not forget to use his strongest defensive skills to protect himself. Seeing Gao Mu charging forward, the Vajra Blood Ape didn't hesitate to meet him head-on. Bang! The man and the ape clashed quickly. This clash ended with the defeat of the Vajra Blood Ape. He has at least the strength of a king of 5 stars. This was Gao Mu's estimate of the Vajra Blood Ape's strength. Chapter 90 Han Lanfeng and his squad. Gao Mu is already a king of 7 stars, so this king of 5 stars beast is no match for him at all. In just a few rounds, the Vajra Blood Ape was killed by Gao Mu. After extracting its core, Gao Mu continued to search for and hunt alien beasts. After Gao Mu obtained 5 cores, Han Lanfeng's team also found Gao Mu's whereabouts. Boss, the scout in the team said to Han Lanfeng, from what I've observed, Gao Mu's cultivation level should be around the 7th star of the king realm. 7-star king? Han Lanfeng frowned slightly, his expression very serious as he asked. Are you sure? The person in charge of the investigation nodded and said, absolutely certain. Whether it's the aura he exudes, or his combat power and fighting style, they are all qualities only a 7-star king possesses. The person in charge of reconnaissance was very confident. A cold glint flashed in Han Lanfeng's eyes, and then he said to his teammates, split up and surround him. Yes. The rest of the team nodded solemnly. Let's get started. After assigning the tasks, Han Lanfeng waved his hand. The rest of the squad, well trained, began to surround Gao Mu. After Han Lanfeng confirmed that everyone was in place, he walked out from his hiding place. Who are you? Gao Mu noticed Han Lanfeng the moment he stepped out. Meeting a stranger in a place like this is definitely not a good sign. Han Lanfeng introduced himself. Han Lanfeng? Gao Mu frowned slightly upon hearing this name. In his memory, it seemed to be the first time he had ever heard this name. You might not know me, Han Lanfeng said, noticing Gao Mu's frown. But you should know my brother, Han Lantu. I knew him. I killed him with my own hands. Gao Mu nodded. Gao Mu realized that Han Lanfeng's visit was ill-intentioned, so he decided not to hide anything. It's good that you dare to admit it. Gao Mu's direct admission was somewhat beyond Han Lanfeng's expectations. He nodded and said to Gao Mu, since you've admitted it, things will be easier to handle. What do you want? Gao Mu asked Han Lanfeng. Of course I'll kill you, Han Lanfeng said bluntly. You? Gao Mu didn't actually look down on Han Lanfeng. Han Lanfeng's cultivation level isn't very high. Even if Gao Mu stands still, Han Lanfeng might not be able to do anything to him. Of course not, Han Lanfeng waved his hand and said. Facing an expert like you, I was definitely prepared. As Han Lanfeng finished speaking, the people he brought appeared one by one. Good heavens! Gao Mu looked around and couldn't help but nod. You've really gone all out to kill me, bringing in so many king-level martial artists. It's worth it, Han Lanfeng said with a smile. As long as I can kill you, it's worth spending any amount of money. It's just killing Han Lantu, is it really that big of a deal? In Gao Mu's opinion, killing Han Lanfeng was really not a big deal. Are you being too arrogant? Gao Mu's attitude didn't surprise Han Lanfeng too much. He looked at Gao Mu with a half smile, his lips curling into a slightly mocking smile. But to be honest, I actually really want to thank you. Thank me? Gao Mu didn't understand. Of course, thank you. Han Lanfeng smiled slightly and explained. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the position of the first successor. Gao Mu suddenly realized. So it was because I killed Han Lantu that you obtained the position of the first heir? Gao Mu didn't expect that he had unintentionally done a good deed. No, that's not it. Han Lanfeng shook his head, looking Gao Mu up and down as he continued, you killed Han Lantu, so the family sent me to kill you. If I kill you, I will gain the position of the first heir. But who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Gao Mu asked, puzzled. Isn't bringing so many people enough? He had brought so many experts at the King Realm he didn't believe they couldn't kill Gao Mu. Not enough. Gao Mu chuckled and shook his head. Even if you all doubled your numbers, it still wouldn't be enough. All right. Han Lanfeng was too lazy to waste any more words with Gao Mu. He waved his hand and said, everyone, let's hurry up and get to work. When we get back, I'll definitely treat you all to some fun. Han Lanfeng's words piqued the interest of these martial artists. Young Master Han, where would you like to take us for some entertainment? The Brocade Palace in the capital is a wonderful place. Young Master Han is so generous, he'll definitely book the entire Jinsho Palace so we can have a great time. The martial artists were already looking forward to the pastime that Han Lanfeng had mentioned. They talked amongst themselves, completely ignoring Gao Mu. Han Lanfeng waved his hand generously and said, I'll book the Jinsho Palace for everyone for a month. His generosity also caused the eyes of the martial artists to reveal a hungry wolf-like look. Let's go, brothers. A warrior drew his weapon and lunged directly at Gao Mu. The other warriors did not hesitate either, drawing their weapons and beginning their attack on Gao Mu. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. The necessary skills will definitely need to be used at this time. The grass character sword technique. With the heavenly shuttle sword swung, invisible sword energies flew straight towards the group of martial artists brought by Han Lanfeng. Before these martial artists could even react, the sword energy of the grass character sword technique left deep wounds on their bodies. So strong. One of the martial artists' expressions suddenly changed. He realized that his opponent was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Other martial artists, however, were not as calm as this one. After being injured by Gao Mu's sword energy, their eyes began to turn blood red. Anger began to spread in their hearts. Kill! 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 In an instant, shouts of battle arose from all sides. Gao Mu smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, no matter how loudly you shout, you are no match for me. At this moment, the instructor responsible for protecting Gao Mu's safety, who was not far away from Gao Mu, had a very interesting expression. Actually, he had been hesitant about whether to help from the moment this group of people appeared. But when he saw that Gao Mu's sword energy from the grass character sword technique had injured them all, the instructor gave up the idea of helping. I will absolutely not make a move unless his life is in danger, the instructor muttered to himself. As the instructor muttered to himself, Gao Mu's sky shuttle sword had already slit one of the men's throats. The hunt is about to begin. Gao Mu's voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself, or as if he were making a declaration to Han Lanfeng. Chapter 91 just one step away. The death of the first king-level warrior did not alert Han Lanfeng to anything amiss. As more and more martial artists died, Han Lanfeng's expression gradually became solemn. He initially thought it was a very simple task, after all, Gao Mu was just a teenager under 20 years old. But now he discovered that the young man's strength was beyond his expectations and imagination. Within 10 minutes, all the warriors he brought had been killed by Gao Mu. Han Lanfeng, the only one left, was already trembling with fear. The confidence and arrogance they had just displayed vanished with the death of the last martial artist. Tell me, how do you want to die? Gao Mu casually tore off a martial artist's clothes, wiped the sky shuttle sword as he slowly approached Han Lanfeng. No. No. Please don't kill me, okay? Fear made Han Lanfeng stutter. Not kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you. Gao Mu sheathed his sword and looked at Han Lanfeng with a half smile. The return of the sky shuttle sword to its sheath seemed to give Han Lanfeng courage. He took a deep breath and said, I'll give you money, I'll give you resources, I'll give you everything you want. Just let me go and don't kill me. At this point, you don't seem to have the right to negotiate, do you? Gao Mu looked at Han Lanfeng and said in a very calm tone. No, no. Han Lanfeng quickly waved his hand upon seeing this. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm surrendering to you. And what I said before were all spoils of war that I'm surrendering to you. Let me think about it. Gao Mu pondered for a moment. Instructor! Gao Mu shouted after thinking for a moment. What did you say? The instructor, who was engrossed in watching the show, jumped down from the tree with a helpless expression upon hearing Gao Mu's shout. With a wave of his hand in boundless pride, he declared, if I were you, I would kill him. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains will only bring future trouble. Before the instructor could finish speaking, Gao Mu didn't even give Han Lanfeng a chance to explain, and directly beheaded him with a single sword stroke. Does it have to be so decisive? The instructor said, frowning. Gao Mu shrugged and said with a smile, you said it yourself, letting a tiger return to the mountain will surely bring trouble later. The instructor was speechless. After killing Han Lanfeng, the instructor did not return to the shadows. He stayed by Gao Mu's side, accompanying him in hunting strange beasts. Good heavens, what on earth does this kid eat? How can he be so strong? The instructors, as bystanders, took in everything that happened to Gao Mu. He hadn't felt anything from a distance, but seeing it up close stirred up a storm in his heart. All right. Gao Mu handed the 10 kernels to the instructor. The instructor took the core and asked, are you planning to wait for them to finish together, or go back to Extreme City first? You should go back first. I'm going to explore the deeper parts of Tsungjia City. Gao Mu didn't intend to hide anything from his instructor. The instructor frowned and warned, deep within Tsungjia City, there might be Grandmaster-level beasts. At your current level, encountering a Grandmaster-level beast would be certain death. Gao Mu smiled but did not explain. Seeing that Gao Mu was determined to go, the instructor did not try to persuade him further. After parting ways with his instructor, Gao Mu cautiously ventured deeper into Tsungjia City. To be on the safe side, he would avoid any beast, regardless of its level. Soon, he had infiltrated deep into Tsungjia City. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 Azure Cloud Fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the Illusion Cloud District to check in. Azure Cloud Fruit. A king-level exotic fruit, consuming it will greatly increase one's power. Furthermore, it can help martial artists undergo a transformation, converting their power into spiritual energy. According to the description, the effects of this Tsingyun fruit are amazing. If nothing unexpected happens, I might cross the threshold today and become a true high-level martial artist. Above the king realm is the Grandmaster realm. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, everything will change. Bring it on! Gao Mu found a secluded place and began to consume the Tsingyun fruit. 1, 2, 3. When he reached 10 stars, Gao Mu's realm had already climbed to the 9th star of the king. But by the 20th one, he still felt that the shackles were unbreakable. By the 30th one, the shackles had begun to loosen. By the 40th one, cracks had begun to appear on the shackles. By the 50th one, the cracks in the shackles became increasingly obvious. After the 100th pill was eaten, the crack had already pierced through the shackles. Gao Mu cursed under his breath. They were just one step away from success, but at that moment, the fruit was gone. What should I do? Gao Mu looked around, trying to find a way to break free of his shackles. What's that smell? Just then, Gao Mu suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. He quickly stood up and headed in the direction of the strange fragrance. A strange fruit? When he was wealthy, Gao Mu really didn't care about exotic fruits in the wild. But today, he was a little different. The feeling of being just one step away was really making him feel terrible. That exotic fruit might break the shackles. Gao Mu sensed something. If that's the case, then he will definitely pick that exotic fruit. He looked around and, seeing no strange beasts, quietly approached the strange fruit. But after taking only a few steps, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him stop in his tracks. Something's not right, something's not right. It's important to understand that not only humans need exotic fruits, but also exotic beasts. The presence of such a fragrant exotic fruit in such a place could not be without exotic beasts. Unless Gao Mu considered a possibility. His eyes flashed like lightning as he stared directly in the direction of the strange fruit. This unusual fruit grew on a small tree. The sapling was less than a meter tall, so the blood-red exotic fruit stood out conspicuously on it. What is that? Gao Mu looked in the direction of the tree trunk. He felt that there was a spot on the tree trunk that was slightly different from the rest. He looked closely, then gasped. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that in a spot different from the tree trunk, a small snake, exactly the same color as the tree trunk, was coiled up. Perhaps because they are so similar, even upon close inspection, it is not always possible to distinguish them. If Galmu hadn't been cautious, he might have already fallen victim to the virus. At the same time, he also understood why the exotic fruit had such a strong fragrance, yet no strange beasts approached. Bash? Galmu was somewhat unsure. However, the glasses quickly provided him with feedback. Bash. Despite its small size, it can devour beasts and humans many times its own size. The feedback from the glasses also confirmed Galmu's point of view. Chapter 92, Entering the Grandmaster Realm. Now that Galmu knows about the existence of the bash, he will definitely take precautions against it. He drew the sky shuttle sword from its sheath and then carefully approached the sapling. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. When he was less than a meter away from the sapling, Galmu activated his strongest defensive skill. 90 centimeters. 80 centimeters. 70 centimeters. Galmu silently counted down the distance between himself and the sapling. When it was still 50 centimeters away from the sapling, the snake that had been motionless suddenly moved. It pounced on Galmu like lightning. This snake is extremely fast. If Galmu hadn't been prepared, he might have been bitten. According to Galmu's memory, this bash not only had a huge mouth that could devour everything, but it also had venom that could paralyze beasts and martial artists of the same level in a second. When the snake saw that Galmu was on guard, it twisted its body in the air and then returned to the small tree. The serpent, hiding once again in the small tree, was like an assassin lurking in the shadows. Every man for himself. Galmu sighed softly. He made that exclamation because he was about to take action. The exotic tree is a treasure of heaven and earth. Unless absolutely necessary, neither martial artists nor exotic beasts will usually harm it. No matter how fiercely they fought for the exotic fruit, the beasts and warriors would always tacitly avoid the exotic tree. But Galmu is going to set a precedent today. The Grass Character Sword Technique. Azure Sky Sword Technique. Suppress the Rebellion. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Galmu brandished his long sword, sending streaks of sword energy flying toward the strange tree. Bash never expected that the martial artist in front of him would be so uncouth. The reason it has remained hidden on the strange tree is not only because its skin is similar to the tree's, but also because ordinary martial artists and strange beasts dare not attack it. But Galmu's actions were somewhat beyond its expectations. As the sword energy drew ever closer, the only option left for the bash was to dodge. Its body darted and twisted on the strange tree. The sword energy struck the strange tree, producing a very peculiar sound. No matter how agile the bash was, it was still injured by Galmu's sword energy. It glanced at the strange fruit with resentment, then climbed away into the distance without hesitation. Before leaving, it gave Galmu a look full of resentment. Wow, this strange tree is quite interesting. So many sword energies struck the strange tree, yet they failed to cut it down. In fact, they only caused it minor superficial wounds. Galmu didn't care about anything else now and directly reached out and picked the fruit from the strange tree. Just as he was about to put Galmu in his mouth, a voice suddenly rang out, "If I were you, I would definitely put this strange fruit down." The sudden sound made Galmu's hand freeze in mid-air. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bare-chested man carrying a giant sword, staring at him and the strange fruit in his hand with a predatory gaze. "Good grief, you're just showing off right away. Who do you think you are?" Galmu shook his head in dissatisfaction, then threw the exotic fruit directly into his mouth. As soon as the exotic fruit entered his stomach, a crunch sound echoed within Galmu's body. The shackles were completely shattered after the exotic fruit was ingested. An indescribable, strange power began to spread within Galmu's body. Is this spiritual energy? Galmu felt it with his heart. But the burly man carrying the giant sword seemed unwilling to give Galmu a chance to experience it. With a grim expression, he drew his greatsword from behind his back and roared with fury, "You dare steal my things? Today I'll kill you." After taking down the greatsword, the burly man swung it fiercely forward. Bang! The greatsword struck the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, a huge sword beam rushed towards Galmu. Transform force into spirit, and wield weapons with brilliance. The standard for a grandmaster-level martial artist is that they possess spiritual energy within their body and their weapons gleam with a powerful aura. In other words, the burly man in front of them is a martial artist at the grandmaster level. Seeing a sword aura taller than himself flying towards him, Galmu not only didn't panic, but even felt a little excited. After all, this was his first time facing a grandmaster level martial artist head on, and also his first time seeing a sword's edge. I'll see just how good you are. As the sword light drew ever closer, Galmu brandished his sky shuttle sword. Having just entered the grandmaster realm, he not only failed to learn how to utilize spiritual energy, but also failed to learn how to unleash sword light. Even so, he still did not hesitate. The grass character's sword technique. He didn't have a sword aura, but he had sword energy. As the sky shuttle sword was wielded, streaks of sword energy shot straight towards the sword's edge. When the sword energy struck the sword beam, producing a crisp sound. You've got some skill. The burly man sneered as he saw the sword energy Galmu unleashed. But the strength of your sword energy is far inferior to the power of my sword. The secret of all characters. After reaching the Grandmaster realm and using the all-encompassing secret technique again, Galmu felt he had gained a new understanding of this skill. The infusion of 10 times the power made Galmu feel full of strength. Suppress the rebellion. The sky shuttle sword moves again. Unlike last time, this time the sword energy of the pacifying chaos technique actually caused a small notch to appear on the sword's edge. Seeing that it was effective, Galmu drew his sword again. Galmu's sword energy seemed to fly towards the sword beam one after another, as if it were free. The sword light emitted by the burly man gradually diminished due to these sword energies. In the end, even the sword's edge was completely annihilated by the sword energy. The burly man was stunned. He looked at Galmu as if he were a monster. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Now it's my turn to attack. Galmu offered no explanation to the burly man and charged towards him, brandishing his sky shuttle sword. The burly man didn't hesitate. He gripped the greatsword with both hands and began to fight back. The giant sword was wielded with great force by the burly man. Galmu even suspected that this guy was using the giant sword as a sledgehammer. Galmu's attacks were relentless, while the strong man's defense was impenetrable. The two fought for 20 rounds in this back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. Galmu did not expect that even after his strength increased tenfold, he still could not overpower the strong man. Alright, stop fighting. You're an instructor, bullying a trainee like this, do you think that's right? Just as the two were locked in a fierce fight, Instructor Lu's voice suddenly rang out. Galmu and the burly man were both stunned when they heard what Instructor Lu said. Are you a trainee? Are you an instructor? Then the two of them looked at each other with shocked expressions. The third phase of testing is complete. Let's go assemble. Instructor Lu, ignoring what had happened between the two, waved his hand and urged them on. Chapter 93. A meal cost 7 million. Upon returning to the base, the assessment team disbanded. Instructor Li told everyone that the bottom 10 performers in this assessment would face two choices. The first choice was to leave the training camp. The second choice was to be demoted to a lower-level training camp. However, none of this has anything to do with Galmu. He is confident that he can achieve excellent results in this assessment. How was it? Instructor Lu asked the burly man after everyone had left. That kid's got some serious talent. More than extraordinary, the burly man said softly to Instructor Lu after glancing around. If you hadn't arrived quickly, I might have been defeated. Instructor Lu stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Really? Seeing that Instructor Lu didn't believe him, the burly man said with great emotion, I don't know what kind of freak this kid is, but he was able to shatter my sword aura with his sword energy. Really? Instructor Lu still didn't believe it. Really? The burly man nodded again, his expression very serious. I even suspect this kid could go straight into the advanced training camp. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu was completely dumbfounded. Being able to advance from the intermediate training camp to the advanced training camp is unprecedented in the entire history of the Jaido Martial Arts School. After returning to his dormitory, Galmu fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After tidying up quickly, he left the dormitory to find a place to eat. For high-level martial artists, food is not really for filling their stomachs. Its purpose is merely to satisfy their cravings. The city is very large, and the food street is exceptionally bustling. Galmu ate his way from one end of the street to the other. He rubbed his slightly bloated stomach and said with lingering satisfaction, No, the food here isn't very good. He muttered to himself as he searched for a new shop. At one end of the food street, he saw a very dilapidated shop. This shop is completely out of place amidst the bustling food street. Will there be anything good to eat here? Having been exposed to novels since childhood, Gao Mu, upon seeing this kind of shop, immediately assumed that the owner was a reclusive sage. He hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the shop. This shop is not only dilapidated, but also extremely small. Upon entering the store, there was only one very greasy table. Want something to eat? A slightly aged voice came from deep within the shop. Looking over, Gao Mu saw a stout, burly old man slowly walking out from inside. The oversized chef's uniform, when worn by the old man, gave Gao Mu a feeling of being tight-fitting and slim. Yes, do you have any good food here? Gao Mu asked the old man. The old man enthusiastically pointed to the menu on the wall and said to Gao Mu, the dishes on the menu are all my specialties. You can choose for yourself, but I must tell you in advance that the prices of my dishes are not low. Gao Mu smiled and waved his hand, saying, money is not a problem, the main thing is that the food is delicious. The old man smiled and said nothing more. 1 order of braised ribbon fish, 1 order of stinky mandarin fish, 1 order of dompa pork, and 1 order of dompa elbow. If you're looking for spicy chicken, 1 order too. And 1 order of crispy duck as well. Gao Mu ordered only neat dishes. No problem, please sit and wait a moment. The old man nodded and went to prepare the dishes for Gao Mu. Gao Mu sat quietly at the greasy little table, waiting. Soon, the old man brought a plate of braised ribbon fish to the table. If it's braised ribbon fish, shouldn't the color at least be somewhat red? Gao Mu felt a little short of breath. He clearly ordered braised ribbon fish, but the ribbon fish on the table was jet black. If they weren't in Jidao City, Gao Mu would have even suspected that the old man had poisoned him. Braised is just a name, the color and such don't matter. The old man looked at Gao Mu expectantly, urging him impatiently. You'd better try it quickly. The old man's expression and eyes made Gao Mu wonder if he could cook. Suppressing the nausea, I picked up a piece with my chopsticks and put it in my mouth. The moment the ribbon fish touched his lips, Gao Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Whether in his past life or this life, this was the first time he had ever eaten something so delicious. The braised ribbon fish, which looked incredibly dark, tasted better than he had imagined. Seeing Gao Mu pick up another piece of ribbon fish, the old man returned to the kitchen satisfied and went to prepare other dishes. The second dish is stinky mandarin fish. Wow, this flavor is intoxicating. Before the stinky mandarin fish was even served, Gao Mu could already smell its distinctive stench. When the stinky mandarin fish was served, Gao Mu immediately covered his nose. Even though he covered his nose, the stench still managed to seep into his brain. He picked up his chopsticks and gently took a piece. The first thing you smell is a foul odor, but it quickly disappears and is replaced by the freshness of the fish. It's so delicious. After learning how delicious the stinky mandarin fish was, Gao Mu started eating it like a starving ghost. In less than a minute, he had devoured all the stinky mandarin fish. The old man smiled happily upon seeing this. The remaining dishes, like the previous two, didn't look particularly appealing, but their taste was absolutely amazing. Just as Gao Mu finished wiping his mouth with satisfaction, the old man came up with the receipt. A total of 7 million, how shall I pay? The fat old man's eyes narrowed with laughter. Although Gao Mu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the price of 7 million. Grandpa, he took a deep breath and said to the old man, is the reason your shop has no customers because your dishes are too expensive? Is it expensive? The plump old man scratched his head and asked. I've already given you a 50% discount. If I don't give you a discount, this meal would cost over 14 million. Gao Mu felt that his values were collapsing little by little. All right. Since the old man had said so, Gao Mu didn't say anything more and readily paid the bill. After Gao Mu left the shop, the plump old man watched Gao Mu's retreating figure with a smile and muttered to himself, this young man is quite interesting. Back in his dorm room, Gao Mu didn't rest. He immediately turned on his device and started checking information about the new check-in location. You wouldn't believe it until you investigate, and what you find really gives Gao Mu a huge shock. This newly added check-in area, the illusionary cloud zone, is not accessible to ordinary people. To enter this place, you must join the Yakuza Martial Arts School. Furthermore, you must become a core member of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. This is a bit troublesome. Gao Mu scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Chapter 94 is fake, right? Gao Mu immediately contacted Instructor Liu. I want to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. What are the requirements? Gao Mu asked directly to Instructor Liu. Instructor Lu was completely stumped by Cao Mu's question. It took him a while to react, and he said somewhat bewilderedly, "You're a trainee in the intermediate training camp, so joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy shouldn't be too difficult. But I want to ask you, why do you want to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Didn't you have any organization before entering the training camp?" Passing the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy training camp is not easy, but participating in the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy training camp assessment is not a simple matter either. After all, the number of trainers available each year is limited. Organizations that can usually secure a spot are generally very well known globally. There is no organization. Gao Mu shook his head. Instructor Lu was surprised. However, being a smart man, Instructor Lu did not choose to ask any more questions. "I need to speak to you first. If you choose to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy at this time, then you will have to withdraw from the intermediate training camp. The training camp at the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy is for martial artists who are not from the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy. If Cao Mu chooses to join the Extreme Martial Arts School, then he can no longer stay in the training camp." "No problem." Gao Mu came to the training camp more as a refuge. After all, this training camp wasn't really of much help to him. "In that case, come with me." Yokudo City, office area. Instructor Lu led Gao Mu to a tall building. To enter the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you must complete some tests. Before Instructor Lu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. "He doesn't need to take any tests. As long as he wants to join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, we will welcome him unconditionally." Inspector Chi's voice rang out from not far away. "Inspector Chi." Upon hearing Inspector Chi's voice, Instructor Li quickly bowed and saluted. Inspector Chi nodded to Instructor Lu and smiled at Gao Mu like an old friend, saying, "You've thought it through, and you want to join our Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Upon seeing this, Instructor Lu was speechless. He knew Gao Mu was extraordinary, but he never expected that Gao Mu would know Inspector Chi. "I wouldn't say I figured it out," Gao Mu joked with Inspector Chi with a smile. "It's more like a choice I had no other option for." Instructor Lu felt that Gao Mu's joke was not funny at all. Just as he was filled with tension, thinking that Inspector Chi was about to turn hostile. Unexpectedly, Inspector Chi laughed. "A choice made out of necessity is still a choice." Instructor Lu was dumbfounded. In his memory, Inspector Chi was not such an easy person to talk to. "Little Lu," Inspector Chi said to Instructor Lu after chatting and laughing with Gao Mu for a while, "Gao Mu joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is thanks to you. If your cultivation level improves, I'll promote you directly." Inspector Chi's words surprised and delighted Instructor Lu. "Thank you, Inspector Chi." Instructor Lu bowed repeatedly. "All right, this is none of your business. You can go now." Instructor Lu bowed and left. "What do you want to gain by joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Inspector Chi asked Gao Mu bluntly. He didn't believe Gao Mu's nonsense. "I really don't want anything in return." Gao Mu was telling the truth. He chose to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy entirely because he wanted to go to the Illusion Cloud District. "I don't believe it." Inspector Chi was skeptical. Gao Mu shrugged and said, "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Let's go, I'll take you to complete the formalities." Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Inspector Chi didn't press the matter further. The procedures for opening a martial arts school are extremely complicated. However, under the instructions of Inspector Chi, the formalities were completed quickly. At this point, Gao Mu became a formal member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Trainee? Looking at the word apprentice on the bronze badge, Gao Mu felt somewhat awkward. Newcomers are all trainees. Although you are highly regarded by many, you still need to go through the proper procedures, Inspector Chi explained. Some people nearby were horrified when they heard Inspector Chi explaining things to Gao Mu. The people here are all from the Yakuza Martial Arts School. They were all well aware of Inspector Chi's position within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yet this person in such a high position is explaining things to someone who's just starting out. To anyone, this would seem incredibly unbelievable. Who is this kid? Why does Inspector Chi value him so much? I don't know, maybe he's a relative of Inspector Chi. I don't think so. It's more likely to be some young prodigy. Genius? Our Extreme Martial Arts Academy lacks everything, except geniuses. While everyone was discussing, Gao Mu had already understood the advancement rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Trainee members make up the largest group among the staff of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. To stand out from the trainees, you must accumulate enough contribution points. Once you have enough contribution points, use them to exchange for items to improve your realm and combat power. At the end of each month, there is a small competition for promotion. Those who pass the small competition can be promoted to ordinary members. There are less than 3 days left until the end of the month. Galmu glanced at the time and made a plan in his mind. After bidding farewell to Inspector Chi, Galmu immediately signed up for the promotion competition at the end of the month. When filling in his level of understanding, Galmu hesitated for a moment. Don't be embarrassed. After all, we still need to test your realm before the advancement competition begins. The receptionist thought Galmu was delaying writing because he was embarrassed. Galmu smiled and nodded, then solemnly filled in Grandmaster 1 star in the realm column. After returning the form to the young lady, Galmu thanked her and turned to leave. He's too embarrassed to write down his level of cultivation. Just how low is it? The young woman complained as she picked up the form Galmu had filled out. Only 19 years old? That's really young. The young lady smiled slightly, then looked at the realm column. When she saw the words Grandmaster 1 star, she was clearly stunned. What's wrong? Her colleague next to her patted her shoulder and teased, seeing her standing there in a daze. Even if your level is low, you shouldn't be standing there in a daze. It's not that your level is too low, the young woman realized, handing the form to her colleague. It's that your level is too high. At the same time, I looked at the results table. When she saw the realm section, she was stunned, just like the young lady. It can't be real, she said, throwing the form on the table with disbelief. A 19-year-old grandmaster? Who would believe that? I hate dishonest people like him the most, the young lady said angrily. When he advances to the next round, I'm going to be there to watch. Then, I'll smash this form right in his face. Chapter 95 Big Shots Gather. Extreme Path City, Martial Arts Arena. The training ground was incredibly lively today. Almost all the high-ranking members of martial arts schools in Jidao City gathered here. They didn't speak to each other, but their purpose was clear to each other. After being promoted from trainee to regular member, you will have one choice to make. This choice will determine my future development at the Yakuno Martial Arts School. Therefore, this choice is crucial for everyone. Upon entering the training ground, Galmu frowned slightly and muttered to himself, does a minor competition for advancement have to be this lively? He didn't know that he was the one who brought all this excitement. Galmu's entrance immediately attracted the attention of all the bigwigs. Goodness, this little guy is so cute. If I'm not mistaken, this kid should be the chosen one of heaven. So what if he's the chosen one of heaven? I feel like this kid has a protagonist's aura. While the bigwigs were discussing, Galmu walked up to the strength testing equipment. The person in charge of testing cultivation levels frowned as he looked at Galmu's data. You're only 19 years old and you already have the cultivation level of a grandmaster at the first star? Are you kidding me? This wasn't the first time this person had tested cultivation levels, and he'd encountered many unreliable people. But someone as unreliable as Galmu was a first for him. Grandmaster Realm? Why didn't you fill in Great Grandmaster Realm? Dude, isn't this a bit outrageous? This is more than just outrageous, it's downright shameless. After hearing what the person conducting the test said, some of the people waiting for the test began to mock Galmu. Galmu shrugged indifferently and said, the machine is right in front of us. We'll know once we test it. Good heavens. Seeing Galmu's persistence, the examiner slapped his forehead. Do you even believe you've reached the Grandmaster level? You're the ultimate con man. You not only deceive others, but you also deceive yourself. Seeing that Galmu was still persistent, the inspector didn't say much and simply said to him impatiently, release a wisp of spiritual energy and inject it into the machine. This machine will then be able to detect your cultivation level. Of course, if you don't have spiritual energy. Before the inspector could finish speaking, the testing machine went off. When he saw the numbers on the testing machine screen, his eyes widened in surprise. Not only did his eyes widen, but all the people waiting for testing behind Galmu also widened their eyes. What's going on? Why is everyone so surprised? Upon seeing this, a bigwig on the stage frowned and then stood up. Damn it. After seeing the text displayed on the testing machine, the big shot's eyes widened like saucers. Haven't you ever seen the world before? This big shot's reaction drew laughter from the other big shots. The big shot was a bit angry. He pointed in the direction of the Galmu testing machine and said, look for yourselves. If you're not surprised, I'll treat you to dinner every day from now on. The bigwigs smiled and then all looked in the direction of the Gaomu testing machine. When they saw the above text, they showed the same expression as this big shot. One of the big shots reacted the fastest, taking a step forward and rushing towards Gaomu's direction. The remaining big shots also realized what was happening and unleashed their full power to charge at Gaomu. Brother Gaomu. The first big shot to rush towards Gaomu grabbed his shoulders tightly with both hands. Come with me, and I guarantee you'll be at least an inspector. Brother Gaomu. The bigwig following behind also spoke up. Inspector? Do you look down on our brother Gaomu? I guarantee that as long as brother Gaomu comes with me, he will at least become the head of a department. What's a minister? There are even more powerful figures out there. As long as brother Gaomu comes with me, there won't be any problem with being a supervisor. The people conducting the tests were dumbfounded. He has been doing this testing work for a long time. During his time in this job, he witnessed several inspectors abducting people. But he naively believed that he was the most talented young genius he had ever seen. Compared to everything that happened today, the abduction of people by a few inspectors is really nothing. After all, the inspector didn't even have a chance to speak today. Not only were the testing personnel dumbfounded, but Gaomu was also dumbfounded. He looked at all of this with a somewhat bewildered expression. Shut up, all of you. Just as the big shots were getting into the bidding, a cold voice rang out. You've probably forgotten what the Grand Master said, haven't you? Upon hearing this, all the bigwigs fell silent. Minister Yi, you've arrived. The one who said this was none other than Yi Qingxian. All right. Yi Qingxian frowned at these big shots and said irritably. Go do what you're supposed to do, don't get in the way. Upon hearing Yi Qingxian's words, the bigwigs all chuckled awkwardly and took their leave. Minister Yi, Gaomu said with a slight bow to Yi Qingxian, smiling. Thank you for helping me out of that predicament. It's not that I'm helping you out, it's just that they're really annoying. Yi Qingxian waved her hand at him, indicating that it was all right. Now that you're here, does that mean I don't need to participate in this competition? Gaomu asked Yi Qingxian with a smile. Yi Qingxian was visibly taken aback when she heard Gaomu's question. Young man, do you know how dangerous this is? Yi Qingxian stared at Gaomu, feigning an unfriendly tone. Do you know that even the deputy master of the sect wouldn't dare speak to me like that in Extreme Dao City? But I dare, Gaomu said with a smile, knowing that Yi Qingxian was faking it. After all, you're such a kind person. Kind? This was the first time in all of Yi Qingxian's life that someone had ever described her as kind. Goodness, if you heard my story, you wouldn't think I'm so kind. To be honest, Yi Qingxian really likes Gaomu. This little one is different from the others she has met. When others are with her, they either fawn over her or are filled with fear. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a relaxed conversation with someone. Moreover, this little guy doesn't have the arrogance of a young prodigy. She had come into contact with many so-called child prodigies indirectly. Those young geniuses are either arrogant or full of pride. Young people like Gaomu, who are neither arrogant nor impatient, are truly rare. Since you've already spoken, then we definitely won't need to test him anymore, Yi Qingxian said with a smile to the person in charge of the competition not far away. He passed. The man dared not say more and could only nod. What realm are you at now? Yi Qingxian chatted with Gaomu as they walked out of the martial arts arena. Gaomu smiled and said, just tested, Grandmaster 1 star? Ha? What did you say? Yi Qingxian was dumbfounded. Chapter 96, The Scope is Too Small. She was born in a prosperous era for martial artists. That era was truly a time of rising heroes and shining stars. Most of the current leaders of the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Azure Sky Martial Arts School, and the Regretful Mountain Guard also come from that era. That era also produced many beings who were comparable to prodigies. In Yi Qingxian's view, even if that era was the best, it was also the most prosperous era. Compared to the teenagers in front of us now, people from that era were incredibly weak. Even the strongest of that era was still a junior compared to Gaomu today. Wow, you're really something. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but give Gaomu a thumbs up. Gaomu smiled innocently and said very calmly, it's all good luck, it's all good luck. Gaomu wanted to show off, but he decided to keep a low profile in front of Yi Qingxian. Oh, right. As if remembering something, he looked Gao Madeo up and down. The martial arts school invited you to join repeatedly before, but you refused. Why do you want to join now? Yi Qingxian had heard a lot about Gao Mu's deeds in Langya Bay City. Yi Qingxian had also inquired about Gao Mu's recruitment at the time. However, Gao Mu wasn't particularly extraordinary at the time, and Yi Qingxian only knew of him. Gao Mu pondered for a moment, unsure how to explain. Seeing that Gao Mu did not want to answer, Yi Qingxian did not press him. I want to become a core member quickly, is there any shortcut? The illusionary cloud district is extremely important to Gao Mu right now. Although he is not in a hurry to break through, refreshing the new check-in location is an urgent matter. Are you in such a hurry? Yi Qingxian asked, puzzled. If anyone else asked her such a question, Yi Qingxian wouldn't even bother to answer. But Gao Mu's question made Yi Qingxian start to think. If I remember correctly, there does seem to be a shortcut. What shortcut? Gao Mu asked anxiously. Yi Qingxian smiled slightly and said, if you become my disciple and join my sect, I can immediately make you a core member. For an ordinary member to advance to a core member, they need to complete various tasks, make a certain contribution, and reach a certain level of achievement. But if you become an apprentice, the situation is different. Especially for ministerial level disciples, they can become core members at any time as long as their master is willing. I need to think about that. Gao Mu replied. He didn't want to become an apprentice, nor did he like the idea of becoming an apprentice. If it weren't for the requirement to sign in, he wouldn't even have been able to join the Yakuza martial arts school. For Gao Mu, his master, his power, and his organization were all entanglements. Once a person is bound by constraints, their thinking becomes extremely complicated. Without any constraints, some things become much simpler. You really don't treat me like a human being. Yi Qingxian was a little unhappy when Gao Mu said he needed to think about it. Some people are willing to pay a lot of money to become my disciples. But right now, I don't have a single disciple. I want to take you as my apprentice, but you have to think about it. Gao Mu, what can I say about you? After Yi Qingxian finished speaking, she left angrily without waiting for Gao Mu's explanation. Gao Mu really didn't expect that this powerful and influential person would act like a child. Yakuto City, Kitagawa Lake. On a small island in the middle of the lake, a middle-aged man is fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. Beside him, a girl was playing a game, looking rather bored. Hey bro, you've got a really big heart, Yi Qingxian suddenly appeared behind the man and complained. Our Extreme Martial Arts Academy has produced such a super genius, and you still have the leisure to go fishing. Auntie, you're here. Upon seeing Yi Qingxian, the girl put down her gaming device and obediently ran to Yi Qingxian's side. Yi Qingxian reached out and ruffled the girl's hair, asking affectionately, how's your cultivation level? The girl proudly raised her head and said with a smug look on her face, I just broke through to the King rank 1 star yesterday, so my dad allowed me to play games today. Not bad. Yi Qingxian nodded. The little girl was about the same age as Gao Mu. To reach the King rank 1 star at this age is already considered super genius. Yi Qingxian's cold attitude made the little girl very unhappy. Auntie, am I not amazing? The girl lowered her head, looking somewhat aggrieved, and whispered. Why don't you ever praise me? Girl, to break through to the king realm at this age, you are absolutely a genius among geniuses. Yi Qingxian's praise was still very perfunctory. Even such a perfunctory compliment made the girl very happy. Little girl, go play by yourself first. Auntie has something to tell daddy. Yi Qingxian coaxed and tricked the girl into leaving the island in the middle of the lake. What's wrong? After the girl left, the man slowly reeled in his fishing rod and turned to Yi Qingxian, asking, haven't you ever seen a genius before? Is it really necessary to get so agitated? Brother, it's not about whether I've ever seen a genius or not, it's just that Gao Mu has truly amazed me. He's already a grandmaster. Upon hearing the word grandmaster, a look of shock appeared deep in the man's eyes. To become a master at this age is unprecedented, if not impossible. What are you going to do with this kid? Yi Qingxian asked anxiously. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head, saying, I don't know. This was the first time Yi Qingxian had ever heard the words I don't know from a middle-aged man. Don't you want to keep him at the Yakuza martial arts school? Yi Qingxian was very enthusiastic about keeping Gao Mu. We can't keep him. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression calm. People like him will eventually establish their own sections. Our extreme martial arts school is still too small in his eyes. Big brother, are you kidding me? If the extreme martial arts school is considered small, then there are truly no major powers on earth. The middle-aged man seemed too lazy to explain to Yi Qingxian. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to think about taking him as a disciple, nor do you need to think about keeping him in our extreme martial arts school for a long time. Just remember that no matter what happens in the future, he will always be a friend of our Yakuza martial arts school." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and simply cast his line to continue fishing. Yi Qingxian left the island in the middle of the lake in a daze. The moment she left the island in the middle of the lake, she understood what her brother had said. "You're just a corps member? I'll give you one." After Yi Qingxian finished speaking, she took out her communication device and made a phone call. "You only have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, Gaomu must become a corps member," Yi Qingxian said, exuding an air of dominance. Chapter 97 Attacked inside the extreme city. In a dark room in the city of Yakuza, Yanagawa-sei's aged hands caressed a photograph of his grandson. On the table in front of him, some documents were scattered haphazardly. As can be seen from the photos in the materials, all of them are about Gao Mu. After his grandson's death, Yanagawa-sei used all his connections to investigate. For some time, the investigation yielded no results or feedback. But just a few days ago, the investigation suddenly made a breakthrough. Ultimately, Yanagawa-sei discovered that all the investigation results pointed to Takamaki. "I don't care if you're a child prodigy or not, or if you're in the public eye. If you dare kill my grandson, I'll kill you." As Yanagawa-sei stroked his grandson's photo, he muttered to himself in a somewhat delirious manner. "Notify Higu and tell him to act quickly," Lu Chuanxing said. "Yes." A cold, eerie voice echoed from the shadows. Sitting in his dormitory, Gaomu stared blankly at the gold medal in his hand that represented the corps members. "I didn't do anything, so how did I become a corps member?" Just 10 minutes ago, someone from the logistics department knocked on Gaomu's dormitory door and handed him a package. Upon opening the package, Gaomu saw the gold medals that were exclusively for corps members. During those 10 minutes, Gaomu was in a state of deep thought. Because he didn't understand why this was happening. Could it have been delivered to the wrong address? Gaomu used his communication device to access the official website of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The official website of Jaido Martial Arts School has a member backend containing information about all members. Upon entering the backend, Gaomu was surprised to find that his job title had changed to corps member. How was it? My efficiency was pretty good, right? Just as Gaomu was pondering who was helping him, Yi Qingxian called, her voice carrying a hint of self-satisfaction. "Now, are you a corps member?" "Thank you, Minister Yi," Gaomu said very politely. "Hey, stop with the formalities," Yi Qingxian said with a smile. "Treat me to a meal sometime." After hanging up the communication device, Gaomu left the dormitory and headed to the Illusion Cloud District. Not long after Gaomu left the dormitory, Higu appeared not far behind Gaomu. He pressed his hand to his ear and whispered, "Execute the plan as before." "Yes." A response came through the phone headset. Gaomu, sitting in the car, was leisurely playing games. Not long after, the car stopped. He looked out the window, and his expression suddenly changed. It was pitch black outside the window, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. If he remembered correctly, it was already afternoon. Even if it were dark, it certainly wouldn't be this completely dark. If this happens, then it's 100% certain that someone is deliberately sabotaging things. Get off. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Gaomu carefully opened the car door and got out. As he got off the bus, he saw the light again. But the light in this place is somewhat different from the light in other places. There were about 3 or 4 people standing not far in front of him. He didn't rush to look at these people, but instead began to observe his surroundings. This is a very dilapidated, weed-infested, and remote place. No need to look, one of the people opposite Gaomu said. Since we dared to bring you here, we definitely can't let anyone else find you. Who are you people? Since the other party had already asked this, Gaomu stopped worrying about his position. Who we are is not important, the man who had spoken earlier said again. All you need to know is that we're here to send you to your death. Gaomu stared at them coldly, without saying a word. The fact that these people dared to make a move in Jidao City means they had made thorough preparations. Even so, Gaomu remained fearless. You guys? Aren't you underestimating me a bit? These people were probably only at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Although Gaomu's strength was also at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, with the combined power of the all-secret technique, these people were no match for him at all. We overestimated you, the man who spoke first continued. We brought so many people just to be on the safe side. But I think we're being overly cautious. While a young grandmaster is indeed terrifying, for them, the sheer number of people they've brought is more than enough to deal with one. Alright, stop wasting time talking to him, one of the group said impatiently. Let's get to work quickly, I have a foot massage appointment later. I'm going to have some fun later, so let's hurry up. The others were also getting impatient. Seeing that the others were getting impatient, the leader didn't waste any words and drew his weapon, charging towards Gao Mu. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. Gao Mu drew his sky shuttle sword and began to fight. The first person to rush towards Gao Mu, when he was less than 5 meters away from Gao Mu, swung his broadsword and released a blade of light that was more than a meter high. The blade was incredibly fast, reaching Gao Mu in an instant. That's it? Gao Mu curled his lip in disdain and lightly swung the sky shuttle sword in his hand. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the sky shuttle sword also emitted a sword beam. However, compared to the opponent's saber aura, his sword light seemed a little small. Haha, buddy, are you kidding me? A sword beam less than 20 centimeters long? Is this what a young genius is like? Is this young genius really nothing special? We've brought so many people here for nothing. I told you I was being overly cautious, but you still didn't believe me. The sword light, which was only 20 centimeters long, became a laughingstock. But Gao Mu didn't take it to heart. The sword light and the saber light clashed quickly. Just when people thought that Gao Mu's sword light would be crushed by the blade light, a miracle occurred. The sword beam, only 20 centimeters long, collided with the blade beam and actually crushed the blade beam. Not only that. The sword light, after crushing the blade's edge, continued its rapid advance, heading straight for the first person to rush towards Gao Mu. The man reacted quickly, brandishing his long sword and unleashing another burst of blade light. But the fate of this blade of light was exactly the same as that of the previous blades of light. How is this possible? The man was dumbfounded. The others present were also dumbfounded. Just as they were dumbfounded, Gao Mu made the first move. The secret of the character. Gao Mu transformed into a blur and charged toward the person who had charged toward him the first. Before the man could even react, Gao Mu's sky shuttle sword was already at his neck. The other person opened their mouth, as if to say something. But to his horror, he discovered that he couldn't say anything. Chapter 98 Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit. He couldn't speak because Gao Mu had cut his trachea. Fresh blood gushed from his throat like a fountain. He clutched his throat, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. But the blood constantly seeping from his fingertips proved that he was doing nothing. After taking care of one person, Gao Mu did not linger. The combination of the Xingzi secret technique and the Tian Sua sword is simply a deadly weapon. In just a few minutes, all of them were killed by Gao Mu. Their deaths were almost identical, all of them had their throats slit by Gao Mu. After killing the men, Gao Mu did not rush to leave. He stood still, dialed Yi Qingxian's number, and simultaneously shared his location with her. Yi Qingxian quickly drove over. Accompanying her was Li Zijiang, the head of the enforcement department of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. What happened? Li Zijiang looked at the corpse on the ground and questioned it sternly. You're asking me what happened? The attack had already put Gao Mu in a bad mood. Li Zijiang's stern questioning only fueled Gao Mu's anger. I was attacked in the extreme city, and you're asking me what happened? Gao Mu roared at Li Zijiang. Gao Mu's loud shout stunned Li Zijiang. Li Zijiang has served as the Minister of Law Enforcement for 5 or 6 years. During this time, everyone at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy treated him with utmost respect, no matter who they encountered. They wouldn't even dare to raise their voices at him, let alone shout. Do you know who you're talking to? Li Zijiang roared, reaching out to teach Gao Mu a lesson. Smack! Yi Qingxian really doesn't tolerate people at all. She raised her hand and slapped Li Zijiang across the face. Li Zijiang was completely stunned by Yi Qingxian's attack. He and Yi Qingxian were both ministers, but because of Yi Qingxian's special status, even Li Zijiang didn't dare to yell at her. Minister Yi, Li Zijiang said, barely suppressing his anger, why did you hit me? I not only want to hit you, I want to kill you. Yi Qingxian pointed directly at Li Zijiang's nose and cursed. He was attacked in Jidao City, and instead of investigating the attacker's identity, you're questioning the victim. I want to ask you, what are you trying to do? Yi Qingxian's outburst brought Li Zijiang to his senses. After regaining his senses, Li Zijiang realized his mistake. I'm sorry, I got a little anxious. Li Zijiang quickly apologized to Gao Mu, adding with a hint of remorse, "Excuse me, do you know who the other person is?" Li Zijiang's apology gradually eased the tension. Gao Mu shook his head to indicate that he did not know. Li Zijiang squatted down and checked the identities of the deceased one by one. "This looks like He Gu." Li Zijiang recognized one of them. He Gu? Upon hearing the name He Gu, Yi Qingxian frowned slightly. "If I remember correctly, isn't He Gu one of Lu Chuanqing's men?" "That's right." Li Zijiang nodded very seriously. "He Gu is indeed Lu Chuanqing's man." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already quite clear. "If it's one of Yanagawa-sei's men, then we're in trouble." Yi Qingxian's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Although Yanagawa-sei is a supervisor, his seniority is considerable, and several of the supervisors are his protégés. Therefore, his status is quite special. Unless absolutely necessary, under normal circumstances, even if Yanagawa-sei makes a mistake, the higher-ups won't do anything to him. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Gao Mu asked. Yi Qingxian told Gao Mu directly about Lu Chuanqing's matter. Upon hearing this, Gao Mu said, "Just because his situation is special, you're not going to do anything about him?" "Motion is definitely going to happen," Yi Qingxian said frankly, without any attempt to hide anything. "But how to do it is a skill." After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Zijiang. "When it comes to playing pranks, even 10 Yi Qingxians combined wouldn't be a match for Li Zijiang. You're making things difficult for me by looking at me like that." Li Zijiang wasn't afraid of offending people, but he didn't want to offend Lu Chuanqing. "Don't talk nonsense." Yi Qingxian really didn't give Li Zijiang any face at all. "Isn't your law enforcement department all about offending people? How many people have you offended over the years?" Li Zijiang is in a real bind. "You help me get the headmaster's authorization, and our law enforcement department will take the blame." Li Zijiang was really going all out. Authorization is definitely not possible. Yi Qingxian, of course, knew Li Zijiang's little scheme, and she waved her hand. "However, if you can't get Lu Chuanqing to kneel down and apologize to Gao Mu within a month, then you can forget about being the head of the law enforcement department." Li Zijiang knew Yi Qingxian was ruthless, but he never expected her to be this ruthless. The enforcement department's situation inside the Yakuza martial arts school is unique. Their ministers typically serve for life. After all, the law enforcement department is too prone to offending people. Without the aura of a minister, most law enforcement ministers would end up in a very miserable state. Li Zijiang was well aware of this, so he couldn't do without this halo. Sigh. Li Zijiang sighed softly and said to Yi Qingxian, "I'll try my best." After receiving Li Zijiang's assurance, Yi Qingxian said to Gao Mu, "Go and get on with your business." Gao Mu nodded and left for the Illusion Cloud District. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit 100. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the auction house in the Illusion Cloud District to check in. Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit. Do you think that mastery is the pinnacle of skill? No, not yet. There are actually many realms above mastery. The Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit can help you break through to the mastery realm, taking your skills to the next level. Looking at the description of the Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit, Gao Mu's expression became somewhat strange. He genuinely believed that mastery was the pinnacle of skill. What's on top of the great completion? Gao Mu wondered, then tossed a Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit into his mouth. Ding! The skill, all character secret, has broken through the great completion realm and entered the perfect realm. Ding! The skill, secret of movement, has broken through the great completion realm and entered the perfect realm. Ding! The skill, pacifying chaos, has broken through the great completion realm and entered the perfect realm. As each Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit entered his stomach, system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Only after all his skills had reached perfection did Gao Mu stop eating the Enlightenment Tea Tree Fruit. Should we find a place to test the power of a perfect skill? The improvement in his skill level made Gao Mu's heart begin to itch. Despite being an important area, the Kaohsiung Cloud District does not have a training ground like venue. Let's go to the auction house first. Hopefully, it will give me more surprises. As Gao Mu spoke, he walked toward the auction house. Chapter 99 Miniature Sky Shuttle Sword. The auction house is one of the busiest places in the city. Small auctions are held daily. Medium-sized auctions are held weekly. Large auctions are held monthly. And super large auctions, open to everyone, are held once a year. Galmu was quite lucky he happened to be there during a major auction that happens once a month. Should we go? To be honest, even large auctions are unlikely to pique Galmu's interest. With the system at his disposal, he can earn various rewards by signing in. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, Puryang Sacred Fruit 100. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to auction hall number 2 to check in. Puryang Sacred Fruit. This is a rare fruit belonging to the first level of the Grandmaster realm. Eating this fruit gives you a certain probability of obtaining a wisp of spiritual energy. Eating 30 fruits guarantees obtaining a wisp of spiritual energy. The introduction of the Puryang Sacred Fruit made Galmu's eyebrows twitch wildly. A sacred fruit is indeed a sacred fruit, truly extraordinary. Galmu muttered to himself as he summoned a sacred fruit from the system and placed it in his palm. The Puryang Sacred Fruit is golden yellow in color, and its shape and size are about the same as an adult's fist. Is this the Puryang Sacred Fruit in your hand? Just as Galmu was examining the Puryang Sacred Fruit, a slightly excited voice rang out from behind him. Galmu turned around and saw a young man staring greedily at the Puryang Sacred Fruit in Galmu's hand. The blazing flames surged in the young man's eyes. The Puryang Sacred Fruit was to this young man what a beautiful woman was to this old lecher. Yes. Galmu didn't shy away from the question at all. How about you sell it to me? The young man withdrew his burning gaze, straightened his back, and said to Galmu with great seriousness and earnestness. As long as you're willing to sell, I'm willing to pay a high price. High price? Galmu shook his head. Does he lack money? No, he doesn't. He could acquire a large amount of money in a short period of time if he wanted to. Money holds neither allure nor appeal for Galmu now. Then what do you want? The young man seemed to desperately need this Puryang Sacred Fruit, and he looked at Galmu with a face full of anxiety. I don't know either. Galmu genuinely didn't know what he needed. He has no shortage of skills and techniques. He has no shortage of exotic fruits and rare treasures. He also had no shortage of weapons and armor. I lack nothing. After thinking it over, Galmu shrugged and said with a helpless expression. However, if you can offer me a treasure that will tempt me, I will still give you the Puryang Sacred Fruit. Upon hearing this, the young man became anxious again. Here's what we'll do, brother. He took the backpack off his back and placed it on the ground, saying to Galmu, I have a lot of stuff in my backpack, take whatever you like. Galmu looked at the young man's backpack and squatted down. The young man's backpack was a complete mess. Besides the usual outdoor gear, the young people's backpacks also contained many strange things. What's this? In the young man's backpack, a small sword caught Galmu's eye. The small sword is bronze in color, as if it were made of a material similar to bronze. On the surface, this small sword doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. But upon closer inspection, one can discover that this small sword is quite unique. Of course, only Galmu could see this difference. Because this small sword, in terms of both its design and craftsmanship, is exactly the same as the Sky Shuttle sword on Galmu's back. In other words, this small sword is a miniature version of the Sky Shuttle sword. Where did you get this sword? Galmu asked the young man. The young man looked at the small sword in Galmu's hand and fell into deep thought. He then said, I think I found this by chance during one of my wilderness adventures. Found it by accident? Although the Sky Shuttle sword belongs to a king-level martial artist, Galmu always felt that it was extraordinary. This is why, even though Galmu is now a grandmaster, he still carries the heavenly shuttle sword with him. Do you remember the exact location? Galmu asked the young man. Galmu's question caused the young man to frown slightly. Why are you asking so many questions? He suddenly squatted down and snatched the small sword and backpack from Galmu's hand. As he examined the small sword, he asked Galmu with a wary expression, Have you noticed anything unusual about this small sword? Are you an idiot? Galmu looked at the young man and couldn't help but mock him. Not to mention, I didn't notice anything special about this little sword. Even if I had, would I have told you? To tell you the truth, I just feel that this sword is quite good. So, I want to go to the place where you found this sword to see if I can find the same one. The young man looked at Galmu with a mixture of belief and skepticism. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Galmu was too lazy to waste words with the young man and turned to walk into the auction house. The young man panicked when he saw Galmu turn his head away so resolutely. He stepped forward and grabbed Galmu's arm, saying shamelessly, Brother, I was being overly cautious. I hope you don't mind. Galmu ignored him and continued walking into the auction house. Here, take the small sword. Here, take the small sword. Seeing Galmu's expression, the young man became even more anxious. He directly placed the small sword in Galmu's hand, his tone full of pleading. Could you give me the pure yang sacred fruit? Galmu stopped and placed the pure yang sacred fruit directly into the young man's hands. The young man left satisfied. Galmu walked along, observing the small sword in his hand. As mentioned before, this small sword is exactly the same as the sky shuttle sword on Galmu's back. However, Galmu discovered that the small sword in his hand was somewhat different from the sky shuttle sword. There are several small notches on the blade of the small sword. These notches are very regular and flat, clearly made by hand. I remember now. At that moment, Galmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that the small Tian Shui sword was familiar, but he couldn't remember it before. Now he did. The reason he felt the sky shuttle sword was familiar was because it was very similar to the ancient key that Galmu had in his previous life. Could this be a key? As someone who is well versed in various online novels and fiction, Galmu clearly understands what discovering the key in this world represents. Is my protagonist aura about to be activated? Thinking of this, Galmu couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, after the initial excitement, he quickly calmed down. Although this is a key, I don't know what it opens. Galmu dejectedly put the sky shuttle sword into his backpack, and the exhilaration he had felt earlier vanished instantly. Galmu, what are you doing here? Chapter 100 Black Demon Azure Dragon Armor. Galmu looked up and saw Inspector Chi watching him from not far away. Are you here to buy something? Inspector Chi asked warmly. Isn't this just calling your mother-in-law sister-in-law and making conversation for the sake of it? Galmu thought to himself, furious at Chi's question. Despite her inner turmoil, she said aloud, I'm just here to take a look. This is my first time at an auction house. And you? Are you here to buy something too? Yes. Inspector Chi glanced around before cautiously speaking to Galmu. I heard there were some good things this time, so I came to take a look. Good stuff? Galmu's eyes lit up. If someone at the level of an inspector says it's a good thing, then it must be something special. Do you have any inside information? Can you share it with us? Since he was going to auction hall number 2 anyway, if there were really something that appealed to him, Galmu wouldn't mind buying it. This time, it said there are some decent weapons and armor, as well as a few high-quality exotic fruits, Inspector Chi said mysteriously to Galmu. The exotic fruits and weapons didn't hold much appeal for Galmu, but the armor was worth checking out. The armor I got from signing in before should have been obsolete long ago. If I can buy good armor this time, then the trip will be worthwhile. By the way, which auction hall is this time? Galmu asked Inspector Chi as the two walked deeper into the auction hall. Number 2. Inspector Chi blurted out without thinking. Auction hall number 1 is only open during the annual mega auction. The two chatted casually along the way and soon arrived at the entrance of auction hall number 2. After receiving their number plates at the entrance, the two entered auction hall number 2. Auction hall number 2 is very large and can accommodate about 1,000 people. Directly in front of all the seats is a huge stage. After the two sat down, they began to chat idly. An hour later, the auction officially began. At the beginning, the items auctioned were all small trinkets, so they didn't interest Galmu at all. He yawned as he waited for what he was looking forward to begin. Half an hour later, a pair of pure black armor was pushed onto the auction stage. At first glance, Galmu was captivated by the armor. Grandmaster level armor, Black Ink Azure Dragon Armor. This armor was crafted by the armor forging master Mo Yunfei. I think everyone is familiar with Master Mo. Mo Yunfei, a very mysterious armor forging master. He forges armor every year. For reasons unknown, only one set of armor is forged each year for each realm. This was newly forged this year, Inspector Chi's voice rang in Galmu's ears. There hasn't been a single piece of armor of this quality among Grandmaster level armor in the last 10 years. Galmu nodded. How much does this armor cost? Although Galmu has been in this world for over a year, he hasn't paid much attention to the prices of goods and services here. Around 2 billion, Inspector Chi said, giving a fairly reasonable price. 2 billion? Galmu felt a headache coming on when he heard about 2 billion. He certainly doesn't lack money, and he really has no interest in money. But the problem is, he doesn't seem to have much money right now. Don't you have any money? Do you want me to lend you some? Inspector Chi was incredibly generous as he asked Gao Mu. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll make up the difference. Gao Mu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I probably only have tens of millions on me. Good heavens. Upon hearing Gao Mu say he only had tens of millions on him, Inspector Chi was quite taken aback. You only have so little money on you? It's a long story that the child has no mother. Gao Mu sighed slightly, his face full of helplessness. I do have 2 billion, Inspector Chi said to Gao Mu after a moment's hesitation. If you need it, I can lend it to you. No need. Gao Mu's pride suddenly kicked in. If I can't even come up with 2 billion, how am I supposed to survive in the future? With that, Gao Mu got up and headed to the backstage area of the auction. You want to auction something? The staff backstage looked at Gao Mu with some surprise. Gao Mu nodded and asked, Is there a problem? There is no problem, but the auction has been going on for quite some time now. If what you're offering isn't of high value, we probably can't auction it for you. This is the auction house's rule. Once the auction begins, the item's value increases as the auction progresses. Take a look at this, is it okay? Gao Mu put the pure yang sacred fruit into his backpack, then took it out and handed it to the staff. Pure yang sacred fruit? The staff member's eyes widened when he saw the pure yang sacred fruit. He swallowed hard and said, This sacred fruit is good, but a single one is only worth about 500 million. The estimated price of the Black Ink Azure Dragon armor is around 2 billion. Of course, this is just an estimate. At the auction, the price will definitely be much higher. So, after making a rough calculation in his mind, Gao Mu took out 5 more from the system and put them into his backpack. Add these 5 more, is that enough? The staff were stunned when they saw the 5 pure yang sacred fruits. He has worked at this auction house for about 5 years. In the past 5 years, he boasts that he has seen many good things. After all, there is a super large auction house every year. However, when Gao Mu took out 5 pure yang sacred fruits, he was still very shocked. Exotic fruits are rare to begin with. High-end exotic fruits are even more difficult to obtain. The price of 500 million is just an estimated price. If you encounter a crazy person, a 100% premium isn't a big problem. Enough, enough, enough. The staff member was so excited that he stammered a little. By the way, if I participate in the auction later, can the money be deducted directly from my purchase price? The staff member hesitated slightly before replying, No problem. The staff's assurances put Gao Mu at ease. Not long after he left, the staff found their immediate supervisor. The boss was furious when he heard that someone wanted to auction off something at this time. Just as he was about to reprimand the staff member, he heard the staff member say it was the pure yang sacred fruit. He then immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act for everyone. Well done. The supervisor patted the employee on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, If you do well this time, you have a great chance of being promoted. After praising the staff, the boss immediately made a phone call. Chapter 101 The Highly Efficient Law Enforcement Department. Yokoro Castle, the residence of Yanagawa-sei. The law enforcement officers, led by their minister, surrounded the area. Yanagi Satoshi. Li Zijiang shouted from the front of the line, completely disregarding Yanagawa Satoshi's feelings. Our law enforcement department suspects you of being involved in an assassination attempt. Please cooperate with the investigation. Standing by the window, looking at Li Zijiang, Lu Chuanqing's face was even gloomy. He never expected that his hiring of someone to assassinate Gao Mu would cause such a huge uproar. At the same time, he didn't expect that Gao Mu had such a high status in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After all, Yanagawa-sei was a manager-level figure at the Yakuza Martial Arts School. Even if Yanagawa Seijin makes a mistake, the law enforcement department will quietly take him away for investigation. After all, doing this would preserve both substance and face, while also preventing a complete falling out with Yanagawa-sei. However, Li Zijiang's actions today were somewhat beyond Yanagawa-sei's expectations. Sigh. At this moment, he understood that Li Zijiang was doing this to completely break ties with him. If I had known this would happen, I would have. It's obviously too late to regret it now. He walked out of his house and stood in front of Li Zijiang with a gloomy expression. We've known each other for so many years, is it really necessary to tear each other apart over a kid? Lu Chuanqing's voice was very low, as if he were blaming Li Zijiang. Li Zijiang glanced around and whispered in Lu Chuanqing's ear, This is what the higher-ups want. Upon hearing this, Yanagawa-sei's expression changed again. The law enforcement department is not under the jurisdiction of any higher authorities. Lu Chuanqing knew perfectly well who Li Zijiang was referring to above. I'm a hero, Lu Chuanqing said to Li Zijiang, still unwilling to accept defeat. Does the higher-ups really want to take action against a hero like me for the sake of some nobody? Heroes? Does that matter? Li Zijiang glanced at Lu Chuanqing, his voice suddenly becoming serious. As long as you violate the laws and rules of the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy, even heroes will be brought to justice. At this point, Li Zijiang's attitude also represented the attitude of those above. I understand, Yanagawa-sei said, bowing his head. Could you spare me some face at the end? Li Zijiang didn't speak, but just glanced at his subordinate. The men understood what he meant and nodded. The news that Lu Chuanqing had been taken away by Li Zijiang spread throughout the entire Jidao city within a minute. This incident caused a huge uproar in the city of Jidao. Inspector Qi, who was attending the auction, also received the news immediately. Mu, Lu Chuanqing has been taken away, do you know that? Inspector Qi was unaware that this matter was related to Mu. Mu didn't turn his head, but his eyes were already wide open. He hadn't expected the law enforcement department to be so efficient in getting things done. What's the reason? Mu asked Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi glanced at it and said, it seems to be a disturbance of the security of Jidao City, an instigation of others to kill people within Jidao City. Inspector Qi stopped mid-sentence. This Lu Chuan saint is finished. Inspector Qi slumped in his chair, feeling a sense of shared sorrow. But after sitting for a while, he suddenly sat up straight. Mu looked at Inspector Qi with a strange expression, and he was surprised to find that Inspector Qi's eyes were shining. Goodness. At this moment, Mu seemed to understand what was being said. Yanagawa-sei is the supervisor. If Yanagawa-sei falls because of this, then the supervisor's position will definitely be vacant. Once this position becomes vacant, it will be an opportunity for all the inspectors. Do you need my help? Mu asked abruptly. Inspector Qi understood what Mu was talking about. You'll help me? How can you help me? Inspector Qi was in a good mood and said with a hint of teasing. The young grandmaster is indeed powerful, but you can't get involved in matters at this level. Seeing the inspector's expression, Mu smiled and shook his head. By the way, Inspector Qi, in high spirits, looked up at the stage and asked, how much does the Black Demon Azure Dragon armor cost now? The Black Demon Azure Dragon armor had actually been up for auction for a while. But Mu has not made a move yet. Mu glanced at the big screen, thought for a moment, and said, it's almost 1.5 billion. The starting bid for the Black Demon Azure Dragon armor is 100 million. In just a few minutes, it had already soared to 1.5 billion. Let's wait until we have 2 billion before we make our move, Mu said. While Mu and Inspector Qi were chatting, the price of the Black Demon Azure Dragon armor soared to 2 billion. 2.1 billion. After reaching 2 billion, Mu made a decisive move. Number 68, you cannot place a bid. Just as Mu finished shouting, he heard the auctioneer on the stage say something. Mu frowned slightly and questioned, why can't I make a bid? First, you haven't verified your funds. Second, there are problems with the items you've deposited for auction. Therefore, we have the right to prohibit you from auctioning them. Upon hearing this, Mu immediately became somewhat displeased. He stood up, pointed at the auctioneer on the stage, and shouted, bring out your manager. Humph, the auctioneer on stage said with a disdainful look. You think you're worthy of seeing our leaders? You'd better get out of here right now, or I can pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on causing trouble, our auction house isn't going to take this lying down. The fact that a mere auctioneer dared to be so arrogant fueled Mu's anger. Inspector Qi, don't you intend to say anything? Mu looked at Inspector Qi, who was watching the commotion from the side. He smiled slightly and said, this auction house is probably going to undergo a major overhaul. His words were soft and gentle, yet they possessed an indescribable magic. Since you say so, then I'm relieved. Mu stretched his body, then took a step forward and rushed towards the auction stage. The auctioneer was surprised that Mu would dare to make a move here. Startled, he shouted, quickly, someone is causing trouble at our auction house. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a group of people rushed out from behind and surrounded Mu. Wow, so many people. Mu cracked his knuckles and looked at the auctioneer. Looks like you guys came prepared. By the way, my name is Mu. You'd better tell your manager my name. Mu's self-introduction surprised the auctioneer slightly. He then strode backstage. Backstage, a fat man in a suit, smoking a cigar, was admiring the Pyryang sacred fruit with a greedy expression. Beside him stood a sallow-faced, emaciated man with a wretched appearance. This man was the manager of the auction house. He asked with a fawning smile, "Boss, are you satisfied? I want all of Chapter 102. The auction within the Extreme Martial Arts City belongs to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, yet it does not belong to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. It's said to belong to the auction house because the Extreme Martial Arts Academy owns shares in it. But it's also said not to belong to it because several other forces besides the Extreme Martial Arts Academy also hold shares in the auction house. Lu Buqing is the owner of this auction house. Despite his large head and bloated appearance, Lu Buqing is quite shrewd in running auction houses. This is one of the reasons why several factions recommended him to be the boss. Not bad, not bad. Lu Buqing nodded, quite satisfied. With these few Pyryang sacred fruits, I might be able to take another step forward. The further step he spoke of was not cultivation, but power. He knew that recently, a powerful figure's child was stuck at the Grandmaster level and couldn't move forward. The boss really likes this child and has put in a lot of effort for him. In order to help his child go further, he even went so far as to use his personal connections to find exotic fruits. The Pyryang sacred fruit is one of the exotic fruits that this powerful figure needs. Manager, something terrible has happened. Just then, the auctioneer suddenly ran in. Seeing his subordinates behaving so disrespectfully, the manager frowned and sternly reprimanded them. "How have I always taught you? Don't you understand the importance of remaining calm in the face of adversity? Also, I was talking to the boss right now. Why are you barging in like this? Don't you want to quit?" Lu Buqing was also very dissatisfied with his subordinate's intrusion. But he didn't show it. He stood up, frowned, and said to the manager, "Since you work in my auction house, you're family. Don't forget who you are just because you have a little power." The manager knew exactly what kind of person Lu Buqing was. You talk a good game, but then you fire people. If we're talking about dogs, you're the real dog. The manager cursed Lu Buqing in his heart. Although he was cursing in his heart, he flattered her with words, "You're right, it's all my fault, it's all my fault." The auctioneer standing to the side was deeply moved. "What can I do for you?" Lu Buqing asked, sitting on the sofa and puffing on a cigar. "I'm discussing some important matters with your manager. Something's up." The auctioneer hadn't forgotten why he was there. He pointed outside and said to Lu Buqing and the manager, "The owner of the Pyryang sacred fruit has jumped onto our auction stage and is demanding that we hand over his sacred fruit." "Oh," Lu Buqing replied calmly, then asked, "Didn't you tell him the reason?" "I told them, but it was no use," the auctioneer said anxiously. "Useless?" Lu Buqing stroked his greasy chin and said to the manager, "Go and see. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind making him disappear from this extreme city." "Understood." The manager grinned maliciously and started to walk out. "Wait a minute." At this moment, the auctioneer seemed to remember something and said, he came up and introduced himself, saying his name was Gao Mu. The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. An indescribable eeriness began to spread throughout the room. "What did you say his name was?" Lu Buqing swallowed hard, trying his best to make his voice sound less nervous. "You said his name was Gao Mu?" "That's right." The auctioneer thought for a moment and nodded. "He said his name is Gao Mu." See, Lu Buqing cursed under his breath. After cursing, he picked up a cigar to try and calm his nerves. He was probably too nervous, which caused him to hold it upside down. The bright red cigar but burned a large blister on his lips. "Gao Mu? Who is Gao Mu?" The manager was somewhat slow to realize. "Do you remember when the top officials of Jidao City all went to watch the preliminary competition a while ago?" Lu Buqing asked the manager, enduring the pain in his mouth. The manager nodded, his face blank. Then, he suddenly remembered something, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. "You mean to say that the reason those big shots went to watch the promotion competition was all because of him?" The manager also started to panic. Lu Buqing nodded and said, "It's because of him." "What should we do?" Cold sweat was already forming on the manager's forehead. "This has nothing to do with me." Lu Buqing immediately distanced himself from the matter. "You did this, and you have to take full responsibility for it." "Boss, you can't do this. He's just a small-time manager, how could he possibly handle something like this? If I don't do this, am I supposed to die with you?" In Lu Buqing's view, whether it's the manager or the employees, they are all his dogs. He could discard these people at any time if he wanted to. Alright, go and take care of it. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Lu Buqing said, then left the auction house through the back door. Lu Buqing's resolute departure made the manager's face turn extremely ugly. You fat bastard. He didn't care whether anyone else was present or not, and cursed directly. Since you want me dead, then you won't live either. With that, he walked toward the auction stage. As soon as Lu Buqing stepped out of the auction house, he encountered a young man. This young man looks young, but he is actually over 50 years old. Behind him were 2 bodyguards. This young man was none other than Yu Wu, the son of the powerful figure Lu Buqing wanted to curry favor with. Old Lu. Yu Wu was overjoyed to see Lu Buqing. Where's the pure yang sacred fruit? Call father and tell him there's a pure yang sacred fruit here. I just got home and haven't even had a chance to rest before coming to find you. This pure yang sacred fruit is extremely important to Yu Wu. Lu Buqing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Still inside the auction house, Lu Buqing pointed in the direction of the auction house, his expression somewhat troubled. But before Lu Buqing could finish speaking, Yu Wu interrupted him, "Take me to see." Lu Buqing hesitated for a moment, and when he saw the 2 bodyguards behind Yu Wu, he seemed to realize something. Okay. Without saying a word, he turned around and led Yu Wu into the auction house. What did you say? Gao Mu looked at the manager kneeling before him and said coldly. Is there a problem with your appraisal, which is why you think my fruit is fake? That's right. The manager explained while wiping his sweat. The appraiser has been fired, and your pure yang sacred fruit will be on the auction stage. No need for an auction, just name your price, I'll take all these pure yang sacred fruits. Just then, a voice came from afar. Chapter 103. Good heavens! Gao Mu was naturally happy to get the cash without having to go through an auction. He held up 6 fingers. It's just 60 million, no problem, Yu Wu agreed readily. But his price made Gao Mu frown. Young Master Yu. Lu Buqing wanted to say something, but was rudely interrupted by Yu Wu. Yu Wu turned around and glared at Lu Buqing, warning him in a low voice, "If I were you, I would never choose to meddle in other people's business at this time." Yu Wu's warning shut Lu Buqing up. Dude, Gao Mu rubbed his temples and said to Yu Wu, "Did you used to rob banks?" Yu Wu also heard the sarcasm in Gao Mu's words. He looked at Gao Mu with disdain and shook his head, saying, "Robbing a bank doesn't bring in money very quickly. 60 million each, I'll take all your pure yang sacred fruit. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, I also have ways to deal with you." Yu Wu, relying on his father's status, acted arrogantly and domineeringly in Jidao City. The ordinary members of the Yakuza martial arts school would never provoke him. If he really takes a liking to something, you can only accept your bad luck. Take care of me? You must be dreaming. Putting aside Yi Qingxian, even Inspector Qi, who was sitting outside, was enough to give Yu Wu a hard time. Don't you believe me? Yu Wu smiled slightly when he saw Gao Mu's disbelief. In that case, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Yu Wu waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards stepped forward at the same time. Yu Wu himself was a master at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. His 2 bodyguards were also at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. You'd better think carefully before you make a move here. Gao Mu looked at Yu Wu with a mocking expression. What am I afraid of? Yu Wu was truly unafraid, he said to his 2 bodyguards. As long as no one dies, I can bear any consequences. Yu Wu was so confident because his father had said the same thing to him. After being instructed by Yu Wu, the 2 bodyguards walked towards Gao Mu together. Young Master Yu. Seeing this, Lu Buqing, who knew Gao Mu's identity, became anxious. He grabbed the bodyguard and tried to dissuade him. I think we should just let this matter go. Smack. Lu Buqing's repeated attempts to dissuade him greatly annoyed Yu Wu. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Buqing across the face. After beating Lu Buqing, he looked at Lu Buqing coldly and warned, "You'd better not meddle in other people's business, or you should know what will happen to you." Lu Buqing stepped back, not daring to say another word. But his eyes were full of anxiety. Gao Mu is currently the most sought-after figure in Jidao City. Even those at the level of supervisor, minister, and deputy curator are very interested in him. If Yu Wu really has a major conflict with Gao Mu, then even if Yu Wu's father is a big shot, it won't be easy to resolve. Lu Buqing was very anxious, but he was at a loss for what to do. Let's do it. Yu Wu gave instructions to his 2 bodyguards. Since you're so eager to send your bodyguard to his death, then I'll grant your wish. Yu Wu started the trouble, so even if Gao Mu killed Yu Wu, he had a reason to do so. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. With the strongest defensive skills, make yourself invincible first. Suppress the rebellion. The sky shuttle sword was brandished, and dazzling sword beams flew towards the 2 bodyguards. Upon seeing this, Yu Wu's pupils contracted slightly. The main reason he dared to send his bodyguards to attack Gao Mu was because he believed Gao Mu was just an ordinary martial artist. After all, Gao Mu's age is a factor. Unexpectedly, the seemingly young boy already possessed the combat strength of a grandmaster. The 2 bodyguards shared the same idea as Yu Wu. Therefore, they didn't take Gao Mu seriously at all. Upon seeing the sword's edge, their hearts began to race with panic. By the time they tried to defend themselves, the sword light had already reached them. At this point, it's too late to take any defensive measures. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguards' clothes were shredded to pieces by the sword's edge. Moreover, the sword light left wounds of varying depths and lengths on their bodies. After being bombarded by a barrage of sword strikes, the 2 bodyguards had temporarily lost their fighting ability. The 2 men hadn't done anything too outrageous, so Gao Mu didn't intend to take their lives. After dealing with the bodyguards, Gao Mu turned his attention to Yu Wu. Gao Mu's gaze instilled fear in Yu Wu. You can't touch me!" Yu Wu shouted at Gao Mu. Gao Mu smiled slightly and said, "Why can't I touch you? You caused trouble first. Even if it gets back to the head of the academy, I'll have something to say. My dad is Yu Yong." Yu Wu shouted. Upon hearing the name, Gao Mu paused for a moment. He paused for a moment because it was the first time he had heard this name. But Yu Wu thought that Gao Mu was intimidated by his father's name, and started to show off again. "You injured my bodyguard, so I can only give you 40 million for a pure yang sacred fruit." "Who is Yu Yong?" Gao Mu still asked the question. Upon hearing that Gao Mu did not know Yu Yong, the person next to him quickly explained, "One of the 4 managers of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy." Upon hearing the explanation from the person next to him, Gao Mu suddenly understood. At the same time, he also understood why Yu Wu was so arrogant. "If my dad were the manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I'd be even more arrogant than this idiot," Gao Mu thought to himself. "I can sell you the pure yang sacred fruit for 1 billion each," Gao Mu said to Yu Wu. "Are you out of your mind?" Gao Mu's price was far above the market price. "Unless I'm out of my mind, I definitely wouldn't spend 1 billion to buy your pure yang sacred fruit. I'll say it one last time, 40 million each, I want all of your pure yang sacred fruits." Yu Wu was still arrogantly putting on airs. Lu Buqing, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. "Young Master Yu," Lu Buqing whispered in Yu Wu's ear, trying to prevent him from further embarrassment. "This person's name is..." Yu Wu didn't know if there was something wrong with him, but Lu Buqing still didn't finish his sentence this time. "You know your mouth stinks, right?" Yu Wu waved his hand dismissively at Lu Buqing, frowning and cursing. "And who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to me at such close range?" Lu Buqing decided to stop talking. As the saying goes, good advice is hard to persuade a damned ghost. Since Yu Wu is so eager to die, Lu Buqing might as well grant his wish. "Kid." After reprimanding Lu Buqing, Yu Wu turned his gaze to Gao Mu again, giving him a final warning. "You'd better know your place, after all, you only have 1 life. Good heavens, this is threatening us now." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 104: A new sign in sight that makes you feel uncomfortable. Who is it? It's so damn annoying. Yu Wu was furious at being interrupted repeatedly. "Yu Wu, you're getting bolder and bolder." Inspector Chi's voice was calm, but some people could still hear the suppressed anger in it. "Inspector Chi. Inspector Chi, what are you doing here?" The position of the inspector was only 1 rank lower than that of his father. Even if Yu Wu had a problem with his brain, he wouldn't choose to offend the inspector. "What? Can't I come here?" Inspector Chi's attitude towards Yu Wu was very bad. No, that's not what I meant." In front of Inspector Chi, Yu Wu was as obedient as a kitten. "Brother Gao Mu," Inspector Chi said with a smile, ignoring Yu Wu. "What happened here? Do you need my help?" When Inspector Chi said those words at this time, it was clearly meant for Yu Wu's ears. Sure enough, Yu Wu's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. "Gao Mu?" His mind raced, searching for information about the name Gao Mu. Fortunately, many people in Jidao City had been discussing Gao Mu during this time. So he quickly found all the information about Gao Mu. You are Gao Mu? Fear made Yu Wu stutter when he spoke. He vividly remembered that just yesterday, his father, Yu Yong, had personally warned him, saying that in this extreme city, he could provoke anyone, but he absolutely could not provoke Gao Mu. I am Gao Mu. Gao Mu nodded with a calm expression. Seeing that Gao Mu admitted it, Yu Wu was truly decisive and slapped himself. Brother Gao Mu, I was very rude just now, I hope you won't mind. Yu Wu's face-changing act, comparable to that of Sichuan opera, left Gao Mu utterly dumbfounded. What exactly happened? Inspector Qi was genuinely curious. It's nothing. It's just that Brother Yu Wu wanted to buy my Piryang sacred fruit for 1 billion each. I thought the price Brother Yu Wu offered was too high, so I didn't agree. However, since Brother Yao Wu is so sincere, I'll sell them all to him. After all, Yu Yong was a manager-level figure, and Yu Wu hadn't done anything too outrageous. If Gao Mu were to actually fight Yu Wu over something trivial, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among some people. However, Gao Mu did not intend to let Yu Wu off so easily. Now that there's an opportunity to trick him, Gao Mu certainly won't miss it. Oh. Although Inspector Qi didn't know what had happened between the two, he could tell they must have had a falling out. Since Gao Mu intended to reconcile, he would definitely give him a push. Your allowance has increased recently, huh? These exotic fruits costing 1 billion each, you can buy them without hesitation. Despite being the son of the supervisor, Yu Wu only receives about 100 million in pocket money each month. According to the price Gao Mu quoted, it would take him 10 months' worth of pocket money to buy just one of Gao Mu's tokens. It should be noted that Gao Mu has a total of 6. As luck would have it, he currently has exactly 6 billion in money. He has a toothache, he has a heartache, and he has anal pain. But now, he's caught in a dilemma. Fine. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully. 6 billion coins, I'll take them. The boss is so generous. Gao Mu was delighted. Yu Wu was in great pain, extremely uncomfortable. If he had known Gao Mu was so capable, he would have obediently participated in the auction. After all, even at auctions, this Piryang sacred fruit only sells for 600 million. The transaction is complete, and Gao Mu has reaped a whopping 6 billion yuan. Back in their seats, the auction continued. Gao Mu ultimately purchased the Black Ink Azure Dragon armor for 4 billion yuan. Despite the significant premium, Gao Mu was still very happy. It feels so good to buy things with other people's money. Gao Mu joked with the Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi smiled but remained silent. The auction ended, and Gao Mu bought what he wanted. However, Inspector Qi was less fortunate and didn't manage to buy what he desired. Before leaving auction hall number 2, Gao Mu suddenly remembered the main purpose of his visit. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward received, Azure Dragon Technique Mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Langia Base City to check in. Azure Dragon's Secret. This is a very magical technique. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you are invincible. Using this technique, you can heal wounds in a very short time. The introduction to the Azure Dragon technique made Gao Mu's eyes dazzle. This technique is simply invincible. He currently possesses defensive and offensive skills, but lacks only healing skills. The appearance of the Azure Dragon technique perfectly makes up for this deficiency. Taking advantage of Inspector Qi's inattention, he took out a Dao Enlightenment tea tree fruit from his backpack and threw it into his mouth. The Azure Dragon technique also advanced directly from the Great Completion stage to the Perfection stage. After looking at the new rewards, Gao Mu looked at the new sign-in location with a strange expression. Is this a circle? The new check-in location is Langia Base City, which is also the place Gao Mu recently fled. Isn't it a bit inopportune to go back now? He is indeed now a high-level martial artist. However, his feud with Han Yuewei did not end just because he became a high-level martial artist. From the information he had seen, his feud with Han Yuewei seemed to be escalating. He had a vague feeling that someone was stirring things up behind the scenes. As he was thinking, he parted ways with Inspector Qi. This is a dead end. Gao Mu set the car to autopilot and leaned back in his comfortable chair, lost in thought. Before he hid in the extreme city, he planned to leave after the grudges had passed or after his strength had increased to a certain level. But this grudge is clearly not going to be forgotten. Lacking cultivation talent, and without the help of signing in with exotic fruits, improving his skills would be a major problem. How about we take a gamble and try our luck? Gao Mu began to hesitate. Just as Gao Mu was hesitating, his communication device suddenly rang. The device connected, and Lu Zijiang's voice came from the other end. Lu Chuanqing has been brought to justice, and the trial will be held next month. So fast? Gao Mu was surprised by the efficiency of the law enforcement department. How can I not hurry? That crazy woman has spoken, and I don't want to be killed by her. Lu Zijiang cursed Yi Qingxian in his heart. Although he was cursing inwardly, his face was beaming. That's a must. Our law enforcement department has always been very efficient. Thank you for your help, Minister Lu. Proper manners are still necessary. Lu Zijiang nodded and then ended the call with Gao Mu. Perhaps we can go back, but this time we must not do it secretly, we must do it openly and honestly. Chapter 105. I want to go home. You want to go back to your hometown and become the local branch manager? Yi Qingxian looked at Gao Mu with a strange expression. Gao Mu nodded. Generally speaking, members of the martial arts schools who enter the extreme martial arts city rarely choose to be sent out on their own. After all, overseas assignments only provide a fixed monthly salary, and employees cannot leave the assigned location at will. Therefore, Yi Qingxian found Gao Mu's choice very strange. Is it not allowed? If it weren't for the fact that the new check-in location was in Langya Bay City, Gao Mu might not have chosen to go back. It's possible, but you must. Yi Qingxian paused for a moment. In the ranking system of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, corps members who reach a certain level can choose to be sent out or continue to stay in Extreme City. Unless assigned by the martial arts school, few people would voluntarily choose to be sent abroad. What is necessary? Gao Mu believed that the requirements for overseas assignments would be very high. You need to become a corps member of a one-star organization. Gao Mu is currently just a corps member of Wuxing. Above that, there are 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. To become a branch manager in a level 5 base city, one must meet the standards of a 1-star corps member. Is this difficult? Gao Mu asked somewhat nervously. This might be difficult for others. But it doesn't seem so difficult for you, Yi Qingxian said. After becoming a corps member, the difficulty increases linearly with each promotion. If the difficulty of becoming a corps member from an ordinary member is 1, then the difficulty of upgrading from a non-star corps member to a 1-star corps member is 5. What needs to be done? Gao Mu continued to ask. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qingxian said, first is the cultivation level, which you've definitely reached. Second is contribution points, which need to reach 100,000. And you'll have to compete with several other people who also want to level up. These things are really not a problem for Gao Mu now. He turned on his device and checked his contribution value. My current contribution value is 10,000. To reach 100,000, I need to hunt down more than 9 master-level alien beasts. The core of a grandmaster-level beast can be exchanged for approximately 10,000 contribution points. I'll go hunt down the alien beasts right now. After saying this, Gao Mu left the logistics department. Gao Mu's decisive and efficient actions left Yi Qingxian completely dumbfounded. Lu Tianping, the current branch manager of Langya Base City, has always wanted to be transferred back to the base city. How about this, you contact him and ask if he would be willing to come back next month. In order to help Gao Mu return to his hometown smoothly, Yi Qingxian has begun to pave the way for him. Lu Tianping, who was drinking tea and reading the newspaper in his office, jumped up from the sofa when he saw the message on his phone. He is usually mature and composed, and rarely shows such excitement. Finally, I can leave this wretched place. But I wonder who will take my place this time. Lu Tianping was very happy, extremely happy. He might be even happier if he knew that Gao Mu was the one who would succeed him. After leaving the logistics department, Gao Mu headed straight for the west gate. According to the map, there is a gathering place of master-level mythical beasts 100 kilometers away from the west gate. On the way to Shimen, Gao Mu was not idle either. He took the pure young sacred fruit from the system into his hand and started putting it in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed one, he felt a surge of energy gathering within his body. After swallowing the 2 pills, the condensed energy began to contract. After swallowing the 3 pills, the energy began to take shape within Gao Mu's body. After swallowing it all, Gao Mu felt a wisp of spiritual energy appear in his body. Goodness, is it really this difficult to advance from Grandmaster? Before reaching the Grandmaster realm, even if 100 exotic fruits cannot allow Gao Mu to break through his current level, they can at least give him a 4 or 5 star boost. But now, despite consuming so many exotic fruits, his minor cultivation level has only increased by 1 level. After venting his frustrations, Galmu had already arrived at the west gate. He donned the black ink azure dragon armor, slung the sky shuttle sword over his shoulder, and headed out of the city. That guy's armor is so cool. Of course it's cool, that's the black ink azure dragon armor. Black ink azure dragon armor? Then this person must be Galmu. Galmu? That legendary genius boy? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Galmu walked out of the west gate. It feels so good to be talked about like this. After secretly enjoying himself for a while, Galmu found a direction and directly activated the word movement secret. With the help of the Xingzi secret, a distance of 100 kilometers felt like an insurmountable distance to Galmu. In less than a minute, he arrived at the gathering place of the Grandmaster Beasts. The secret of all characters. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. After maximizing his defense, Galmu began walking towards the gathering place of the strange beasts. He had only taken 2 steps when a strange beast blocked his path. This is a huge ape-like beast. This strange beast had a body covered in white fur and a very ferocious face. What attracted Galmu's attention the most were its enormous feet. The color of its paws was different from its fur color, they were bright red. Good heavens, isn't that Zhuyan? Galmu was well versed in the classic of mountains and seas. If he remembers correctly, the description of Zhuyan in the classic of mountains and seas is that he has white hair and bare feet. After a slight gasp, Galmu drew his heavenly shuttle sword and headed straight for Zhuyan. Suppress the rebellion. The grass character sword technique. The 2 sword techniques were used one after the other. Sword energy permeated the air, and the sword light shone like torches. Zhuyan's defenses were formidable, but it was quickly defeated by Galmu's attacks. After cutting open Zhuyan's skull, Galmu took out its core. After tossing it into his backpack, he continued his search for the strange beast. Finding exotic beasts in areas where they gather is not a difficult task at all. Less than a minute later, Galmu encountered another opponent. This is also an ape-like creature. However, unlike the previous Zhuyan, this beast's fur was fiery red, while its feet were snow white. Azure Sky Sword Technique. This time, Galmu started with the Azure Sky Sword Technique. Sword energy drifted, amidst a sky full of stars. The stars formed by sword beams relentlessly hurtled towards the ape-like beasts. The beast intended to use its own defenses to withstand Galmu's attack, but Galmu's attacks were simply too powerful. It only managed to block a few blows before being knocked to the ground by Galmu's star. Just as it was about to get up, Galmu stepped on its chest. Die! The sky shuttle sword pierced his brain. Then he cut open the skull of the ape-like beast. That's it? Galmu shook his head and put the core into his pocket. Chapter 106 Alchemist. After putting the 2 Grandmaster-level beast cores into his bag, Galmu glanced at the time. It should be finished before tonight. If we hurry, we might be able to get back to Jidao City before dark. Galmu really didn't want to spend the night outside the city. After he finished speaking to himself, he continued walking in one direction. He had only taken a few steps when he saw another strange beast. Like the previous beasts, this one was also instantly killed by Galmu in one move. And so, Galmu acquired 3 beast cores. Time ticked by, and it was around 3 in the afternoon. Galmu had 7 beast cores in his backpack. 1 more is needed. Galmu continued to venture deeper into the area. What is that? Just then, a strange beast appeared before him. This strange beast is also an ape-like creature, but it is different from the ape-like creatures Galmu encountered before. The ape-like creatures we encountered before were all over 5 meters tall. But the one in front of us is only about 1 meter tall. Most remarkably, this ape-like beast emitted an eerie golden light. If you don't like looking at it, you might mistake it for a golden statue. The Golden 9 Fiends. A very strange and rare beast, whose internal organs can be used as medicine and are essential for refining the 5 elements golden elixir. Galmu's brow twitched as he read the glass's feedback. The 5 elements golden elixir is a very magical elixir. After the earth entered an era of spiritual energy revival, alchemists rose to prominence. Alchemists are divided into 2 camps. One is the spirit refining alchemist, who can refine pills. One is the sorcerer alchemist, who can create all sorts of magical potions. The 5 elements golden elixir is the masterpiece of the spiritual alchemist. It can help high-level martial artists break through the barriers between cultivation realms. For this reason, the 5 elements golden pill has become an extremely precious and valuable elixir. Little monkey, you're dead. Gaomu has now entered the ranks of high-level martial artists. This 5 elements golden elixir was truly tempting to Gaomu. He brandished the heavenly shuttle sword and charged toward the golden 9 fiend monkey. The golden 9-headed monkey sensed the danger and charged towards Gaomu with bared teeth and claws. Soon, Gaomu and the golden 9-headed monkey clashed. Gaomu's attack did not incorporate the all-secret technique. He wanted to test just how powerful he could be without using the all-encompassing secret technique. After the first collision, both sides took 3 steps back. Gaomu coldly stared at the golden 9-headed monkey, while the golden 9-headed monkey glared fiercely at Gaomu. Just then, it raised one of its front paws and beckoned to Gaomu. At the same time, Gaomu clearly saw a defiant look in its eyes. Gaomu felt extremely annoyed by being provoked by a strange beast. The grass character's sword technique. Gaomu let out a low growl and raised his hand to draw his sword. The sword's edge flew straight toward the golden 9 fiend monkey. Suppress the rebellion. Gaomu raised his hand again. The sword energy that quelled the chaos flew closely behind towards the golden 9-headed monkey. Azure Sky Sword Technique. The stars drawn with swordlight are the final touch. After all these skills were released, Gaomu took a few deep breaths. After unleashing 3 powerful skills in succession, his body was completely hollowed out. This monkey is quite interesting. 3 skills, 3 sets of sword beams. If it were any other strange beast, it would definitely have been turned into mincemeat. However, the golden 9 fiend monkey was not only not turned into mincemeat, but only suffered minor injuries. It glanced at Gaomu with disdain, as if to say, "That's all?" Gaomu was amused by it. The secret of all characters. Gaomu stopped pretending and directly increased his combat power tenfold. This time, he didn't use any skills and went straight up to confront the golden 9-headed monkey head-on. With 10 times the combat power, the golden 9-headed monkey was no match for Gaomu. In just a few rounds, it was easily killed by Gaomu. The 5 internal organs and the core. After finishing the harvest, Gaomu shouldered his backpack and prepared to head back. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance. What is that? In the ruins, he saw a sword. He strode forward. This is a long sword that has been corroded by time. The sword was riddled with holes and looked extremely fragile. Gaomu reached out to grab it. As he grabbed the sword, it began to disintegrate. Good heavens, a sword within a sword. After the broken sword was dismantled, Gaomu discovered that a small sword was still stuck in its hilt. He drew his small sword and examined it closely. Another Sky Shuttle small sword? Gaomu's eyes widened. This Tizot small sword is exactly the same as the Tizot small sword that Gaomu obtained at the auction house before. Could this small scimitar sword really be a key, just as I suspected? Gaomu put the Sky Shuttle sword into his backpack and then headed towards the Extreme City. With both the all-encompassing secret and the movement-encompassing secret fully activated, Gaomu finally returned to the Extreme Path City before nightfall. So fast? Yi Qingxian looked at the beast core lying on the table, her expression quite interesting. It's only been a few hours, and you've already hunted down so many Grandmaster-level beasts. Gaomu smiled slightly and asked, "Have I accumulated enough contribution points?" After a quick count, Yi Qingxian said, "That's enough." The promotion competition will be held tomorrow, Yi Qingxian said to Gaomu. After expressing his gratitude to Yi Qingxian, Gaomu returned to his dormitory. Pass the word down. Yi Qingxian handed the Grandmaster Beast Core to her assistant and said coldly, "Tomorrow, the promotion competition for Starless Core members will be held." The assistant was slightly taken aback and said, "It's only been a week since the last minor competition." At this time, before the assistant could finish speaking, he was silenced by a single look from Yi Qingxian. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Yi Qingxian treats Gaomu well because Gaomu has a promising future. But if you really think she has a good temper, you're sorely mistaken. No. No. That's not what I meant. The assistant stammered, trembling with fear. Then why don't you go quickly? Yi Qingxian said coldly. The assistant shuddered slightly before going to inform them. Not long after returning to his dormitory, Gaomu received a notification that he had advanced to the next round of the competition. Nothing was said that night, and the next morning. The qualifying competition was held in the afternoon. In the morning, Gaomu came to the Illusion Cloud District again. Today, he plans to find someone to refine the 5 internal organs of the Golden 9 Fierce Monkey from yesterday into elixirs. He wandered around the illusion cloud district while researching relevant information. Tua Tianyun, that's the one. Gao Mu finally fixed his gaze on Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun runs a pill shop in Jidao City. Furthermore, Tua Tianyun is a relatively rare spiritual alchemist. And judging from the introduction, his level in alchemy seems to be quite high. Chapter 107 Tua Tianyun. You're looking for our boss? He's not here. An employee at Tua Tianyun's shop waved his hand when he heard that Gao Mu wanted to see Tua Tianyun. He went out to find medicinal herbs and won't be back for a while. That's a pity. Gao Mu didn't really believe what the employee said. If the 5 internal organs of the golden 9-headed monkey can't be refined into pills in a short time, then it will just be a waste. No waste, no waste. Upon hearing Gao Mu's words, the employee grabbed his arm and dragged him inside. Our boss went to find medicinal herbs, but his brother is here. Younger brother? Gao Mu was dumbfounded. As far as he knew, Tua Tianyun didn't seem to have a younger brother. The backyard of the medicine shop is a large courtyard. In the very center of the courtyard stood a huge alchemy furnace. Around this large furnace were many smaller alchemy furnaces. In the center of these alchemy furnaces, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged, muttering to himself. Second boss. The employee dragged Gao Mu to the backyard and yelled at the middle-aged man, "There's someone here with the internal organs of the golden 9-headed monkey." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately opened his eyes. He moved lightly to stand in front of Gao Mu, his eyes fixed intently on him. You really have the 5 internal organs of the golden 9-headed monkey? The middle-aged man asked excitedly. Let me introduce myself. Gao Mu suspected that the man in front of him was Tua Tianyun. My name is Tua Tianfeng, and I am Tua Tianyun's younger brother. Don't underestimate me just because I'm his brother. My talent in alchemy is in no way inferior to his. Tua Tianfeng introduced himself. You are Tua Tianyun. Gao Mu, not wanting to waste words with Tua Tianyun, said directly. I just finished asking Minister Yi. Tua Tianyun still wanted to make some excuses. Upon hearing the name Minister Yi, he instantly lost all thoughts of making excuses. Now that Gao Mu already knew his true identity, Tua Tianyun didn't bother to pretend anymore. He straightened his back and said, I am Tua Tianyun. Give me the 5 internal organs of your golden 9-headed monkey so I can refine pills for you. Goodness. Gao Mu had met straightforward people before, but never one this direct. If I give it to you, what benefit will I get? The golden 5 elements pill isn't enough? This was the first time Tua Tianyun had ever seen such a greedy person. How long do you need? If nothing unexpected happens, Gao Mu will probably only stay in this extreme city for another 3 or 4 days at most. About a month, Tua Tianyun said to Gao Mu after a moment's thought. I need to spend a week processing the 5 internal organs first. Then I need to spend another week baking and drying them. And then another week grinding them into powder. The last week will be the time when I truly refine the elixir. No, it's too long. Gao Mu can't wait that long. I'm going to take up my post in the base city in 3 days. I can't wait that long. Then I'll personally deliver it to you. Tua Tianyun was going all out. The reason he was so willing to go all out wasn't because of Gao Mu, but because he really needed to refine the 5 elements golden pill. The golden 9-headed monkey is considered an extremely rare and exotic beast. Even if he offered a high price, it would be difficult to buy its internal organs. And even if he did manage to buy them, there was no guarantee that they would be fresh. In that case, I might consider it. Tua Tianyun was, after all, a renowned spirit alchemist. He couldn't possibly risk his reputation for the sake of the golden 9-headed monkey's internal organs. Seeing that Gao Mu said he needed to think about it, Tua Tianyun said anxiously, how about I go with you to the place where you work? Tua Tianyun was very anxious. The reason he was in such a hurry was because he was eager to break through. He has been trapped in the Grandmaster Invincible realm for more than a decade. Over the past 10 years, not only has his cultivation level stagnated, but he has also made little progress in alchemy. If he can break through to the Grandmaster level and become a great Grandmaster, then in terms of alchemy, he will also successfully advance from a first-tier alchemist to a second-tier alchemist. Okay, it's a deal. Gao Mu smiled. He came to Tua Tianyun simply to ask him to help refine pills. But the result was that he was kidnapped, which was something Gao Mu hadn't expected. After exchanging contact information, Gao Mu left to open Tianyun's medicine shop. Boss. The employee was puzzled as to why Tua Tianyun wanted to leave. Sigh. Tua Tianyun sighed softly. The reason I haven't made a breakthrough all these years is not because I have a problem with my talent. I've been holed up in the city for so many years, and life has indeed been comfortable and safe. But it has also made me complacent. This time, I want to rediscover that fearless spirit. After finishing his speech, Tua Tianyun went to his room. The employees stood at a distance, watching his back, and felt that their boss was different from before. The boss used to walk with such slow and heavy steps. But now, his steps are not only light, but also very brisk. After leaving the medicine shop, Galmu headed straight for the martial arts arena. Minister Yi, can't we start yet? The instructor in charge of this competition asked Yi Qingxian anxiously while checking the time. Yi Qingxian looked towards the entrance and frowned, saying, Galmu hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait until he comes before we begin. The instructor nodded with a helpless expression. Why hasn't it started yet? It's been going on for so long. Are they waiting for someone? This back door is such a disgusting way to do it. He must be someone with connections, otherwise he wouldn't have made so many of us wait for him. What I hate most in this life is people with connections. When he comes, I'm going to teach him a lesson. The instructors were helpless, while the other participants in the competition were extremely dissatisfied. Sorry, I'm late. Galmu finally arrived after another half hour. An hour has now passed since the scheduled time. It wasn't that Galmu deliberately arrived late, but rather that he was having a particularly unlucky day. The car he chose broke down halfway there. Not only was the car broken, but the communication equipment inside the car also broke down. Left with no other option, he broke down the car door and rushed over. It's all right, no rush, the instructor said with a forced smile. It hasn't even started yet. Galmu glanced at the time, somewhat surprised. However, when he saw Yi Qingxian, he suddenly realized what had happened. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use back channels like this? Galmu said softly to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian waved her hand and said, What's wrong with that? Since she had already said that, Galmu couldn't say anything more. Galmu's arrival also allowed the match, which was delayed by an hour, to officially begin. You're dead, one of the impatient members whispered to Galmu. Today I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Chapter 108 We Quit. I just made you wait a little while, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Galmu was annoyed. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The man drew his weapon and charged directly at Galmu. Even if you've never met me, you must have heard of my name, right? Even if you haven't heard of my name, you must have at least heard of me, right? While a 9-star king is indeed formidable, he seems to have no standing in front of me. While Galmu was speaking, the other party had already rushed up to him. Show me your weapons, the man yelled at Galmu. Galmu sneered, Dude, even if I make a move, it's considered bullying you. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. The man didn't understand what Galmu meant, but he saw the humiliation Galmu was showing him in Galmu's eyes. Die. He leaped high into the air, gripped his weapon tightly in both hands, and slashed fiercely at Galmu's head. Why? Galmu shook his head, remaining unmoved. When the opponent's weapon fell, Galmu was not only unharmed, but the opponent was also sent flying backward due to the excessive force. That's it? Galmu shook his head. It's hard to say whether Galmu was lucky or this guy was unlucky. After being sent flying backwards, he actually fell off the stage. And so, Galmu passed the first round very smoothly. Aren't they a bit too weak? Galmu, who passed the first round, chatted with Yi Qingxian off stage. Hey, do you have to be so pretentious? Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at Galmu, annoyed. Upon hearing this, the other participants glared angrily at Galmu. It's not that they're weak, it's that you're too strong. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at Galmu again and continued irritably. You, a Grandmaster-level person, are participating in a battle between king-level beings. Isn't this just blatant bullying? Upon hearing this, the contestants, who had just been filled with anger, all widened their eyes. Isn't this a bit against the rules? One participant complained to the instructor. He's a Grandmaster, participating in a king-level competition. What's the difference between this and a dimensional reduction attack? The instructor also looked utterly helpless. According to the rules, he is already a core member of the Starless Corps. If we disregard his cultivation level, it is perfectly reasonable for him to participate in this competition. Everyone was in despair. I'm quitting. I'm quitting too. This competition is pointless, I'm quitting too. Before the second round even started, all the participants chose to withdraw. They are martial artists, and they all possess unwavering courage. To do something that is impossible is not courage, but rather a sign of being foolish. So I've passed? Galmu looked at the instructor with a naive and innocent expression. The instructor really wanted to tear Galmu apart alive. Yes. The instructor gritted his teeth and glared at Galmu, his voice low and resentful. You passed. This competition is really easy, Galmu said, putting on airs again. I hope you have the same thought when you compete to advance from 1 star to 2 stars, the instructor thought bitterly. Hey young man, can you stop showing off? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but say as they headed to the logistics department. Galmu glanced at Yi Qingxian and said with a smile, I don't know what youthful arrogance is, I only know that the winner takes all. Goodness, even the spirited young man quotes are coming out. Have you been spending all your free time watching short videos lately? Yi Qingxian was already speechless with exasperation. The two chatted as they traveled and soon arrived at the logistics department. Thanks to Yi Qingxian's supervision, the logistics department was very efficient. In less than 5 minutes, all the procedures for Galmu's promotion were completed. After another 10 minutes or so, his appointment procedures were also completed. As long as he takes the appointment documents to Langia Bay City, he can directly become the branch manager of the Jidao Martial Arts School in Langia Bay City. When do you plan to go back? Yi Qingxian asked Galmu casually. Galmu thought for a moment and said, I'll call Tuo Tianyun later, or at the latest tomorrow. Tuo Tianyun? Yi Qingxian was surprised when she heard the name. He's going to Langia Bay City with you? I'm curious, how did you manage to persuade him? He's been holed up in the extreme city for many years, and many people have tried to get him to come out of seclusion but haven't been able to. Galmu didn't hide anything and told Yi Qingxian directly what happened that day. It makes sense, but it's unexpected. Yi Qingxian slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of such a simple method? I just stumbled upon it by sheer luck. This time, Galmu was unusually modest. After leaving the logistics department, Galmu contacted Tuo Tianyun. He originally thought that Tuo Tianyun would need another day to prepare. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call connected, Tuo Tianyun asked directly, when are we leaving? Any time is fine. Galmu, somewhat taken aback, stammered as he spoke. Let's do it now then. Tuo Tianyun was also an impatient person, and he said anxiously. I'll go to the airport now, so you should come as soon as possible too. Airplanes are not allowed to enter the city of the extreme, but that does not mean that the city of the extreme is without an airport. Not only does Yakuza City have an airport, but it is also the best and most luxurious airport in the world. Not long after Galmu arrived at the airport, Tuo Tianyun also arrived. Where are your things? Galmu looked at Tuo Tianyun with a face full of doubt. Tuo Tianyun's trip to Langia Bay City with Galmu was not for tourism. His main purpose was to refine the 5 elements golden elixir. It's been checked in. Tuo Tianyun waved his hand generously and said. If we're lucky, the stuff might arrive before us. While the two were chatting, a staff member came to inform them that it was time to board. After boarding the plane, the two closed their eyes to rest. Langia Bay City, Airport. Hey Lao Lu, how's the person who's replacing you this time? Niomang asked Lu Tianping casually. Lu Tianping frowned slightly and shook his head, I don't know either. Headquarters hasn't revealed any information about him. So mysterious? Niomang asked, somewhat surprised. It's important to know that, generally speaking, when a new person takes over as branch manager, the old branch manager will be notified in advance. This is done to prevent any awkward situations from arising. While situations like this, where no prior notice is given, have occurred before, they are considered quite rare. Why aren't you here yet? A stout, pot-bellied middle-aged man said impatiently. If you don't come soon, I'm going back. This man's name is Han Tong, and he is the new mayor of Langia Bay City. Just as Han Tong finished complaining, he saw an airplane slowly flying in from the sky not far away. Chapter 109 Returning Home in Glory. Han Tong wanted to complain a bit more, but he shut his mouth when he saw the plane. The plane landed at the airport. The 3 major figures in the base city all held their breath and focused intently. The cabin door opened, and Galmu slowly stepped off the plane. Galmu? 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 The 3 spoke in unison. Although they spoke in unison, their expressions were all different. Lu Tianping's expression was one of surprise and delight. Niu Meng's expression was one of surprise. Han Tong's expression was one of terror. When he arrived, Gao Mu had already fled to Jidao City. So this meeting with Gao Mu was their first meeting. However, this did not prevent Han Tong from recognizing Gao Mu at a glance. After all, his predecessor was personally dealt with by Gao Mu. Why are you here? Are you the new branch manager? Lu Tianping walked up to Gao Mu and gave him a big hug. Surprised? Unexpected? Gao Mu smiled and hugged Lu Tianping. So you didn't let headquarters tell us in advance because you wanted to surprise us? Lu Tianping was truly pleasantly surprised. It's no exaggeration to say that he was the one who witnessed Gao Mu's rise to prominence firsthand. He met Gao Mu when Gao Mu had just become a martial artist. His relationship with Gao Mu was like that of friends, but at times it was also like that of a teacher and a father. How is this possible? Niu Meng, who was standing to the side, took a long time to recover from his surprise. You should know that when he first met Gao Mu was still a novice martial artist. But in such a short time, this young martial artist had already become his equal. Besides being surprised, he felt more uncomfortable. At most, Niu Meng will just feel uncomfortable. But Han Tong was trembling with fear. Within the Hanyu Guard, Gao Mu had already been portrayed as a ruthless and bloodthirsty monster. And this monster's favorite prey was the people of the Hanyu Guard. Branch Master Niu Meng, no need for an introduction, right? Lu Tianping said to Gao Mu with a smile. Gao Mu shook his head, indicating that no explanation was needed. Lu Tianping walked up to Han Tong with a half smile, patted the trembling Han Tong on the shoulder, and introduced him to Gao Mu with a smile. Han Tong, the newly appointed mayor of Langya Bay City. Hello. Gao Mu extended his hand to shake hands with Han Tong. When Gao Mu wanted to shake hands with him, Han Tong hesitated and did not dare to extend his hand. He is afraid of you, Lu Tianping said with a mocking smile. After all, you killed his predecessor with your own hands. Ha ha ha. Gao Mu laughed heartily, which was quite unkind. After Gao Mu finished laughing, Lu Tianping continued, We've prepared a welcome banquet for you, do you want to go? A welcoming banquet? Gao Mu was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. What's the point of a welcoming banquet? I want to attend the inauguration ceremony directly. As a giant corporation, an inauguration ceremony is a must. We have indeed prepared an inauguration ceremony for you, but the time is set for the afternoon, Lu Tianping said. We can eat any time, but the inauguration ceremony is the most important thing. Gao Mu's words left the three people present completely puzzled. I'm returning home in glory. Gao Mu saw the three men's confusion and said without any concealment. I want everyone who knows me to know that I, Gao Mu, have made it big. Han Tong scoffed at Gao Mu's nouveau riche attitude. But he only dared to keep his contempt for Gao Mu to himself. Then I'll notify them. Gao Mu's reason was ridiculous, but also reasonable. Lu Tianping took out his phone and dialed the number of the person in charge of the inauguration ceremony. Preparations for Gao Mu's inauguration ceremony actually began 3 days in advance. Today, everything that needed to be prepared has been prepared. No problem, the inauguration ceremony can begin at any time, the person in charge said. Let's go. Lu Tianping gestured to Gao Mu to let him go. On the way to the inauguration ceremony, Gao Mu sent Shenwei a message, take my parents to the square in the base city. The inauguration ceremony was held in the square of the base city. Han Wei, who was playing with a beautiful woman, frowned slightly after seeing this text message. He knew that the square was preparing for the inauguration ceremony. Rumors suggest that the inauguration ceremony was prepared for the new branch manager of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. When Shinwei thought about Gao Mu going to the extreme city, a terrible idea began to spread in his mind. Young Master Shin, another drink, please. A scantily clad, bare-breasted artificial woman handed Shinwei a glass of champagne. Shinwei didn't even look at it, and directly knocked over the wine glass. He got up and walked straight towards the changing room without waiting for the beautiful woman to react. After changing into more formal clothes, he drove directly to where Gao Mu's parents lived. Godfather and godmother, I, Shinwei, have missed you so much. Shenwei's exaggerated expressions and over-the-top gestures made Gao's mother roll her eyes. You just arrived yesterday, why are you here again today? Gao's mother asked irritably. After Gao Mu left Langya Bay City, Shinwei would come to the villa every few days. We'll deliver some fresh vegetables today and some fresh fruit tomorrow. He gave his parents whatever they needed, and he also gave them things they didn't need. Godfather and godmother. Shinwei really didn't treat himself like an outsider, sitting down on the sofa casually and picking up a piece of fruit to eat. Please get ready, I'm going to take you out. Where are we going? Gao's father, who was playing a game, looked at Shinwei with a strange expression. Is there something exciting to watch today? I guess so, Shinwei nodded. Shinwei knew that the reason Gao Mu sent him a message instead of his parents was to give them a surprise. As Gao Mu's most loyal subordinate, Shinwei certainly wouldn't waste his efforts. Therefore, he had to help Gao Mu keep it a secret. Old lady, Mr. Gao said happily to Mrs. Gao, putting down his game. Since there's something interesting to see, let's go. As Chinese people, the gene of enjoying watching a spectacle is etched into our DNA. Upon hearing that there was something exciting to watch, Gao's mother immediately became interested. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Shinwei knew how long-winded the two elders were, so he wasn't in a hurry. He sat down in front of the game console his father had just been playing and started playing by himself. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. An hour later, the two elderly people finally came down from the second floor. What the hell are you guys dawdling about? Shinwei thought to himself. Shinwei put down the game controller in his hand, got up and went to drive. After the two elderly people got into the car, Shinwei acted as the driver and drove to the square in the base city. How much longer until it starts? Backstage at the inauguration ceremony, Gao Mu asked Lu Tianping impatiently. Any time is fine. Lu Tianping replied. Just then, Gao Mu's phone rang. After glancing at his phone, Gao Mu said to Lu Tianping, let's begin. Chapter 110 Rules. Because Gao Mu gave prior instructions, Shinwei, Gao's father, and Gao's mother occupied a very good position. What's going on here? Looking at the magnificent stage, Gao's mother asked Shinwei curiously. It seems to be an inauguration ceremony for some important figure. Shinwei replied. What's so interesting about an inauguration ceremony? I think there'll be some Thai dancing to watch today. Mr. Gao was very disappointed upon hearing about the inauguration ceremony. I'd rather go home and play games. If you want to go back, take a taxi yourself, Gao's mother said, giving Gao's father a disapproving look. Seeing that his wife was a little angry, Mr. Gao shut his mouth, looking aggrieved. Xiaoxin, what are you doing here? At this moment, a voice rang out from not far from Gao's mother. Madame Gao looked toward the source of the sound and frowned immediately. What bad luck! We actually ran into her. Hearing Gao's mother's complaint, Gao's father curiously looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, Shinwei also looked in that direction. Godfather. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Shinwei asked Gao's father curiously. Who is this person? Why does my godmother seem so displeased with her? This woman is your godmother's cousin, a woman with an extremely strong sense of vanity. When Gao Mu was rising to fame, she called you every day to inquire about your well-being. But after Gao Mu went to Jidao City, they lost contact. This woman is not only extremely vain, but she also particularly likes to mock women who are not as good as her. Mr. Gao had absolutely no goodwill towards the visitor. Xiao Rou, are you here to watch the fun too? Although Gao's mother rolled her eyes so hard they almost popped out of their heads, she still greeted Li Rou. I'm not here to watch the show, Li Rou said arrogantly, looking at Gao's mother with a hint of disdain. Today is the inauguration ceremony of a certain big shot, and I have an invitation to his banquet. As Li Rou spoke, she proudly took out a gold-embossed invitation from her handbag. Shinwei, standing to the side, had a very interesting expression. Who gave her the courage to act tough in front of the big shot's parents? Shinwei thought to himself. Fine, you're amazing, okay? Eager to see the excitement, Gao's mother waved her hand dismissively. Can't you just go do what you're supposed to do? I just want to watch the show in peace. This doesn't seem to be your home, Li Rou said, glancing sideways at Gao's mother, clearly not intending to leave. I should be able to stay here and watch the show, right? Gao's mother ignored Li Rou and looked towards the stage. Li Rou felt extremely uncomfortable seeing Gao's mother's appearance. It felt like punching cotton, there was no way to apply any force. The inauguration ceremony for the head of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy Langya Base City branch officially begins. As the host's voice faded, a stirring song resounded throughout the square. This song was written by the best musicians of the day at the expense of the Yakuza Martial Arts School. As the music began, everyone's eyes were drawn to the stage. Gao Mu then walked slowly from backstage to the front, keeping time with the music. The once bustling square fell into an eerie silence the moment Gao Mu appeared. Apart from the music still playing loudly, the square was as quiet as hell. Isn't this Gao Mu? Could he be the branch manager of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy in Langya? My god? Isn't he still on the wanted list? Gao Mu is widely known because his video footage is still available on the official website of the base city. Is it really Gao Mu? The people most surprised in the audience were Mr. and Mrs. Gao. They never expected that their son, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, would reappear as a big shot in the base city. You brat! Father Gao cried with joy, wiping away his tears with one hand and slapping Shinwei with the other. Did you already know all along? Shinwei shook his head innocently and said, I don't know yet. I just received a text message from Brother Mu today, asking me to bring you to the square. My son has made something of himself, my son has made something of himself. Tears welled up in Gao's mother's eyes. Standing next to Gao's mother, Li Ro looked completely bewildered. To be honest, this woman's reaction speed is really fast. Xiaoxin, we're still good friends, right? Li Ro held Gao's mother's hand, her face full of eagerness. Go to hell. Shinwei had long disliked this woman, so he slapped her across the face. After hitting her, he pointed at Li Ro's nose and cursed angrily. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or I'll have someone kill you. Li Ro was already aggrieved after being slapped, and Shinwei's slap only made her burst into tears. Don't be fooled by the fact that Li Ro is about the same age as Gao's mother. But her tearful appearance was truly pitiful. If Shinwei hadn't been so used to seeing women, he might have been tempted. Get lost. Seeing that Li Ro still wouldn't leave, Shinwei slapped her again. If you don't leave, I guarantee you'll regret it. Seeing that her usual tricks were useless, Li Ro had no choice but to flee. That woman is really shameless, Gao's father muttered from the side. Little did he know, his heart had just skipped a beat. That's right. Mrs. Gao nodded. After nodding, she looked back at the stage with tears in her eyes. Gao Mu's speech had already ended at this point. The crowd below the stage erupted in enthusiastic applause. Thanks. After thanking everyone, he jumped off the stage amidst their shocked gazes. So you finally decided to come back. Tears welled in Gao's mother's eyes as she punched Gao Mu. Do you know how much I missed you while you were gone? Gao's mother's reaction perfectly illustrates the saying, a mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, but a son is not worried when his mother travels 1,000 miles. I'm back now. Gao Mu gave his mother a big hug. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Although Gao's father's reaction was not as intense as Gao's mother's, he was also moved to tears. Isn't this a bit against the rules? Han Tong, who was unaware of the relationship between Gao Mu and Lu Tianping, muttered to himself. Not in accordance with the rules? Lu Tianping glanced at Han Tong disdainfully. Why don't you go and talk to him about the rules? He. Han Tong chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand, taking a few steps back in embarrassment. I think we should forget about it. After all, rules are rules, but people are flexible. After talking with his parents for a while, Gao Mu got into Shinwei's car with them. I haven't been in Langya for a while, thank you for your help. Gao Mu was genuinely grateful to Shinwei. Shinwei smiled slightly and said humbly, isn't this what I should do? Gao Mu didn't speak, but simply smiled and nodded. Chapter 111 Discovery of Ancient Ruins. Gao Mu was busy all day long. Following the inauguration ceremony, a welcoming banquet was held. By the time the welcome dinner was over, it was already around midnight. Back home, Gao Mu lay on his bed and exclaimed, the feeling of returning home in glory is truly amazing. With a sigh, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, before he had even woken up from his sleep, his mother knocked on his door. What's wrong? Gao Mu asked his mother, still half asleep. Gao Mu pointed to the first floor and said, your father's cousin is here. Ah. This was the first time Gao Mu had ever heard that his father had a cousin. After tidying up a bit, Gao Mu went downstairs. Gao's father's cousin stood up excitedly when he saw Gao Mu. You must be Gao Mu? Gao's father and uncle were both white-haired and walked with a shaky gait. But none of this could dampen their enthusiasm for Gao Mu. A promising young man indeed. A promising young man indeed. Gao Mu exchanged pleasantries with the old man with a stiff expression. After seeing the elderly off, Gao Mu hadn't even had a chance to rest before more relatives came to visit. Cousin. 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 In just one morning, Gao Mu received no fewer than 10 relatives. By the end, his smile was almost frozen. At the same time, he truly understood the meaning of the saying, in a poor mountain village, no one cares. Even in a bustling city, in a wealthy village, even distant relatives come calling. These people really have no shame. After seeing the people off, Gao's mother said disdainfully. When Xiaomu got into trouble, they all ran away faster than anyone else. They wished they could drain every last drop of blood from their bodies that was connected to our family. Now that Xiaomu has made it big, he's trying to get close to them again. These people are really disgusting. After Mrs. Gao finished complaining, the Gao family began to eat. After lunch, Gao Mu wanted to rest at home. However, his mother insisted that he go to the Langya branch to report for duty. Gao Mu thought about it and agreed. After tidying up a bit, I headed straight to the Langya branch. The branch was just as lively as ever. As soon as he entered the branch, he became the focus of everyone present. Is this Gao Mu? He looks so young. I've heard that his martial arts assessment was conducted right here. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by his high position, he is probably not even 20 years old. My goodness, so young? The strange looks from those around him made Gao Mu quicken his pace. In the branch manager's office, Lu Tianping was happily packing his things. So eager to leave? Gao Mu pushed open the door and teased with a smile. Don't you want to spend a little longer with your old friend? Lu Tianping didn't even look up. He just laughed and said, to be honest, I really don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for another second. Now that you're here, I'm completely free. Once I get back to Jidao City, I'll form a small team and go on an adventure in the wild. Lu Tianping's passion for adventure had long been burning brightly in his chest. Actually, I wanted to say, could you please not leave? Gao Mu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Lu Tianping's body trembled violently. He then put down what he was packing, frowned, and looked at Gao Mu, asking, why? I don't understand anything. Before Gao Mu could finish speaking, Lu Tianping understood what he meant. Lu Tianping walked over to Gao Mu, patted him on the shoulder and said, if you don't understand, you can learn. Besides, I've also reserved a good assistant instructor for you. I believe that with his help, you will quickly become familiar with all of this. Since Lu Tianping did not want to stay, Gao Mu did not force him. After packing his things, Lu Tianping walked out of the office in high spirits. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Gao Mu one last time. I hope you can endure the loneliness. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Mu noticed that Lu Tianping's steps had become much lighter. After Lu Tianping left, Gao Mu sat in his office with a blank expression. When he first became a leader, he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Master, master. Just as Gao Mu was feeling bewildered, there was a sudden knock on his office door. He raised his hand and said, please come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened. A short, wretched-looking man walked in from outside the door. If Gao Mu's guess is correct, this person should be Qiu Tianhen, the deputy director of the Langya branch. Vice Master Qiu, is there something you need from me? Gao Mu asked Qiu Tianhen, sitting very upright. Qiu Tianhen nodded very seriously and handed a document to Gao Mu, saying, recently, a section of ruins was discovered outside the city. I suspect it may be an ancient relic. If the curator has time, it would be best to go and take a look in person. As Qiu Tianhan spoke these words, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes. Ancient ruins? Upon hearing these 4 words, Gao Mu's expression clearly froze for a moment. Ancient relics are generally things left over from ancient times. Different ruins yield different products. Some ruins yield weapons, while others yield armor. Some ruins contain recipes for elixirs, while others contain recipes for witchcraft medicines. Of course, not all ruins yield items. But any item produced from the ruins is a priceless treasure. Therefore, ancient ruins have become a strategic target that all forces must contend for. Are you sure it's a ruin? Gao Mu asked Qiu Tianhen with a slight frown as he looked at the information Qiu Tianhen had given him. No, Qiu Tianhen shook his head. Our people only discovered that the place was suspected to be a ruin. I understand. Gao Mu nodded and said to Qiu Tianhen. Since it's suspected, then I'll personally lead the team to take a look. When Qiu Tianhen heard that Gao Mu was going to take a look, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a very strange smile. However, when Gao Mu looked up at him, the strange smile on his face vanished instantly. Master, Qiu Tianhan clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gao Mu, then asked, are you planning to go alone this time, or bring people from our branch? Give me a rough address, and I can go there myself. According to past intelligence, the lower the base city's level, the lower the danger level of the surrounding ruins. Since this ruin is near a level 5 base city, it can't be that dangerous. I'll send you the address later. Zhou Tianhan said this, then bowed and left. Soon, the address of the ancient ruins was sent to Gao Mu's mobile phone. After glancing at the address, he took out his phone and dialed Tuo Tianyun's number. Come out with me sometime. Gao Mu was interrupted by Tuo Tianyun before he could finish speaking. Chapter 112 Entering Xuanfa City. I'm refining pills right now, I don't have time. Tuo Tianyun's attitude was incredibly arrogant. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Gao Mu's reaction. Goodness, he's got quite a temper. Gao Mu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. He then sent another text message to Tuo Tianyun. Langya Base City, Tuo Tianyun's residence. Inside the huge villa, only Tuo Tianyun was present. In the backyard of the villa, a furnace at least 3 meters tall stands there. After hanging up Gao Mu's call, Tuo Tianyun put his phone aside and muttered under his breath, "My time is very precious. Don't bother me with your little things." He had just finished cursing when his phone rang again. He wasn't planning on watching it. Seeing that the flames in the alchemy furnace were not yet fully lit, he picked up his phone and glanced at it. Ancient ruins? Upon seeing these 4 words, Tuo Tianyun immediately felt wide awake. He disregarded his pride and dialed Gao Mu's number directly. Aren't you annoying? I'm busy right now. Gao Mu directly used the same tactic against him. Tuo Tianyun was somewhat embarrassed. Embarrassing as it may be, who can resist the allure of ancient ruins? He chuckled and said, "If it's an ancient ruin, could you take me there?" Gao Mu laughed on the other end of the phone. Tuo Tianyun heard sarcasm in Gao Mu's laughter, but he still suppressed his embarrassment and said, "We're all friends, there's no need for this." All right. Gao Mu said with a smile, seeing that Tuo Tianyun's arrogance had subsided. I'll send you the address, just come over. Alchemists cannot resist the allure of ancient ruins. There are only a few elixir formulas that have been passed down through generations. These prescriptions were almost all left behind by our predecessors. In other words, any alchemist has the opportunity to learn these pill formulas. But alchemists also have dreams. They also wanted to obtain a unique prescription for medicine. After all, the names of the owners are always marked on the elixirs passed down through generations. In this world, probably no one can resist the temptation of being remembered for generations. Gao Mu called for Tuo Tianyun because he needed Tuo Tianyun's help. Although his cultivation level was very high, the danger level of this secret realm was not very high. But his principle is that caution is the best policy. Bringing the Tuo Tian cloud was merely a precaution. As Gao Mu walked out of the branch, he realized that he hadn't checked in yet. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward received, pill recipe analysis mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Xuanfa City to check in. Analysis of the formula, Deshang. Regardless of the era in which the text on the recipe is written, you can decipher it. Furthermore, there is a certain chance of obtaining the most suitable refining method. The new sign-in reward gave Gao Mu a sudden shock. This reward is absolutely fantastic. With this skill, he could even consider becoming an alchemist. If the probability of an ordinary person becoming a martial artist is very low, then the probability of a martial artist becoming an alchemist is extremely low. As far as Gao Mu knew, it was probably difficult to find even one alchemist among 100,000 martial artists. One more enlightenment tea tree fruit. Gao Mu extracted the enlightenment tea tree fruit from the system and threw it directly into his mouth. Ding! The skill, Danfang Analysis, has broken through the Great Completion realm and entered the Perfect realm. After Tuo Tianyun had reached the perfection level in analyzing the pill formula, he also came to Gao Mu's side. How are your preparations going? Gao Mu asked Tuo Tianyun. Tuo Tianyun looked up, patted his chest, and assured, everything is ready. Upon hearing Tuo Tianyun's assurance, Gao Mu drove directly to the east gate of the base city. Both of them were Grandmaster-level martial artists, so they traveled at a very fast speed. It would take 2 hours for a martial artist at the King Realm to travel, but the two of them arrived in just 1 hour. Is this a gathering place for strange beasts? Are ancient ruins located in a gathering place for strange beasts? Tuo Tianyun asked Gao Mu. According to intelligence, the ancient ruins are indeed located in Sunfuk City. That's right. Gao Mu nodded and took the lead into Xuanfa City. Xuanfa City is a gathering place for king-level mythical beasts, and occasionally grandmaster-level mythical beasts also appear. But for grandmaster martial artists Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun, the strange beasts here were nothing. Check in. Upon entering Xuanfa City, Gao Mu immediately checked in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, Alchemist Complete Guide Mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the depths of Xuanfa City to check in. Complete Guide to Alchemy, Great Completion. Want to become an alchemist? This guide can make your dream come true. It not only contains a complete guide to becoming a spirit alchemist, but also includes a guide to becoming a witch alchemist. With this guide, becoming a master alchemist is no longer a dream. The skill descriptions were incredibly fantastical, but they filled Gao Mu with immense joy. Taking advantage of Tua Tianyun's inattention, Gao Mu threw a Dao Enlightenment tea tree fruit into his mouth. Ding! The skill, Complete Guide to Alchemy, has broken through the Great Completion realm and entered the Perfect realm. The system notification sound in his ear made Gao Mu nod with satisfaction. With the skill's Complete Guide to Alchemy and Dan Recipe Analysis, Gao Mu already possesses all the potential to become an excellent alchemist. What are you laughing at? Tua Tianyun asked, seeing Gao Mu's infatuated smile. It's nothing, Gao Mu waved his hand, offering a perfunctory explanation. I just thought of something funny. Let's go. To prevent Tua Tianyun from asking any more questions, Gao Mu pointed deep into Xuanfa City. Let's go see if those ancient ruins are really real. Tua Tianyun originally wanted to continue asking questions, but after hearing the words ancient ruins, he gave up the idea of asking further. After all, compared to ancient relics, what the 8 trigrams are is not important at all. Not long after Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun entered Xuanfa City, a group of furtive figures appeared on the outskirts of the city. As soon as the group of figures appeared, one of them suddenly darted over and whispered, "The person you mentioned has already gone in. However, it seems he brought someone with him." "Are you sure it's the person in the photo I sent you?" one of the figures asked the person in charge of the investigation very seriously. "Yes," the investigator replied. "It doesn't matter." The figure in the shadows grinned menacingly. "Whether one comes or two, it's all the same, there's not much difference." After the figure finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter Xuanfa City. After entering Xuanfa City, these people quickly located Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun. The two were studying a map, completely unaware that they were being watched. That's it for chapter 113. No, we should go this way, Tua Tianyun said, offering his opinion. Gao Mu, however, had a different opinion. He pointed in another direction and said loudly, "I feel that's the right way. Then let's each go to one side and then contact each other using our communicators." Since the two of them came out together, they brought the necessary communication devices. Gao Mu bought the most expensive one, so the area it covered reached a terrifying 100 square kilometers. Before leaving, he specifically looked up the area of Xuanfa City. The area of Xuanfa City is exactly 95 square kilometers. In other words, as long as the two people do not leave Xuanfa City, they can keep in touch. Seeing the two walk apart, the people following behind were overjoyed. "Boss, should we?" someone asked. "Fuck you." The leader of the group slapped one of his underlings and cursed under his breath. "We came here to kill Gao Mu. If there were other people with him, we'd just kill them too. But there's no one else with him. If we split up, wouldn't we be crazy? Our leader is brilliant." All the underlings expressed their admiration for their leader. The eldest brother nodded and then took the lead, following behind Gao Mu. Seeing their leader follow, the underlings no longer hesitated. Unbeknownst to them, Tua Tianyun was also following behind them while they were tracking Gao Mu. The argument between Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun just now was all an act. Actually, the two of them noticed the group as soon as they appeared. The reason they didn't act against them immediately was to see what they were up to. At the same time, Gao Mu was also curious whether there was someone behind this group of people. Gao Mu walked deep into Xuanfa City and immediately checked in. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 initial spirit fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the Alchemy Alliance Langya branch to check in. First spirit fruit. A rare fruit that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Consuming one can restore at least 50% of one's spiritual energy. Unlike the exotic fruits that boosted strength in the past, this time the reward is a restorative exotic fruit. Not bad, not bad. Gao Mu's mindset was quite calm. After sorting through the sign and rewards, Gao Mu began searching for traces of the ancient ruins. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it. Could Xiao Tianhen be lying to me? Gao Mu frowned slightly, realizing that things were a bit complicated. Just then, the group of people following behind Gao Mu appeared in front of him. The leader of this group was none other than Xiao Tianhen, who had provided Gao Mu with the intelligence. Surprised, my branch manager? Xiao Tianhen spread his arms wide, looking like a victor. That's quite a surprise indeed, Gao Mu said expressionlessly. What do you want? Gao Mu asked directly, and Xiao Tianhen answered directly as well. My goal is very simple, to kill you and take your place. Why should I? Gao Mu couldn't understand Xiao Tianhen's behavior. Why do you think that killing me will make you the branch manager? If the higher-ups really wanted you to be the branch manager, they wouldn't have sent me down in the first place. I really don't understand, is your brain filled with shit? Xiao Tianhen truly did not expect that Gao Mu would still dare to mock him under these circumstances. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't say anything more at this moment. After all, saying too much might mean a quick death later. In Xiao Tianhen's eyes, Gao Mu was no different from a dead man. Who gave you the confidence to have the delusion that you can kill me? Gao Mu asked, puzzled. I brought 20 martial artists at the 9th level of the king rank this time. Do you think they can't kill you? In Xiao Tianhen's view, Gao Mu, who was already the head of the Langya branch, was now at the 9th level of the king realm. Therefore, he naively believed that he could kill Gao Mu by bringing 20 martial artists at the 9th level of the king rank. People are just too naive sometimes, Gao Mu continued mockingly, guessing Xiao Tianhen's thoughts. You don't actually think I'm a 9th level king level martial artist, do you? Really? Really? Gao Mu's repeated taunts made Xiao Tianhen less confident. Aren't you a 9-star king level martial artist? Of course not, Gao Mu stated bluntly. I am currently a mid-stage grandmaster martial artist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhen was completely dumbfounded. He believed he had been cautious enough. But to my surprise, it seems I was still wrong. If Gao Mu is truly only a 9th level king rank martial artist, then the 29th level king rank martial artists he brought with him would have killed him very easily. But if Gao Mu is a mid-stage grandmaster martial artist, then something is not quite right. He knew very well that if Gao Mu wanted to, he could easily escape from the encirclement of these 20 king-level 9-star warriors. Once Gao Mu escapes, Xiao Tianhen will be completely finished. Master Gao, how about we pretend this never happened? Xiao Tianhen asked Gao Mu directly, forcing himself to speak. Gao Mu looked at him like he was an idiot and said, do you think that's possible? Xiao Tianhen was filled with bitterness. If he had known earlier that Gao Mu was already at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, he wouldn't have dared to bring people to ambush Gao Mu, even if he had 100 lives. Brother Tua, let's begin. Just as Xiao Tianhen was feeling bitter, Gao Mu suddenly shouted. Before Xiao Tianhen could react, he heard a scream. Tua Tianyun is indeed an alchemist, but he is also a grandmaster martial artist. Moreover, his combat power is even stronger than that of martial artists of the same level. Ah! 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 Screams echoed throughout Xiao Tianhen's ranks. Just as he was about to turn around to check, Gao Mu also made his move. After all, the opponents were all king-level martial artists. If Gao Mu were to use the all-secret technique again, it would be too much of a bully. However, not using the character does not mean one is a weakling. The grass character sword technique. The sword light transformed into blades of strong grass, rushing straight towards Xiao Tianhen's team. These martial artists at the 9th level of the king rank were no match for Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun at all. In less than 5 minutes, they were all knocked to the ground by Gao Mu and Tua Tianyun. That's it? Gao Mu looked down at Xiao Tianhen and couldn't help but mock him. You didn't even do your homework before ambushing me. To be honest, having a villain like you makes me feel like a failure, you know that? As the defeated one, Xiao Tianhen also possessed the despair of a loser. Since he has already lost, he can just lie down and let himself be mocked. How do we solve this? Tua Tianyun asked Gao Mu. Just as Gao Mu was about to speak, a loud roar suddenly came from deeper within Xuanfa City. Chapter 114 Earth God Temple. It's ruined. Gao Mu waved his hand and looked towards the deepest part of Xuanfa City. Do you think of me as your little brother? Although Tua Tianyun muttered something, his weapon flashed and slashed across Xiao Tianhen's body. Xiao Tianhen, lying on the ground, frowned slightly. He did not experience any physical discomfort. But just as he was about to try to use his power, he discovered that all the power in his body had vanished. "What did you do to me?" He stared at Tua Tianyun with a look of horror. Tua Tianyun pointed at Gao Mu with an innocent expression and said, "He told me to cripple you, so I crippled you." "You really crippled him?" Gao Mu looked at Tua Tianyun. He hadn't expected that Tua Tianyun had such a trick up his sleeve. "Of course." Tua Tianyun nodded proudly and said to Gao Mu, "Do you want to learn?" Roar! Just then, a roar came from the deepest part of Xuanfa City again. "Let us go take a look. I have a feeling we'll find something good this time." Gao Mu looked intently at Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun looked in that direction and nodded with a serious expression. "I had the same feeling." The two then exchanged a glance and sped off into the deepest part of Xuanfa City. "You can't do this to me." Xiao Tianhan roared desperately in the direction the two had fled. "He's an ordinary person now." Throwing an ordinary person into a place teeming with strange beasts is like throwing a lamb into a pack of wolves. No matter how much he yelled, no one paid any attention to him. Roar! Just as he was about to leave Xuanfa City, a low growl sounded from behind him. He turned around with difficulty. What he saw was a pair of blood-red eyes, as red as lanterns. "He's the deputy director of your branch, after all. Do you think it's appropriate to just leave him there?" Tua Tianyun asked Gao Mu as they hurried on their way. Gao Mu smiled slightly and said, "He wanted to kill me, brother. I'm already being very lenient by not killing him." Tua Tianyun was not a newcomer to martial arts. He knew that Gao Mu was right. The two moved extremely fast, and in less than 10 minutes they had arrived at the deepest part of Xuanfa City. "What is that?" In the deepest part of the place, two strange beasts are attacking each other frantically. These two strange beasts were like an alligator snapping turtle and a python. What are they fighting over? Most of the battles between the strange beasts are caused by the struggle for something. Could it be something else? Tua Tianyun hadn't even uttered the word possible before he dismissed it himself. If they were really fighting over exotic fruit, there would be no way there wouldn't be any fragrance around here. As the two were talking, the battle between the two strange beasts was gradually coming to an end. Alligator snapping turtles have a shell for protection, but pythons do not. The python, now covered in blood, is moving slower and slower, and the amount of blood on its body is increasing. "You're a python, I'm an alligator snapping turtle," Gao Mu said, looking at Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun licked his lips and then nodded. "Move." Gao Mu let out a low roar and then charged out. The instant Gao Mu made his move, Tua Tianyun also moved. The two arrived at the two strange beasts almost at the same time. "This weapon is quite interesting." Gao Mu looked at the weapon in Tua Tianyun's hand and thought to himself. Unlike other conventional weapons, Tua Tianyun's weapon is a very rare ruler-type weapon. Despite their seemingly clumsy appearance, in Tua Tianyun's hands, ruler-type weapons are just as swift as Gao Mu's sky shuttle sword. The two approached the beast at the same time and attacked almost simultaneously. With just one move, the two of them dealt with their beast. "The alligator snapping turtle's body is mine, and the pythoness is yours," Tua Tianyun said to Gao Mu. Gao Mu waved his hand and said, "They're all yours. I just want to know what those two are fighting over." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Mu pulled the sky shuttle sword from the alligator snapping turtle's body and began searching. Soon, he spotted a dilapidated old building not far away. This ancient building is only 1 meter high. In terms of style, it's somewhat similar to the architectural style of the Qin dynasty period before Gao Mu traveled through time. 1 meter? This is definitely not a place for people to live in. If it's not a place for people to live in, then... This was the first time Gao Mu had ever seen such a building. This is a building for worshipping the earth god. After finishing cleaning up the alligator snapping turtle's carcass, Tua Tianyun walked to Gao Mu's side and gently patted Gao Mu's shoulder. "Earth god?" Gao Mu was somewhat surprised when he heard those 3 words. This was the first time he had heard anything about God in all the time he had been in this world. Seeing Gao Mu's puzzled expression, Tua Tianyun continued to explain, according to legend, there were gods in this world in ancient times. But later, for some unknown reason, the gods disappeared. And the evidence that proves their existence is the various kinds of relics. As Tua Tianyun spoke, he bent down to explore the local earth god temple. Gao Mu grabbed him. "This place is a bit eerie, let's be careful. This ancient building does indeed look like a place dedicated to a deity." But for some reason, the more Gao Mu looked at the building, the more eerie it seemed. "Did you know?" This kind of building is quite rare. And usually, you might find the entrance map to an ancient ruin inside one of these buildings. If no one has ever been inside this building, we might be able to find the entrance map to an ancient ruin. After Tua Tianyun finished speaking, he didn't wait for Gao Mu to say anything more and went straight inside. Seeing this, Gao Mu followed. Because the building is dilapidated, sunlight filters through the broken sections. Therefore, the interior of the building is very well lit. Upon entering, Gao Mu felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The building is only 1 meter high, so it is not very deep. The two of them crouched down and walked less than 5 meters before reaching the end of the building. At the end of the building, there is a half-meter tall statue. Is this the Earth God? Before his transmigration, Gao Mu had never seen the Earth God, but he had seen many statues of gods. Even the gods who suppress evil spirits are not as ferocious as this statue. It's written there, Tua Tianyun said to Gao Mu, pointing to the memorial tablet on the altar in front of the statue. The Earth God. Gao Mu looked at the memorial tablets on the offering table, and cold sweat dripped directly from his forehead. The tablet does indeed have 4 characters written on it, and it really is the Earth God. But to his horror, the characters on it were the small seal script used by the first emperor after he unified the 7 kingdoms. While Gao Mu was filled with fear, Tua Tianyun had already begun his search. But after searching around, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Chapter 115 Heart Monkey Pill Recipe. Seeing Tua Tianyun's disappointed expression, Gao Mu knew that this temple was not the first one they had discovered. Let's go. Gao Mu didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Tua Tianyun nodded with a look of disappointment. But just as he turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Look at this. Tua Tianyun said, pointing to the back of the statue. Gao Mu walked over and examined it carefully. Behind the statue, there was a sword stuck in the ground. The entire front of the sword was inserted into the statue, leaving only the hilt. Why does this sword hilt look so familiar? Tua Tianyun thought carefully. Isn't this the same as the hilt of your weapon? Tua Tianyun looked at Gao Mu's sky shuttle sword. Gao Mu suddenly woke up. He strode over, ignoring the eerie feeling, and drew the small sword directly. Sure enough, the small sword was exactly the same as the sky shuttle small sword he had obtained before. How about I take this little sword? Gao Mu asked Tua Tianyun after examining it. Tua Tianyun shrugged indifferently and said, this thing looks useless, so it's yours. The two searched around again, but finding no other spoils, they left the local temple. Before leaving, Gao Mu made a point of looking back one last time. Whether it was his imagination or not, he saw a strange smile on the statue's face. When he rubbed his eyes, the eerie smile disappeared again. After leaving the temple, the two ignored Xiao Tianhan and went straight back to Langia Base City. Before nightfall, the two returned to Langia Base City. Upon arriving in the base city, they immediately parted ways. Gao Mu didn't know where Tua Tianyun had gone. But Gao Mu returned to the branch library. On his way to the branch, he also called Lu Tianping. What did you say? Inside the curator's office, Lu Tianping was furious upon hearing about Gao Mu's ordeal that day. Did Xiao Tianhan lie to you, saying he had discovered a place that appeared to be an ancient ruin, and then lead his men to ambush you? Lu Tianping's face was full of anger. Gao Mu nodded. After his anger subsided, Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu, what about Xiao Tianhanren? After crippling him, we dumped him in Xuanfa City, Gao Mu said casually, taking a sip of tea. This is a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping frowned slightly. After all, he is the deputy director of the branch, second only to the director. The disappearance of a branch's deputy director is a big deal for the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy. If we can't find evidence that he ambushed you, you might be in trouble. After Lu Tianping finished speaking, he looked at Gao Mu. Gao Mu pondered for a moment and said, do you know where he lives? Perhaps his family has evidence? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianping immediately perked up. Before we go to his house, let's go to his office first. Lu Tianping was also a pragmatist. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and left the office. Gao Mu followed closely behind. With Lu Tianping leading the way, the two quickly arrived at Xiao Tianhan's office. Just walk up there and you can open the door. The branch manager has a high level of authority within the branch. Gao Mu nodded and went up. The door to Xiao Tianhan's office opened. His office was the same size as Gao Mu's office. The only difference is that his office is decorated much more luxuriously than Gao Mu's office. This shows that he is a very flamboyant person. After entering the office, the two began searching. Soon, the two found Xiao Tianhen's personal computer. Because the computer was heavily encrypted, neither of them opened it. I'll find someone to crack it. Lu Tianping has far more connections in Langya base city than Gao Mu. After Lu Tianping left, Gao Mu continued his search in Xiao Tianhen's office. Are all the files stored on the computer? The subsequent search yielded no results, and Gao Mu had no choice but to leave. The next morning. The computer's defenses are very strong. It will take about a week to crack them, Lu Tianping said over the phone. A week is neither a long nor a short time. However, now that a specific time had been set, Gao Mu was no longer in a hurry. Let's go check out the Alchemy Alliance first. Gao Mu drove straight to the Alchemy Alliance. Looking at the Alchemy Alliance in front of him, Gao Mu was somewhat bewildered. As a loosely managed alliance, Gao Mu anticipated that its interior decoration would not be too luxurious. However, upon actually seeing it, Gao Mu discovered that this branch of the Alchemy Alliance was quite different from what he had imagined. The storefront was cramped, the doors and windows were dilapidated, and the lobby was filled with the smell of mildew. Gao Mu never dreamed that the branch of the Alchemy Alliance would be so dilapidated. Who are you looking for? An old man in the hall asked, raising his cloudy eyes as Gao Mu entered. I'm not looking for anyone, Gao Mu said, recovering from his shock. I just came to take a look. When the old man heard Gao Mu say he wanted to come and take a look, he didn't refuse. He waved his hand and said to Gao Mu, look around as you like, there's nothing valuable here anyway. After the old man left, Gao Mu sighed. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, heart monkey pill recipe. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to branch 1 alchemy room to check in. Heart monkey pill formula, complete. A first-grade pill recipe has a chance to produce a heaven-grade heart 8 pill. The description of the heart monkey pill formula is very simple. Left with no other option, Gao Mu could only search for information about the heart monkey pill on his mobile phone. Heart monkey pill. The name of the pills refined by the spiritual alchemist is derived from the phrase restless mind and wandering will. Everyone has a restless mind within them. The mind monkey pill can help you break free from this mind and elevate your cultivation to a higher level. The higher the level of the heart monkey pill, the greater the chance of breaking through the shackles. The effects of this heart monkey pill seem to be similar to those of the 5 elements golden pill. On the surface, that's how it seems, but in reality, their effects are worlds apart. The heavenly grade heart 8 pill has a success rate of approximately 95% in breaking through the shackles. However, the 5 elements golden pill of the same grade only has a 50% success rate. Let's see if the enlightenment tea tree fruit can upgrade this recipe. After thinking for a moment, Gao Mu took out an enlightenment tea tree fruit from the system and put it into his backpack. He took it out of his backpack and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding! The skill, heart monkey pill recipe, has broken through the great completion realm and entered the perfect realm. Gao Mu then looked at the heart monkey pill formula. The previous probability has changed to high probability. Upon seeing this, Gao Mu was delighted. He glanced at the drowsy old man, then turned and left the Alchemy Alliance branch. This young man is interesting. After Gao Mu left, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Gao Mu wasn't in a hurry to find a new place to sign in because he needed to buy some materials. He intends to use these materials to refine a heart monkey pill. Chapter 116 Alchemy requires proof. Extreme City, Enforcement Department. The deputy director of the Langya branch has gone missing? Li Zijiang frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Yes. Li Zijiang's subordinate nodded with a serious expression. We've been out of contact for more than 24 hours. Have you contacted their branch manager? Li Zijiang asked his subordinate. Not yet. His hand looked troubled. Smack. Li Zijiang slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He pointed at his subordinates and yelled, "What are you doing? It's been 24 hours and you still haven't contacted the local museum owner to inquire about the situation." The subordinate said timidly, head bowed. The head of the Langya branch is Gao Mu. Even if it's the king of heaven himself, you still have to. Li Zijiang's words were cut short as he froze. Who did you say it was? Li Zijiang asked again. Gao Mu, that's the Gao Mu who's very close to Minister Yi. His subordinates were also having a headache. That's troublesome. Li Zijiang pinched his forehead and muttered to himself. Is Yi Qingxian scary? In Li Zijiang's view, Yi Qingxian was indeed very terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is the person behind Yi Qingxian. In that case, notify the two vice ministers and have them go to Langya Base City to investigate. Apart from Li Zijiang and his trusted subordinate, no one in the law enforcement department knew about the relationship between Gao Mu and Yi Qingxian. That's a good idea, his trusted subordinate laughed. Better to die than to die, my friend. Li Zijiang smiled sinisterly. This minister, who appears to be very successful on the surface, actually walks on thin ice with every step he takes. His two deputy ministers were also eyeing his position. They hoped Li Zijiang would make a mistake, and Li Zijiang also hoped they would make a mistake. Since there was an opportunity to make them make mistakes, Li Zijiang certainly wouldn't let it pass. After his trusted subordinates left, Li Zijiang picked up a cup of tea, walked to the window, and muttered to himself, I hope the two of you can investigate this matter thoroughly. Gao Mu was currently in the market of the base city, searching for materials to refine the Heart Monkey Pill. The Heart Monkey Pill is, after all, a pill that helps grandmaster martial artists break through to the next level, so finding the corresponding materials is not an easy task. He searched the market all day and only found 3 or 4 kinds of the materials he needed. Oh, right. After leaving the market, Gao Mu thought of Tuo Tianyan. This guy is, after all, a spiritual alchemist. He should have a lot of materials for refining elixirs. Perhaps he also has the materials that Gao Mu needs. You want heart monkey grass? What do you need that for? The materials for refining pills are not exotic fruits, so ordinary martial artists don't need them at all. I want to refine elixirs, Gao Mu said to Tuo Tianyun without hiding it from him. Upon hearing this, Tuo Tianyun was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. While laughing, he didn't forget to mock Gao Mu. Are you kidding me? Are you an alchemist? Do you have an alchemy certificate? You dare to refine pills without an alchemy certificate? Aren't you afraid the Alchemy Alliance will cause you trouble? Gao Mu was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had ever heard of needing a certificate to refine elixirs. Furthermore, are you sure you have the talent to refine pills? Can you even read the recipes? Tuo Tianyun's 2 soul-searching questions left Gao Mu stunned once again. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Mu asked, where do I take the exam to get a certificate to become an alchemist? Anyone from the Alchemy Alliance can take the exam, Tuo Tianyun replied. After hanging up the phone, Gao Mu didn't bother with the materials anymore, but went straight to the Langya branch of the Alchemy Alliance. Why are you here again? The old man said impatiently when he saw Gao Mu return. There's nothing left in this place. I'm here to take the alchemist certification exam, Gao Mu stated his purpose directly. The old man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He clearly hadn't expected anyone to come here to take the test for a medicine-making certificate. The certification exam requires a fee of 1 million yuan, and you must prepare your own materials, the old man said to Gao Mu after a moment of surprise. Gao Mu nodded and said to the old man, money is not a problem, and neither are materials. Upon hearing Gao Mu's words, the old man immediately took out his phone from his pocket, opened a payment app, and said, scan me to pay. Gao Mu took out his phone and scanned the payment. After paying, the old man said to Gao Mu, come with me. Didn't we say we had to bring our own materials? Yao Muban was actually planning to buy some materials. The old man glanced at Gao Mu and said casually, it's been a long time since anyone has come. Consider this a way to keep me entertained. This old man, will cover the materials you need for your certification exam today. Since the old man has said so, Gao Mu certainly won't refuse. After all, the materials needed for alchemy are not cheap. After the old man finished speaking, he turned and walked in one direction. Gao Mu followed closely behind. He discovered that the deeper he went, the better the environment became, and the more pleasant the smells became. Outside the number 1 alchemy room, the old man stopped in his tracks. This is alchemy room number 1, which contains the materials needed to make grade 1 pills. It also contains some basic pill recipes. You have only 1 hour. If you can refine a first-grade pill within that time, even if the pill is only of the yellow grade, you will receive a pill refining certificate and become a first-grade alchemist. Gao Mu nodded, then pushed open the door and entered the number 1 alchemy room. After Gao Mu went inside, the old man walked in another direction. He pushed open the door to a secluded room, where a large number of televisions were prominently displayed. One of the images on the television was of the number 1 alchemy room. After entering the number 1 alchemy room, Galmu began to observe the environment inside. The area of this alchemy room is approximately 200 square meters. In the very center stood a massive alchemy furnace, taller than 2 people. In the corners, numerous materials needed for alchemy were laid out. Next to the materials was a cabinet. On top of the cabinet were some books. Galmu was the first to walk to the cabinet. He found the instruction manual for the alchemy furnace and the main steps of alchemy in the cabinet. He even needs to look at these basic things. Does he even know how to refine pills? The old man sitting on the sofa stared at Galmu with a deep frown. Galmu reads very quickly, finishing both books in just 5 minutes. After reading it, he began to search for the recipe for the elixir. Qi Yuan Dan is the most basic and common elixir formula. Most beginner alchemists start with the Qi Yuan pill as their entry point. Without hesitation, Galmu took out a Dao Enlightenment tea tree fruit from his backpack and threw it into his mouth. Ding! New skill acquired, Qi Yuan Dan recipe, mastery. Without even checking the specific details of the Qi Yuan pill recipe, he threw another Enlightenment tea tree fruit into his mouth. Ding! The skill, Qi Yuan pill recipe, has broken through the great completion realm and entered the perfect realm. With everything ready, Galmu began selecting materials. Chapter 117 First Grade Top Grade Pills. Selecting materials is also an important part of this exam. Seeing that Galmu quickly and accurately selected the required materials from a large number of materials, the old man sitting in the monitoring room nodded in satisfaction. After selecting the materials, Galmu threw them all into the demon refining furnace. Galmu's simple and crude actions made the old man frown. He then walked to the alchemy furnace and began to operate it. The old man then turned on a computer. On the computer screen was the control interface for Galmu's alchemy furnace. The temperature was too high, so the water filling time was delayed by 18 seconds, and the lid was opened 12 seconds earlier. Despite its antique appearance, the alchemy furnace is powered by the latest computer intelligence system. The old man observed Galmu's actions while making his own comments. After throwing the materials into the alchemy furnace, Galmu stood at the alchemy furnace's operating system and waited. What's this kid up to? The old man frowned again when he saw that Galmu had no intention of leaving the alchemy furnace. After the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose, Galmu began to adjust the furnace under the old man's shocked gaze. Initially, adjustments were made every 5 minutes in the middle stage, adjustments were made every 3 minutes, and in the later stage, adjustments were made every minute. Does he even know how to refine pills? The old man wondered. Half an hour later, the furnace door opened. The old man was surprised to find that there were pills inside Galmu's alchemy furnace. After waiting for a moment, Galmu took the pill out of the alchemy furnace. The elderly man was horrified when he saw the surveillance footage. As expected, Galmu successfully refined the Qi Yuan pill. However, the color of this Qi Yuan pill was a startlingly red. A top-grade first-tier pill? How is this possible? The old man's eyes widened, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. In addition to their rank, elixirs also have different grades. From lowest to highest grade, they are common, low grade, medium grade, high grade, fine, and supreme. The corresponding colors are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Even for the most experienced first-tier alchemist, refining a first-tier top-grade pill is not an easy task. In addition to controlling the heat, it is also necessary to pay close attention to the temperature inside the furnace and various complex procedures. But Galmu had barely started refining pills when he produced a top-grade first-tier pill. How could this not surprise the old man? Seeing that Galmu was about to leave the alchemy room, the old man slowly walked out of the monitoring room. I should be able to pass the exam, right? Galmu asked the old man with a proud look on his face, holding up the first-grade Qi Yuan pill in his hand. All right. The old man took the Qi Yuan pill from Galmu's hand, examined it carefully for a while, and then handed it back to Galmu, saying, "Come back here in 3 days to collect your certificate." After speaking, the old man waved his hand, indicating that Galmu could leave. Not long after Galmu left, the old man took out his phone and made a call. Headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance. Alliance leader Xie Tianfeng is busy preparing for the Alchemy Conference a month from now. The annual Alchemy Alliance Conference attracts worldwide attention. Every alchemist aims to win the alchemy competition. Alliance leader. At this moment, there was a knock on Xie Tianfeng's office door, and his curvaceous and graceful female secretary walked in from outside. What's wrong? Xie Tianfeng asked his female secretary with a smile when no one was around. Did you miss me? Ugh. The female secretary winked at Xie Tianfeng, then pointed to her phone. Someone's looking for you. Just say I'm busy. Xie Tianfeng said irritably. The female secretary glanced at her phone and said to Xie Tianfeng, the caller ID shows a person named Chu Feng. Nobody can help me, I'm busy right now. Xie Tianfeng stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, who did you say it was? Chu Feng, the female secretary repeated. Xie Tianfeng rushed to the female secretary and snatched the phone away. Teacher, what brings you to call me? Xie Tianfeng's attitude changed instantly as soon as the call was connected. I need a certificate for a first-grade alchemist, and I must get it within a day, Chu Feng said. No problem, I'll send someone to deliver it to you right away, Xie Tianfeng said respectfully. The female secretary was amazed when she saw this. Xie Tianfeng is the leader of the Alchemy Alliance and also a rare 7th-level alchemist in the world. Even when he encounters some world-class figures, he can remain neither humble nor arrogant. But now, he was being so humble towards a seemingly ordinary old man. How could this not make the female secretary feel strange? After hanging up the phone, Xie Tianfeng ordered his female secretary, call Lu Rui over here immediately. Lu Rui, vice leader of the Alchemy Alliance. Yes. Seeing Xie Tianfeng's serious attitude, the female secretary immediately straightened her own. Alliance leader. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked into Xie Tianfeng's office. This man was Lu Rui, one of the 2 vice leaders of the Alchemy Alliance and a 6th-level spirit alchemist. Did you need something from me? Go and get a certificate for a first-grade alchemist and send it to the branch in Langya Bay City, Xie Tianfeng ordered. Lu Rui was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said, do I still need to deliver a first-grade alchemy certificate? Langya Bay City. Xie Tianfeng didn't say much, only repeated these 5 words. Lu Rui hadn't realized it before, but Xie Tianfeng's repetition made him think of something. The Langya Bay City where Elder Chu is located? Lu Rui's expression suddenly changed. That's right. Xie Tianfeng nodded, speaking very seriously. You should know what this means. Lu Rui nodded. The Langya Bay City branch has been abandoned for more than 10 years. In those 10 years, not a single alchemist appeared there. The Alchemy Alliance had almost forgotten about that place. Since Elder Chu was requesting a certificate for alchemy from headquarters today, it means that a rare talent has emerged from that place. After figuring all this out, Lu Rui didn't dare to delay. He took the certificate of a first-level alchemist and immediately boarded a plane to Langya Bay City. Oh dear. Gao Mu slapped his thigh as soon as he stepped out of the Alchemy Alliance branch. I was so focused on alchemy that I forgot about the important matter. Gao Mu went to the Alchemy Alliance, mainly to sign in. No rush. I'll be back anyway, I can check in next time I come back. After thinking about it, Gao Mu prepared to go home and rest. He was sitting in the car when his phone rang as soon as he started the engine. The telegraph showed that it was Lu Tianping. After the call connected, Lu Tianping said in a serious tone, come to the branch office, someone is looking for you. Chapter 118A Battle of Wits. Jidao Martial Arts School, Langya Branch. Inside conference room number 1, 3 people are chatting. One of them was Lu Tianping. The other 2, however, looked completely unfamiliar. The 2 people, a man and a woman, were dressed in a bright red suit with a gentle smile, like a wedding MC. The woman, on the other hand, wore a white long dress and had an icy expression, giving off an aura that kept strangers at bay. The man's name is Qin Zhou. The woman's name was Di Tian. These 2 individuals are the deputy ministers of the law enforcement department in charge of this investigation. Why hasn't Gao Mu arrived yet? Di Tian's face was not only icy, but his voice was also cold. Doesn't he know we're here? He doesn't even give our law enforcement department any face. What exactly does he want? No, the home of the high-scoring gym owner is a bit far from here, so Lu Tianping tried to explain for Gao Mu. But before he could finish speaking, Qin Zhou interrupted him. That doesn't seem like a valid reason. Although one was as cold as ice and the other was beaming with joy, they shared one common trait, arrogance. I'm here. Just then, the conference room door opened, and Gao Mu strode in. You finally arrived. Lu Tianping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and introduced Gao Mu. This is Vice Minister Chen of Qinzhou, and this is Vice Minister Di Tian. These 2 are from the law enforcement department. Gao Mu nodded politely to the 2 of them. However, the 2 did not get up, but only glanced at Gao Mu with disdain. Do you know why we've come to find you? D. Tian's opening question gave off the air of a seasoned interrogator. The two men's rudeness made Gao Mu very unhappy. He found a chair, sat down, and said casually, "I don't know." "How dare you?" Chen Zhou slammed his hand on the table angrily when Gao Mu found a chair and sat down without their permission. "Did I tell you to sit down?" Gao Mu glanced at Chen Zhou sideways. "Who do you think you are?" The entire conference room fell silent after those words were spoken. "How dare you speak to law enforcement like that? I think you have a death wish." Gao Mu's audacity enraged Chen Zhou. "Trying to scare me?" Gao Mu wasn't easily frightened. He looked at Chen Zhou with utter contempt. "If you can scare me, I'll take your surname. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't, get the hell out of here." Gao Mu's attitude filled Chen Zhou with rage. If this weren't in the base city, Chen Zhou would definitely slap Gao Mu to death. "Does Qiu Tianhen's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Di Tianqian suppressed his anger and asked Gao Mu in a stern voice. Gao Mu leaned back in his chair, making no attempt to hide anything. "It's related. That idiot led a group to ambush me, and I took them down." "He tried to ambush you?" Di Tian asked, frowning in disbelief. "What proof do you have?" "No," Gao Mu said, shaking his head indifferently. Lu Tianping wanted to say something, but Gao Mu stopped him with a look. Lu Tianping had no idea what Gao Mu was really up to. But since Gao Mu told him not to say, he wouldn't say anything more. "You dared to kill the branch's deputy leader without any evidence. High-ranking leader, you have quite the airs of an official." Suppressing his anger, Chen Zhou began to speak sarcastically. "No matter how powerful my official position is, it can't compare to the power of your law enforcement department." When it comes to being sarcastic, Gao Mu has never been afraid of anyone. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Zhou slammed his hand on the table and stood up again. "Are you saying that there's something wrong with our law enforcement department?" "That's right, your enforcement department has problems. Relying on the fact that the headmaster is behind you, you don't even follow the procedures. If this isn't a problem, then what is?" After being repeatedly criticized by Gao Mu, Chen Zhen's anger had reached its peak. However, since Gao Mu is the branch manager, it's not an easy thing for them to do anything. Both are core members of the first star team. If Gao Mu didn't have the status of a branch manager, they could manipulate him at will. However, having the identity of a branch manager, anyone who wants to take action against Gao Mu would need solid evidence. Just as Gao Mu and Chen Zhou were facing off, Lu Tianping's phone suddenly rang. He glanced down at his phone, then said apologetically to Chen Zhou and Di Tian, "I have something to do, I'll be going out for a bit." Before the two could react, Lu Tianping left the meeting room. "Since you say there's a problem with our process, then we'll follow the process that's not problematic." Di Tian calmed down before Chen Zhou. She sat up straight and asked with a serious expression, "Is Qiu Tianhen's disappearance related to you?" "Yes." Gao Mu nodded. "You killed him?" Di Tian continued to ask. "That's right." Gao Mu still didn't hide anything. He knew there was absolutely no need to hide these things. "Now that we've confirmed these things, please come back to Extreme City with us. Murdering the deputy director of a branch is a serious crime under the laws of Yakuza martial arts schools. But he was the one who planned to ambush me first." Gao Mu didn't want to go back with them. "Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?" Chen Zhou slammed his fist on the table, shouting angrily. "If there's no evidence proving he attacked you first, then you must come back to Jidao City with us to face punishment. But you don't seem to have any evidence that I killed Qiu Tianhen, do you?" This statement sounds somewhat contradictory to the previous one. But upon closer examination, they are not contradictory at all. Gao Mu did admit that he was involved in Qiu Tianhen's disappearance, but the problem was that they had no relevant evidence. If this matter blows up, Gao Mu will deny it again. Those two will likely face accountability from the minister and the head of the museum. At this point, the matter reached a stalemate. Lu Tianping left the conference room and headed straight for the branch entrance. At the main entrance, a young man was looking around. The young man was overjoyed to see Lu Tianping come out. He handed the computer to Lu Tianping, saying as if to boast, "The computer has been hacked, it should contain what you're looking for." "So fast? Didn't you say it would take a week?" Lu Tianping asked, his face full of doubt. The young man proudly stated, "I used the latest technology, so the cracking speed was much faster." "Thank you so much, I'll transfer the money to you right away." Lu Tianping transferred the money to the young man. "You're so kind." The young man beamed with joy when he saw the amount Lu Tianping transferred to him. Because this amount was more than double the amount agreed upon by the two parties. After the young man left, Lu Tianping found a place to turn on his computer. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the contents of the computer. Chapter 119, Bowing in Apology. Besides the evidence of Qiu Tianhen's contact with the assassin, the computer also contained receipts for the assassins he had hired. "Wow, this is reimbursable?" Lu Tianping complained as he walked towards the conference room. Inside the extreme city, Yi Qingxian also received news about Gao Mu. She rushed to the law enforcement department, to Li Zijian's office. "What's going on?" Yi Qingxian practically barged into Li Zijian's office. After waving his hands to dismiss those around him, Li Zijian said, "It's only normal procedure to investigate the disappearance of the deputy curator there." "Normal procedure? Do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Qingxian shouted angrily at Li Zijiang. Seeing Yi Qingxian's anger, Li Zijiang's heart trembled. While Yi Qingxian was reprimanding Li Zijiang, Lu Tianping's computer was delivered to Gao Mu. He turned on his computer in the conference room and showed the evidence to the two vice ministers. Upon seeing this evidence, the two realized that what Gao Mu said was true. "Let's go," Chen Zhou said to Di Tian. Di Tian reluctantly got up and was about to walk out of the meeting room. "Are you leaving already? Don't you plan to say anything?" Gao Mu's voice rang out from behind the two of them. Di Tian turned around first, his face darkening as he growled, "What else do you want to do? You falsely accused me and haven't even apologized. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Gao Mu's tone was very relaxed. "Apologize? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Zhou's anger was about to overflow. He roared hysterically in Gao Mu's direction. "When has our law enforcement department ever apologized to anyone?" Lu Tianping also thought an apology was impossible and advised from the side, "Since the matter is over, why don't we just let it go?" "Impossible." Gao Mu's attitude was very firm. "You come to my territory, fill your cups, and think you can just leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you don't apologize today, you're not leaving." Gao Mu spoke with great conviction. But his threats had absolutely no deterrent effect on the two of them. Putting aside their identities, let's just talk about their level of skill. If the two of them wanted to leave, there really wasn't anyone in Langia Base City who could stop them. "I'd really like to know why you're preventing us from leaving," Chen Zhou said, looking at Gao Mu with a half-smile. "I'd like to know too." Di Tianzi looked at Gao Mu with a mocking gaze, his words filled with disdain. "You don't believe me? Then you just wait." Gao Mu acted like a primary school student, taking out his phone and dialing Yi Qingxian's number. As soon as the call connected, Yi Qingxian asked anxiously, "How are you?" "It's nothing." Gao Mu shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and said, "These two deputy ministers from the law enforcement department wanted to leave after they finished serving me drinks." "Minister Yi Qingxian, what's your opinion on this matter?" When Gao Mu uttered the words "Minister Yi Qingxian," the expressions of the two men immediately changed. They might not be afraid of their minister, but they were terrified of Yi Qingxian. Chen Zhou, Di Tian, immediately bow and apologize to Gao Mu. "Otherwise, you can forget about returning to Jidao City." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou and Di Tian immediately backed down. "I'm sorry." Chen Zhou, who had been so defiant just moments before, bowed deeply to Gao Mu. "What happened before was all my fault. I shouldn't have come to hold you accountable without conducting an investigation. I hope this matter hasn't caused you any trouble." "I know I was wrong." Di Tian's attitude softened. Although her eyes were filled with anger, she still bowed deeply to Gao Mu. "Our procedures did have problems, and we will improve them. We hope you can supervise us in the future." Lu Tianping stood aside, utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that Gao Mu would meet such an important figure as Yi Qingxian during his trip to Jidao City. At the same time, a strange thought arose in his mind. "All right." Seeing their sincere and respectful attitude, Yi Qingxian waved her hand and said, "Come back here." "Yes. Yes." The two nodded and fled the conference room as if in a panic. After chatting with Yi Qingxian for a few more minutes, the call ended. "What a clever trick, sacrificing a fellow Taoist to save myself," Yi Qingxian coldly remarked as she left Li Ziji's office. These words sent a chill down Li Zijiang's spine. "I don't want to go back to Jidao City." After the two left, Lu Tianping expressed his thoughts. I want to stay in Langia and be your deputy head. Ha! Gao Mu was somewhat surprised. You should know that Lu Tianping is returning to Jidao City this time. As long as his cultivation level keeps up, he will definitely be promoted. Why? Gao Mu's expression was very serious. After thinking for a while, Lu Tianping replied seriously, I feel that if I stay in Langia, I might have a brighter future. Then you can stay. Regardless of the reason, Gao Mu actually hoped that Lu Tianping could stay. But this concerned Lu Tianping's future, so Gao Mu couldn't very well try to persuade him to stay. However, since he brought it up himself, Gao Mu certainly wouldn't refuse. Since you trust me so much, I will give you a bright future. Lu Tianping nodded. He then contacted headquarters. Not long after the two vice ministers left, Tua Tianyun found Gao Mu. Have you finished refining the 5-star golden elixir? Gao Mu asked Tua Tianyun. Tua Tianyun shook his head in frustration and said, the first batch is ruined. Ha! Gao Mu didn't expect that Tua Tianyun would fail. I'll go take a look, Gao Mu said. You? Tua Tianyun cast another mocking glance at Gao Mu. It's not that I look down on you. There's no way you could possibly see the problem. Gao Mu remained silent in the face of Tua Tianyun's mockery, simply shrugging his shoulders. Let's go take a look. We won't lose anything anyway, Gao Mu said. Since Gao Mu had already said so, Tua Tianyun couldn't say anything more. 10 minutes later, the two appeared at Tua Tianyun's villa. The temperature is not right. Standing in front of the alchemy furnace, Gao Mu immediately saw the problem with Tua Tianyun. The temperature was too high in the first 10 minutes and too low in the last 10 minutes. You're just talking nonsense. Tua Tianyun, who had many years of experience in alchemy, simply didn't believe Gao Mu's words. I've been refining pills for so many years, how could I possibly have such a basic problem? For alchemists, mastering the control of heat is the most fundamental skill among fundamental skills. A seasoned alchemist like Tua Tianyun would never make such a basic mistake. Don't believe me? Then take out the medicinal herbs, and I'll refine them for you, Gao Mu said to Tua Tianyun. Chapter 120 Top Grade 5-Star Golden Pill. To dispel Gao Mu's idea that refining medicine is very simple, Tua Tianyun gave up his seat and gestured for Gao Mu to proceed. Gao Mu was not intimidated at all. He walked directly to the alchemy furnace and began to clean up the residue left by Tua Tianyun's previous alchemy. Watching Gao Mu's slow and amateurish movements, Tua Tianyun shook his head frantically. You don't really think just anyone can become an alchemist, do you? Really? Really? If you really have that idea, then you really don't treat us alchemists like human beings. Alchemy, like cultivation, depends on talent. You may have talent in cultivation, but you can't possibly have it in alchemy. Tua Tianyun's incessant chatter gave Gao Mu a headache. While cleaning the alchemy furnace, he said helplessly to Tua Tianyun, brother, can you please be quiet for a while? Tua Tianyun cooperated and immediately shut his mouth. Soon, Gao Mu finished cleaning the alchemy furnace. He reached out to Tua Tianyun, give me the formula for the pill. Tua Tianyun was quite straightforward, handing Gao Mu a pill formula directly. Do you need me to teach you how to read a pill formula? Shut up. Tua Tianyun's talkative nature was giving Gao Mu a real headache. He looked at Tua Tianyun with a troubled expression and said humbly, please, don't say anything more. Tua Tianyun shut up again. Gao Mu then took the prescription and began to read it very carefully. Seeing Gao Mu put down the pill formula, Tua Tianyun spoke again, just memorizing it is useless. Before Tua Tianyun could finish speaking, Gao Mu interrupted him with a look. After memorizing the contents of the prescription, Gao Mu began preparations. Clean the medicinal herbs, grind them, and preheat the alchemy furnace. After doing all this, Gao Mu stood in front of the alchemy furnace and fell into deep thought. The temperature of the alchemy furnace rose rapidly. Gao Mu threw the ground medicinal powder directly into the alchemy furnace. His simple and crude approach made Tua Tianyun want to curse. Before Tua Tianyun could even open his mouth, Gao Mu began operating the control panel of the alchemy furnace. He silently calculated the time while controlling the temperature of the alchemy furnace. Time flies by without us even realizing it. Just as Tua Tianyun was getting impatient, Gao Mu took his hand off the control panel. From the moment the medicinal herbs entered the furnace until the pills were produced, his hand never left the control panel. Seeing Gao Mu remove his hand from the control panel, Tua Tianyun cautiously asked, is it done? Gao Mu glanced at Tua Tianyun and said with a smile, it's almost done, but we'll have to wait a little longer. Tuo Tianyan was full of questions. He didn't understand why he had to wait a little longer since the medicine was already ready. Gao Mu was too lazy to explain to him. After waiting for about half an hour, Gao Mu said to Tuo Tianyun, "It's done." Tuo Tianyun's disdain had now turned into anticipation. Gao Mu walked to the alchemy furnace and opened the lid. A strong, pleasant aroma of medicine instantly filled his villa. "It's done?" Tuo Tianyun was utterly shocked. Before his shock had subsided, Gao Mu had already taken the pill out of the furnace. The golden pill was surrounded by a layer of fiery red light. Upon seeing this, Tuo Tianyun was completely dumbfounded. "How did you do that?" Tuo Tianyun looked at Gao Mu as if he were witnessing a miracle. He knew that Gao Mu was a once-in-a-millennium genius in cultivation. But what he didn't expect was that this once-in-a-millennium genius also possessed such heaven-defying talent in alchemy. "This is the second pill I've refined. The last one seems to be the Qiyuan pill." Seeing the shock in Tuo Tianyun's eyes and on his face, Gao Mu decided to start arguing. When it was refined, it seemed to be red as well. Both the first and second times he refined pills, the pills he produced were top-grade pills? Good heavens, what kind of monster is this person? Tuo Tianyun was deeply shocked. In his first attempt at alchemy, he only managed to refine one high-quality pill. It was this exquisite pill that made him a genius in the eyes of the bigwigs of the Alchemy Alliance. But this man, who was called a genius, was like a piece of trash in front of Gao Mu. After all, the first time you refine a high-quality pill, there's always an element of luck involved. But if you refine a top-grade pill on your first try, that's something that can't be explained by luck alone. In other words, even if Gao Mu produced a top-grade pill on his first attempt, it was due to luck. But if he produced another top-grade pill on his second attempt, it can no longer be attributed to luck. Master. Tuo Tianyun was truly convinced of Gao Mu's abilities. "You're really amazing, I'm completely convinced." Gao Mu smiled slightly and handed the top-grade 5 elements golden pill to Tuo Tianyun. "It's good that you've taken it. From now on, you'll follow me." He said this with a hint of joking. Unexpectedly, after a moment's thought, Tuo Tianyun said, "Then I'll follow you from now on." Seeing that Tuo Tianyun agreed so readily, Gao Mu was slightly taken aback, but didn't say anything more. Gao Mu left the villa in Tianyun. Tuo Tianyun looked at the 5 elements golden pill in his hand, but hesitated. Should I eat it or not? He's currently stuck in a rut. Consuming this top-grade 5 elements golden pill will guarantee you break through your limitations and reach a higher level. Although Gao Mu gave him the 5-star golden pill, he did not say that it was a gift to him, but rather that he should keep it safe. Just as he was hesitating, Gao Mu returned. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat," Gao Mu said to Tuo Tianyun. Tuo Tianyun hesitated for a moment, then threw the 5 elements golden pill into his mouth. The effects of this top-grade 5 elements golden elixir are truly powerful. As soon as it entered Tuo Tianyun's body, it transformed into streams of energy, beginning to help Tuo Tianyun break through his bottleneck. Snap! Gao Mu suddenly heard a cracking sound. Although the cracking sound wasn't loud, Gao Mu heard it very clearly. Just when he thought Tuo Tianyun was about to break through, he realized that something was not quite right. The spiritual energy within Tuo Tianyun's body was rapidly dissipating. In just 1 minute, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. That's just asking for death. Gao Mu seemed to have thought of something. Without saying a word, he quickly retrieved the initial spirit fruit from the system as a sign and reward. Then, he pried open Kai Tianyun's mouth and threw a chuling fruit directly into it. With the help of the first spirit fruit, Tuo Tianyun recovered a great deal. However, Gao Mu suddenly discovered that this initial spirit fruit could not help Tuo Tianyun break through. 1, 2, 3. Only after the 10th spirit fruit was thrown into Tuo Tianyun's mouth did his rapidly depleting spiritual energy begin to slow down. Chapter 121 Tuo Tianyun enters the Grandmaster level. A breakthrough has been achieved. 10 minutes later, Gao Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Tuo Tianyun absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, just like a whale sucking in water. Then he opened his eyes. A powerful aura burst forth from his body. He then stood up. Congratulations! Gao Mu smiled and cupped his fists at Tuo Tianyun. Thank you. Tuo Tianyun bowed to Gao Mu. He clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body couldn't keep up several times. If it weren't for the presence of some exotic fruits, his breakthrough would definitely have ended in failure. At this moment, only Gao Mu was by his side. It's obvious whose these exotic fruits are. You're too kind, Gao Mu said with a humble smile. While Tuo Tianyun was consolidating his cultivation level, Gao Mu left Tuo Tianyun's villa. Not long after I left, Lu Tianping called. His report was approved by the city of Jidao. The higher-ups have agreed to let him serve as Gao Mu's deputy in Langya Bay City. This kind of reverse promotion is unfair to him. While there's still time, let's buy some medicinal herbs and refine some pills. With that thought in mind, Gao Mu headed straight for the trading market. After purchasing the necessary materials, Gao Mu headed straight for the Alchemy Alliance. Why are you back again? Chu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Mu, who had returned. Your proof still needs some time. I'm not here to get a certificate, Gao Mu said with a smile to Chu Feng. I'm here to use alchemy room number 1. Are you going to refine pills? Chu Feng immediately became interested when he heard that Gao Mu wanted to use the number 1 alchemy room. He looked Gao Mu up and down and asked with a smile, what kind of pills are you planning to refine this time? Spirit Awakening Pill. Although both Qi Ling Dan and Qi Yuan Dan are first-tier pills, their effects are different. Qi Yuan pill is suitable for everyone before reaching the King Realm. It can not only help ordinary people quickly become martial artists, but also allow those without talent to cultivate rapidly before reaching the King Realm. The Spirit Awakening pill helps martial artists at the King Realm to gather spiritual energy. In this way, martial artists at the King Realm can break through the shackles and directly advance to the Grandmaster Realm in the shortest possible time. Lu Tianping had been in a state of obscurity in the King Realm for many years. He had always wanted to break through to the King Realm and become a truly deserving high-level martial artist. Unfortunately, his talent was limited, and coupled with his constant handling of affairs in Langya Bay City, his cultivation progress was constantly delayed. He had always wanted to step down as the branch master and go out into the wild to train. This was also because he wanted to break through his limitations as soon as possible and become a high-level martial artist. However, when he decided to stay and help Gao Mu, it meant that he had given up any thought of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Although he had given up hope, Gao Mu wanted to help him. Go ahead. Chu Feng pointed to alchemy room number 1. Gao Mu pushed open the door to alchemy room number 1. The first thing to do after entering is to sign in. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 Nianshu fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Xinglong City to check in. Recite the empty fruit. It can rapidly increase spiritual energy without any side effects. Combined with the 5 elements golden pill or the mind monkey pill, it might even allow one to break through to the Grandmaster realm in the shortest possible time. The new sign-in rewards made Gao Mu's mouth water. Let's eat the Nianshu fruit after we get home. Gao Mu thought about it and began to select medicinal herbs. He skillfully washed, crushed, and ground the prepared medicinal herbs. Once everything was ready, he began refining the pills. This kid is getting more and more skilled. He's absolutely a genius when it comes to alchemy, Chu Feng muttered to himself as he observed Gao Mu. An hour later, the alchemy furnace was opened. A fiery red light once again emanated from the alchemy furnace. This kid isn't just a genius. Chu Feng stared at the top-grade pill Gao Mu had refined, his mouth agape in shock. This kid is a super genius, an unparalleled prodigy. Chu Feng boasted that he had seen many geniuses with exceptional talent in alchemy. But all the geniuses he had ever met and known were utter rubbish compared to the boy before him. I must nurture this kind of genius myself. Chu Feng, who hadn't taken on any disciples for decades or even centuries, suddenly had the idea of doing so. If the people in the Alchemy Alliance knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the fiery red spirit awakening pill in his hand, Gao Mu smiled happily. He didn't even say goodbye to Chu Feng before leaving the Alchemy Alliance. Chu Feng, who was a step too late, was extremely annoyed. After leaving the Alchemy Alliance, Gao Mu headed straight for the branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. In the deputy curator's office, Gao Mu met Lu Tianping. At this moment, Lu Tianping was handling the affairs of the branch. Uncle Lu. In public, Gao Mu called Lu Tianping the deputy curator, but in private, he called him Uncle Lu. When Lu Tianping saw Gao Mu arrive, he quickly got up. What's wrong? Is there something you need from me? Lu Tianping assumed that Gao Mu had something to ask him. Gao Mu smiled slightly and took out a top-grade spirit awakening pill from his backpack. This is a gift for you. This gift is too precious, Lu Tianping quickly declined. The market price of Qiling pill is approximately 100 million. The price of a top-grade Qi cultivation pill would be over 2 billion. However, because top-grade Qi enhancing pills are quite rare, even if someone offers a high price of 2.5 billion, they may not be able to buy them. This is why Lu Tianping said the gift was valuable. Is it valuable? Gao Mu looked at the top-grade spirit awakening pill in his hand and said with a smile. I refined it myself, so it's not very valuable. The cost of materials for the Qiling Dan plus the rental fee for alchemy room number 1 is only around 20 million. You refined it yourself? Lu Tianping didn't believe it. He knew that Gao Mu possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation. However, he had never heard anyone say that Gao Mu also had a talent for alchemy. Really? Gao Mu raised his right hand and said very seriously. Top-grade Qi revitalizing pills are currently priceless and unavailable. Even if I wanted to buy it for you, it's impossible. Lu Tianping nodded. He knew that Gao Mu was telling the truth. But when did you learn alchemy? Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu. Gao Mu replied confidently, for a chosen one like me, there are some things I don't need to learn. Lu Tianping really wanted to curse, but he swallowed the words back down. After leaving the branch, Gao Mu went straight home. Seeing his parents watching TV in the living room, Gao Mu thought to himself, shouldn't we let these two step into the world of martial arts too? Martial artists live much longer than ordinary people. Gao Mu didn't want to enjoy wealth and luxury without his family by his side. Chapter 122 is quite outrageous. Our son is back. Gao's mother jumped up from the sofa with great joy upon seeing Gao Mu return home. Then, she frantically winked at Gao's father. The two had clearly made arrangements beforehand. Seeing his wife give him a meaningful look, Mr. Gao got up and ran towards a cabinet. Gao's mother then pulled Gao Mu to sit down next to her. At this moment, Gao's father also ran over carrying a box. Seeing that Gao Mu was seated, Gao's father opened the box. Upon opening the box, the first thing you see is a photograph. What are you doing? Gao Mu asked, looking completely bewildered. A blind date, huh? Gao's mother grabbed Gao Mu's arm, her expression saying, you dare move and I'll kill you. How old are you? You should start thinking about your future. Do you know how bored your dad and I are at home? You're already in a very high position now, and your most important task is to get married and have children as soon as possible. Gao Mu was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that even in the world of global martial arts, he would still have to go through the hurdle of blind dates. This was introduced by your Aunt Wang. This was recommended by Aunt Lu next door. This is your dad's cousin's neighbor. This is the younger sister of your Uncle Zhou's neighbor. Gao's mother patiently introduced Gao Mu to the process. Gao Mu, on the other hand, seemed uninterested. It's not that Gao Mu is against blind dates, but rather that the people in these photos are all of average appearance. Aren't you interested in any of these? Gao's mother could also tell that Gao Mu wasn't interested, so she looked at Gao's father. Mr. Gao understood immediately and took out another box. Wow, how much have you guys prepared? Gao Mu felt that the two elders had really been busy lately. Lu Yifei, a popular star. Yang Mi, a popular actress. Fatty, a rising star. Seeing that ordinary people held no appeal for Gao Mu, Gao's mother pulled out her trump card. These are all celebrities, do you think they can go on blind dates with me? Gao Mu said this entirely as a sarcastic remark. Of course you can. To Gao Mu's surprise, his mother readily agreed. As long as you're willing, they can arrange blind dates for you. Gao Mu was really afraid of his mother. He said with a helpless expression, anyway, I have time tomorrow, so I'll do them one by one. Gao Mu had nothing to do lately, so he decided to take advantage of this time to dispel his parents' idea of him getting married and having children. Okay, I'll go contact them right away. Gao's mother happily went to make the contact. Gao Mu then returned to his room with no other option. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Gao Mu's mother knocked on his door. You only have 10 minutes. If you don't finish cleaning in 10 minutes, I'll kill you. Gao's mother's voice came from outside the door. Gao Mu, who had wanted to sleep in, reluctantly got up to get ready. After tidying up briefly, Gao Mu left the room. I sent you on a blind date today. Seeing Gao Mu dressed casually, Gao's mother was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Gao Mu on the back of the head. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Although Gao Mu felt wronged, he dared not argue further. He had no choice but to turn around and go back to his room to change into more formal clothes. Seeing that Gao Mu had changed into formal clothes, Gao's mother nodded with satisfaction. Intai Department Store is the most luxurious and top-tier shopping mall in the base city. In the large coffee shop on the first floor, Gao Mu stirred the coffee on the table with a helpless expression. Not far away, Gao's father and mother were watching Gao Mu intently, as if they were spying on him. "If we don't succeed at all today, I'll beat you to death." His mother's words echoed in Gao Mu's ears. "I, Gao Mu, the branch master of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy in Langya Base City, a cultivation genius, an unparalleled prodigy, and the chosen one of heaven, have actually been reduced to going on blind dates." While Gao Mu was getting a little bored, a woman wearing sunglasses sat down opposite him. "You must be Gao Mu? You're quite good looking." As the woman spoke, she took off her sunglasses. When she took off her sunglasses, a stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Big eyes, a high nose bridge, and cherry lips. Besides her stunning looks, this woman's figure is also astonishing. It's worth noting that before Gao Mu transmigrated, he was a level 9 researcher of Japanese culture. He'd seen all those great figures in movies. But compared to the man in front of her, those women's figures were simply not in the same league. "Who are you?" Gao Mu asked casually. "Luo Tianyu." Luo Tianyu put his glasses down and casually ordered a coffee using the tablet on the table. Seeing Luo Tianyu's impoliteness, Gao Mu simply smiled. After laughing, his brows suddenly furrowed again. He felt the woman before him was almost unreal in her beauty. Most importantly, her surname was extremely rare. "What's wrong?" Seeing Gao Mu staring at him, Luo Tianyu asked with a smile. "Am I too good looking, making you feel like it's not real?" "Yes," Gao Mu replied frankly. Just as Luo Tianyu was about to say something, her coffee arrived. After taking a sip, Luo Tianyu frowned and looked around. "I feel that this place is not very suitable for a date." Upon hearing Luo Tianyu's question, Gao Mu immediately became interested. "So, where do you think would be a good place for a date?" "Outside the base city." As Luo Tianyu said this, he gave Gao Mu a slightly provocative look. "You're a martial artist too?" Gao Muban thought that Luo Tianyu was an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, she was a martial artist. King level 5. Luo Tianyu proudly stated his level. "Not bad." Gao Mu nodded. To reach the 5th star of the king rank at this age is enough to show that you are very talented. Gao Mu's old-fashioned words made Luo Tianyu frown slightly. An indescribable feeling of disgust arose spontaneously. "I know you're the branch manager of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy in Langya." Luo Tianyu had clearly investigated Gao Mu before coming. "In that case, would you dare to come for a walk in the wilderness with me? If you can gain my approval, maybe I can be your woman." Luo Tianyu was very direct. Gao Mu hesitated. "Are you even a man?" Seeing Gao Mu hesitate, Luo Tianyu used reverse psychology. "I'm not afraid, even as a woman, and you, a man, still need to think about it. First of all, you are indeed beautiful, but I have absolutely no interest in you. Secondly, whether I am a man or not is none of your business." Gao Mu is not a lecherous old man, nor is he a naive young man who can't resist the sight of a woman. Therefore, neither temptation nor provocation had any effect on Gao Mu. But Luo Tianyu had no intention of giving up so easily. Her gaze drifted towards Gao's mother. Chapter 123, Entering Xinglong City. After obtaining the system, Gao Mu truly became fearless. Even if he encounters someone who is a whole level above him, he is confident that he can put up a fight. But in this world, there was one ordinary person who terrified Gao Mu. This person was none other than Gao Mu's biological mother. No matter how well a child does outside, even if they become a powerful figure, in front of their parents, they are still their child. "All right," Gao Mu said helplessly. Upon seeing Gao Mu nod in agreement, Luo Tianyu's face lit up with joy. "Mom," Gao Mu stood up and walked to his mother's side, speaking softly, "I'm going on a date with her, so..." Upon hearing that Gao Mu was going on a date, Gao's mother's face lit up with joy. "Go early and come back early. If it's really not possible, then you can spend the night outside." Gao's mother was going all out to hold her grandson as soon as possible. Gao Mu thought to himself, "If you knew we were going on a date outside the base city, you probably wouldn't have said that." After Gao's parents left, Gao Mu and Luo Tianyu drove directly to the outskirts of the base city. "Why do you insist on going on a date with me outside the base city?" Gao Mu asked Luo Tianyu on the way. "I want to know if the renowned junior branch master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is really as powerful as the legends say," Luo Tianyu replied. Her answer left Gao Mu completely baffled. Soon, their car arrived at the exit of the base city. After organizing their equipment, the two walked out of the base city side by side. Where to? The base city outside, Gao Mu asked. Luo Tianyu opened his tablet, and a map appeared on the screen. On the computer, there are all the gathering places of alien beasts near Langia base city. Here, Luo Tianyu said to Gao Mu, pointing to a gathering place of exotic beasts. This place is full of king-level exotic beasts, and occasionally even grandmaster-level ones. Do you dare to come with me? Gao Mu smiled as he looked at the spot Luo Tianyu was pointing to. Whether by coincidence or not, the place she pointed to was Xinglong City, Gao Mu's new check-in location. Okay, no problem. Gao Mu nodded. Seeing Gao Mu nod, Luo Tianyu didn't say a word and immediately sped off towards Xinglong City. If you get there before me, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back to the base city. Although Luo Tianyu had run far away, his voice still reached Gao Mu's ears. Sure, no problem. After agreeing, Gao Mu went at full speed. Gao Mu's realm is, after all, higher than Luo Tianyu's. Even without the aid of the Xingzi secret technique, his speed is no slower than Luo Tianyu's. Although Luo Tianyu set off earlier than Gao Mu still managed to catch up. Seeing that Gao Mu had caught up with him so quickly, Luo Tianyu increased his speed even more. Gao Mu followed behind Luo Tianyu at a leisurely pace. She thought several times that she had gotten rid of Gao Mu. But every time she turned around, she could always spot Gao Mu's figure. Did he do it on purpose? Luo Tianyu isn't stupid. She could tell at a glance that Gao Mu was just teasing her. Having always been highly competitive, she felt challenged by Gao Mu. Her speed increased even further. Even though she tried her best, she just couldn't shake off Gao Mu. As Xinglong City drew ever closer, Luo Tianyu had given up on the idea of defeating Gao Mu in terms of speed. But just when she thought Gao Mu would overtake her at the last moment, Gao Mu, however, continued to follow her at a leisurely pace. Am I really that unattractive? This was the first time Luo Tianyu had doubts about his looks and physique. 1 minute later, Luo Tianyu stopped on the outskirts of Xinglong City. Gao Mu stopped just 1 second later. You're fast enough. Gao Mu looked at Luo Tianyu with a half smile, without even panting. Luo Tianyu was panting heavily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. She heard sarcasm and ridicule in Gao Mu's words. How long do you need to rest? Gao Mu asked, standing beside Luo Tianyu and looking around. Luo Tianyu simply sat down on the ground and said without any regard for his image, I need to rest for an hour. Fine, do whatever you want. Gao Mu shrugged slightly, then looked in the direction of Xinglong City. From a distance, Xinglong City must have been a very luxurious city before the spiritual energy revival. Despite its current state of ruins, Gao Mu could still discern the city's former glory amidst the rubble. Just as Gao Mu was admiring Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu, who was sitting on the ground, was also admiring Gao Mu. Her blind date with Gao Mu was purely coincidental. She came to Langia base city because she had nothing better to do and wanted to visit her college classmates. Coincidentally, her college classmate's mother was arranging a blind date for her classmate. That college classmate had little interest in blind dates. But Luo Tianyu, who had never been on a blind date before, was very interested in them. So she took her classmate's place and went on a blind date with Gao Mu. On her way to the blind date, she even asked someone to look up Gao Mu's information. She initially thought that her classmate didn't want to go on blind dates because Gao Mu's conditions were too poor. However, after investigation, it was discovered that her classmate was somewhat blind to talent. Even in the eyes of someone from a prominent family like Luo Tianyu, Gao Mu is considered a top-tier stock among top-tier stocks. Let alone in a fifth-level base city like Langia base city. Even in a top-tier base city like the imperial capital, Gao Mu would be highly sought after. Have you rested well? Gao Mu asked Luo Tianyu after admiring Xinglong City. Luo Tianyu, who was admiring Gao Mu, quickly turned his head away when he saw Gao Mu turn to him. I've rested enough. Perhaps because he felt guilty, Luo Tianyu's pretty face turned slightly red, and his voice was very soft. Let's hurry up. In the wild, time is the most precious thing. Luo Tianyu nodded and stood up. Luo Tianyu's armor in the wild is a close-fitting, bright silver suit of armor. Both in appearance and luster, this armor can be considered the best among the king-level armors. Unlike the small and delicate weapons of other girls, Luo Tianyu's weapon was a bright silver spear. The gleaming silver spear was clearly no ordinary weapon. Let's go. Gao Mu drew his heavenly shuttle sword and held it in his hand, addressing Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu, his previous relaxed demeanor replaced by a serious expression, looked towards Xinglong City. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 mystic spirit fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to the depths of Xinglong City to check in. Mysterious spirit fruit. The Grandmaster realm possesses a rare fruit that can enhance spiritual energy. Consuming this fruit grants a large amount of spiritual energy. Its effects are even better when used in conjunction with the mind-body fruit. Looking at the description of the mysterious spirit fruit, Gao Mu fell into deep thought. Chapter 124 The Divine Art of Feng Shui. If it weren't for the introduction of the mysterious spirit fruit, Gao Mu would have even forgotten that the void reflection fruit existed in his system. However, he is currently in the wild, and with others around him. Eating the exotic fruit at this time is clearly not a wise choice. How about we have a competition? Luo Tianyu asked shortly after entering Xinglong City. Gao Mu looked at her with a face full of curiosity and asked, "How do you want to compete?" "Let us set a time, and when the time comes, we'll meet at the same spot." "Let us see who hunts the most monsters," Luo Tianyu suggested. "Not a good idea." Gao Mu shook his head. Separating in the area where the alien beasts gather is not a good choice. It wasn't that Gao Mu was afraid, but rather that he was worried about Luo Tianyu. Although this place is a gathering place for king-level mythical beasts, master-level mythical beasts also appear here. Gao Mu is not afraid of encountering master-level beasts. After all, with his current level of cultivation, even if he were surrounded by 2 or 3 grandmaster-level beasts, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. But Luo Tianyu is different. She is only at the 5th level of the king rank. Let alone encountering 2 or 3, even if she encountered a grandmaster-level beast, she could still become its meal. "Are you even a man?" Luo Tianyu wasn't afraid at all. "I'm a woman and I'm not afraid, so what are you, a man, afraid of?" "All right." Since Luo Tianyu has already said so, if Gao Mu were to say anything more, it would make him seem overly cautious. "It will probably get dark around 5 o'clock today. Let's meet at the place we just came in at 4:30. After saying that, Luo Tianyu rushed off in one direction of Xinglong City. As a girl, she's quite competitive. I don't know if that's a good thing. Gao Mu sighed as he searched for the strange beast. Luo Tianyu, who had just parted ways with Gao Mu, stopped somewhere in Xinglong City. Then, 2 figures appeared beside her. "Miss, why are you doing this?" It was an old woman who spoke first. The old woman was thin and her face was withered. However, she exuded a powerful aura. Beside the old woman was an old man. Unlike the old woman's withered face, this old man had white hair and a youthful face, with an otherworldly demeanor. "That's right." The old woman had barely finished speaking when the old man chimed in. "You have quite a few suitors in the capital. There are many outstanding individuals and talents among men. But why would you be interested in a branch manager of a base city?" The old woman and the old man both had the same question. There are indeed many outstanding individuals among the people in the capital. But I always feel that they are lacking something. But today, I felt this same feeling in Gao Mu. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I have a feeling that Gao Mu's future is infinitely bright. The 2 elders neither agreed nor disagreed with Luo Tianyu's opinion. At the young age of 20, he became the head of the Langya base city branch, a feat that no one else has been able to achieve. But in the eyes of people who have been famous for so long, a genius who hasn't grown up is just a genius. After all, people their age have experienced the fall of many geniuses. Alright, stop talking and just stay by my side to protect me. Luo Tianyu waved his hand. The 2 elders shut their mouths and continued to conceal themselves. Gao Mu in Xinglong City soon encountered his first strange beast. However, this beast is only a king-level beast. It turns out that even the seemingly powerful king-level beast couldn't withstand a single move from Gao Mu. After extracting the core, Gao Mu did not choose to continue hunting alien beasts. Because when he was retrieving the kernel, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. When this feeling arises, it usually means that there is a powerful creature nearby that could pose a threat to him. During this period of caution, Gao Mu planned to find a safe place to consume the 2 exotic fruits and elevate his cultivation level to a higher level. He quickly found a relatively safe place. After confirming that there were no strange beasts around, he sat cross-legged and began to eat the strange fruit. 1, 2, 3. After all the Nianshu fruits entered his stomach, powerful spiritual energy began to circulate within Gao Mu's body. Taking advantage of this moment, Galmu began to consume the Xianling fruit he had just obtained. The spiritual energy transformed from the two fruits began to entangle within Galmu's body. Half an hour later, the two unusual fruits began to take effect. Powerful streams of spiritual energy began to impact Galmu's body. He clearly felt that the spiritual energy within his body was changing from 2 strands to 3 strands, and from 3 strands to 4 strands. Almost there. He originally thought that he could use these extraordinary fruits to break through the shackles of the Grandmaster realm and step into the Great Grandmaster realm. But in the end, he discovered that these exotic fruits were still missing something. System. God-level sign and system. Host, Galmu. Realm, Grandmaster, Invincible. Skills, Thunder Fist Perfect, Shadow Step Perfect, Azure Lotus Sword Technique Perfect, All Characters Secret Perfect, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill Perfect, Movement Character Secret Perfect, Pacifying Chaos Technique Perfect, Grass Character Sword Technique Perfect, Azure Sky Sword Technique Perfect, Azure Dragon Technique Perfect. Check-in location, Xinglong City deep within the city. When Galmu saw that the realm was Grandmaster Invincible, he sighed slightly. Invincible is the final stage in the Grandmaster realm. Only by breaking through this stage can one enter the next realm. It's just one last step, it's disgusting. This feeling of being just a little short is really frustrating. However, Galmu quickly calmed down. After all, reaching the level of Grandmaster at this age is enough for him to crush many people. Walking in Xinglong City. The mythical beasts had already lost all interest in him. Even when he encounters a master-level beast, he only shows a slight interest. Time passed by unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Galmu had already arrived deep in Xinglong City. Check in. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward received, Divine Arts of Feng Shui Mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Duan Base City to check in. The Divine Art of Feng Shui complete. Using this skill, you can explore all the strange places within a 10-kilometer radius. The introduction of the new skill left Galmu completely confused. Give it a try? The Divine Art of Geomancy. Galmu is also a pragmatist. He put to use the skill he had just acquired. The next second, a large golden eye appeared above its head. With each blink of his eyes, a map of a 10-kilometer radius appeared in his mind. This is? On the map covering an area of 10 kilometers, he saw a place that seemed rather strange. Chapter 125 Strange Architecture. Although he discovered the strange place, he did not rush there. He first took out an enlightenment tea tree fruit from the system, then threw it into his mouth. Ding! The skill, Divine Art of Geomancy, has broken through the Great Completion realm and entered the Perfect realm. Galmu then examined the Divine Arts of Geomancy. Its range has increased from 10 kilometers to 100 kilometers. He used the skill again. Just as he was about to use the skill again, he discovered that his spiritual energy had completely disappeared. This skill is powerful, but it consumes far too much spiritual energy. As Galmu muttered to himself, he took out a spirit fruit and popped it into his mouth. The effects of the first spirit fruit were truly remarkable. Just one fruit replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Let's go take a look at that strange place first. Following the direction he remembered, Galmu headed towards the strange place. This is? In that strange place, Galmu actually saw a building that had not collapsed and was completely intact. This building stands out conspicuously amidst the ruins. Out of caution, Galmu walked carefully toward the building. But when he was less than 5 meters away from the building, he suddenly stopped. The next second, a dark shadow suddenly pounced on it. The secret of the character. Galmu activated his speed skill to dodge the shadowy figure. To his surprise, even with the secret technique of the Xing character, he barely managed to evade the shadowy figure. Fortunately, he managed to avoid it in the end. The dark figure landed, and Galmu stared intently at it. He saw a hairy spider. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this creature was not quite the same as a spider. Although it has 6 legs, it is not very tall. Most importantly, it has a husky's face, but that face has 6 eyes. What the hell is this? Having seen many strange beasts, Galmu thought he would be unfazed by even the strangest creatures he encountered. But the strange beast before him still overturned his understanding. Spider Wolf. A very strange beast. It possesses the abilities of a spider, such as spinning silk and weaving webs, as well as the sharp teeth and keen senses of a wolf. Generally, spider wolves are at the Grandmaster level. A height of 1 meter indicates the early stage, 2 meters the late stage, and 3 meters invincible. After receiving the feedback from the glasses, Galmu was already speechless with frustration. However, at the same time, he was also observing the spider wolf's body length. 3 meters tall, an invincible beast at the Grandmaster level. Galmu quickly analyzed its realm. In the past, Galmu would have definitely chosen to avoid such a troublesome and difficult beast. Unfortunately, behind this strange beast lay a wondrous place that captivated Galmu's heart. This left him with no other choice. The secret of all characters. Since there's no other choice, let's face it head on. His strength increased tenfold, and his realm directly surpassed the Grandmaster realm, entering the Great Grandmaster realm. He gripped the Sky Shuttle sword tightly and charged straight at the spider wolf. Upon seeing this, the spider wolf opened its mouth and sprayed out a spider web taller than a person. The spider web was so fast that Galmu felt he couldn't dodge it in time. The secret of the character. With his fastest skill activated, Galmu dodged the spider web. Luckily, this skill was upgraded. Galmu, who had dodged the spider web, breathed a deep breath. If it hadn't been upgraded, I probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it. The upgraded Xingzi secret is much faster than before. Galmu estimated that, at his previous speed, he might not have been able to dodge the spider web. Seeing that Galmu had dodged the spider web, the spider wolf also took action. It charged straight at Galmu with all 6 legs exerting force. As it charged, it spat out spider webs at Galmu. Just as the man and the beast were about to collide, the spider wolf opened its mouth and bit Galmu. Seeing its gleaming white teeth, Galmu's hair stood on end. Although his hair stood on end, he remained fearless. The grass character sword technique. Galmu brandished his sword. Each blade of grass, formed from spiritual energy, flew straight toward the spider wolf. Spiders use webs for defense. However, its spider web was quickly cut into pieces by the spirit grass. After the spirit grass cut the spider web into pieces, the spirit grass gradually disappeared. Suppress the rebellion. Galmu swung his sword again. Streaks of spiritual energy formed sword beams flew straight towards the spider wolf. The spider wolf spits out its web again. However, because of the close proximity, its net only blocked a small portion of the sword's edge. The remaining sword beams all flew towards the spider wolf, slashing it with numerous wounds. The pain caused the spider wolf to howl. At the same time, its 6 eyes turned blood red from the pain. It growled softly and charged at Galmu again. This time, its speed was much faster than before. Azure Sky Sword technique. Galmu raised his hand and swung his sword. One by one, stars composed of spiritual energy hurtled towards the spider wolf. The spider wolf made no attempt to defend itself, allowing the stars to rain down on it. Crimson blood began to flow continuously from the spider wolf's body. The fur, which was originally black and white, was now stained crimson with blood. I'm not playing with you anymore. Galmu glanced at the time and muttered to himself. This time he went all out, leaving no room for retreat. 5 minutes later, the spider wolf collapsed to the ground. Galmu cut open its head and removed the kernel. After tossing the core into his backpack, Galmu looked towards that strange place. It was the building that stood firm amidst the ruins. This is a building with a very strange style. It looks a bit like a Ming or Qing dynasty building from before Galmu's time travel. But if you look closely, you'll find that the building also incorporates Tang dynasty style elements. After observing for a while and finding nothing, Galmu slowly began to walk into the building. As soon as Galmu stepped into the building, he felt a bone-chilling cold. As a master martial artist, he had long since mastered the ability to withstand both heat and cold. He could feel the chill inside. That means the chill is not just a simple chill. Although the chill was extraordinary, Galmu was still able to resist it. He fought off the chill as he ventured deeper into the building, all the while observing his surroundings. Although there were no lighting tools inside the building, it was very bright. The surrounding walls were also very clean, with no murals or clues about the building. Passing through the building's lobby, you'll find a very long corridor. The corridor, like the lobby, was still brightly lit. The corridor was very long. Galmu roughly estimated it to be at least a kilometer long. Deep in the corridor, there is a double, lacquered red door. The gate was as tall as 3 adults. The width of a single door leaf also exceeds 1 meter. Isn't the color of this door a bit too dark? The paint on the gate was a deep red, somewhat like fresh blood. Galmu walked to the gate, hesitated for a moment, and then opened it. He had thought he would have to use a lot of force. Unexpectedly, he simply pushed it gently, and the double doors slowly opened. Chapter 126: Obtaining the Sky Shuttle Sword Again. Inside the gate is a room with an area of 500 square meters. The room's decor was remarkably similar to the decor of the world Gao Mu had traveled to. TV, computer, tablet, iPhone. Not only are the interior design styles very similar, but even some of the electronic devices inside are exactly the same. What kind of place is this? Just as Gao Mu was completely confused, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Then, the scene before my eyes began to gradually crumble. The feeling was like a mirror suddenly shattering. In less than a minute, the scene here underwent a dramatic transformation. Looking at everything before him, Gao Mu felt a strange, indescribable feeling. The scene, so similar to Earth, disappeared, replaced by a stone chamber. The style of this stone chamber is very simple. In the very center of the stone chamber, there was a round table about the size of a millstone. On either side of the round table are two stone benches. Gao Mu stepped forward. When he saw the things on the stone bench, his expression faltered slightly. Another Tizat small sword? The round table was quite large, but only a small sky shuttle sword lay flat on it. What exactly is the key to the sky shuttle sword? Gao Mu muttered to himself as he picked up the sky shuttle sword from the table. Including this one, he now has 4 Tizat small swords. He held the small Tizat sword in his hand. He suddenly felt that this Tizat small sword was different from the previous Tizat small sword. He held the small sword in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. He discovered that there was a seemingly very complicated character on the hilt of the Tiansuo small sword. Gao Mu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out his other small Tizat swords as well. Like this Tizat dagger, Gao Mu's previous Tizat daggers also had inscriptions. It's possible that Gao Mu didn't pay attention before, so he didn't notice it. Why do I feel like I've seen these words before? As Gao Mu was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly put away the small sword and then looked towards the entrance. A dozen or so people filed in from the entrance. When they saw Gao Mu inside, they were clearly taken aback. When Gao Mu saw them, his expression was somewhat strange. Judging from their clothes, this group of people may be members of the Hanyue Guard. Gao Mu? The leader of the group, a stout fat man, recognized Gao Mu immediately. What a coincidence, to run into you here. Do I know you? Gao Mu stared into thought as he looked at the fat man in front of him. My name is Lu Song, the fat man said with a smile when he saw Gao Mu deep in thought. You definitely don't know me. How could a high and mighty young genius like you possibly know ordinary people like us? Gao Mu could tell that Lu Song's words were full of sarcasm. Were you the first to discover this place? Lu Song asked Gao Mu in an interrogative tone when Gao Mu did not speak again. Gao Mu stared coldly at Lu Song without answering. Seeing that Gao Mu did not answer, Lu Song was not annoyed at all. After briefly observing the stone chamber, he scrutinized Gao Mu with a wide-eyed look. Then, he held out a hand and said to Gao Mu, "Take it out." Gao Mu was completely dumbfounded. Give us what you got from here, and we'll let you leave, Lu Song explained. Even if there were nothing here, I definitely wouldn't give it to you. Gao Mu's attitude was very firm. Brother, this guy isn't giving you any face. A skinny guy standing next to Lu Song said sarcastically. Since he is not giving you face, does that mean we don't need to give him any face either? Lu Song looked at Gao Mu, a smile playing on his lips, and patted the skinny man's shoulder, saying, he's the head of a branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a young genius, a peerless prodigy. We should still give him the respect he deserves. When Lu Song said this, his tone and eyes were full of sarcasm. Brother, you want to give him face, but he doesn't want to give you face. The skinny guy, probably guessing what Lu Song was thinking, chimed in with a ton of sycophantic support. If you give him face now, wouldn't you be losing face? Lu Song ignored the skinny guy and looked at Gao Mu instead. He raised his right hand, gave a thumbs up, and pointed to his brothers behind him. High-scoring club leader, I want to give you face. But these brothers behind me don't want to give you face. I am nominally their eldest brother, but in reality, they are the eldest brother. You have seen the situation now. You decide what to do. Lu Song's words were a warning to Gao Mu, telling him he had better behave himself. But Gao Mu has never been the kind of honest kid. Alright, enough nonsense. Gao Mu waved his hand impatiently in Lu Song's direction and said, if you're going to make a move, then hurry up and do it. I don't have time to waste with you guys. This branch manager really thinks he's something. Lu Tsung's expression changed drastically upon seeing Gao Mu's rude attitude. He pointed at Gao Mu and shouted angrily, "I'm giving you face by calling you branch manager. But if I don't give you face, you're nothing in front of me." "Brothers," Lu Tsung said to his men behind him after cursing Gao Mu. "Since he's so disrespectful to us, shouldn't we just stop giving him face too?" "Yes. Boss, get him. You like to show off, huh? Showing off comes at a price. He must have gotten something good from this place." The men behind Lu Tsung drew their weapons and stood ready for battle. He himself crossed his arms, looking like he was ready to watch the show. "Are you sure you want to attack me?" Gao Mu asked Lu Tsung with a mocking expression. "What's uncertain about that?" Lu Tsung found Gao Mu's question utterly ridiculous. "You are a wanted criminal by our Hanyue guard. Even if you don't get anything good from this place, we can still get a large bounty for killing you." In Lu Tsung's view, as long as he could kill Gao Mu, he would not lose anything. The reason he believed he could kill Gao Mu was because he speculated that Gao Mu's cultivation level might only be at the 9th level of the king realm. Most of the people in his team were at the 9th level of the king rank. He himself was only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. This is one of the reasons why he believed his team could kill Gao Mu. In that case, then come on over. Gao Mu was not afraid at all. Chapter 127 God Transformation Fruit. A bunch of worthless scoundrels dare to attack me? I don't know what you're thinking. Gao Mu crossed his arms over his chest, pretending to be a great master. Indestructible Vajra divine skill. While it's understandable to be boastful, one should still exercise due caution. The moment the golden light enveloped them, the first person had already rushed to Gao Mu's side. He swung his weapon directly at Gao Mu. When? A crisp metallic clanging sound echoed in the stone chamber. Everyone else who witnessed this scene was shocked. His defense is quite high. Brothers, unleash your strongest skills. Don't hold back, attack with all your might. Amidst the cacophony, everyone unleashed their strongest skills. But their strongest skills were like a joke in front of Gao Mu's invincible Vajra divine skill. When? The clanging of metal echoed throughout the stone chamber. They have done everything they could. Looking at Gao Mu again, he was completely unharmed. It's my turn now. When their attacks ceased, Gao Mu's lips curled into a smile. Retreat immediately. Lu Tsung, who was watching from a distance, roared. It's too late. Gao Mu murmured to himself. Then he moved. The golden fist struck directly at the person closest to Gao Mu. Bang! The fist was thrown, and the man was sent flying backward. Upon landing, his head was twisted into a very strange shape. Although he was not dead, he was seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. Seeing this, the others were already considering retreating. But Gao Mu had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. His fists moved like dragons, striking with both hands. In just 1 minute, all of them were knocked to the ground by Gao Mu's blast. To be honest, Gao Mu really enjoys this feeling of mowing down enemies like a mowing down field. Lu Tsung was horrified to see his men lying on the ground. He had assumed that with so many people on his side, even if they couldn't kill Gao Mu, they could at least fight him to a standstill. But the scene before him seemed to be mocking him, mocking his unrealistic fantasies. You yourself said I'm a young genius, a peerless prodigy. Then why can't you properly find someone to investigate my current cultivation level? Gao Mu looked at Lu Tsung with a face full of mockery. Lu Tsung was filled with regret. His arrogance ultimately led him to pay the price for it. As Gao Mu drew ever closer, his emotions had already sunk into deep despair. Please spare me, okay? Lu Tsung pleaded. Gao Mu stopped and looked him over with interest. Give me a reason to spare you. I have a diagram and a key here. As Lu Tsung spoke, he opened his backpack and rummaged through it. Soon, he took out a picture and a so-called key from his backpack. Upon seeing the key that Lu Tsung had mentioned, Gao Mu's expression changed. This key was none other than a small scissor sword. Including this one, Gao Mu now has 5. What secrets are hidden inside this sky shuttle sword? Gao Mu wondered to himself. Then, without making a sound, he took the small sword and map from Lu Tsung's hand and began to study them. Gao Mu's attention was completely focused on the map. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Tsung's eyes. You're asking for death, he roared in a low voice, then suddenly sprang to his feet. A short dagger suddenly appeared from his sleeve. The dagger is silver white overall, but its tip gleams with an eerie blackness. Clearly, the tip of this dagger has been specially treated. If nothing unexpected happens, the tip of this dagger is very likely coated with a potent poison. After Lu Tsong suddenly attacked, he gripped the dagger and stabbed Gao Mu in the chest. What was supposed to be a decisive blow turned into despair in Lu Tsong's eyes the moment the dagger touched Gao Mu. Because he clearly saw mockery on Gao Mu's face. As before, the dagger made a metallic clanging sound when it touched Gao Mu. I'm saying, aren't you treating me like I'm not even human? The next second, Gao Mu stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lu Tsong by the throat. Since I dared to be distracted in front of you, it means I was wary of you. But if you attacked me at this time, I would definitely have noticed. Even if I hadn't noticed, I still have defensive skills. Lu Tsong looked at Gao Mu, opened his mouth as if to say something. However, because Gao Mu had his throat choked, he was unable to make a sound. You've lost your chance to speak. As Gao Mu spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip on Lu Tsong's hand. Lu Tsong tilted his head to the side, his face instantly turning pale. Gao Mu threw Lu Tsong to the ground like a dead pig. Then he continued to study the diagram in his hand carefully. This is a map. However, it is not a complete map. From its edges and corners, it can be seen that this map is already part of a complete map. I can't see anything. Because the map was in fragments, Gao Mu couldn't see anything. Left with no other choice, he put the map into his backpack. Then, he began to examine the Tizat small sword he had just acquired. This Tizat small sword is the same as the previous Tizat small swords, but the inscription on the hilt is different from the inscription on the previous swords. After studying it for a long time without finding a solution, Gao Mu simply threw the sky shuttle sword into his backpack. They're all damn poor bastards. After looting the area, Gao Mu spat at the people on the ground. He searched the stone chamber again, but finding nothing, Gao Mu turned and left the building. As he walked out, Gao Mu glanced at the time. There was less than half an hour left until the time he had agreed upon with Luo Tianyu. Let's sign in first, we'll talk about the rest later. Gao Mu muttered to himself as he walked deeper into Xinglong City. Check in. Ding. Sign in successful, reward, 100 nascent soul fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please go to Shinji Base City to check in. Transformation fruit. A rare fruit that can help a Grandmaster martial artist break through to the Great Grandmaster level. Although the introduction to the Divine Transformation fruit was simple, it caught Gao Mu's eye. He looked around and, seeing no unusual activity, threw a nascent soul fruit into his mouth. As soon as the pill went down his throat, Gao Mu felt a powerful spiritual energy breaking through the barrier between Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Again! Gao Mu swallowed another Divine Transformation fruit. The powerful spiritual energy exerted a much stronger impact after the Divine Transformation fruit entered the stomach. Gao Mu seemed to see a glimmer of hope and swallowed another nascent soul fruit. Ah! After swallowing the 90th Divine Transformation fruit, an indescribable, excruciating pain swept through his entire body. At the same time, he noticed a crack on that seemingly indestructible shackle, barely visible unless one looked closely. Chapter 128 Gao Mu enters the Grandmaster level. The appearance of the crack gave Gao Mu hope. Again! Despite the pain in his body, Gao Mu swallowed another Divine Transformation fruit. Ah! Because of the nascent soul fruit, Gao Mu felt that the pain in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. The pain almost made Gao Mu faint. However, the ingestion of this Divine Transformation fruit caused the cracks in the shackles to grow considerably longer. Again! After swallowing a Divine Transformation fruit, he clenched his teeth. Pain surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting Gao Mu's internal organs and limbs. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat. His entire body was almost completely soaked. This nascent soul fruit, however, greatly increased his pain. However, the effect was much better than the previous Divine Transformation fruit. That crack has now stretched through the entire shackles. Again! Despite the pain, Gao Mu swallowed another pill. This time the pain was even more intense than before. If it weren't for his relatively strong willpower, he would most likely have fainted. He could clearly see that the cracks in the shackles were widening. It should be about time. This is Gao Mu's last nascent soul fruit. Whether we live or die depends on this one. This last Divine Transformation fruit did not disappoint Gao Mu's expectations. The moment it entered Gao Mu's belly, the shackles were broken. The excruciating pain from just moments ago receded like a receding tide in the next second. Galmu clearly felt that the spiritual energy within his body was gradually condensing. The mist-like spiritual energy condensed at this moment into a droplet of water no bigger than a little fingernail. Don't underestimate this small drop of water. Its spiritual energy content is equivalent to dozens of strands of spiritual energy. Galmu knew that he had officially entered the ranks of grandmasters. Seeing that there was no unusual movement around him, he sat cross-legged and began to recover his physical strength and spiritual energy. Soon, his physical strength and spiritual energy were restored to their best condition. Galmu got up and walked towards the outskirts of Xinglong City. Galmu made a fortune from this trip to Xinglong City. Not only did he obtain the miraculous skill of geomancy, but he also acquired 2 small celestial swords and a fragment of a map scroll. What makes him happiest is that he has now reached the level of Grandmaster. Outside Xinglong City, Luo Tianyu eagerly awaited the arrival of his companion. He wouldn't be dead inside, would he? Luo Tianyu muttered to himself, glancing anxiously in the direction of Xinglong City. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. Someone like him, even without the protagonist's halo, should at least be favored by fate. Someone like him shouldn't die so easily. The moment Luo Tianyu opened her mouth, she gave the impression of being a second-rate anime fan. They're here. Just as Luo Tianyu was about to go find Galmu's figure appeared in her field of vision. You won today's match, Galmu said to Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu should have been very happy to hear Galmu's words. But looking at Galmu's current state, she just couldn't feel happy. Because Galmu doesn't look like he's lost the game at all right now. He had a smile on his face, and his face was full of joy. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely think that Galmu won the game. Humph. Seeing this, Luo Tianyu was somewhat dissatisfied. She put her hands on her hips and said, "No, you didn't show any sincerity just now." Galmu was completely dumbfounded. To be honest, Luo Tianyu's hands on hips pose is actually kind of cute. At the same time, Galmu also discovered that Luo Tianyu had a very strange face. How does she manage to have both purity and desire on one face at the same time? Galmu shook his head as he looked in the direction of the base city. No, you have to tell me sincerely that I won this match. At this moment, Luo Tianyu showed a more feminine side. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Tianyu's expression, Galmu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianyu realized that he had lost his composure. You were amazing today, I lost this match. Galmu pretended to be very sincere. Luo Tianyu nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied. Upon returning to the base, the two exchanged contact information and then went home separately. As soon as Galmu opened the door to his home, he saw 2 pairs of anxious eyes. How is it? Gao's mother asked Galmu anxiously. Not bad, Galmu said dismissively, waving his hand. At least this date was quite enjoyable. Hearing Galmu say he was happy, Gao's mother smiled. After giving his mother a perfunctory reply, Galmu went straight back to his room and locked the door. He turned on the holographic computer, entered the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and began to search for information about the map. He indeed found some relevant information on the intranet. This image is very likely related to a ruin. Moreover, it is very likely a ruin of around 3 stars. In this world, ruins are divided into 5 levels. 1-star ruins are common ruins. 2-star ruins are rare, 3-star ruins are uncommon, 4-star ruins are legendary, and 5-star ruins are epic ruins. 1-star ruins are rare, though not uncommon. Almost every year, a 1-star ruin appears. 2-star relics are rare, but they appear once every 5 years. But the Samsung ruins are different. Since the discovery of the ruins, only 3 sites of the Samsung ruins have been found. These 3 3-star ruins have all yielded some astonishing treasures, exotic fruits, weapons, and equipment. The luckiest among them even received a complete inheritance. This lucky fellow even used this lineage to establish his own martial arts school. Although this martial arts school is not as prestigious as Zhengxiong or Jidao, it still attracts many people who want to join it. If it's related to the Samsung ruins, then I definitely have to keep it safe. Galmu very carefully placed the map fragments into a box. After everything was ready, Galmu lay down on the bed. If I remember correctly, the new check-in location should be Shinji Base City, Galmu muttered to himself. This Shinji Base City is a base city 1 level higher than Langya. Although it is ranked 1 level higher than Langya, it is far more exciting than Langya. Should I choose to be transferred, or? Unlike Langya Base City, Galmu knew nothing about Shinji Base City. If you choose to directly take on the role of the branch manager in this base city, it certainly won't end well. Should we ask Uncle Lu for his opinion? After thinking about it, Galmu dialed Lu Tianping's number. Unless you can get a very high return in Shinji Base City, I still advise you not to get involved in this mess. Galmu didn't understand what Lu Tianping meant by saying that. Chapter 129 Transfer to Shinji. Lu Tianping probably felt that it was difficult to explain over the phone, so he simply arranged to meet Galmu at a milk tea shop. Why do you want to go to Shinji Base City? As soon as he sat down, Lu Tianping asked with a serious expression. Galmu hesitated for a moment before saying that. Seeing that Galmu didn't want to say more, Lu Tianping didn't ask any further questions. However, he didn't ask many questions, but he still introduced the situation of Shinji Base City to Galmu. Despite being only a fourth-tier city, Shinji Base City holds a very important strategic position in China. It is precisely because of its strategic importance that the situation of this base city is very special. Although the ultimate path, the azure sky, and the mountain of regret are there, they still hold prominent positions. However, besides these three forces, there are other forces that are also very powerful. These forces are so powerful that they could even shake these three forces. The convergence of various forces has resulted in Shinji Base City being a melting pot of all sorts of people. In that place, even the head of a branch could face utter ruin if he's not careful. After listening to Lu Tianping's introduction, Galmu fell into deep thought. However, after some thought, Galmu said, I have to go there. Seeing Galmu's resolute attitude, Lu Tianping didn't intend to try to persuade him any further. What level are you at now? Lu Tianping asked a rather personal question. Galmu is currently the head of a branch of a level 5 base city, and according to the classification, his strength should be at the 9th level of the king rank. However, Lu Tianping did not believe that Galmu's strength was only at the 9th level of the king rank. In the early stage of Grandmaster, in terms of actual combat strength, he should be able to fight against Grandmaster Invincible. Once he reached the advanced martial artist stage, even with the enhancement of the all-secret technique, Galmu could no longer fight against opponents of higher realms. Lu Tianping didn't say anything, but looked at Galmu with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. In his imagination, Galmu's current level should be at the early or middle stage of Grandmaster. My talent has limited my imagination, Lu Tianping said with a wry smile. Subsequently, Lu Tianping, Galmu's deputy, began to help Galmu with the relevant transfer procedures. Generally speaking, the transfer of a branch manager in a base city is a very tedious and complicated matter. If the process is followed normally, even with the logistics department working overtime, it would still take about half a month. But when the logistics department learned that the person being transferred was Galmu, they had to compress the workload of half a month into just 3 days. When Galmu received the transfer order, he laughed. He had other considerations when he chose to be transferred to Shinji Base City. Based on the system's past urination patterns. From now on, Galmu's sign-in activity will definitely revolve around this Shinji Base City. Besides the base city, there must also be some important places in the wild. Since that's the case, he might as well stay permanently in Shinji Base City from now on. After receiving the transfer order, Galmu packed his bags and went alone. You're going to Shinji Base City. Just before Galmu boarded the plane, Luo Tianyu suddenly blocked his way. She pouted slightly, looking quite displeased, and said, Are you avoiding me? Miss, you're overthinking it, Galmu said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. I just have some things to take care of in Shinji Base City. Seeing Galmu's very sincere expression, Luo Tianyu knew that he was not lying. In that case, I'll go with you. Luo Tianyu's words left Galmu stunned on the spot. Luo Tianyu himself realized that he had lost his composure. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she quickly explained, the level of the beast gathering area near Shinji Base City is higher than that of Langya Base City. I need to gain experience right now, and Shinji Base City is perfect for me. Luo Tianyu was very embarrassed. Her explanation was also far-fetched. Galmu didn't say anything, he just nodded. Just before the plane took off, Galmu dialed Tuo Tianyun's number. Knowing that Galmu was going to Shinji Base City, Tuo Tianyun really wanted to go with him. Galmu did not intend to take him along, but he did assign him a task. Within a year, I need to make my parents gold warriors. Moreover, their health cannot have any problems. This task that Galmu gave Tuo Tianyun was extremely difficult. It's important to know that Galmu's parents were just ordinary people. Turning an ordinary person into a martial artist is an extremely challenging task in itself. Most importantly, Galmu also stipulated that there could be no health problems. Generally speaking, taking pills of lower quality or less will cause some kind of side effects. In other words, the pills that Tua Tianyun gave to Gaomu's parents each time had to be of the highest grade or above. This is a huge challenge for Tua Tiancloud. But it was precisely this challenge that excited Tua Tianyun. After hanging up Gaomu's call, Tua Tianyun began to prepare for the battle. At that moment, his room door was blasted open by a tremendous force. Just as he opened his mouth to curse, the person who came made his eyes widen. The person who arrived was none other than Chu Feng, the head of the Langya branch of the Alchemy Alliance. Master Chu, what brings you here? In front of Chu Feng, Tua Tianyun was like a primary school student. Where's Gao Mu? Chu Feng asked Gao Mu as soon as he entered. After a slight pause, Tua Tianyun answered truthfully, he is at the airport now, and he is going to Xinji Base City. Xinji Base City? Upon hearing these 5 words, Chu Feng frowned immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Tua Tianyun, what is he going to that place for? Have no idea. Tua Tianyun shook his head. Sigh. Chu Feng sighed softly and muttered to himself with a reluctant expression. After being cooped up in Langya for so long, it's time to go out and get some exercise. What do you want with him? Tua Tianyun asked, mustering his courage, as Chu Feng turned to leave. Chu Feng glanced back at Tua Tianyun and said with a smile, I need someone to inherit my mantle. Upon hearing this, Tua Tianyun was completely dumbfounded. Xinji Base City, Extreme Path Branch. Yuan Shi pounded on the table in front of him with a gloomy expression. Yuan Shi is the owner of the Extreme Path Branch in Xinji Base City. Sitting opposite Yuan Shi was a person of similar age to Yuan Shi. Unlike the burly Yuan Shi, this middle-aged man appeared rather thin, and his face was gloomy. This person is He Yin, the deputy director of the Extreme Path Branch in Xinji Base City. Master, what exactly is going on? He Yin's face was not only gloomy, but even his voice gave people a very uncomfortable feeling of gloom. Smack! Yuan Shi slumped onto the table, then stood up and began to curse loudly. How the hell should I know? Chapter 130, A Show of Force. Xinji Base City is not only troubled by Yuan Shi. The leaders of the other factions were also annoyed. After all, this group of people had been cooperating for so long. The sudden addition of a new person meant they needed to reorganize their strategy and redistribute profits. Let's not think about it anymore. Yuan Shi slammed his fist on the table, stood up, straightened his clothes, and said to Yin, let's go and welcome the new branch master first. Xinji Base City Airport. As soon as Gao Mu stepped off the plane, he saw Yuan Shi and Yin. Before coming, he had thoroughly studied the information about Xinji Base City. That's why he was able to recognize the two of them at a glance. Master Gao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Shi stepped forward with a smile that couldn't be more fake. Master Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gao Mu clasped his hands in greeting. Because the formal handover process has not yet been completed. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Yuan Shi is still the branch manager of Xinji Base City. Master Gao, this divine strategy is not comparable to Langya. The waters here run a bit deep, Yin said sarcastically from the side. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Mu raised his hand and slapped him. Yin, is that right? The deputy head of the academy, is that right? I'm talking to the branch head of the academy right now, what right do you have to interrupt? Gao Mu immediately gave Yin a hard time upon arriving. This slap landed not only on Yin's face, but also on Yuan Shi's face. They had planned to give Gao Mu a hard time and make him back down. But they didn't expect that before they could even show their true colors, Gao Mu would give them a taste of his own medicine. Xinji Base City is much more prosperous than Langya. The architectural style is also quite technological. Sitting in the car that Yuan Shi had specially prepared for Gao Mu rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. Yuan Shi and Yin sat in front of Gao Mu, exchanging glances with grim expressions. 10 minutes later, the car came to a stop. The car door opened, and Gao Mu saw a magnificent hotel. Zhao's hotel is the best hotel in Xinji. It is also a property under the Zhao family. Yuan Shi introduced to Gao Mu after they got out of the car. Gao Mu nodded silently. The Zhao family is one of the 4 major families of the Xinji clan. All of Xinji's hotels, restaurants, and shops are under their control. Even those not officially under their control still represent shares in the Zhao family. Yin followed Yuan Shi silently. His gloomy eyes remained fixed on Gao Mu. Gao Mu noticed that besides the gloom in his eyes, there was also a hint of resentment. Good evening, Master Gao. Not long after Yuan Shi finished his introduction, a woman in a standard uniform, with a hot figure and charming looks, walked up to Gao Mu and introduced herself. My name is Zhao Jixiang, and I am the general manager of this hotel. Hello, Manager Zhao. Gao Mu nodded. Seeing Gao Mu's arrogance, Zhao Jixiang couldn't help but feel a little displeased. Just as Zhao Jixiang was about to say something, Gao Mu raised his hand and slapped Hien again. Can you fucking stop looking at me? Gao Mu, still not satisfied after beating Hien, cursed loudly. Your eyes are pretty, aren't they? If you look at me with those dead fish eyes again, believe me, I'll beat you to death. Hien, who had been slapped for no reason, was furious. If it weren't for Yuan Shi holding him back, he might have fought Gao Mu to the death. Standing not far in front of Gao Mu, Zhao Jixiang felt a strange, indescribable feeling upon seeing this scene. I've prepared a welcome feast for you. Seeing Gao Mu looking at her, Zhao Jixiang smiled brightly and gestured for him to enter, just to avoid being hit. If you have nothing else to do, let's go inside. Gao Mu nodded, his eyes slightly narrowed. I'm going to kill him, Hien said to Yuan Shi in a low voice. Yuan Shi glanced at Gao Mu ahead with some apprehension, then whispered to Hien, bear with it a little longer. Although Hien had no choice, he could only nod. Guided by Zhao Jixiang, Gao Mu soon arrived at the private room that Yuan Shi had reserved for him. Throughout the journey, Gao Mu remained silent, simply looking down at his phone. When the door to the private room was pushed open, Gao Mu put his phone in his pocket and then entered the room. The private room is less than 10 square meters in size. Although the decor is luxurious, it gives people a very cramped feeling. Is this a welcome banquet prepared for me? Gao Mu asked Yuan Shi calmly. Yuan Shi nodded with a smile and said, your arrival is really too sudden. All the large private rooms here have already been booked. If it weren't for knowing manager Zhao Jixiang, we probably wouldn't have been able to book these small private rooms either. Gao Mu didn't say anything, but simply found a chair and sat down. Seeing Gao Mu sit down so obediently, Hien thought to himself with disdain, I thought you were so tough, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. He only dared to say these words in his heart. After all, Gao Mu's 2 slaps earlier still left a deep impression on him. Is it just the 2 of you at today's welcome banquet? Gao Mu asked Yuan Shi and Hien. Yes. Yuan Shi continued to answer Gao Mu's question with a smile. The branch manager of the Azure Sky Martial Arts Academy has important business tonight. The city magistrate is receiving the city magistrates from other base cities. The 4 major families are also unable to receive you due to other matters. We hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Gao Mu chuckled inwardly, thinking, is this some kind of show of force? In fact, the show of force had already begun the moment Gao Mu stepped off the plane. Since you're trying to intimidate me, then I'll show you what's what. Gao Mu wasn't one to swallow his pride. Seeing that Gao Mu remained silent, Yuan Shi and Hien assumed that he was about to back down. Since there's no one else here, let's serve the food, Gao Mu said to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi then looked at Zhao Jixiang. Zhao Jixiang waved his hand. The subordinates nodded and began serving the dishes. While they may try to intimidate you, they should still give you the respect you deserve. The dishes the waiters served were already the best dishes in the hotel. Not only are the dishes the best, but the wine is also the best. I propose we have a drink. Yuan Shi raised his glass, looking apologetically at Gao Mu. I'm not good with words, so I won't say much. I just want to say, welcome, Master Gao. Thank you. Gao Mu picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Hien smiled sinisterly again. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the faces of the 3 people present were already turning red. What kind of wine is this? Why does it make me feel lightheaded? As a high-level martial artist, ordinary alcohol could no longer give Gao Mu this feeling. Martial artists' drunkenness, the best wine here. Even high-level martial artists will feel intoxicated, Yuan Shi explained. Gao Mu nodded, then collapsed onto the table. Neither Yuan Shi nor Hien noticed that Gao Mu, who was under the table, had a very strange smile on his face.